Son, drink this beast soup, and you'll definitely awaken an S-rank beast transformation ability when you go to school later. Ranfang placed a steaming bowl of bone broth in front of Yensen, who gave a wry smile. Mom, S-level isn't as common as cabbage. In the entire Anyang base city, there are more than 500,000 senior high school students every year, and less than 10 of them can awaken S-level beast transformation abilities. That's less than 1 in 10,000. I'd be lucky if I could awaken a D-level beast transformation ability. Don't put so much pressure on our son. The level of awakening is largely related to the parents' genetics. We're both E-level, so don't even think about S-level. A lean man walked over and patted Yensen on the shoulder. That was his father, Yan Shan, a typical laborer. Son, don't worry too much. Even if you only have E-level beast transformation ability, our family has some savings from over the years. If we grit our teeth and take out a loan, it's no problem to buy you a D-level gene modification serum. Hearing his father's words, Yensen felt a mix of emotions. In this world, the level of beast transformation is divided into 9 tiers. Most ordinary people awaken E-level or F-level abilities, while those with ordinary animal abilities like cattle and horses can only do low-level jobs. Next are the abilities of D-level and C-level mutated animals, which have the opportunity to evolve further and change their social class. Even higher are the B-grade and A-grade epic beast transformation abilities, which are the cream of the crop. Once awakened, they will almost certainly be promoted to noble status and enjoy many privileges in the future. As for the higher-level S-class, SS-class legendary animal abilities and the top-level SSS-class mythical animal abilities, there is no need to say more. Once they grow up, they will definitely be at the very top of the Great Xia Kingdom, second only to the Emperor. I hope to awaken a more advanced beast transformation ability. I don't want to be a slave for the rest of my life. Yensen prayed silently in his heart. After finishing his meal, he couldn't wait to rush to school. Anyang number 9 Middle School, Class 6, Grade 3. Class teacher Li Ziming stood on the podium, looking at the students below, who were both nervous and excited. Dear students, the awakening process is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves mentally. Who wants to be the first to try? The students looked at each other, many of them looking forward to it, but none of them really wanted to be the center of attention. If the awakened beast transformation ability is too weak, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? At this moment, a boy with a middle parting and wearing overalls stepped forward, immediately causing a stir. It's Su Kuan. His parents are both 5th-tier general-level experts, and their awakened beast transformation ability is estimated to be at level B. I think it's more than that. These noble families are immersed in all kinds of tonics from a young age to improve their genetic inheritance. I estimate they can reach an even higher level, maybe even an A-grade. That's amazing. Our 9th middle school only has less than 5 A-level awakenings each year. If our class produces an A-level beastman, we'll be so proud. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Kuan walked onto the stage and placed his hand on a crystal ball. The next moment, a light blue glow appeared behind them, and the phantom of a giant beast slowly emerged. It's a Kuan, a class of mythical beast, the Void Water Kuan. That's terrifying. This is a top-tier A-rank beast, and it's said that it has a great chance of advancing to become an S-rank Void Rock. Seeing the awakened beast transformation ability, Su Kuan smiled with satisfaction. With my beast transformation ability, I am unmatched in number 9 middle school, and I can even compete with those S-level geniuses in the entire Anyang base city. He slowly walked down from the podium, and the students around him enthusiastically struck up a conversation. Brother Kuan, do you need any more followers? I should have awakened to D-rank, and I'd like to follow you. I have talents, I can sing and dance, and I can also play basketball. Brother Kuan, please protect me. Kuan, my family's heirloom rabbit can transform into a beast. It's delicate and flexible, and can unlock even more poses. The students all gathered around, making the classroom feel much emptier. Yensen didn't join in the fun, making him seem somewhat out of place. He shook his head and sighed deeply. Opportunism is a survival strategy for many people at the bottom of society, something Yensen neither agrees with nor opposes. In his view, as long as one doesn't abuse their power to bully others, such behavior is perfectly acceptable. Yensen, what are you guys doing? Young Master Su has awakened an A-level ability. As his classmates, shouldn't you go up and congratulate him? A round-faced boy turned around and glared at him with displeasure. As he spoke, Su Kuan's gaze turned towards him. Lan Shoa, is he also a classmate of ours? Su Kuan's voice was indifferent, his tone full of coldness and disdain. Although he spent 3 years in this class, he only truly remembered about a dozen people, and most of them were children from prominent families. Yes, Brother Kuan, this guy's parents are both manual laborers, so he probably can't awaken any powerful abilities. He definitely won't catch your eye. Lan Shoa's words made Yensen frown. This guy lived in the same neighborhood as him. They were both ordinary people and had no prior grudges. He didn't understand why the other person would deliberately provoke him. Are you out of your mind? You're acting like a simp and you want to drag others down with you? Yensen's cold retort immediately enraged Lan Shoa. Who the hell are you calling a simp? You can curse me, but can't you at least show some respect for a young master, Su? Don't you know the factory your parents work at belongs to the Su family? Lan Shoa showed no weakness, his words carrying an air of using his position to intimidate others. Su Koen glanced at him, knowing full well that Lan Shoa was clearly using his influence to intimidate others, but he didn't say anything. This guy has just been tamed and treated like a dog. A dog has to bear the consequences of its own mistakes. Yen Sen's attitude made him even more unhappy. In front of him, a weak person who was not humble enough was considered a provocation. Come here and apologize to Lan Shoa. Su Koen stared at Yen Sen indifferently, his tone as if he were ordering his own servant. On what grounds? Yen Sen's heart was filled with rage. No reason needed. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Su Koen shook his head and chuckled. You've already been given the opportunity. It's your own fault for being incompetent. He took out his phone and made a call. Hey, is there a worker with the surname Yen at your factory? No need to ask any more questions. Fire everyone with the surname Yen and get out of here if you're associated with him. Su Koen's voice was loud enough for everyone in the classroom to hear clearly. Many people cast pitying glances and shook their heads with sighs. Why should a cat show its claws to a tiger? Yen Sen suddenly stood up, clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the table, his teeth grinding together. Is this the dog-eat-dog world? Is it wrong to refuse to be a dog of the strong? He felt both unwilling and powerless. I can only blame myself for not being strong enough. Ahem. Alright, everyone quiet down. Next, who wants to come up and awaken? The homeroom teacher, Li Ziming, spoke awkwardly. Although he was a teacher, he dared not offend the Su family and could only barely maintain order. Isn't Yen Sen still standing? Let him go up. Lan Shoa laughed mockingly. Yen Sen, you go up first. Li Ziming said helplessly. Yen Sen nodded, walked onto the stage, placed his hand on the crystal ball, and all eyes turned to him. Heh, judging by his parents' genes, this guy is destined to be a beast of burden. Lan Shoa muttered dismissively. When Yen Sen's hand touched the crystal ball, a voice suddenly rang in his mind, and his dormant heart was suddenly ignited. Pure energy detected. System activated. You have a divine bloodline to claim. At this moment, Yen Sen was almost moved to tears. Having suffered a heavy blow from reality, he was almost on the verge of despair, but now, there is a turning point. You have obtained a true dragon bloodline, currently undergoing fusion. At this moment, a small, black snake phantom appeared behind Yen Sen, which immediately drew laughter from Lan Shoa. An F-rank black-tailed snake? It's even more useless than its parents. It's utterly trash. He shook his head, took out his phone, and sent a message. Dad, how is it over there? Yen Sen only awakened the beast transformation ability of the F-level black-tailed snake. Son, well done. Yen Shan and his wife have both been kicked out. It's all because that stubborn mule wouldn't cooperate with me in selling scrap. Otherwise, I would have bought you a C-grade gene modification drug long ago. The system's fusion voice rang in Yen Sen's mind, and the ordinary little snake phantom began to change wildly. Its body, which was originally less than half a meter long, suddenly expanded, grew scales and claws, and then soared into the sky, transforming into a giant dragon phantom that was 100 meters long above the school. A deafening dragon roar resounded, its sound waves spreading in all directions. The teachers and students in the various classrooms who were awakening all looked out the windows, their expressions bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A line of words appeared on the crystal ball in Yen Sen's hand, SSS-level. Immediately afterwards, the crystal ball shattered into countless energy powders, and the homeroom teacher, Li Ziming, was petrified on the spot. SSS-Rank. This is practically sweeping everything away. The students of Class 6 stared intently at the shattered crystal ball and the gradually fading phantom of the dragon outside, their hearts filled with doubt and shock. Geniuses of this caliber are extremely rare, not only in Anyang Bay City, but even across the entire Great Xia Kingdom. There are only a handful every year. My god, who would have thought? Yen Sen's ancestral grave didn't just emit auspicious smoke, it actually exploded. Even if it's a genetic mutation, it can't be explained in such an outrageous way. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lan Shoa's phone fell to the ground with a bang, and he stared blankly at Yen Sen, feeling as if he were dreaming. Brother Koen, am I hallucinating? Lan Shoa looked at Su Koen, but unexpectedly, the other party slapped him hard, and his cheek swelled up like a pig's head. Damn it, you stupid dog, I really want to chop you up. You made me offend an SSS-level monster for no reason. Su Koen wasn't stupid, he knew perfectly well that this was no illusion and what it meant. As long as Yen Sen is alive, becoming a marquis or king will be as easy as drinking water or eating. At that time, killing him or even wiping out the entire Su family will be as simple as crushing an ant. Such an existence, even before it has fully matured, is a treasure coveted by countless noble families and powerful clans. Even S-level geniuses would be willing to be its dogs. However, just minutes earlier, he had offended this monster by putting on airs. If his elders at home found out, they would probably tear him to pieces. Su Koen's eyes widened, his face flushed red, and he glared angrily at Yen Sen, who then came to his senses and looked at him calmly. I was wrong just now, and I apologize. I was also provoked by that bastard Lan Shoa. As long as you accept my apology, apology, I will do whatever you ask of me, as long as it's within my power. The students around Su Kuan looked at him in surprise. No one expected that Su Kuan, who was so arrogant and domineering before, would be so humble at this moment. It seems that only by becoming stronger can everyone around me become my friend. Yen-sen's eyes were icy cold as he casually uttered a nonsensical remark which sent Su Kuan plummeting into an ice cave. He understood that the roles of offense and defense had now reversed. He had been the stronger one, able to look down on his opponent from a superior position. But now, Yen-sen responded to him with the same indifference. On the surface, he seemed indifferent, but in reality, it was because he had not yet truly grown up. Su Kuan believed that once this matter got out, even if Yen-sen didn't take action, the other families in Anyang Base City wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity that came knocking on their door. Who wouldn't want to recruit a future unparalleled powerhouse? It's over, it's completely over. Su Kuan trembled all over, already imagining the furious looks of his elders. If he implicated the entire family, not only himself but even his 5th-level general parents would not escape severe punishment. Yen-sen ignored Su Kuan and instead checked the information in his mind. Host, Yen-sen. Level, Mortal Level 1. Dragon's Might, Level 1. Dragons are the kings of all beasts. Unleashing Dragon's Might can intimidate enemies. The lower the target's level and bloodline quality, the more significant the effect. Dragon Body, Level 1. Dragons possess robust physiques. Level increases grant bonuses to physique. Dragon Power, Level 1. The terrifying primal power of the dragon race. Its destructive power is greatly amplified when unleashed. Dragon Essence, Level 1. Dragons possess powerful fertility and endurance. Circulating dragon essence can greatly restore their physical strength. Dragon's Breath, Level 1. Dragons can absorb the essence of all things to enhance their own strength. Given my current talent, I'm better suited for hand-to-hand combat. However, the system description says that dragons can gradually evolve and master the power of various laws of heaven and earth. We'll explore that slowly in the future. As he was thinking this, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and an elderly man with gray hair rushed in. Li Ziming, is it your class that was found to be an SSS-level genius? Who exactly is it? Principal Wang Yud's face was flushed, and his excitement was palpable. Li Ziming quickly pointed to Yen-sen, and Wang Yud immediately cast an eager glance at him, praising him as he watched. He is indeed a handsome man. Yen-sen, are you married? Yen-sen never expected that the first thing this highly respected old principal would say was this. The women in our Wang family, from 8 to 80 years old, are free to choose. Just tell us which one you like. Wang Yud was so enthusiastic that Yen-sen's face twitched. What? One isn't enough? Then take as many as you like. Hurry up and get married while the time is right and have a baby. Our Wang family is offering 100 million. Wang Yud's words stunned all the students. My God, this was practically a public plea for a son with a huge sum of money. One child is worth 100 million yuan. That's truly exchanging one genius for one gold. Wang Yud, you old bastard, you're dreaming. Young brother Yen-sen, don't be fooled by this guy. A tall, middle-aged man strode in, exuding a fierce aura. Upon seeing the newcomer, all the students gasped in surprise. Grand Marshal Flying Tiger. It was Qin Feihu, the guardian of Anyang Base City and a 6th-tier commander-level expert. Even such a big shot was attracted by Yen-sen, and he arrived so quickly. His SSS-level ability is truly astonishing. Yen-sen, do you know me? Qin Feihu looked at Yen-sen with a warm smile, and the latter nodded, his tone becoming more respectful. I've seen your story in the news. 3 years ago, a space-time rift appeared outside the base city, and tens of thousands of alien beasts poured out. It was you who led the Flying Tiger army to stop them. In that battle, rivers of blood flowed and millions of corpses lay strewn about. You alone resolved half of them. Qin Feihu scratched his head somewhat embarrassed after hearing this. That's an exaggeration by the media. It's not half, at most a third. Yen-sen smiled helplessly. A third of that is still several million strange beasts. This number was beyond his wildest imagination. If it weren't for Qin Feihu and his men holding the line, how many innocent lives would have been lost if these alien beasts had stormed into the base city? Yen-sen has always held people who protect the people in high esteem. Alright, I have two purposes for coming here today. One is to represent the country. The nation has always valued talents like you. As long as you sign a contract with the nation will fully support your future cultivation needs. Even if you want to become a god, the nation will spare no effort to help you ascend to the divine position. Upon hearing Qin Feihu's words, Yen-sen smiled silently. Evolution is divided into 12 levels. 0-tier mortal level refers to ordinary people, not considered evolved beings, and is as follows. Tier 1 soldier, Tier 2 sergeant, Tier 3 division, 4th tier guard, 5th tier general, 6th tier commander, 7th tier marquis level, 8th tier king level, 9th tier emperor level, 10th tier monarch level, 11th tier emperor level, 12th tier saint level, and the legendary god level. Yen-sen understood that as long as he agreed to Qin Feihu's conditions, he could lie down without any worries, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. While enjoying national welfare, it also means accepting corresponding constraints and restrictions. Although Yen-sen loves his country country. Once he signs this contract, if one day he has to choose between his country and his family, he can only abandon the latter. Since ancient times, loyalty to the country and filial piety have been difficult to reconcile. He was unwilling and did not want to face such a choice. I'm sorry, Grand Marshal, I refuse. It was expected. I respect your choice, and I believe that if the country falls into crisis one day, you will be strong enough to stand by and do nothing. After all, the predecessors of the past, the present me, are you in the future. Qin Feihu seemed to see through Yen Sen's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yen Sen remained silent. Don't worry, even if you don't sign the contract, the country will not treat you unfairly. You can collect all the benefits that awakened beings are entitled to from the Evolution Hall. Qin Feihu laughed heartily. Alright, the second matter is on behalf of the Qin family of Nanzhou. A sly smile crept across his imposing face. Young man, you're probably not married yet, are you? My Qin family in Nanzhou is full of beauties. I guarantee you'll be dazzled by them. Upon hearing this, Yensen couldn't help but chuckle, but Principal Wang Yud, standing beside him, spoke up, not to be outdone. Qin Feihu, you scoundrel who abuses your power for personal gain, you're preventing my Wang family from finding a son-in-law. Are you the one who wants to come to our door yourself? Old Wang, do you even know what level your Wang family is at? Can you compare to my Qin family? Upon hearing this, Wang Yud felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, and the pain was excruciating. Indeed, his Wang family only had a little power in the small city of Anyang, and compared to the 180 cities in the entire southern prefecture, they were nothing. The Qin family, on the other hand, has a 10th-tier monarch-level expert guarding it, making it a first-class family in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Even a prestigious family like this couldn't wait to extend an olive branch to Yensen, which shows just how tempting an SSS-level genius is. Wang Yud remained defiant, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Don't worry about this. As long as Yensen can leave a descendant for my Wang family, it doesn't matter if he doesn't become a son-in-law. Wang Yud was extremely persistent about having children. Given his SSS-level aptitude, even if he were to marry an A-level woman, the chances of their offspring becoming S-level would be very high, and the possibility of them even becoming SS-level would not be small. If you're lucky enough to inherit an SSS-level gene, you'd make a fortune even if you sold the entire Wang family. Young friend Yensen, why don't you think about it carefully? Yensen cleared his throat and responded with a smile. Principal, let's not rush that. By the way, does our school offer rewards for awakening advanced abilities? The reward isn't much, only 2 or 3 million. You should think about having offspring. One child is worth 100 million. It seems this old man isn't going to make it through today. Principal, this is my bank card number. Remember to transfer the money. Yensen hastily wrote a note and handed it to Wang Yud, deciding to avoid the topic for now. In Anyang, there are quite a few families like Wang Yud who want him to keep his lineage, so it would be a waste of time to delay any longer. As soon as Yensen stepped out of the school gate, he saw hundreds of luxury cars parked outside, blocking the way completely. They were all new models worth over 10 million yuan, powered by spiritual energy cores, and were very practical even in complex wilderness road conditions. Within the base city, those who can drive are almost exclusively the wealthy or powerful. Ordinary people can only rely on public transportation. These are all people who came to curry favor with you after hearing about your awakening of extraordinary phenomena, but I turned them all away. If you find this troublesome, I can announce to the public that you have signed a contract with the country. If you don't mind owing favors, you can deal with them, but I must warn you, these people are not easy to deal with. They are all very shrewd. If you give them a little benefit, they will try to bite you back. Qin Feihu, who was standing to the side, spoke slowly and deliberately, and Yensen nodded. Then thank you very much, Grand Marshal. Don't mention it. Just call me Brother Qin or Brother Tiger from now on. Qin Feihu laughed heartily, then said mysteriously, by the way, my daughter is in the same grade as you, at the high school next door. She awakened an S-level ability. How about I try to set you two up? From now on, you'll call me Dad, and I'll call you Brother. We'll each take care of our own things? Yensen helplessly rubbed his forehead. Alright, stop joking around. I have something to do. I'm leaving now, little brother. After saying that, Qin Feihu suddenly leaped into the air, jumping down from the 5th floor. In an instant, he transformed into a giant tiger tens of meters tall, with a pair of pure white wings on his back. He stirred up the wind and clouds and flew away into the distance. This is Qin Feihu's beast transformation ability, S-Rank White Jade Flying Tiger. Watching him easily complete his beast transformation, Yensen's eyes revealed a hint of envy. He is currently only at the 1st level of the mortal realm, and can only transform a small part of his limbs into beast form at most. If he wants to fully transform into a beast form and unleash his full combat power, he will probably have to level up as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Yensen quietly slipped out of the school's back gate, intending to go home and tell his parents about it, giving them a surprise. Yensen had just left not long ago. The representatives of various families who had been waiting outside the school for a long time rushed into the school gate in a hurry after Qin Feihu left and the intimidating figure was gone. Ha ha ha, a genius who has awakened an SSS-level beast transformation ability is actually in the same class as my grandson. Our Su family will definitely take off this time. An elderly man with gray hair laughed loudly. He was Su Yuan, the head of the Su family. The other family representatives also showed expressions of envy upon hearing this. The Su family is really lucky this time to be in the same class as that genius. With this connection, it will be much easier for them to win him over than for us. Patriarch Su, don't forget about us when you become successful. The more the Su family grows, the more we can cooperate and achieve mutual benefit. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan stroked his mustache smugly. Definitely, definitely. He walked towards class 6 of grade 3 with a loud laugh, followed closely by the others. Upon entering the classroom, Su Yuan went straight to Su Koan and patted him on the shoulder. Koaner, where did that SSS-level genius in your class go? Su Koan's face turned pale, and he stammered. He just left with the Flying Tigers Grand Marshal. Oh, it's okay. Your classmates anyway. Send him a message later and ask him to come out for dinner. It'll help you get to know each other better. Seeing Su Yuan's attitude, Su Koan felt even more uneasy. He didn't dare to say that he had completely offended Yensen, so there was no room for any feelings left. Representatives from other prominent families nearby were also busy chatting with the students, and soon heard a lot of exciting news. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Su Yuan, you old codger, you still want to rise again? Your Su family is really in deep trouble this time. A representative from a powerful family who had a grudge against the Su family spoke with a sneer, and Su Yuan and the others were immediately stunned. The man immediately revealed in detail how Su Koan had offended Yen. Senator Su Yuan's face turned pale and then purple as he listened, and his blood pressure soared instantly. I'll beat you to death, you little bastard. Su Yuan turned around and slapped Su Koan hard across the face, sending the latter flying and crashing into the wall. They had originally hoped that their grandson would be in the same class as a genius, which would give them a chance to get closer to each other. Unexpectedly, this incident has completely offended the other party. Su Yuan's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to salvage the situation. He quickly grabbed Su Koan, who was beaten senseless, and rushed out the door. Su's mythical beast food processing plant. The Yen couple, who had just finished their work, wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Honey, we'll have to work a little more overtime. Our son needs a lot of money for his cultivation. Thank you for your hard work. It's alright, our son's future is the most important thing. From now on, we won't go to the cafeteria for lunch anymore. We'll bring our own food, and every little bit helps. The two were discussing in hushed tones when suddenly a portly middle-aged man strode over arrogantly, staring at them with haughty eyes. Yen Shan, Ran Fong, you two are fired. The moment the words left their mouths, the two of them were struck dumb. Team leader Lan, Yen Shan and his wife have been employees for over 10 years. They've never made a mistake and rarely even take leave. Why are you firing them? In the workshop, a kind-hearted co-worker asked in bewilderment, feeling sorry for the two. Lu the Bald, you talk too much nonsense. If you say another word, you'll be fired too. Lan Deheo, his face full of fat, glared angrily at his co-worker, who immediately fell silent. These days, it's not easy to find a job in a base city that can support your family. If you get fired, your whole family will starve. Lan Haozi, you're just a team leader at best. You have no right to fire me. Yen Shan came to his senses and roughly understood that it was probably because he hadn't cooperated with Lan Deheo in smuggling the alien beast materials, and this was Lan Deheo's revenge. Ah, Yen Shan, you stupid donkey, you think I fired you? You don't know, do you? It was your good-for-nothing son who offended the young master of the Su family at school, and he personally called the factory manager to tell you to get out of here. Lan Deheo laughed so hard he almost fell over, his eyes full of mockery. Let me tell you, your good-for-nothing son is even worse than you. He's only awakened the beast transformation ability of an F-level black serpent. From now on, he'll probably only be able to collect welfare and won't even be able to find a job. Hearing this insult, Yen Shan gritted his teeth and roared, rushing forward and slamming into Lan Deheo. Yen Shan's beast transformation ability is an E-level iron-headed donkey, greatly enhancing his physical strength. With a single collision, he sent Lan Deheo's obese body flying 3 meters away. You can insult me, but you're not allowed to insult my son. Lan Deheo clutched his stomach and groaned as he pressed the alarm button in his hand. Within seconds, 4 or 5 burly men, fully armed, rushed into the workshop, their muscles bulging and their presence imposing. These two are causing trouble, beat them to death. A ruthless glint flashed in Lan Deheo's eyes. Several security guards exchanged glances, and then one of them quickly rushed to Yen Shan and easily pinned him to the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lan Deheo kicked Yen Shan hard in the face. You trash, how dare you hit me? My son is now a follower of the young master of the Su family. Killing you lowly people is as easy as stepping on ants. You bastard, don't hit my husband. Seeing Yen Shan being attacked, Ran Fong rushed over. At this moment, Lan Deheo was already on guard and immediately activated his beast transformation ability, his face instantly turning into a ferocious rat head. Although he only awakened the E-level rat-headed duck ability, as a group leader, he has made a lot of money over the years and his level has been raised to the 7th level of the mortal rank. Ran Fong's beast transformation ability was not suited for combat, and her level level was far inferior to Lan Deheo's, so she was completely unable to resist. Lan Deheo grabbed Ran Fong's hair and slammed her to the ground, blood streaming down her face. Yan Shan, seeing this, was filled with rage and struggled desperately to get up but was firmly restrained by the factory security guards. Lan Deheo, you beast, if you have the guts, come at me. What kind of man lays a hand on a woman? You're nothing but a spineless eunuch. Yan Shan roared, and Lan Deheo, enraged, felt his body heat up. He walked straight over and kicked Yan Shan in the head repeatedly, blood gushing out and staining the cement ground red. What? Stubborn donkey, aren't you going to be stubborn? Keep braying then? Lan Deheo laughed arrogantly. Dad, Mom! Just then, an angry shout came from outside the workshop. Upon seeing the scene before him, Yensen was filled with rage. Hey, you little good-for-nothing, you got here pretty fast? You only recently awakened, right? I thought you were too ashamed to face your parents. With a mocking smile, Lan Deheo kicked Yan Shan and Ran Fong on the ground. Perfect timing. Quickly take these two old idiots home. Don't let them die here and embarrass themselves. You're asking for it. Yensen's eyes were bloodshot, and the violent energy within him was uncontrollable, causing his blood to boil instantly. He charged straight at Lan Deheo, who paid no attention and looked at him with disdain. In his eyes, a newly awakened F-rank black-tailed serpent beastman was utterly insignificant. Son, don't be impulsive. Seeing this, Yan Shan hurriedly tried to stop him, but Yensen had already closed in. Lan Deheo clenched his fists with a cold smile, secretly plotting in his mind. Since this little good-for-nothing is just as ungrateful as his father, let's take this opportunity to cripple him. He smashed the weapon against Yensen's head, and the onlookers couldn't help but look away, their eyes filled with pity for Yensen. The sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by a blood-curdling scream, as agonizing as a pig being slaughtered. Ah, my hand, my hand! Everyone stared at the scene before them, their faces instantly frozen in shock, as if they were statues. Lan Deheo's fist was tightly gripped by Yensen, who then twisted it forcefully. In just a few seconds, the fist was twisted into a pretzel shape, and blood and bone fragments gushed out from the cracks in the skin, creating a gruesome scene. Help me! Help me! Lan Deheo's disdain was instantly replaced by fear. He felt an indescribable pressure from the boy in front of him, as if the other party was an ancient ferocious beast that suppressed him from the depths of his bloodline and the core of his genes. Die! Yensen's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly punched Lan Deheo in the chest, sending the latter flying several meters away. His ribs broke one by one, and he fell to the ground as if he had fallen apart, panting heavily. This scene terrified everyone. After a while, several security guards came to their senses and tried to step forward to stop them. Yensen turned around and glared at them coldly. His dragon might erupted from his body, and the men trembled instantly, their legs buckling involuntarily as they knelt heavily on the ground. What's going on? Why can't I control my body? The security guards looked at each other, their eyes filled with unspeakable fear. Just now, at that very moment, an irresistible thought arose from the depths of their souls, to surrender. When the true dragon appears, all beasts submit. Even though these security guards were of a much higher rank than Yensen, they were unable to muster any will to resist due to the suppression of their bloodline. Yensen walked to Lan Deheo's side and saw him pleading with his mouth full of blood and foam. Please, don't kill me. If you kill me, you'll go to jail. Yensen stared at him coldly, remaining silent, then slowly raised his foot and kicked down suddenly. The man's head looked as if it had been smashed by a watermelon, with red and white pieces of flesh scattered all over the ground, leaving everyone around stunned. Murder! Murder! Screams erupted one after another. No one expected that this seemingly naive young man would actually dare to commit murder. Son, you! Yan Shan stared at Lan Deheo, who was now completely dead, his eyes filled with complex and unreadable emotions. Although he wished the man would die 1,000 times over, he was filled with reluctance compared to his son's future. Son, listen to me, you didn't kill Lan Deheo, I did. A resolute glint flashed in Yan Shan's eyes, and he turned to the crowd around him, bowing deeply. Everyone, I, Yan Shan, have a favor to ask of you. When the inspectors arrive, please tell them that I killed Lan Deheo. I beg you all. The workers looked at each other, and before they could say anything, another group of people rushed over from outside the workshop, led by a fat middle-aged man. This man was even fatter and taller than the deceased Lan Deheo. He was practically a mountain of flesh. Seeing Lan Deheo's miserable death, the fat man's face was full of laughter. Well, you really have guts to kill someone in the Su family's factory. Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? Why aren't you arresting those three? The fat man roared orders to the security guards, who looked at each other, recalling the scene just now, but none of them moved an inch. The security guards knew perfectly well that with a monthly salary of only a few thousand yuan, why risk their lives? Survival was the most important thing, the lives of others were none of their concern. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash, you really want me to do it myself? The fat man let out a low growl, his face contorted and deformed like a pig's head, and his aura suddenly exploded. He actually reached the first level of soldier-level cultivation. Yensen took a step forward, standing in front of his injured parents, and his aura suddenly surged. Although it only emitted the aura of the first level of the the mortal realm. The pig-headed fat man opposite him could sense it and couldn't help but sneer. A mere mortal level 1 trying to fight against me, a soldier level 1? Are you out of your mind? As soon as he finished speaking, Jensen unleashed another terrifying aura, pressing down on them. The fat man's expression changed drastically, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and he suddenly realized what was happening. With such an aura at the first level of the mortal realm, his bloodline level is definitely no lower than S rank. The fat man with the pig's head couldn't help but swallow. His beast transformation ability is only at level E, and it took him many years to reach level 1. He can't afford to offend such an S-level genius. Thinking of this, his hideous pig-headed face instantly broke into a smile. Oh dear, my old eyes are failing me. I didn't recognize which young master it was. His arrogant and domineering demeanor suddenly turned into a fawning one, leaving everyone in the room somewhat stunned. Only the security guards secretly gave the pig-headed factory manager a thumbs up in their hearts. That's a smart guy. He knew this kid was no ordinary person and didn't do anything stupid. Jensen glanced at the bruises and wounds on his parents' bodies, said nothing, and simply pulled them out. Seeing this, Pighead did not stop them, but his secretary asked in confusion, "Factory manager, are we just going to let them go like this? They killed someone. According to the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom, they should go to jail." Pighead sneered, "Idiot. The law is just a tool to restrain ordinary people. This kid is no ordinary person. Even if someone like Lan Deheo dies 100 times, it won't affect him." He thought for a moment, then picked up the phone and dialed a number. "No matter what, we must report to the head of the family." In the car, Su Yuan received a phone call, and his expression changed drastically. "That damned Lan Deheo deserves to die 1,000 times over. Chop his body into pieces and feed it to the dogs. And have someone kill his son too. It's all because of those 2 good-for-nothings. They've completely offended Jensen now." Enraged, Su Yuan raised his hand and slapped Su Kuan, who had just woken up from his coma, hard. With a snap, the latter was pressed against the car window, his face squeezed out of shape. "Even a pig's head is smarter than you. You're a useless piece of trash who's good for nothing. Originally, I could have just spent a little money to curry favor with someone, but now I have to lose everything just to appease them." Su Yuan was so angry he could hardly breathe, wishing he could beat this unlucky grandson to death on the spot. "Son, you and your mother go home first. I'm going to turn myself in." On the way, Yenshan casually wiped the blood off his face and decided to leave. "Dad, don't worry. There are surveillance cameras in the workshop. Lan Deheo clearly had the intention to kill me. I killed him in self-defense." Hearing this, Yenshan breathed a slight sigh of relief, but soon became tense again. "Lan Deheo is a factory employee. If we kill him, won't we offend the Su family? I heard the Su family has a 5th-tier beastman. We can't handle that." Ran Fong, who was standing nearby, suddenly interjected, "Honey, didn't you think that pig-headed factory manager Wang Wei seemed particularly afraid of our son? Son, have you awakened an S-level beast transformation ability?" After Ran Fong said that, Yenshan also thought it was very likely. "That's right, my son must have awakened an S-level ability. I was beaten senseless by that Lan Deheo, but my son was able to kill him right after awakening. It must be bloodline suppression." The two were very excited, but Jensen shook his head and said, "Dad, Mom, you're wrong. I haven't awakened an S-class beast transformation ability." Upon hearing the first part of the sentence, the two of them felt a tightness in their chests. "My awakened beast transformation ability is SSS-Rank." "What? Son, you're not kidding, are you?" The two suspected they had misheard and quickly covered their ears. "You heard right. Jensen is a once-in-a-century genius from the Anyang base. His SSS-level beast transformation ability is among the best in the entire Great Xia Kingdom." At this moment, a luxury car more than 10 meters long stopped by the roadside. The door slid open, and an elderly man with an extraordinary demeanor dragged a young man who had fainted out of the car. "You are Su Yuan, the head of the Su family and a 5th-rank general." As employees of Su's businesses, Yenshan and his wife had seen each other on the leadership wall. "Ha, I didn't expect brother Yenshan to know me. It's a pleasure to meet you." Su Yuan's enthusiastic attitude made Yenshan feel somewhat uneasy. After all, the other party was a true 5th-tier expert with a prestigious status, while he was just a mortal who had never even been able to get a glimpse of the other party in the past. Su Yuan wanted to strike up a conversation with Jensen, but the latter hadn't given him a second glance since getting off the bus. "Ahem, brother Yenshan, I already know that Lan Deheo bullied you and injured you. That guy deserves to die, and I've taken care of the aftermath. Here's a bank card with 10 million in it. It's for your medical expenses." Su Yuan unceremoniously shoved the bank card into Yenshan's hand. "These are just minor injuries, they don't need that much money." Yenshan's hand trembled slightly. He had never seen such a large sum of money in his life, and the small card in his hand felt surprisingly heavy. "Hey, don't be shy, this little bit of money is nothing. Also, my grandson Su Koan has a minor conflict with Jensen because he was instigated by Lan Deheo's son, Lan Shoa. I'm deeply sorry about this. I already beat him up on the way here." "Jensen, if you're still not satisfied, you can beat him up a few more times. terms. Su Yuan threw the unconscious Su Kuan at Yansen's feet. The latter's face twitched. He didn't expect that this dignified 5th level expert would be so shameless. Yansen, I have another matter to invite you to come here. That is to invite you to learn the martial arts of our Su family. It is an S-level martial art, which is rarely seen even in first-class martial arts academies. Upon hearing this, Yansen finally turned around. The reason is simple. The allure of S-rank martial arts is just too great. When the era of humans awakening their beast-like abilities arrived, many once forgotten martial arts techniques regained their brilliance. In particular, the Great Xia Kingdom, with its profound martial arts heritage, experienced a surge in strength, becoming the strongest among all human kingdoms. When martial arts based on animals are combined with specific beast transformation abilities, they can unleash unimaginable power. For example, the famous Tongbei fist can shatter mountains and shake the earth with every move in the hands of a 12th tier saint-level expert who has awakened the beast transformation ability of the chaotic demon ape. S-rank martial arts, also known as legendary martial arts, are the highest level martial arts techniques that can be passed down through generations. Generally speaking, only their creators can unleash power exceeding that of an S-rank technique. This is also the foundation passed down through generations of families. This kind of martial art has always been in short supply on the market, and it is difficult to buy even if you have money. For the Su family, whose strongest members are only at the 5th rank, to possess an S-rank martial arts inheritance was quite unexpected for Yansen. The other party actually offered an S-rank martial arts technique as compensation, showing great sincerity, even to the point of being overly generous. At this moment, Yansen has not yet signed a contract with the country. The simplest way for him to obtain an S-level martial skill through his own efforts is to be admitted to a martial arts academy. Once you enter a top-tier martial arts academy, you're basically guaranteed the qualification to learn S-level martial arts techniques. The second option is to exchange contribution points for qualifications from the national arsenal. However, this path is extremely difficult. To prevent theft by foreign countries or races, the management of S-rank martial arts is extremely strict, and only those who have obtained a noble title can barely learn one. The lowest rank of baron is usually only attainable by a 5th-tier general. Yansen could resist the temptation of money, but he still found it difficult to resist the temptation of enhancing his own strength. After all, they gave us so much. Seeing Yansen's expression, Su Yuan smiled. He knew in his heart that the deal was in the bag. Once this S-rank martial skill was unleashed, not only Yansen, who had just awakened, but even Qin Feihu, the guardian of Anyang Base City, would find it difficult to resist. This is precisely the Su family's most domineering asset. Master Su, state your terms, Yansen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan raised his white eyebrows slightly, quite surprised. This kid can remain calm even when faced with the temptation of an S-level martial arts technique. He is truly extraordinary. With such monstrous talent, he is sure to achieve great things in the future. Young friend Yansen, I won't say much. You know the value of an S-rank martial skill. As long as you agree to become a retainer of our Su family, it's yours. Don't worry, the Su family doesn't need you to do anything right now. As long as you can grow stronger, we can use your name to break out of Anyang Base City and reach a wider world. Yansen pondered for a moment after listening to Su Yuan's words. In this era, nothing can be accomplished without strong support. Even if you're just doing business in Anyang, relying on the Su family's background, you still have to face fierce competition from many powerful families. They have no way of intervening if they want to leave the base city and advance into higher-level prefectures and states. Higher-level cities not only mean richer resources and larger markets, but also greater security. Because the guardians dispatched by advanced base cities are more powerful, unlike ordinary base cities, if they encounter a large spacetime rift, they risk being destroyed if the rift lasts for a while. S-level martial arts techniques are indeed very valuable, but if it means I have to be tied to your Su family, then I'd better give up. Yansen thought for a moment, then shook his head and refused. On the surface, this seems to be a zero-cost deal, but in reality, it is binding Yansen's future value in advance. If he can steadily grow to the 7th rank of Marquis, the Su family will make a fortune. With each rank he advances, the Su family's profits will only increase. Using an S-rank martial art to bind the future of an SSS-rank genius is an incredibly worthwhile deal. If you really agree, you might as well go to Qin Feihu and bind yourself to the Qin family of Nanzhou, or sign a contract with the state. Ahem, young friend Yansen, don't refuse so quickly. The conditions are negotiable. Su Yuan secretly admired Yansen's keen insight, as he saw through his intentions at a glance. Master Su, I have only two conditions. If you agree, this deal can be made. First, I can only guarantee that the Su family's business will extend to the prefectural city. Second, I can only endorse the Su family for 10 years, starting from now. Hearing the first part of the sentence, Su Yuan was not surprised. As long as the business could be carried out in the prefectural city, it meant that a 7th level expert was in charge, which meant that he had already made a profit. But the second half of the sentence almost made Su Yuan lose his balance. Young friend Yansen, you must be joking. Judging from the cultivation speed of SSS-level geniuses over the years, years. Reaching the 7th level in 10 years is already considered fast. If we start counting from now, our Su family simply won't have time to march into the prefectural city. Yansen shook his head. Don't worry, I can guarantee that the Su family will have at least 5 years to develop in the prefectural city. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's eyes widened, his lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something but then swallowed it back. He was secretly amazed. Is this young man arrogant or confident? He actually said he could reach the 7th level in 5 years? At his current age, he will only be 23 years old in 5 years. Apart from the people who founded the Great Xia dynasty, there are almost no marquee-level experts of that age in later generations. Does he really think he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the martyrs? Even if he is exceptionally talented, does he possess the heroic spirit to turn the tide and save people from suffering? Su Yuan was full of disdain, taking the boy's youthful impetuosity to heart and not taking him seriously. In that case, we'll listen to you, young friend. As long as you can become a 7th-tier expert, 5 years will be enough time for our Su family to grow and prosper. This is my contact information. Young friend, you are welcome to come to the Su family to learn S-level martial arts anytime. After talking for a while, Yansen asked him to take his parents back to their residence, while he stood there in a daze for a moment. Reaching the 7th level in 5 years is indeed not easy, but with the system's assistance, the situation is different. He looked at the system panel, where 2 new lines of information had appeared. Killed a tier 0 enemy, experience plus 70, essence plus 10. This was the system notification that appeared when he killed Lan Deheo. Experience can be used to improve martial arts progress, while essence can be used to improve cultivation level. He tried it out, and the 10 points of essence instantly flowed through his limbs and bones, raising his cultivation level from the 1st level of the mortal realm to the 2nd level. It seems that killing enemies is the fastest way for me to improve my strength. No, this essence comes from the dragon absorption technique in my talent. I wonder if it can be converted from other resources. Yansen pondered this in his mind, then headed to the Evolver Hall, intending to buy some resources to try his luck. Today, all public transportation in the base city is powered by psionic energy, with buses as fast as high-speed trains of the old days and subways incredibly fast. In this new era, cultivators have many names: beastmen, evolvers, martial artists, and so on. The Evolver Hall is bustling with people, covering tens of thousands of acres and divided into multiple areas. Tens of thousands of evolvers move through it, yet it does not feel crowded. Yansen first arrived at the trading area of the hall, which was filled with exotic beast materials and various resources, resembling a specialized shopping mall. Many mercenary teams and enterprises had shops here. One by one, fair-skinned and beautiful saleswomen, dressed in cheongsams with slits up to their thighs, scanned the passing evolvers, searching for their target customers. Many of these girls have fluffy ears or small tails like those of rabbits or foxes, which are extremely alluring. This is their ability to transform into animals, and they can only engage in service work, not participate in combat. Yansen walked into the mall, and the experienced sales assistants quickly glanced at him, completely ignoring him. Having spent several years in the shopping mall, they can now judge a person's financial status by their clothing and demeanor. A boy like Yansen, still wearing his school uniform, was clearly just a high school student who came to join in the fun and broaden his horizons. He didn't deserve to be entertained at all. Yansen was happy to have some peace and quiet, looking at the samples in the glass display case while feeling the changes within his body. I can sense the essence of the herbs and beasts used for cultivation. I'll buy some to try. Just as he was about to look for a sales assistant, he found that no one was paying attention to him. Several women were chattering about something around a young girl. Ching, the most important thing in our line of work is having a keen eye. You need to spend more time on potential clients. First-level clients generally have a spending power of hundreds of thousands, and the commission for each sale is several thousand yuan. If I'm lucky enough to land a big client at the 2nd or 3rd level, making hundreds of thousands in a single deal isn't a dream. Ignore those greenhorns who look like they're here to see the world. They're probably penniless. As they talked, the group subtly gestured to the girl to look in Yansen's direction. The girl looked over and immediately showed a surprised expression. Yansen noticed her reaction and was somewhat surprised. Hu Qingqing, are you doing a part-time job here? She was one of his classmates, a girl who usually didn't attract much attention. Previously, Hu Qingqing always wore thick bangs that completely covered her eyes, and her school uniform was loose and ill-fitting. But this time, she changed into a fitted cheongsam, and her hair was tied up in a high ponytail. She was surprisingly beautiful, especially her full breasts, which make her look more like a mature young woman than a naive high school student. It's not a part-time job. Hu Qingqing's eyes dimmed slightly, and Yansen immediately understood what she meant. Every year on Awakening Day, many people also graduate. Those who have awakened E-level or F-level beast transformation abilities have no need to stay in school. Instead, they go directly into the workforce. Looking at Hu Qingqing's pair of pink fox ears, he judged that she had awakened to be an E-level pink fox, with little combat power, only capable of doing jobs similar to waitresses. Even when working as a sales assistant, you still have to rely on your looks and use suggestive effective tactics to attract customers. So, she was clearly a little embarrassed when she recognized Yansen. "Hey, Qingqing, is this your classmate?" The big-breasted bunny girl glanced at Yansen, then leaned close to Hu Qingqing's ear and whispered, "Let me tell you, little sister, you're in the workforce now. Don't be as naive as you were in school. Throw romance aside and focus on making money. Poor guys like this are just trying to get something for nothing from you. Don't talk to them about friendship." Hu Qingqing smiled helplessly and explained to the rabbit girl, "Sister Ro, you've misunderstood him. He's not what you think." "Oh dear, you silly girl, why won't you listen to advice? A woman's youth only lasts a few years, don't waste it on this." He awakened his SSS-level beast transformation ability today. This kind of young heartthrob is the kind we should be pursuing. It doesn't matter if he's rich or not, the key is that he has to treat you well. The rabbit girl's face immediately lit up with eagerness, and she ran to Yansen. "Hey buddy, I can tell you're not simple. Do you have a girlfriend? If you do, it doesn't matter, one more won't hurt." Not only the rabbit girl, but also the sales assistants who had been indifferent to Yansen just moments before, all crowded around him. The rich fragrance of cosmetics filled the air, and their fair and voluptuous figures almost blinded Yansen. All right everyone, I need to talk to Hu Qingqing about something. Can you let me go first?" Hearing Yansen's words, the young ladies looked at Hu Qingqing with envy. Being able to hook up with a top genius was better than currying favor with any rich and powerful person. In the eyes of those wealthy people, these girls are nothing more than playthings to be used and discarded, while such young geniuses are much easier to get along with than those people. "I need to buy some things. Can you help me pack them? I've already sent you the list." Yansen typed a message on his phone and sent it privately to Hu Qingqing. After reading it, she covered her mouth in surprise. "Yansen, these things must cost tens of millions." Several sales assistants also came over to take a look, and they were almost envious and jealous. "Okay, I'll pay by card. I have something to do. Can you hurry?" Okay, I'll go get the goods for you right away." Hu Qingqing didn't dare to delay, and with the help of the two sales assistants, she quickly brought up the things Yansen needed. Yansen picked up the bag, nodded to Hu Qingqing, and then left. Hu Qingqing stared blankly at his retreating figure for a long while. "Qingqing, seize this opportunity. This is a golden chance for you to advance your social class." The rabbit girl patted her on the shoulder. "Forget it, he's an SSS-level genius. Countless noble families are vying to marry him. I'm not good enough for him." Hu Qingqing sighed, but the rabbit girl laughed. "Qingqing, what are you thinking? Who said you were going to be the main wife? We should be grateful if we can even get the job of being someone's bedmate. Be a little thick-skinned. You're still a virgin, which is your natural advantage. We won't lose out if we take advantage of a genius like this for free." Hearing these words, Hu Qingqing didn't know how to respond for a moment, while Yansen had already found a cultivation room and began to frantically absorb the resources he had just bought. Absorbed the 100 herbs elixir, essence +1. Absorbed the beast elixir, essence +1. Each bottle of highly concentrated spiritual liquid medicine contains less than 10 milliliters, but is worth tens of thousands. The compensation from Su Yuan, plus the awakening reward from the school, was all spent, leaving only a little over 1,000 essence points for Yansen. Now, the moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. "System, give me some points." He silently recited a mantra, and thousands of essences transformed into power, spreading out and merging into every cell of Yansen's body. A vibrant life force surged and flowed through his flesh and bones. His cultivation level also began to rise rapidly, starting from the second level of the mortal realm and advancing with unstoppable momentum. Mortal level 3, mortal level 4, mortal level 5. The cultivation of a beastman involves gradually unlocking the genetic locks within their body to release greater power. At this moment, the mortal level gene locks within Yansen's body broke one by one, and the imprisoned peerless ferocious dragon finally began to show its sharpness. When all 10 layers of the mortal level gene lock shattered, Yansen's limbs and bones emitted a faint dragon roar. With a casual wave of his hand, the air whistled as it was pierced. His cultivation level also jumped to the first tier soldier level in one fell swoop. "That's incredible." Yansen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. If he were to encounter Lan Deheo in his beast form right now, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Simply unleashing a wave of dragon might would probably be enough to kill him. In Anyang Base City, such a cultivation speed is something even S-level geniuses with family backgrounds can only look up to in the dust. After all, even if they have training grounds and resources suitable for their abilities, they still need time to digest them, while I only need enough resources to quickly convert them into strength. With these thoughts in mind, Yansen walked straight out of the training room and headed towards the certification hall. As far as he knew, those geniuses who broke certification records would receive generous rewards. The authentication hall had far fewer people than the trading hall, but it still attracted several thousand people. As soon as Yansen entered, he saw 3 testing instruments, each larger than a truck, prominently displayed in 3 areas of the hall. There were 3 lines of people next to each testing device, each taking a test at a different level. First tier soldier level, second tier sergeant level, third tier division level. Beyond this level, no matter how high one's cultivation level, one cannot receive subsidies, as that small amount of of money is negligible. More importantly, the destructive power of 4th tier and above experts is too terrifying, and the test conditions cannot be met in a closed room. Yansen didn't attract much attention when he entered the hall. After all, there were quite a few students in school uniforms coming to get certified, and many evolved beings were happy to enjoy the envious glances from others. But when he walked out of the onlookers area and entered the certification area to queue, many people looked surprised. Little friend, if you want to see the world, go outside and look around. You can't just wander in here. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face turned around and reminded Yansen, "This is the soldier-level certified team, the largest in number. Almost all of them are social mercenaries with a bloody aura. Most of these people only have D-level beast transformation ability and lack sufficient resources, making it difficult for them to get into martial arts academies. Most of them can only become mercenaries. They accept tasks posted in the hall and obtain cultivation resources in this way." Faced with the uncle's reminder, Yansen smiled and nodded without saying anything more. The middle-aged man shook his head inside, but said nothing more. A young man in front of him, however, let out a cold laugh. "Dude, why are you wasting your breath on this kid? He'll learn his lesson when he wets his pants under the pressure of those guys' test." A man further ahead chimed in, "Isn't today awakening day for our Anyang base city? This kid just awakened, and instead of focusing on his cultivation, why is he wandering around here? Does he think he can reach soldier level just by awakening? Big head, are you kidding me? Reaching soldier level right after awakening? Even those S-rank geniuses in the base city can't do that. Does this kid look like an S-rank?" The young man glanced at Yansen indifferently, clearly disapproving of this carefree student. Alright, stop talking. It'll be your turn to test soon." The man surnamed Tai turned around and glanced at Yansen again. "Little friend, when I go up to test you, step back a bit. I'm testing a soldier at the 10th level. The pressure there is beyond your ability to withstand." Yansen nodded, already prepared in his heart. As they were talking, the person in front of them had finished the test. The uncle surnamed Tai walked to the machine, took out his ID card, and swiped it. A beam of light shot out from the scanner in front of the instrument, scanning him from head to toe in the blink of an eye. "Ding name, Typhoon, cultivation level, soldier level 10. Next, a pressure test will be conducted. Please prepare." The level assessment is fully automated and consists of 2 stages. First, a scanner detects the level, and then the detector releases pressure, which serves as a preliminary and rough test of strength. The reason is that some people who have no hope of breaking through take banned drugs to quickly break through their genetic lock in order to obtain certification subsidies, but their strength does not improve much. Under the pressure test in the second stage, they will reveal their true forms. Some people have broken too many genetic locks, and their strength is far from what it actually is. They may even be suppressed to death by the pressure. Tai Feng's strength was among the best in the team, so when the instrument released its pressure, everyone involuntarily took 2 steps back. The circular device above Tai Feng's head emitted waves of energy that enveloped him. His originally straight body suddenly bent over, and red light surged from his body. Wolf fur then grew out, and he transformed into a humanoid blood wolf. His combat suit was also stretched taut. If it weren't specially customized and highly elastic, ordinary clothing would have already torn apart. Ding, test passed. Next. As the electronic announcement sounded, Typhoon quickly reverted to human form and let out a long breath. "I almost couldn't hold on. It seems that I need to solidify my strength more after using drugs to break through." Typhoon left the testing station, but Yansen strode up to him. "Kid, are you not afraid of dying?" The young man waiting for Typhoon frowned, and the surrounding evolved beings also looked at Yansen. Seeing Yansen wearing a school uniform, and remembering the day, someone quickly reminded him, "Don't be foolish, kid. The pressure released by the testing platform is at least at the 1st level of soldier level. You just awakened and you're going to go up there. You'll be crippled if you don't die." Yansen seemed not to hear, took out his ID card and swiped it, and the scanner started up quickly. Ding name, Yansen, cultivation level, soldier level 1. Upon hearing this voice, the evolved beings were stunned for a moment, then looked at each other, wondering if they had misheard. Level 1 soldier? Is this kid trying to mess with us while wearing a high school uniform? He only just awakened today and he's already at the soldier level? For a moment, everyone was incredulous. The young man standing next to Typhoon chuckled. Could it be that he took banned drugs to unlock his genetic potential and is trying to scam subsidies? I remember that the first high school student to break through to the soldier level each year gets a reward of several million, right? His words drew nods of agreement from the other evolved beings around him. This had happened before. Some students who had awakened E-level beast-like abilities took banned drugs to forcibly unlock their genetic locks in order to claim the rewards. But after these people died from the pressure of the realm, no one dared to take such a risk again. Is this kid really that crazy? Just as everyone was about to investigate further, the circular device above Yansen's head began to release its pressure, with layers of energy ripples enveloping him. Yansen frowned slightly. He saw that the other evolved beings looked uncomfortable when they were under the pressure, but he himself was completely unaffected and seemed excessively relaxed. But upon closer closer reflection, it becomes clear. After all, he has an SSS-level bloodline. If the pressure from his peers makes him uncomfortable, then other beastmen with lower-level bloodlines would probably have been crushed to death long ago. Test successful. When the announcement was made, everyone's eyes widened immediately. This is it? No way, this instrument must be malfunctioning. He seems to be taking it way too easy. Yeah, he doesn't even need to transform into a beast to withstand the pressure. That's too unbelievable. The evolved beings were filled with confusion. The scene before them completely overturned their understanding. How is this possible? Could this kid have really broken through to the soldier level? The young man next to Typhoon spoke with a trembling voice, about to speak, but was stopped by Typhoon. Ludong, you'd better keep quiet. The probability of the testing device malfunctioning is extremely low. If this young man really breaks through to the soldier level based on his own strength, think about the consequences of offending him. Upon hearing this, Ludong's face turned ashen, and he involuntarily took a step back. After hearing his words, the doubts of the evolved beings next to Typhoon gradually subsided. Better safe than sorry. If this young man can truly break through to the soldier level shortly after awakening, how astonishing his talent will be. If these low-level mercenaries provoke him, they might not even know how they will die. Everyone stared curiously at the composed Yen senator. Just then, the private elevator in the distance slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit strode in, surrounded by a group of people. That's Qi Lianqing, the director of the Evolution Hall. He's a 5th-tier general-level expert. My god, I've been coming and going here for years and I've never seen this big shot before. Who is he here to see? Who could possibly have such influence? Some passers-by were puzzled by the scene before them, until Qi Lianqing's gaze fell on Yensen, the only one in the testing team wearing a school uniform. You must be Yensen? My name is Qi Lianqing. I didn't expect you to break through to the soldier level so quickly. You truly deserve to be called an SSS-level genius. Qi Lianqing's words left everyone around them speechless, exchanging doubtful glances as if they had misheard. SSS-level genius? Impossible. The highest level ever reached in Anyang Base City is only S-level. If the speaker hadn't been a 5th-tier expert like Qi Lianqing, they would have suspected it was a lie. For these evolved beings who are generally only at the D level, even the S level is already considered godlike, and the existence of the SSS level is even more unimaginable. No wonder he was able to break through to the soldier level after only a few hours of awakening. Who else but SSS level could do that? I struggled for several years to barely reach the rank of soldier, while others completed it in less than half a day. It's really infuriating to compare people like this. How dare you compete with an SSS level genius? Even S-level geniuses would feel inferior to such a being. Hearing these discussions, Qi Lianqing also expressed his deep agreement. I thought that since this kid refused to sign an agreement with the country and didn't accept the offers from powerful families, his cultivation would be slow in the early stages, despite his exceptional talent. Who would have thought that while those S-level family geniuses were still struggling to cultivate and vying for the honor of being the first to break through to the soldier level, he had already completed it in the time it took to catch his breath. Qi Lianqing sighed inwardly, then turned to Yensen and said, Yensen, as the first student in this cohort to break through to the soldier level, you will receive a reward of 5 million great Xia coins. Please provide your bank card number and I will transfer the money to you immediately. Thank you very much, Director Qi. Yensen handed over his bank card, and the other party immediately had his secretary process it, an efficiency that was astonishing. In reality, as a 5th-tier expert, Qi Lianqing had no need to personally attend for such a small amount of money. However, with the entire Anyang Base City trying to win over Yensen, he naturally couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Interpersonal communication is an art, and Qi Lianqing's appearance was just right, reasonable, and not offensive. Get to know the other party first, and then you can slowly make plans later. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Here's my business card. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Qi Lianqing smiled politely, then said goodbye to Yensen. After he left, the surrounding evolved beings looked at Yensen with awe. Even 5th-tier powerhouses are busy currying favor with such figures. It's utterly absurd for evolved beings like them to dare to approach from afar. The young man who had previously mocked Yensen was now as pale as a sheet and dared not even glance at him. Yensen didn't linger and left directly. Seeing this, the young man finally breathed a deep sigh of relief, as if he had escaped a disaster. Ludong, you need to be careful what you say when you go out in the future. If you anger someone, your life will be over. The evolved being beside him reminded him. Ludong nodded obediently, not daring to object. He had learned his lesson from this experience. At the same time, he also felt some regret that such a person was right beside him, but he had not seized the opportunity to get to know him. If you can establish a connection, you can benefit from the other person's success once they rise in the ranks. Yensen was completely unaware of these trivial matters. At this moment, he exchanged the millions he had for cultivation resources and converted them into essence points. After advancing to the soldier rank, the quality of the required resources improved significantly. This time, 5 million was invested, but only a little over 100 points of essence were obtained in return. Only after converting conversion could the cultivation level be barely raised from soldier rank level 1 to soldier rank level 2? If I want to level up quickly, I don't want to suffer like other evolved beings. Making money is the right way, Yensen thought to himself as he went to the mission hall to accept some bounty missions. At the same time, the news of his breakthrough to the soldier level caused a huge uproar in the circle of geniuses in Anyang Base City. Xin Feihu, who was handling official business, received a message from his subordinate. After reading it, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This kid broke through to the soldier level in such a short time. His SSS level talent is truly terrifying. Just as he was marveling at the sight, the door slowly opened, and a pretty young woman walked in carrying a tea tray. Dad, have a cup of tea. You just went out for a short while and you're already busy again. Upon seeing his daughter, Xin Feihu smiled. Weren't you in seclusion cultivating? How come you have time to come see me? Cultivation also requires a balance of work and rest. Can't you see that I'm already at the 5th level of the mortal realm? If I work a little harder, I can enter the soldier realm tomorrow. Xini flashed her neat white teeth and proudly puffed out her chest. With my speed, I can definitely rank first among the S-class speeds in Anyang Base City. Xin Feihu nodded. You're right. Last year, it took 3 days for the first soldier in Anyang Base City to break through to the rank of private. Your breakthrough in 2 days has indeed broken the record. As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. But you seem to have forgotten that there's also an SSS-level anomaly this year. Of course I know. But so what if he's more talented than me? Dad, didn't you say that his cultivation resources are very limited right now? I have a private training room and a carefully selected evolution formula, which he simply doesn't have. Don't even mention competing with me. You might not even be able to win against other S-class players. Xini's analysis made some sense, and Xin Feihu could only shrug helplessly at the suggestion. You're right, but we all underestimated the terror of SSS-level geniuses. A few minutes ago, news came from the evolution hall that Yensen had completed his soldier-level certification. Xini covered her mouth and gasped in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. Dad, are you serious? How can this guy cultivate so fast? So, why don't you hurry up and work harder? You have better qualifications than Yensen, yet he's left you far behind. Don't you feel ashamed? Xin Feihu smiled meaningfully. In a few days you'll be going to Qianchuan Prefecture for intensive training. Improving your cultivation will also help us secure more benefits for Anyang Base City, won't it? Xini nodded, clenching her little fists. I'm determined to catch up with that Yensen within the next few days. I refuse to believe he can keep going this fast. After saying that, she turned and left. Hey, why don't you put the tea down first? Similar scenes were playing out in other families in Anyang Base City. Upon learning that Yensen had broken through to the soldier level in half a day, those who had been somewhat complacent began to work even harder. At this moment, Yensen was standing in the mission hall selecting a suitable mission. I prefer missions that allow me to earn money while killing mutated beasts. Most of those that meet this condition are located outside the base city, but it's too dangerous to leave the city now. If we want to stay in the city and have enough mutated beasts to kill, there's only one mission. Yensen looked at the mission information on the electronic display screen and gave a helpless, bitter smile. Mission: clear the sewers of mutated creatures. Rewards will be calculated based on the number of kills. After swiping his ID card to receive the necessary tools, Yensen headed to the mission location. Beneath the city lies a dark and deep underground space filled with sewage and various wastes, and also harboring many ferocious mutated beasts. The most common insects here are cockroaches the size of basketballs and rats the size of televisions. Mixed in the garbage in the sewers were the flesh and blood of some strange beasts and remnants of cultivation potions. If ordinary beasts consumed these things, it would often cause various deformities and mutations, causing many originally ordinary beasts to evolve into soldiers. However, overall, there are not many soldier-level alien beasts in the sewers, and they pose almost no threat to Yensen. He carried the steel fork assigned to him for the mission, gripped a powerful flashlight, and slowly made his way along the concrete bank. In the middle was a murky river of sewage, floating with rotting fruits and the bones of strange beasts, the stench of which was nauseating. They hadn't gone far when a dark shadow suddenly darted out from the ground ahead. Yensen reacted swiftly, thrusting his steel fork forward. Just like Runta stabbing the badger, a half-meter-long rat was stabbed through the heart. Experience plus 50, essence plus 1. Judging from its aura, this rat is a rare beast at the 5th or 6th level of the mortal realm. If an ordinary person encountered it, they would probably be in serious trouble. After being pricked, the rat struggled desperately, splattering blood onto Yensen's trouser leg. Luckily, he was wearing thick leather work clothes, otherwise he would have been too disgusted to continue. He took out a data collector from his bag, dipped a needle in some blood, and a line of information immediately appeared on the screen. Slate a level 5 mortal rat, gene harvested. Time. Once this record is completed, it will be useless for others to collect the body again. Yensen kicked the rat carcass into the sewage river and continued on his way, beginning his journey of hunting badger. As the number of mutated beasts he killed gradually increased, he discovered a fact: although these little creatures didn't add much essence. Their sheer number was enormous. If he could kill just a few hundred, his cultivation level would rise to the 3rd level of the soldier rank. Strive, fight. He put on his mask and silently cheered himself up. To upgrade, enduring this filthy environment is nothing. With these thoughts in mind, he carried the bloodstained steel fork and continued to exterminate rats and cockroaches. Meanwhile, somewhere in the base city, a gaunt man with bloodshot eyes was being chased by several people. In his panic, he opened a manhole cover and crawled into the sewer. Brother Dong, that guy's gone into the sewer. He's courting death, Ludong said with a sneer. Immediately send a message to the city guards to seal off all the nearby sewer gates. I'm going to trap him. Ludong's beast-like snake face flicked out a tongue, revealing a smug smile. These idiots panic and rush into the sewers. Don't they know that there are sluice gates in the sewers all over the city now? Thinking this, he quickly crawled into the sewer opening. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes flashed, and the man growled hoarsely, I want to drink blood. I want to drink blood. Then he noticed several rat carcasses floating in the water. He grabbed them, snapped their necks, and sucked their blood. The burning pain inside his body subsided somewhat, but the bloodthirsty desire grew stronger and stronger. No, I want to drink human blood. Wu Chang brutally tore apart the rat's corpse. His clothes were ripped apart, and a pair of bat wings grew from his back, his head turning into a hideous rat's head. He roared into the darkness, the sound waves echoing and rapidly transmitting a large amount of information. Someone's here. I'm going to eat him. With a wide grin stretching from his lips to his ears, and wings unfurling behind him, Wu Chang pounced in that direction. Lu Donggang had just crawled into the sewer when he couldn't help but cover his nose and almost vomited. Damn scum, you're really good at hiding. You dare to run away from this godforsaken place? When I catch you, I'll tear you to pieces. Ludong, who was in a bad mood, originally intended to pursue the fugitive at a leisurely pace, when suddenly his communicator rang. Hey, bro, I'm chasing that fugitive. What about you over there? Ludong, the situation is urgent. Listen to me first. Tai Feng's anxious voice came, and Ludong quickly shut his mouth, knowing that his captain was usually calm and composed, and that this was no small matter. I just received a message from the mission hall saying that Yen Sen, the SSS-level genius boy I met today, has accepted a mission to clean the sewers. So you must find the guy who escaped as soon as possible and kill him at all costs. Make sure Yen Sen is safe, understand? Upon hearing this news, Ludong's hand holding the communicator trembled slightly. Okay, Captain, I will definitely rescue him. After saying that, Ludong immediately dropped his lazy demeanor and became quick in his movements. To be honest, upon hearing this news, Ludong was not only shocked but also somewhat excited. If I can save that genius, the authorities will definitely give me a generous reward, and that guy will also owe me a favor. At that time, Ludong secretly calculated in his heart that this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had to seize it firmly. The 258th, the 259th one. As Jensen killed the enormous cockroaches and rats, he kept an eye on the numbers on the data collector. As the number of kills continued to increase, he had both good news and bad news. The good news is that he can extract essence from the corpses of rats and cockroaches killed by others. The bad news is that the amount of essence seems to gradually decrease as more of the same kind of creatures are killed. Even so, he accumulated several hundred essences and raised his cultivation to the 3rd level of soldier. I'm afraid we won't be able to come here again. What a pity. There's no better place for newbies to level up in this base city. Jensen muttered to himself, feeling a pang of reluctance. He thought that although the place was dirty, messy, and smelly, it had a unique charm. Just as he was lost in his imagination, a scream suddenly came from the depths of darkness. Help! Help! Vampire! The sound echoed between the walls, carrying far. Jensen's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. Vampires? Are there mutated beasts like that in the sewers? He frowned and immediately retreated in the opposite direction of the sound. Caution is the best policy. But after taking only a few steps, a gust of wind suddenly blew from behind. Jensen's heart tightened, and he quickly rolled to avoid it. A dark shadow flew over his head. Jensen looked up and saw a monster with a bat's head and wings staring intently at him. You smell so alluring. Wu Chang licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Having just consumed a level 2 soldier-level evolved human, his expression had calmed down considerably. For some reason, he felt a strong attraction to the guy in front of him, as if the other's blood could provide him with great nourishment. Jensen narrowed his eyes, a sense of crisis rising in his heart. The soldier-level realm is different from the ordinary level. He can no longer kill at will by suppressing his bloodline as he used to. Although the opponent's bloodline aura was not strong, it was still 6 levels higher than his, and he might also have mastered martial arts, which made the situation even more troublesome. Jensen tensed up and assumed a fighting stance. Although he had never formally studied martial arts, he had been taught some basic combat techniques at school. Oh, you actually dare to resist? Ha ha ha. Wu Chang revealed a mocking smile. You're only at the 3rd level of the soldier rank, while I'm at the 9th level. I could kill you with a flick of my finger. He stopped talking as soon as he finished speaking, preparing to kill this ridiculous guy and drain his blood. The bat wings on his back suddenly flapped, and Wu Chang transformed into into a black shadow, rushing towards Yensen. The speed was extremely fast, and Yensen had no time to dodge, but he did not intend to run away. The dragon power within his body surged and gathered in his right hand, causing his originally ordinary palm to be covered with dragon scales. Clench your fist to gather energy, and the dragon's power surges forth. He threw a punch at the approaching shadow. Overestimating yourself. Wu Chang scoffed at Yensen's counterattack, snorted coldly, and stomped down hard in midair. With his cultivation level, this kick would be enough to leave an opponent at the third level of the soldier realm half dead. However, when his foot collided with Yensen's fist, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from below. With a sudden cracking sound, Wu Chang screamed as his foot was blasted into mangled flesh. Impossible, impossible. Wu Chang was sent flying several meters away, staring at Yensen from afar, his scalp tingling. Just now, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from this guy in work clothes, as if he would be blasted into dust in the next second. I understand. Your bloodline level must be very high, probably a rank. No, it must be S-rank. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to withstand me head-on with such a large level difference. If you know, then get out of here. Yensen let out a low shout, then unleashed his dragon might, pressing down fiercely on Wu Chang. Wu Chang's figure, suspended in midair, trembled violently, almost losing his balance and falling. This bloodline pressure is too powerful. He was deeply shaken and almost wanted to run away, but in just a moment, he suddenly understood. Are you just bluffing to scare me away? His eyes, which had been filled with fear, suddenly flickered, and then a surge of greedy desire welled up inside him. That's right, your bloodline level is indeed much higher than mine, but what if I devour you? Then my D-rank Bloodwing Bat will definitely be able to advance to C-rank. No, maybe even B-rank or A-rank. Upon hearing this, Yensen was startled. Although he had the upper hand in the previous exchange, it was mainly because his opponent underestimated him. Based on that one move alone, he knew that if they really fought, he would be no match for this guy. Damn it! If only I could master that S-rank martial art. Yensen sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that when he came to the sewers to kill rats and cockroaches, he would encounter such a monster? After Wu Chang figured it out, he couldn't wait to pounce on him again. This time, he used martial arts techniques. D-rank universal martial skill blood tear hand. Wu Chang's fingernails were sharp as knives. With a sudden flick, he easily tore open Yensen's leather work clothes. He thought that the claw would break through his defenses and pierce his heart, but unexpectedly, the claw only left a shallow scratch on Yensen's skin. What a resilient physique. Wu Chang was shocked. His blood tear hand technique had already reached a minor level of mastery, and he could even break through the defenses of ordinary soldiers at the 10th level. Is this the advantage of a powerful bloodline? Despite a difference of 6 realms, it can still withstand the attack. It's truly something to be desired. His heart was pounding with excitement, and he swung his claws even more fiercely. Yensen used his dragon power to fight and retreat, his wounds deepening and blood slowly flowing out. Damn it! I have pure dragon blood. Even if there's a 6-level difference, being beaten by a stinky bat is just too humiliating. He was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. If I also had a martial art, even if it was only D-rank, I could still take him down. As Yensen thought this, staring at Wu Chang's constantly waving claws, a sudden inspiration flashed in his mind. Bat claws? No, dragon claws. He observed his opponent's every move intently, carefully memorizing them, but that wasn't enough. After all, besides the moves, the most crucial aspect of martial arts is the energy circulation path. Without this, the moves are nothing but empty gestures. Yensen was also intently watching the trajectory of energy flow within Wu Chang's body. After awakening his true dragon bloodline, his perception of the energy of heaven and earth had become exceptionally sharp. When the dragon energy flowed to his eyes, golden light flickered faintly in his pupils. When he looked at Wu Chang's body, several energy paths were clearly visible. D-level martial arts are considered basic martial arts. They are not profound, and there are only a few energy circulation paths. So that's how it is? Yensen tried to circulate the dragon power within his body, following those similar routes. In an instant, he felt as if some power was about to burst forth from his palms. His hands rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a pair of dragon claws, covered with dragon scales, the tips of his 5 fingers as sharp as blades. Yensen let out a low shout and swung his claws at Wu Chang. Seeing this move, which was almost identical to his own, Wu Chang was shocked. Unable to dodge in time, he could only swing his claws to take the hit. The two collided, and a sharp pain struck. Wu Chang's hand, which could have instinctively torn steel, was chopped into several pieces. Impossible. You clearly don't know martial arts, so why? Wu Chang's eyes were filled with barely concealed fear as he was being pushed back, and he spoke in a trembling voice. If you don't know martial arts, can't you just learn them and use them on the spot? Yensen looked at his hands, which had transformed into dragon claws, and a smile appeared on his lips. He never expected that the same martial art would have such drastically different effects on him and Wu Chang. This martial art can no longer be called Blood Tear Hand. It should be renamed Dragon Tear Hand. Previously, the surging dragon power within him could only be used superficially, but now it seemed to have found an outlet, and the power it unleashed was significantly enhanced. Weren't weren't you quite brave just now? Yensen stared at Wu Chang in midair, his eyes surging with killing intent. What kind of monster are you? Wu Chang trembled, completely unable to comprehend how someone could learn martial arts techniques on the spot, and with such power. Upon seeing Yensen's sharp gaze, Wu Chang couldn't help but catch his breath. He suddenly realized that the guy in front of him was no longer his prey, and a thought flashed through his mind. However, the thought had barely formed when Yensen suddenly pushed off the concrete wall behind him, using the force to propel himself upwards and leap towards him with a roar. Dragon Tear Hand. Yensen swung his claws in the air, suddenly grabbing Wu Chang's bat wings and forcefully tearing them apart to the sides. A tearing sound like rags rang out, accompanied by Wu Chang's scream. Half of his body was ripped open, exposing his throbbing internal organs. Monster, monster. Wu Chang uttered 2 words, his eyes gradually dimmed, and then he silently collapsed to the ground. Killed a tier 1 enemy, experience plus 1500, essence plus 300. The system panel popped up with a notification, and Yensen muttered to himself. Detected D-level martial art Blood Tear Hand. You can consume experience points to increase its progress. Improve your martial arts progress. Consuming 100 experience points, Blood Tear Hand has been upgraded from beginner level to minor proficiency. Consuming 300 experience points, Blood Tear Hand skill has been upgraded from lesser mastery to greater mastery. Consuming 1000 experience points, Blood Tear Hand has been upgraded from great mastery to perfection. As information continued to flash, Yensen felt the energy flow path in his palm expand significantly. What were once just a few trickles have now become several rushing rivers, increasing energy transmission efficiency several times over. Ding, insufficient experience. You can consume some experience to improve the quality of Blood Tear Hand. It can even improve the quality of martial arts? Yensen's eyes lit up. If that's true, as long as one has enough experience, even a D-level martial art can be upgraded to an S-level or even higher. However, this will definitely consume a lot of experience. Unless necessary, it's more worthwhile to learn a few more S-level martial arts. Yensen thought to himself. Just then, a shout came from an anxious figure. Damn it, you bastard, don't run away. If you've got the guts, fight me head on. With the dragon power flowing in his eyes, Yensen's night vision was greatly enhanced, and he could see that it was a man with a snake face and a human body, whose features were somewhat familiar. Ludong never expected that Wu Chang would be so adept in this intricate sewer maze, managing to catch up with Wu Chang only to be left behind again. That guy just killed someone right in front of him. Luckily it wasn't Yensen, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten any favors and would probably have suffered a great loss. This time, we must kill that guy no matter what, we can't let him escape again. Ludong flicked his tongue, intently analyzing the aura in the air, sensing that his target was nearby. The smell of blood is too strong. Ludong suddenly sensed something was wrong. Looking at the ground, he saw a Batman corpse torn in two. The face was very familiar. Who else could it be but Wu Chang? A boy stood beside the body, straightening his tattered work clothes. Ludong shuddered and swallowed hard. Did you kill him? Ludong asked. Yensen nodded, and Ludong immediately began to question his existence. If I remember correctly, this guy is at the 9th level of the soldier level. Even if I were to fight him head on, it would take me a lot of effort to defeat him. And you only awakened today, and were only at the 1st level of the soldier rank a few hours ago. Ludong's voice grew softer and softer, with only one thought in his mind. The gap between people is astonishingly large. I thought I could get a favor out of him, but I was just being presumptuous. This guy can kill Wu Chang, and he can probably kill me too. Ludong sighed, on the verge of tears. Just who is this guy? He doesn't seem like an ordinary beast man at all. Yensen looked at Ludong. He had just sensed a chaotic and violent aura from the dead Wu Chang. Who else could it be? It can only be the Church of the Beast God, but this guy is at most an ordinary believer, not even a true believer. Hearing Ludong's words, Yensen raised an eyebrow slightly. These guys are a complete bunch of thugs, utter villains. Once humans awaken their beast-like abilities, their inherent bestial nature gradually awakens as well. Nowadays, the food and meat people eat are cultivated and processed, and they also need cultural edification and artistic training in order to suppress their animalistic instincts. But the members of the Beast God Church are different. They worship primal instincts and firmly believe that beastmen should eat raw meat and drink blood. This is the true meaning of returning to nature and releasing one's nature. Only in this way can humanity become stronger. During the chaotic period following the revival of spiritual energy, these people believed in the law of the jungle. This was not just a figure of speech, but a genuine belief that the weak were devoured as food. The population of China plummeted to 200 or 300 million, turning it into the darkest cannibalistic society. Fortunately, a group of ancestors ignited a spark of hope which shone brightly and drove out the invaders, killed those who committed heinous crimes, and after many hardships, rebuilt the great Xia kingdom of today. Yensen had read about the various evil deeds of the Beast God Church in history books, so he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the name. Weren't these guys supposed to have been wiped out by the Saint Slayer? How come they've reappeared? Tu Sheng was a saint-level expert of the 12th rank, known for his killing prowess. relentless. He killed tens of millions of alien invaders during the founding war of the Great Xia dynasty. It is said that the battlefield is still stained with blood for thousands of miles, filled with malevolent energy, and littered with corpses, so ordinary evolved beings dare not set foot there. Slaughter Saint has always deeply hated the Church of the Beast God. He once killed many enemies who were also saints, and the Great Xia Kingdom has thus become a forbidden area for this force. These guys have indeed died out several times in our Great Xia Kingdom, but they keep thriving abroad. Recently, many base cities in China have seen the discovery of new believers in the Beast God Church, but the reason is unknown. That guy named Wu Chang is a key trainee from the Beast God Church of the British Empire. They gave him a bottle of vampire gene modifying potion, claiming that it could make his genes evolve and keep him young forever. A mocking smile appeared on Ludong's lips. This guy was originally just an ordinary E-class bat, but after genetic modification he became a D-class bloodwing bat. However, he had no idea that this foreign thing required a large supply of blood and would make people lose their minds. As a result, he drained his entire family dry. The people of the Beast God Church like to do this kind of thing. The resources they use to train believers are basically mixed with bloodlust factors. Even ordinary beast transformation abilities will become crazy after being infected, let alone this kind of beast transformation ability that relies on blood. This guy got scammed. Yen Sen nodded. These lower-level believers were just cannon fodder. The books had already spread this message countless times, but some people still couldn't resist the temptation of bloodline advancement. Alright, that's enough. Let's go. Yensen responded and walked to the ground with Ludong. Donzi, well done. Typhoon patted Ludong on the shoulder. Judging from your appearance, you didn't get injured after fighting Wu Chang. Your strength has improved quite a bit. Upon hearing Tai Feng's words, Ludong coughed twice. Hey buddy, you might not believe it, but when I got there, Wu Chang was already dead. Tai Feng was taken aback. Wu Chang was killed by Yensen. He was torn in two. Tai Feng was so shocked that he couldn't speak. You're not lying to me, are you? No, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Ludong smiled helplessly. This must be the legendary prodigy. He just awakened this morning and killed a 9th level soldier this afternoon. I can't even imagine it. Tai Feng sighed, looking at Yensen's back not far away, his face full of emotion. I estimate that this is the closest we've ever come to becoming a future unparalleled powerhouse. Now that you mention it, I'm thinking of taking a picture with him. Maybe I can sell it for a good price later. Ludong's eyes lit up, while Tai Feng smiled helplessly. They were already being lenient by ignoring your previous offenses, and you still wanted to take a photo with them? You're really shameless. But this is a good opportunity. You can take the chance to go up and make some advances. What opportunity? We've accepted the mission to kill Wu Chang, so we can give him the reward in advance. Go talk to him about it. Upon hearing this, Ludong immediately did as instructed. Yensen learned of their purpose and did not refuse. Although the reward for killing this fugitive will arrive sooner or later, receiving it sooner will allow him to improve his strength more quickly. Unfortunately, Wu Chang's skills were too weak, and the prize money was not much, only a little over 1 million. However, by purchasing some resources and adding the essence points he had accumulated, he could still barely raise Yensen's cultivation to the 4th level of the soldier level. He just awakened today, in less than 24 hours, and he has already reached this level. His cultivation speed is incredibly fast, like riding a rocket. After saying goodbye to the others, Yensen returned home. Yensen lived in a cramped house in a working-class neighborhood. It was the Lunar New Year, and the neighborhood was bustling with activity. Everyone had heard that he had awakened an SSS-level talent, and even those who weren't usually familiar with him came to visit with valuable gifts. The already cramped room was crammed with all sorts of things, and many people couldn't even squeeze in, so they had to sit on the outside stairs. Yensen almost thought he had gone to the wrong door. Oh my gosh, our little genius is back. My goodness, Shaosen, you've grown so tall and handsome. I'm your aunt, don't you recognize me? I used to hold you when you were little. A middle-aged woman with a big smile on her face. Yensen narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that he had no impression of her at all. Besides her, there were some relatives who appeared out of nowhere, and they were obviously strangers. Looking at their eager eyes, Yensen thought to himself that it was time to move somewhere, otherwise he was afraid he would not be able to escape the entanglement of these people in the future. While Yensen's family was celebrating, another house in the same neighborhood was eerily quiet. Have you thought it through? Join my cult, and you can not only avenge your father, but also embark on the path to immortality and evolution. A figure hidden in the darkness spoke slowly. Opposite him was Lan Shoa, his eyes filled with hatred. Yensen killed my father and won't give me a way out. Can you help me kill him? Lan Shoa's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but the dark figure smiled coldly. Why should I intervene? You're capable enough on your own. He handed Lan Shoa a bottle of blood-red medicine. Once you take this potion, your genes will be modified, your strength will increase rapidly, and killing a newly awakened guy will be a piece of cake. Lan Shoa took the medicine. Although he hesitated, his anger drove him to gulp it down. Instantly, he collapsed to the ground, struggling, and needle-like hairs began to sprout from his body. His eyes turning blood red. His aura surged continuously, rapidly breaking through from the first level of the mortal rank to the soldier rank, and finally settling at the 10th level of the soldier rank. The potential of a D-grade bloodline is indeed powerful. Just after taking the blood explosion potion, it actually reached the 10th level of the soldier rank? If I could control Yensen, I might be able to quickly cultivate a 7th tier powerhouse. At that time, this base city would be awash in blood. This would be the first step in the Beast God Church's revenge against the Great Xia Kingdom. The shadowy figure silently chanted to himself, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. I just don't know if anyone is secretly protecting this guy. Let's let this piece of trash test the waters first. Thinking this, he whispered to Lan Shoa, who was already showing signs of madness. Go, and take your revenge. Lan Shoa's face contorted in a ferocious expression as he pushed open the door and rushed upstairs. I'm sorry to have to ask you to deliver something so late. Seeing Hu Qingqing carrying large and small bags outside the door, Yensen welcomed her in while saying something apologetically. Before going home, he specifically sent a message to Hu Qingqing, using the money he obtained from cleaning up the mutated beasts in the sewers and killing Wu Cheng to purchase resources. It's okay. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have received such a big order. Hu Qingqing shook her head, feeling grateful to Yensen, knowing that he was taking care of her. Today alone, Yensen has bought things from her 3 times. Although the amount decreased each time, the total amount is close to 20 million. Orders of this size would likely come at a significant cost to other sales associates, even if they were to receive them. When she saw that Yensen had asked her to deliver something, she even dressed up specially. The other sales assistants also had knowing expressions on their faces. They did a lot of this kind of door-to-door service, and life was tough. They earned all their money through hard work. Instead of mocking her, they personally taught Hu Qingqing some tips and tricks. Come in and sit for a while. I'll take you home later. Your home is in a nearby neighborhood, right? Hu Qingqing nodded slightly, then walked in with a touch of shyness. Although she had a good impression of Yensen, this kind of thing still made her feel a little embarrassed. She was stunned as soon as she entered the door, because Yensen's parents were also there. Seeing this, she realized she had been overthinking things. Yensen was genuinely just buying resources and had no intention of taking advantage of her. Yensen had his parents entertain Hu Qingqing, while he took the resources he had bought back to his room and began to rapidly absorb them. The resources were limited, and the conversion was completed within minutes, raising his cultivation level to the 4th level of the soldier rank. The upgrade speed is so fast, it feels amazing. Yensen stretched comfortably and was about to get up when he suddenly heard a loud bang as the door was slammed shut. Yensen, I'm going to kill your whole family. The heavy wooden door was smashed open, and a rat-headed man nearly 2 meters tall came into view. Lan Shoa. Although the other person's facial features were distorted, Hu Qingqing still recognized him by his voice and eyes. Oh, Hu Qingqing, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. What, you've come here to curry favor with Yensen too? What a filthy bitch, dressing up all pretty and offering herself up here. Since you're here too, let's all die together. Lan Shoa chuckled and was about to pounce when suddenly a dragon's might swept in from inside the house. Yensen opened the door and stared coldly at the beast like Lan Shoa. He could sense that this guy had the same aura as Wu Cheng. Lan Shoa trembled all over from the dragon's might and almost knelt down to beg for mercy. The powerful bloodline pressure made him feel fear from the depths of his soul. No, I shouldn't be afraid. So what if your bloodline is superior? I'm already at the 10th level of the soldier rank. He let out a low growl, mustered his courage, and charged at Yensen once more. Yensen, run, son, run. Upon hearing Lan Shoa's words, Hu Qingqing and Yensen's parents called out anxiously. In their view, Yensen had just awakened and could not possibly be a level 10 soldier. At that moment, several low shouts came from outside the door. Lan Shoa turned his head and saw several fully armed evolved humans rush in, tackle him to the ground. Seeing this, Hu Qingqing and the others breathed a sigh of relief, while Yensen looked at Tai Feng and the others with some surprise. What are you doing here? We've taken on the mission from the security team to protect the safety of this area, Tai Feng explained. The guards could have gone anywhere to maintain order, but they specifically applied for this area, paying particular attention to the vicinity of Yensen's house, which was somewhat driven by personal motives. The people from the Beast God Church have been causing a lot of trouble lately. I suggest you move to another place. It's too dangerous for you and your family here. Tai Feng offered sincere advice. Yensen nodded, which was exactly what he was thinking, but he had just awakened today and hadn't had time to prepare before things started happening one after another. Let's move tomorrow. Tai Feng nodded and said to Ludong, let's go, take this guy away. Ludong patted Lan Shoa's head, his snake-like face flicking out its tongue, which made Lan Shoa shiver. Useless. Even after taking the blood rage potion, you're still useless. They had only taken a few steps when a figure slowly emerged from the darkness of the stairwell. Everyone was startled by the powerful aura emanating from it. Yensen and Hu Qingqing were both stunned when they saw the man's face. Li Ziming. Yensen never expected that this seemingly ordinary homeroom teacher was actually a member of the Beast God Church. That's right, Yensen, I didn't expect you to awaken an SSS-level talent. Why don't you join our Beast God Church and make a name for yourself? Go to hell. Why did you give up being a teacher to become a lackey of the Beast God Church? Do you think everyone is like you? Ludong snorted coldly, cursing as he quietly pressed the button on the communicator in his hand. How dare you be so arrogant in the base city? I can summon a bunch of big shots with just one phone call. Let's see if you can survive this. Ludong thought coldly to himself. Although the opponent was a Tier 3 division commander, in a place like the base city, that level was nothing. The captains of the guards here were all Tier 3 experts. Once he made contact, the opponent would arrive within minutes. What are you trying to do? Don't you know this place is already under my silent aura? Your communicator is completely unreachable. Li Ziming's cold words instantly plunged everyone into an icy abyss. His expression changed slightly, twisting into a hideous, insect-like face. Grade C Bloodline, Silent Worm. This insect's bloodline has multiple remarkable effects. It can not only interfere with sound and electronic signals, but also prevent enemies from manipulating the energy within their bodies, creating a silent effect. With Li Ziming's strength at the 3rd tier master level, using his talent to cover half a building would be no difficult task. During this time, even if they caused a ruckus here, not a sound would be heard outside. This guy clearly came prepared. Upon seeing this, Tai Feng and the others immediately stood in front of Yansen and his group, while Li Ziming calmly observed the crowd. Everyone, don't panic. I'm not one to kill innocent people indiscriminately. If you want to live, just take these few bottles of Blood Rage Potion. This potion can rapidly boost your stagnant strength and even promote bloodline evolution. How about that? I guess I've finally had a change of heart? Upon seeing the bottles of medicine in Li Ziming's hand, Ludong couldn't help but swear again. Go to hell. Do you really think we're idiots? After drinking this stuff, we'll be just like this kid, living like neither a human nor a ghost. He patted Lan Shoa's ferocious face. Lan Shoa's eyes were devoid of any humanity, only displaying the ferocity of a wild beast. No, that's just a low-level potion, meant for people of little value. What I have is a high-level blood rage potion. After drinking it, you'll be like me, able to hide in the base city without anyone knowing your identities. Hearing Li Ziming say this, Yansen realized that he did not have the same violent and chaotic aura as Lan Shoa. Although there was still a hint of madness in his eyes, it was clear that this guy was indeed capable of hiding his identity and not being discovered. I'm quite curious, you're a 3rd tier teacher, doing quite well in the base city, why would you become a lackey of the Beast God Church? Ludong stared at Li Ziming, silently dialing the emergency contact signal in his mind. I told you not to play tricks, but you wouldn't listen? Li Ziming sneered, and his figure suddenly turned into a blur, instantly appearing beside Ludong. 2 insect legs, like steel forks, emerged from his back and pierced Ludong's arms, pinning him firmly to the wall. Tai Feng let out a low shout, and his body suddenly swelled up, transforming into a blood wolf more than 2 meters tall, which pounced on Li Ziming. 2 more insect legs, each over 3 meters long, sprouted from Li Ziming's back, firmly blocking Tai Feng's path. The insect legs clashed with Tai Feng's wolf claws like steel spears, sparks flying everywhere. Another mercenary named Big Head also transformed into a wild bull, using his martial arts skills to charge at Li Ziming. 2 more long, steel spear-like legs emerged from behind Li Ziming, easily blocking his path. After a few swings, the 3 men, like Ludong, were pinned to the wall, blood flowing continuously. Li Ziming did not kill them, he merely looked at them with amusement. Gentlemen, why bother? Life and death are right in front of you. Do I need to say more about which one to choose? On the surface, he was speaking to Tai Feng and the others, but in reality, he was making a threatening gesture, warning Yansen who was standing nearby. He had no interest in these people. What he was really concerned about was Yansen's reaction. Surprisingly, Yansen remained calm throughout. Let them go. I know you're after me. Yansen knew perfectly well that this guy was willing to expose his hidden identity in order to find him. He first used Lan Shoa to test him, then took action himself, and now he was making an example of him. All his actions were obvious. Ha, Yansen, I should have realized you were a genius long ago. Just based on this mindset, you've already surpassed many others. Come, join my Beast God Church. With your talent, you will surely become a high priest. Li Ziming pulled a bright red bone from his body and said to Yansen with a cold smile, this is the bone of a saint. Relax your will, submit to the Beast God, worship the Beast God, and you will become one of us. Just as Yansen was about to step forward, Lan Shoa, who had managed to escape while Ludong was subdued, shouted angrily, why? Why does even the Beast God Church want to win you over? I refuse to accept this. He lunged at Yansen, who snorted coldly and his hand suddenly transformed into a dragon claw, tearing fiercely at him. Ah! Lan Shoa's head was ripped off his neck, and after a few screams, he fell silent. Ha ha ha, that's ruthless. You were born to be a member of the Beast God Church. Seeing Yansen's ruthless methods, Li Ziming revealed a satisfied smile. Yansen walked to his side with a smile, but his sharp claws, covered with dragon scales, did not grab the bone. Instead, they pounced on Li Ziming's chest and abdomen. You beast, you god, you motherfucker, I'll tear you apart. Yansen let out a low shout, his dragon power surging within him, and he grabbed Li Ziming's abdomen and forcefully tore it to both sides. However, the moment it touched Li Ziming's body, it was as if it had hit steel. A thick carapace blocked its dragon claws. Kid, you're only a soldier-level soldier. No matter how high your bloodline is, you can't possibly fight against a division-level soldier like me, right? Li Ziming revealed a mocking smile, released the insect leg that was clamping down on Ludong, and then pinned Yen Sen to the wall. A sharp pain struck, and cold sweat beaded on Yen Sen's forehead. This was a complete level of dominance. His strong physique was as fragile as paper in front of Li Ziming's insect legs. If you don't submit, your parents and your girlfriend will all die. Li Ziming's voice was cold, and Yen Sen clenched his fists, his anger blazing. If you dare lay a finger on them, I'll kill you. Heh, even if I kill them, you won't be able to resist. As Li Ziming spoke, he released the insect's legs and actually reached out to grab Yen Sen's parents. Alright, I'll join your beast god church. Yen Sen's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he slowly struggled to his feet. He gritted his teeth and silently vowed that as long as he had the chance, he would tear this guy to pieces, no matter the cost. Li Ziming revealed a smug smile. Those who understand the times are wise. He pressed the saint's bone against Yen Sen's forehead. Just then, Ludong, who had been on the verge of death below, suddenly roared, and his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a large snake 4 or 5 meters long. He swung his tail, sweeping the bone out of Li Ziming's hand, then grabbed Yen Sen's parents and Hu Qingqing and rolled them into a ball, rushing out the window. Yen Sen, you owe me a favor. Ludong shouted, and the scales on his body opened, forming a strong protective layer that tightly enveloped the three of them. Tai Feng's eyes widened, and his body trembled slightly. This is the 11th floor. Given Ludong's current condition, if he were to protect 3 ordinary people from death, he himself would undoubtedly die. Watching Ludong fly out of the window, Li Ziming almost ground his teeth to powder. Once this guy leaves, he will surely alert the captain of the nearby guard team, at which point he will have nowhere to escape. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to continue entangled with Yen Sen. If I can't have you, I'll destroy you. Without hesitation, Li Ziming shoved a bottle of blood rage potion into Yen Sen's mouth. The frenzied power surged through his body instantly, and his eyes suddenly turned crimson. The true dragon bloodline within him began to rage. Yen Sen felt his blood burning like flames, and his whole being was filled with a bloodthirsty thirst, like parched earth yearning for rain. Seeing this, Li Ziming grinned maliciously, knowing that Yen Sen had been crippled, and poured all the blood rage potions he had into Yen Sen's mouth. Add fuel to the fire. This low-level blood-burning potion burns potential in exchange for strength. From then on, Yen Sen will only have the instinct to kill. Once he stops hunting, his blood will run out and he will die from exhaustion. Li Ziming turned to jump out of the window, but he didn't kill Lian Taifeng and the others. This was because Yen Sen, in his berserk state, would act on his own, which would only fuel his bloodlust. Who said you could leave? Stay here. A sharp shout came from behind, and Li Ziming turned around in surprise. Yen Sen was surrounded by a bloody aura, and his crimson scales grew rapidly, his face vaguely transforming into the appearance of a ferocious dragon. He can still remain rational. Looking into Yen Sen's bloodshot eyes, filled with murderous intent, Li Ziming felt a chill run down his spine for some reason. Without further hesitation, he jumped out of the window, his 6 insect legs like steel spears driven into the wall, and he quickly climbed down. I told you to stay here. Yen Sen's angry shout came from behind, and a blood-red shadow suddenly pounced on Li Ziming. At this moment, Yen Sen's entire body was no longer covered with any human skin, but was completely covered with blood-red scales, and his head had completely transformed into a ferocious dragon head. Get out of my way. Li Ziming gave a low shout, and 4 of the insect legs were firmly nailed to the wall, constantly moving, while the remaining 2 plunged fiercely into Yen Sen's body. The steel spear-like insect legs struck the dragon scales, sparks flying everywhere, and Li Ziming couldn't help but swallow. He hadn't expected that Yen Sen would be able to withstand his attacks in his half-beast form after only 10 seconds of taking the blood rage potion. Without hesitation, Li Ziming's clothes burst open, transforming into a giant black worm 5 or 6 meters wide. This is his fully transformed beast form, which he would only use when he was fighting to the death, given his level of cultivation. The 6 insect legs appeared even thicker and sharper, their tips slicing into Yen Sen's dragon scales, causing blood to splatter instantly. Die! Li Ziming roared inwardly, and the insect's leg pierced straight into Yen Sen's heart. They thought Yen Sen would die on the spot, but the other party used its sharp dragon claws to firmly grasp the 2 insect legs. Li Ziming was shocked. He saw that Yen Sen in front of him had completely lost his human form and transformed into a giant dragon filled with blood energy. This is a pure-blooded Chinese dragon, with coiled antlers, a serpentine body, and sharp eagle claws, possessing all the characteristics of a dragon. However, this dragon is not as auspicious as in the painting. Instead, it is exceptionally fierce and terrifying, inspiring fear and making one's soul tremble at a single glance. Complete beast transformation. How is that possible? Seeing Yen Sen's appearance, Li Ziming almost fell off the wall. Full beast transformation is usually only available to those who have reached the 3rd-tier master level. Those below this level can only achieve partial beast transformation. He carefully sensed Yen Sen's aura, and what shocked him even more was that Yansen's cultivation level had not improved and was still at the 4th level of the soldier level. How so? If one were to take this blood explosion potion normally, their cultivation level should skyrocket like Lan Shoa's, and they should lose their reason. Although Yansen was exuding a violent aura at this moment, he still maintained his rationality, otherwise he would not have clung to him so tightly. Just as Li Ziming was stunned, Yansen, who had transformed into a giant dragon, rolled over and his nearly 10-meter-long body suddenly exerted force, tearing off the 2 insect legs along with large pieces of flesh. The remaining insect body was flung away and crashed heavily onto the cement ground. Despite the fact that the two had been walking on the wall for a long time and were only 4 or 5 stories above the ground, Li Ziming was knocked around and was completely disoriented. The large insect body smashed a deep pit in the ground. He rolled over and stood up, his 4 long legs suddenly pushing off the ground, his body soaring several meters into the air, trying to escape again. But Yansen followed closely behind, his dragon claw slamming down hard, smashing the leaping insect back to its feet. The sound of violent impact echoed all around, and many residents opened their windows to see a blood-red dragon fighting a large black worm. Damn it, what method did you use? Why didn't you unleash your blood? Li Ziming's face was filled with shock. Yansen did not answer, but instead stretched out his dragon claw and stepped on Li Ziming's heavy insect body, looking down at him from above. Tell me how to make this blood rage potion. Dream. Li Ziming uttered 2 words from his mouth. Yansen stopped wasting words, and with a swift movement of his dragon claw, tore open Li Ziming's back. The thick carapace was as fragile as paper under the fully transformed dragon claws. Li Ziming screamed repeatedly, completely powerless to fight back against Yansen, just as weak as Ludong and the others before him. What kind of monster are you? Now Li Ziming finally understood that, for some reason, the blood rage potion was completely ineffective against Yansen, instead causing him to fall into this special state. The high priests have been researching the side effects of the blood rage potion for years but haven't been able to eliminate them. Since you can ignore them, they certainly won't let you off the hook. Li Ziming revealed a ferocious smile. The blood explosion potion was originally developed to quickly enhance combat power, but due to its severe side effects, it gradually evolved into a means of mass-producing low-level followers. If everyone could ignore the side effects like Yansen, then this kind of medicine would be truly terrifying. Who could have imagined that a soldier at the 4th level could leap 2 major ranks and kill a division-level expert? Don't worry, I won't let them get away with this either. From now on, I'll kill every piece of trash from your beast god church I encounter. As for you, since you refuse to speak, then die. Yansen had no time for wasting words with Li Ziming. He simply stretched out his dragon claw, stepped on the insect's head, and pulled it sharply to both sides. Aha! Protected by the beast god, though my body perishes, my soul is immortal. Li Ziming screamed out the doctrines of the beast god church. Immediately, his head and body were torn to pieces. Even the insect's tenacious vitality could not save his life. His screams carried far, several kilometers away. The guard captain Ma Hong, who had received the distress signal, was shocked when he heard them. At this moment, he had transformed into a blue wolf 5 or 6 meters long, and without hesitation, he ran towards the direction from which the sound came. Damn it! That damned beast god church. If anything happens to Yansen, the Grand Marshal will definitely slap me to death. He was in charge of this area, and Qin Feihu specifically instructed him to protect the safety of the Yan family. He did indeed increase patrols and prevented suspicious persons from getting close. But Ma Hong never expected that Li Ziming, the high school teacher, was actually a member of the beast god church. Ma Hong ran at top speed, heading straight for the sound. There stood a great dragon exuding a ferocious aura, and Ma Hong let out a low roar. You bastards from the church of the beast god, die. He was extremely familiar with this aura. It was a characteristic of the followers of the beast god. His transformed blue wolf pounced on the dragon, and just as it got close, a blood-red afterimage suddenly lashed out. Boom! The blue wolf's body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Yansen simply flicked his tail, and a third-tier expert was easily defeated. Are you looking for death? Yansen stared at the charging blue wolf, his eyes surging with killing intent. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire area, and even the blue wolf that Ma Hong had transformed into couldn't help but let out a fearful growl. Damn, this guy is terrifying. When did such a ruthless character appear in Anyang Base City? Ma Hong thought to himself while carefully observing Yansen. After seeing the details clearly, he was suddenly shocked. This isn't a snake, it's a dragon. Ma Hong couldn't help but swallow. If I remember correctly, even a dragon's bloodline level starts at S-Rank, and although this dragon in front of me looks somewhat sinister, its appearance is genuine. Wait a minute, Li Ziming's bloodline should be insect-based, but Anyang Base City doesn't seem to have dragon bloodlines, right? Ha! Wasn't that SSS-level genius who just awakened today the one who awakened the true dragon bloodline? Thinking of this, Ma Hong quickly asked a question. Are you Yansen? What about Li Ziming? Underfoot. Yansen responded coldly, his mind still consumed by violent emotions, wanting only to fight and kill. Ma Hong looked in the direction he indicated and saw blood and insect remains scattered all over the ground, clearly indicating that Li Ziming had been completely defeated. defeated. Seeing this, Ma Hong took a deep breath and the wolf fur on his body almost stood on end. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? He just awakened and tore apart a third-tier master-level evolver. Thank goodness he's alright, otherwise I would be finished. After speaking, Ma Hong slowly transformed back into human form. The necklace around his neck emitted spiritual power, and he quickly put on a tight-fitting combat suit. This is a spiritual energy technology device, which is usually only purchased by those who have reached the third-tier master level and fully transformed into beasts. It contains special energy that can quickly create clothing to cover the body, preventing the awkwardness of the evolved being naked after reverting to human form. Hey, the crisis is over. You can return to human form now, right? Ma Hong said, looking at Yansen. I didn't bring any clothes. Could you go get me a couple and pick up Tai Feng and the others while you're at it? Yansen said. Ma Hong didn't say much and ran straight upstairs. Yansen watched his retreating figure, barely managing to suppress the bloodthirsty urge within him, thus refraining from rushing up and slapping him. Otherwise, given Ma Hong's strength, he might have been torn to shreds like Li Zimming. As Ma Hong ran upstairs, for some reason, he felt a chill down his spine. Although the system stopped the blood explosion potion from burning my potential, the side effects have not been completely eliminated, Yansen thought to himself. As Li Zimming poured the blood rage potion into his mouth, the system frantically alerted him that he was absorbing special energy, and that his true dragon bloodline seemed to have activated some genes, causing changes. Level, Soldier Level 4. Bloodline, True Dragon, early stage of First Blood Tribulation. Talents, Dragon's Might, Dragon's Body, Dragon's Power, Dragon Essence, Dragon's Absorption, Blood Dragon's Fury. Martial Arts, D-Rank Blood Tear Hand, Perfect. He gained a new talent called Blood Dragon Fury, which has an effect similar to taking the Blood Rage potion now. It's just that now, with the energy support of several bottles of potions, it's possible to kill a master-level enemy 2 ranks higher than a soldier-level enemy. While using Blood Dragon Fury alone can also explosively boost strength, it's not as exaggerated. Is this a kind of change in the true dragon bloodline? Absorbing the energy of the blood explosion potion can awaken more abilities. So to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, do we also need to absorb specific energies? Yansen suddenly understood something. Having experienced a blood tribulation, one can awaken the power to explode blood. Having experienced a lightning tribulation, one can awaken the power to control lightning, and having experienced a fire tribulation, a wind tribulation, etc., one can also activate corresponding abilities. Just as he had figured everything out, Ma Hong led Tai Feng and another person downstairs. Yansen transformed back into human form, changed his clothes, and the group headed towards the direction where Ludong and the others were. When Yansen transformed into a blood dragon and charged down, he did not see Ludong and the others. Presumably they had already reached a safe area. Based on the location of Ludong's communicator, the group found their location. In a residential building, Yansen's parents and Hu Qingqing only suffered minor injuries, while Ludong, only a mangled corpse lay on the ground, its bones shattered into countless pieces. Looking at the corpse, Yansen couldn't help but recall what the other person had said before jumping off the building. I owe him a favor. Tai Feng held Ludong's body, his voice trembling. Donzi is a bit arrogant and not very likable, but he's not a bad person at heart. When he mocked you during the test today, he was actually mocking his past self. He used to rely on his talent and wasted his time doing nothing productive. It wasn't until his father died in front of him that this kid became more composed. He said he owed you a favor, not for himself, but because his sister had contracted a strange illness that he couldn't cure on his own. Hearing Tai Feng's story, Yansen was deeply moved. He had a bad impression of Ludong before, but he never expected that there was such a story behind him. I will fulfill his last wish. If Ludong hadn't fought back desperately, Yansen would probably have been brainwashed by the will within the sacred bone. He could sense that the will was something he couldn't resist, and even the system was probably powerless to stop it. The system's absorption of the blood explosion potion's energy just happened to coincide with Yansen's path to advancement. Yansen, you've probably become a target of the Beast God Church. Although they can't easily deal with you in the base city, you should still move to another place. The security here is too weak. Ma Hong said this to Yansen, who nodded and dialed Su Yuan's number, asking him to arrange accommodation so that he could also go to the Su family to practice that S-level martial art. As soon as the call connected, Su Yuan drove over to pick him up without saying a word. Upon arriving at the Su family's residence, Yansen did not delay and immediately had Su Yuan lead him into the library. After a long and winding journey, Yansen finally arrived at a brightly lit basement. Before him stood an ancient stone tablet inscribed with a martial arts technique. S-rank martial art Iron Mountain Lean. Young friend Yansen, this is the S-level martial art of my Su family. Usually, only geniuses in the family or those who have made great contributions can cultivate it. The Iron Mountain Lean technique is quite difficult to master. It took me 3 whole months to barely get the basics right back then. Young friend, your talent is better than mine, so it will probably take you 10 days to half a month to get the basics right too. Su Yuan muttered to himself while Yansen glanced at Tai Shan Kao's cultivation meridian diagram and found that the human body diagram was covered with dense energy lines. Compared to the D-rank blood tier hand, this S-rank martial art is far more complex, requiring more than 100 energy paths to be mobilized just to perform it. Moreover, these energy channels are intricate and intertwined, making them dazzling to behold. Using martial arts is like maneuvering a series of energy vehicles within the body. These energy vehicles race at high speed along the meridian pathways, and only when they reach the designated location and suddenly burst forth can they produce extraordinary effects. However, if energy vehicles collide, the consequences can range from minor injuries and vomiting blood to severe injuries such as ruptured tendons and veins, or even death. Therefore, this entire process must be handled with extreme care, and no rash action should be taken. Yansen ignored Su Yuan's nagging and instead channeled his dragon power into his eyes. Dragon power is the primordial power of the dragon race. It can enhance power in battle and has many other uses in ordinary times. Just then, a system notification sounded. Currently practicing martial arts. Experience can be consumed to enhance understanding. Yansen silently recited the instructions, and with the help of the system, he felt like a fish in water. His eyes were fixed on the diagrams on the stone tablet, and the words began to flow and change. The martial arts recorded on the stone tablet seemed to come alive in his mind. Yansen seemed to see a figure before his eyes. The figure's feet were firmly planted like old tree roots, and he was half bent over with broad shoulders, as if he could bear the sun, moon, and stars. His aura was majestic. The figure swayed left and right, its power surging and changing, before crashing forward violently, even shattering the space around it. The cracks spread like a spider web, resembling broken glass. Watching the figure demonstrate, Yansen slowly mobilized the dragon power within his body, injecting it into the meridians throughout his entire body. Once the energy circulation was complete, Yansen lowered his body, raised his shoulders, and rammed left and right. Several air explosions followed, leaving Su Yuan, who was eloquently explaining the origins of martial arts, speechless. This is the beginning? Su Yuan swallowed hard. Iron Mountain Lean is a martial art based on the physical body. If you can produce an air explosion when you perform it, it means that you have successfully entered the basics. This is too incredible. Hundreds of energy paths and all sorts of complex variations. Even if you memorize them by rote, it would take a lot of time, right? Yansen let out a long breath, secretly admiring the power of the S-level martial arts. Just entering the beginner level had consumed nearly 10,000 experience points for him. He had only gained a little over 10,000 experience points from killing Li Ziming, who was at the 3rd rank, and this expenditure almost used them all up. To elevate the Iron Mountain Lean to the minor mastery level, one would need over 30,000 experience points, which he is still far from achieving. Iron Mountain Lean is a martial art that relies on powerful physical strength, and my true dragon bloodline also provides top-notch enhancement to my physique. When the two are combined, even without transforming into a blood dragon, I am more than capable of fighting against ordinary second-tier experts. While Blood Dragon's Fury allows Yansen to kill enemies of higher ranks, it also has drawbacks. It makes him prone to losing his mind, and if he lacks sufficient killing experience, it can cause him great harm once activated. Moreover, they are prone to getting into a bloodthirsty state, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. Therefore, Yansen will not easily activate Blood Dragon state unless he encounters extreme danger. After killing Li Ziming, he not only gained tens of thousands of experience points, but also absorbed thousands of essences. Yansen silently chanted in his heart, and immediately warm currents surged through his limbs and bones, and his level rapidly increased. This 3rd-tier master-level essence is indeed remarkable. Even though the opponent only has a C-level bloodline, its quality is still extremely high, directly causing Yansen to advance 3 levels. His current strength allows him to fight against a 2nd-tier powerhouse with an A-grade bloodline. Master Su, I have learned it and can leave now. Yansen swayed his body in front of Su Yuan, and Su Yuan, who was in a daze, finally came to his senses. Young friend Yansen, I wasn't quite sure about the potential of an SSS-level genius, but your performance just now makes me incredibly glad I made that choice. Su Yuan was filled with emotion. The most talented person he had ever met was only S-level, but compared to Yansen in front of him, those so-called geniuses paled in comparison. Alright, I won't take up any more of your time, young friend. Let's go. The two left the secret room and arrived at the brightly lit Su family mansion. This garden-style building, full of Chinese charm, could only be lived in by a prestigious family like the Su family. Young friend, I have already bought a villa for your parents in a nearby upscale residential area. They can move in tomorrow. Actually, you can let them stay at my Su family's place. Although the security in the villa area is good, it is still inferior to this place. However, those scum from the Beast God Church can't cause any trouble, so young friend, there's no need to worry too much. Yansen nodded after hearing Su Yuan's words. Although it's safer for my parents to live with the Su family, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll be comfortable there. Those upscale residential areas are mostly inhabited by families of martyrs and soldiers, many of whom are from ordinary backgrounds, and it would be more appropriate for their parents to live there. These areas are also safe, as they are considered semi-official territory. After chatting with Su Yuan for a while, Yensen returned to his room to rest. He had experienced so much today that he was inevitably exhausted. At the same time, Xin Feihu also received news that Yensen had been attacked. This kid actually managed to kill a third-tier master. Even though the opponent only had a C-level bloodline, he was still 2 tiers higher than him. Xin Feihu was shocked. Although he himself had an S-rank bloodline, being able to kill a soldier-level enemy at the soldier level was already quite impressive. As for the division-level enemy, he didn't even dare to dream of it. The higher the bloodline level, the stronger one is within the same level, but as the realm increases, the gap between each level also becomes larger and larger. Bloodline differences will gradually be erased in the face of absolute cultivation. Of course, some veteran evolvers have accumulated profound experience in a certain realm and can overcome bloodline differences to defeat their enemies. When Xin Feihu was a general, he once had a friendly exchange with a senior general. That person was only of B-rank bloodline, but with the cultivation accumulated over the years, he defeated Xin Feihu, an S-rank, on equal footing. This made Xin Feihu realize that while superior bloodlines are an advantage, the accumulation of years is equally important. If one believes that being of high rank is invincible based solely on superior bloodline, it is often difficult to reach the highest level. Just as China now has a population of tens of billions, and every year many exceptionally talented geniuses emerge, there are only a handful of top experts, and this number rarely changes even after more than a decade. I really don't know if Yensen can reach the highest realm. With his current performance, I'm quite looking forward to it. The world situation is becoming increasingly complex. Even the scum of the Beast God Church has started to act recklessly. If the Great Xia Kingdom could produce another top expert, the situation would be much better. Xin Feihu sighed and continued with his official duties. After settling his parents into their new home, Yensen headed to the mid-level residential area. This area was mostly inhabited by mercenary families, who were considered middle class within the Anyang base city. Compared to the working class area, the environment here is much better, with parks, artificial lakes, and rockeries and ponds, unlike the densely packed pigeon coops in the working class area. Of course, the cost of living is much higher than in the civilian area. If you want to live there long term, there must be an evolved person in the family who is on missions all year round in order to support the expenses. Using the address provided by Typhon, Yensen found a small building hidden among green trees, with the words Iron-Blooded Mercenary Team hanging at the gate. Just as they were about to go inside, an angry shout came from inside the courtyard. Say that again. Dongzi sacrificed himself while protecting civilians during a mission. What makes you think he doesn't deserve the title of martyr? Typhon stared intently at a fat man opposite him, but the man responded calmly. According to the Great Xia mercenary law, mercenaries who die while performing a mission due to violations of regulations are not granted the status of martyrs. When your Iron-Blooded Mercenary Team encountered danger, you failed to report it to the nearby guard team immediately, which led to their delayed rescue and the subsequent safety incident. Now, not only do you refuse to compensate for the public losses, you also dare to dream of claiming the status of martyrs? The fat man sneered, and Typhon almost exploded with anger. These so-called regulations are mostly made arbitrarily by people who have never experienced actual combat. When actually carrying out a mission, there is not much time to consider these rules and regulations. Lu Wei, our Iron-Blooded Mercenary Team did offend you in the past, but I hope you won't abuse your power for personal gain this time, or you'll regret it. The fat man named Lu Wei sneered. I, Lu Wei, have always acted with integrity and uprightness. Today's matter is also a matter of upholding the law impartially. Regret? Not at all. Really? Do you know the identity of the person Ludong saved? Typhon suppressed his anger and stared at the arrogant face opposite him. What identities? Aren't they just 3 commoners? What other identities could they have? Lu Wei only dared to say this after looking at the information. He wasn't stupid. If Ludong had sacrificed himself to save some powerful figure, Lu Wei wouldn't have dared to act rashly. Yes, they are indeed ordinary people. Yensen pushed open the courtyard gate and slowly walked in. Who are you? Ludong sacrificed himself to save my parents. Lu Wei glanced at Yensen indifferently. This person looked young and immature, like a high school student. He didn't pay much attention, thinking they were just coming to express their gratitude. Lu Wei completely disregarded Ludong's death. He didn't understand whether it was worth dying to save a few civilians. You just said Ludong wasn't qualified to be a martyr, but what if I said he was? Yensen stared at Lu Wei, who scoffed. Who do you think you are? You think you can just say you have something and it'll come to you? Do you think your father is the Flying Tiger's Grand Marshal? Yensen suddenly struck out, slapping Lu Wei's fat face, leaving a bright red 5-finger mark. You dare hit me? I'm a level 10 soldier. The fat man roared and began to transform into a beast, revealing a dog face covered in black fur. I'm going to beat you up, you stupid dog. Yensen sneered. He couldn't stand those scumbags who looked down on others. Lu Wei, now in his half-beast form, stretched out his claws, about to pounce on Yensen, but Yensen grabbed him with his backhand and then flung him away with a violent burst of power, sending sending him flying to the ground in a sorry state. Such immense power. After taking such a blow, the anger in Lu Wei's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by fear. Yansen didn't even transform into a beast when he made his move. He defeated him using only human strength. This young man is so young, yet he possesses such strength. He simply cannot afford to offend him. Spare me, young master. I was blind and didn't know your identity. Please forgive my rudeness. Lu Wei hurriedly begged for mercy, cowering in fear. Yansen stared coldly at him and asked, I'm asking you, does Ludong qualify as a martyr? Yes, I'll definitely get it done right away. Lu Wei dared not argue further and picked up the file folder beside him to fill out the form, but Yansen said in a deep voice, it's not that I say he's qualified, or that's why he's qualified. Ludong sacrificed himself to save people. He deserves it. Do you understand? I understand. Using public office for personal revenge, being blind, Ludong should have been punished. Lu Wei didn't dare to utter a word in rebuttal. Yansen shook his head, knowing that such people were hard to change. As long as they held some power and strength, they would do everything they could to bully others. He decided to teach Lu Wei a lesson. Yansen stretched out his hand, which transformed into a dragon claw, and slammed it down on Lu Wei's head. If you ever dare to do anything like this again, I'll smash your head in, understand? A powerful force suddenly poured out, and Lu Wei felt as if his skull was about to be ripped open. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him, and he trembled all over, even losing control of his bladder. The dragon's might pressed down on him, causing his eyes to lose focus and almost knocking him unconscious. Yansen kicked Lu Wei away, who quickly crawled away like a dog. Yuezhu is inside. Let me take you to see her. Typhon looked at Yansen with a wry smile, and the latter nodded. The two entered the small building. The room was filled with the strong smell of Chinese medicine, and a pale-faced little girl was lying on the bed. What illness does she have? Yansen asked Typhon, looking at the little girl. I'm not quite sure. The doctor said it's a blood deficiency caused by a genetic defect, and I need to take the essence of exotic beasts for a long time, specifically snake-type exotic beasts, Typhon explained. Moreover, the requirements for the level of the beasts are getting higher and higher. With the strength of our team, we can only hunt low-level, second-tier beasts at most now, and the effect is not obvious. Yuezhu's life force is getting weaker and weaker. Tai Feng's tone was helpless. Hearing Tai Feng's words, Yansen frowned, pondered for a moment, and then asked, why must it be the essence blood of a snake-like beast? Can't dragon blood work? Upon hearing this, Tai Feng's eyes lit up immediately, as if he had thought of something. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? The doctor said that Yuezhu's genetic ability is that of a snake, which is why she needs the essence blood of a snake-like beast. Dragons and snakes share the same origin, so dragon blood should also work, right? Try it and you'll see, Yansen said, cutting his finger and dripping a few drops of blood into Lu Yuezhu's mouth. Fresh blood slowly flowed into her body. A moment later, Lu Yuezhu, who had been unresponsive, trembled and suddenly opened her eyes. A phantom image of a green snake flashed before her eyes. The little girl on the bed opened her big, bright eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Like a fledgling animal just starting out in the wild, she curiously looked at Yansen. Yuezhu, you're awake. Do you remember me? It's your brother Feng. Typhon exclaimed excitedly. However, Lu Yuezhu jumped up in a panic and grabbed Yansen's clothes to hide behind him. What's going on? Yuezhu doesn't seem to recognize me? Typhon asked, looking confused. Yansen frowned and asked, how long has she been unconscious? About 5 years, I guess? Starting when she was 13. She's actually about your age, Typhon replied. Hearing this, Yansen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Lu Yuezhu looked like a child of about 10 years old. Had she not grown at all in the past few years? Moreover, judging from her behavior, she was more like a small animal than a child. Could it be that his mind has been damaged due to long-term consumption of animal essence? Yansen wondered to himself. Even processed animal blood essence cannot be consumed too frequently by evolved individuals, otherwise it will be difficult to control the bestial nature within them. But Lu Yuezhu has been consuming it for nearly 5 years, and she's just an ordinary person. Wait! Yansen reached out and patted Lu Yuezhu's head. The girl did not resist. Instead, she showed a contented expression, like a kitten being affectionate with its owner. Perhaps she was awakened after consuming Yansen's blood, as she seems to have a natural dependence on him. She possesses a powerful force, but unlike an evolved being, it's more like a beast. Yansen was extremely perceptive of energy. While human evolved beings possess the ability to transform into beasts, they cultivate spiritual energy in their dantian to maintain this transformation and unleash their martial arts and talents. Beasts, on the other hand, cultivate demonic power, storing it within their flesh and bones. Therefore, ordinary beasts are typically much stronger than humans of the same level. In Yansen's perception, Lu Yuezhu's dantian spiritual energy was not much, and her aura was only at the 4th or 5th level of the mortal realm, similar to that of an ordinary person who had awakened their beast transformation ability for a period of time. However, her flesh and bones contain powerful demonic energy, which has reached the 2nd level. Although the girl seemed afraid of Typhon, a man with a rugged appearance, Yansen felt that if the two of them were to fight, Typhon would likely be easily defeated by her. The three of them took Lu Yuezhu to a nearby hospital and found a doctor to examine her. This female doctor's beast transformation ability is a sea-level giant eye worm. Although her combat power is not strong, she has a built-in scanning function, which is an excellent aid to doctors. The female doctor carefully examined Lu Yuezhu's body and finally drew a conclusion. Yansen's blood helped Lu Yuezhu's genetic defect, but it did not cure her disease. She will still need to take the essence and blood of snake-like beasts for a long time to replenish her health. After the examination, the three left the hospital. As they left, Yansen couldn't help but turn back for one last look at the female doctor. She must have seen the demonic power within Lu Yuezhu, so why didn't she say anything? Yansen wondered to himself. He narrowed his eyes, a hint of wariness creeping into his heart. After the three left, the female doctor twisted her neck, her eyeballs returned to normal from being swollen like basketballs, and a strange smile appeared on her lips. After treating so many cases of anemia caused by genetic defects, I've finally encountered another demonic spirit. She muttered to herself under her breath, then took out a special communicator and dialed a number. My lord, a demonic spirit has been discovered in the 9th district of the base city. Should we take action? A calm voice came from the other end of the phone. District 9? Isn't that where that SSS-level genius appeared? That's where Li Ziming lost his life yesterday. Because of this, Qin Feihu launched a massive purge of the entire base city, and many newly formed believers were killed. They even followed the clues and arrested 2 high-level believers. Now, including you, there are only 5 high-level believers left in the base city. Upon hearing this, the female doctor paused for a moment, then asked in a low voice, Your Excellency, do you mean to abandon this demonic body? What I mean is, we need to be cautious. Taking some risks for this demonic body is still worthwhile. You still have a dozen or so intermediate believers who haven't been exposed yet. Seize the opportunity to make your move, preferably outside the base city. Given the current situation, it will be very difficult to transport demon spirits out of the city. Back at the iron-blooded mercenary team's small building, Yansen felt somewhat helpless when he saw Lu Yuezhu clinging to him. What do we do now? Do I have to keep taking her with me? Well, there's nothing we can do about it. With the strength of our mercenary team, we simply can't sustain Yuezhu's continued consumption of resources. Fine, let's take it with us. After all, this is a favor that Ludong earned with his life. Yansen sighed, his tone full of helplessness. As he spoke, he looked at Tai Feng again. I've already repaid Ludong's favor, but I haven't repaid yours yet. Is there anything I can help you with? Tai Feng shook his head and said, We haven't been of much help, so we'd really like to trouble you. Big head, haven't you always wanted to upgrade your mercenary team to 2 stars? Brother Yen happens to be here and can help us. A mercenary named Big Head next to him spoke up, but was stopped by Tai Feng. Tai Feng waved his hand and said, Mercenary team promotions require completing specific missions outside the city. Brother Yen is an SSS-level genius, and he's already been targeted by the Beast God Church within the city. If he leaves the city, can you guarantee his safety? After hearing what he said, the two fell silent. Yansen smiled. Actually, I was just thinking of going out of the city to gain some experience. Why don't you come with me and we can complete the mercenary team's promotion mission while we're at it? Brother Yen, there's no need. It's a safety issue. It's alright, it's settled then. Don't worry, I have a plan for this. Tai Feng tried to persuade him further, but Yansen remained adamant, so he had no choice but to give up. Then let's try our luck and leave the city today. As he spoke, Yansen took out his ID card and, together with Tai Feng, joined his team on the mercenary website. The iron-blooded mercenary team is currently a 1-star team. After advancing to 2 stars, they will receive many benefits, such as increased contribution, points rewards when completing missions, and the ability to exchange for higher-level martial arts training qualifications in the National Armory. Tai Feng and his group then went to the mission hall to collect their promotion mission and certification tools. The entire promotion process was recorded on video, and a designated person was responsible for checking for cheating. After making preparations, the group drove the Ironblood mercenary team's psionic off-road vehicle out of the base city. They drove at high speed for more than an hour on a designated lane, passing through towering city walls, and Yansen finally stepped out of the city gate of the base city for the first time. The towering concrete buildings in the base city are oppressive, but beyond the wilderness lie rolling mountains and towering trees. Stepping out of the city gates, the refreshing natural air is invigorating. The fragrance of grass, trees, and flowers was refreshing, and Yansen felt the joy of returning to nature after being confined in a cage for so long. Indeed, humans are also part of nature. He leaned out of the car window, feeling the vastness of the world around him, and a surge of emotion welled up in his heart. In the base city, many people are busy all their lives, without even having time to look up at the blue sky and white clouds. They live like worker ants, their lives always suppressed. Although they can survive safely, their minds and bodies are always bound. This is understandable. The emergence of organizations like the Church of the Beast God has its own fertile ground. Many people yearn to become powerful and also yearn to unleash their true selves. If an opportunity to become stronger is presented to them, few can resist the temptation. Yensen. Of course, Yensen did not approve of the Beast God Church. He knew it was a vicious organization, and its promises to ordinary believers were nothing but deceptive lies. If there were truly an organization that could improve the lives of ordinary people, it would never be something like the Church of the Beast God. Brother Yen, our mission to advance to the 2nd star level is to kill 100 second-tier alien beasts within 3 days. With the strength of the 4 of us, we can only take care of 30 low-level second-tier alien beasts at most. The remaining 70, then leave it to me. Yensen nodded and agreed without hesitation. Most first and second-tier beasts in the wilderness have a bloodline level of D, with C-level being extremely rare. With Yensen's current strength, any C-level bloodline beast below the 3rd tier is no problem for him at all. After all, his current cultivation level has reached the 7th level of the soldier level, and he has also cultivated an S-level martial art. Even if he is at his worst, he still has the Blood Dragon Fury talent as a trump card, so he is confident that he can fight to the death. What he was worried about wasn't the strange beast, but something else entirely. I wonder when the fish will take the bait. It would be best if I could kill more exotic beasts to level up, so that I might be able to get involved and earn some experience and essence. As Yensen sat in the car, he watched the extended SUV drive along the highway for a long time, until the outline of the base city behind him was gradually obscured by trees and disappeared without a trace. As they moved further and further away from the base city, the road conditions gradually became rugged and uneven. Wild animals roamed the mountains and fields, frequently damaging roads and cell towers, and also harassing some industrial bases. However, these are not major problems. Compared to humans, the number of alien creatures inside the Earth is still relatively small and they are still considered protected animals. The real threat comes from the occasional spacetime rifts and interdimensional stargates, where endless alien beasts and other alien civilizations from other worlds will emerge. This is the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. We've arrived at the hunting base. Let's park the car here and head straight into the mountains. Typhoon spoke, and the convoy arrived at a rough square where a group of soldiers were stationed, like a temporary assembly point. We can rent storage beast soul equipment from the army. After we hunt down the alien beasts, we can just put them in. Typhoon knew that Yensen had never been to the wilderness before, so he made a point of explaining it to him. After being tested, everyone received a bag about the size of a palm. This is the mother-child mouse space bag. The one we have is called the child bag. It has the functions of storage and short-distance item transfer. After hunting a strange beast, you can put the corpse inside. If it exceeds the storage limit, you can teleport some of it back to the mother bag. Each sub-bag has a unique scent number. When transporting items, it will carry the scent. The location of the sub-bag can also be located through the mother bag. It can also transmit distress signals when necessary. Outside the base city, the communicator has limited effectiveness, and ordinary signals are subject to various interferences, so distress calls can only be made using the most primitive methods. With this mother and baby mouse space bag, movement becomes much easier. Yensen looked at the palm-sized bag in his hand and sensed its unique energy. So-called beast soul equipment is an item made from the body parts of a dead mythical beast. Generally, the bloodline level of the mythical beast capable of crafting this equipment is at least B-grade. B-grade bloodline beasts are usually at the 3rd tier or higher, and in the human society of Anyang Base City, they would be considered prominent figures. The group entered the forest and continued their journey. Soon, they spotted 2 herbivorous beasts of soldier-level quality, iron-headed donkeys. Iron-headed donkeys' bloodline is only E-level, posing no threat whatsoever to the iron-blooded mercenary team. Apart from the deceased Ludong, the 4 current members of the Iron-Blood mercenary team all possess D-level bloodlines and their cultivation levels are all around the 8th or 9th level of the soldier rank. The leader, Typhoon, had already reached the 10th level of the soldier level, and each of them mastered 1 or 2 D-level martial arts. Together, they could easily deal with ordinary 2nd tier or 3rd level alien beasts. The guy called Big Head was preparing to transform into a beast and kill the 2 iron-headed donkeys, but Yensen beat him to it and walked up to them. The 2 iron-headed donkeys stared at the uninvited guest, immediately raised their heads and brayed loudly, and charged straight at him. As its name suggests, the iron-headed donkey's natural talent is its iron head. With a single charge, it can create a large crater even on a shield made of ordinary steel. Yensen stretched out his hands, pressed down on their heads on the left and right, and pulled them sharply towards the middle. The 2 iron-headed donkeys suddenly collided. Propelled by Yensen's force, it was like 2 hard coconuts hitting each other. Their heads buzzed and their brains were churned into a mess. Killed a tier 1 beast, experience plus 500, essence plus 50. Killed a tier 1 beast, experience plus 500, essence plus 50. Yensen discovered that the essence and experience gained were not only related to the enemy's level, but also closely related to his own cultivation level. If he were to kill a mortal level beast now, he probably wouldn't even be able to gain a little bit of essence or experience. It takes more than 2,000 essences to reach the 8th level of the soldier level. Killing 40 or 50 soldier level beasts of this level should be enough. Yensen silently chanted in his heart, and the group continued to advance. They encountered more than a dozen soldier-level alien beasts, all of which were killed by Yansen alone. The others did not even touch them and could only stay behind to clean up the battlefield and collect the corpses. Brother Feng, this brother Yen is too powerful. He can easily suppress a beast at the 8th or 9th level of the soldier level without even transforming into a beast. Of the 4 members of the iron-blooded mercenary team, only Big Head and Iron Peak had personally witnessed Yansen's strength. The other 2 had never seen it firsthand. They only knew that Yansen possessed an SSS-level talent, but with their limited knowledge, they couldn't even begin to imagine how formidable that talent was. The group continued on their way until they came to a deep, dense forest. Just then, under the shadows shrouded in darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened. More than 20 muscular figures, each 2 to 3 meters long, slowly appeared and surrounded the group. The leader of them was over 5 meters long. It's a shadow wolf, and the alpha wolf has already reached the 2nd tier. After observing the surrounding situation, everyone used their abilities to transform into half-orcs. Don't move around, protect Lu Yuezhu. Yansen's voice reached everyone's ears, and they were slightly taken aback. They saw the young man shake his hand, and hard dragon scales slowly emerged, covering his arms. Immediately afterwards, a deep dragon roar resounded, and the surging dragon might spread in all directions. Several of the faster shadow wolves immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling and groaning. The dragon's might is overwhelming, and all beasts bow down. The howls of wolves rose and fell, and dozens of shadow wolves were intimidated by the dragon's might, with only 4 or 5 able to maintain their offensive. Even the alpha wolf, the leader, couldn't help but take 2 steps back and let out a long howl. Although the alpha wolf had an aura similar to Longwei's, it was not the wolf king after all, and this aura collapsed instantly in front of Longwei. Yansen's arms were covered with dragon scales. After partially transforming into a beast, he had become a war god and began to slaughter the shadow wolves. With his dragon claws wielding like knives, Yansen's deranked dragon tear hand technique was unstoppable. The moment the shadow wolf's sharp claws touched the shadow wolf's body, it was as if made of paper, instantly torn in two. Blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew about. Everyone stared in disbelief. With each breath, 2 or 3 shadow wolves perished. In the blink of an eye, the number of attacking shadow wolves had been halved. The alpha wolf howled, seemingly signaling a retreat. "You're tough, let's retreat." Unfortunately, no sooner had he finished speaking than Yansen abandoned the pursuit of the other fleeing shadow wolves and ran straight towards the alpha wolf. Yansen's speed isn't considered fast among talents of the same level, but compared to the D-level shadow wolf, it's already extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the second-tier wolf and slashed out with his dragon claws. The shadow wolf moved nimbly, disappearing into the shade of the trees. Its speed greatly increased, but it still couldn't match Yansen. Yansen suddenly extended his claws, and the second-tier wolf, seeing no hope of escape, turned around and opened its mouth to fight desperately. Its sharp teeth snapped shut, and its claws flailing about. Those claws were shrouded in dark energy, possessing a powerful corrosive force. When they touched Yansen's dragon scales, they hissed and emitted wisps of white vapor. Yansen frowned slightly, but did not dodge. He grabbed the shadow wolf's upper and lower jaws with his backhand and twisted them sharply. With a snap, the giant wolf was torn in two, a truly gruesome end. The group of people standing to the side exchanged glances and couldn't help but swallow hard. "Brother Feng, is this guy even human? He's a humanoid beast. He's only a soldier-level soldier, yet he kills beasts of the same level like slicing melons and chopping vegetables. He easily slayed a second-tier beast, leaving the enemy completely helpless. It's terrifying. There's no comparison." The two were filled with emotion, while Typhoon and Detu exchanged a smile, indicating that this was nothing. "You guys are so ignorant. If you saw Brother Yin completely transform into a beast and relentlessly smash that third-tier master with sea-level bloodline, you would probably question your existence." The mercenary, Big Head, puffed out his chest, as if recounting his heroic deeds. "Big Head bro, are you serious? I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing." The two were shocked and even regretted not having gone on the mission with them the night before. Yansen ignored the crowd's astonishment, simply shook his head, and sighed inwardly. The speed was still a bit slow, and several shadow wolves escaped. If we had a movement technique, even if they split up and ran away, they wouldn't have been able to get away. If the others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely scold him for being blind. They were praising Yansen for fighting 10 enemies single-handedly, but the real target was regretting that he hadn't been able to completely annihilate the enemy. "Let's clean up the battlefield. We've only killed one second-tier beast. We're still far from our target." Upon hearing Yansen's words, everyone busied themselves carrying the corpses to Typhoon. Typhoon opened the mother and child rat pouch and channeled his spiritual energy from his dantian into it. A strange force field enveloped the corpse and items, which shrank and were stored in a bag, which looked quite magical. Lu Yuezhu walked over to Yansen, pulled his finger into her mouth, and looked at him with longing, like a child wanting to be breastfed. She uttered indistinct syllables, but her voice was clear and melodious, like the song of a lark. Yansen knew that this was a manifestation of her genetic defect, and that he needed to use his dragon blood to suppress it. He pricked his fingertip and and put it in her mouth. Lu Yuezhu stuck out her delicate tongue and licked it with satisfaction, as if sucking on a delicious delicacy. My dragon blood won't last half a day. It seems her condition is indeed getting worse. If I don't quickly improve my cultivation and the quality of my dragon blood, I'll be drained dry by her sooner or later. Yansen silently recited in his heart. This little girl takes thousands of milliliters of his blood every time she drinks it. If it weren't for Yansen's powerful bloodline, an ordinary evolved being would have been unable to withstand such consumption long ago. Come to think of it, it seems that her demonic power actually increased after she absorbed my dragon blood? Yansen carefully examined Lu Yuezhu. She was slender, but her breasts were quite large. It was puzzling why she was so short, yet she hadn't neglected this aspect. Lu Yuezhu has a beautiful face, an oval face, a straight nose, and full red lips, exuding a classical beauty. She has a petite figure but exudes a mature and sophisticated aura. Okay, just a little less, or there won't be a drop left. Seeing how much Lu Yuezhu loved it, Yansen gently tapped her head. She pouted, revealing a hint of grievance. Thirst, fire, pain. Lu Yuezhu could only utter scattered words, but Yansen immediately understood what she meant. According to the female doctor, if this genetic defect is not repaired, it will cause her to experience burning and needle-like pain all over her body, a pain that goes straight to her bone marrow. Only when the brain is in a coma can one avoid being tormented to death by this excruciating pain. Don't cry, can I give you some more to drink? Yansen held up his finger, but Lu Yuezhu stubbornly shook her head. She seemed to understand that sucking his blood was bad for him. Yansen sighed and patted her little head. It's alright. Once I become stronger, you'll only need to drink a little bit of my blood to relieve the pain. Lu Yuezhu nodded, hugged Yansen's waist, and rubbed against his chest like a kitten. Yansen looked helplessly at Taifeng and the others. All packed, let's go. He waved, took Lu Yuezhu's hand, and walked with the others into the depths of the dense forest. During these 3 days, he set himself a small goal to raise his cultivation level to the second-tier guardian level. While Yansen was busy hunting, 2 teams met up amidst the towering mountains. There were more than 10 people in total, all of whom were at the second level. The leader was the female doctor. At this moment, her eyes were filled with a strong bloodthirsty light. We have received orders from the envoy to surround and kill that mercenary squad and seize the demon spirit body. She pulled a piece of animal hide from her pocket, as if sensing something. Go in that direction. A blue bull, its head held high, charged suddenly toward Yansen. This is a tier 2, level 3 green-horned bull with D-grade bloodline. It excels in strength and has extremely strong defense. Yansen remained calm and steady, standing firmly in place. He reached out with one hand and directly stopped the fierce attack of the green-horned bull. Then, he pressed down, and the bull's head sank deep into the soil. Yansen transformed his claws into fists and slammed them heavily into the back of the green-horned ox's head. With a dull thud, the green-horned ox was pinned to the ground and fell silent. Slayed the second-tier beast, the azure-horned bull, gaining 1,000 experience points and 300 essence points. After easily killing the second-tier beast, Yansen gathered the essence needed for his advancement and silently recited in his mind. System, upgrade. A warm current surged through his body, and his level rose again, reaching the 8th level of the soldier rank. A smile crept across Yansen's lips as he secretly plotted. It takes more than 5,000 essences to advance to the 9th level. Killing a dozen or so second-tier alien beasts will be enough. With that in mind, he and the rest of the Ironblood mercenary team continued on their way. Brother Yen, the next area is the 2-star hunting zone. Most of the beasts there are second-tier, and occasionally a 3rd-tier beast will appear. Taifeng said cautiously that with their team's strength, it would be a bit of a stretch to penetrate deep into the 2-star hunting area. Upon hearing this, Yansen's spirits lifted. Let's go. The beasts in the 1-star hunting area have been almost all killed by others. Finding 100 second-tier beasts won't be easy to complete the mercenary team's promotion mission. After hearing what he said, Taifeng and the others did not say anything more. After all, the promotion mission for a 2-star mercenary team requires entering the corresponding hunting area. Usually, only when all 5 members of the team reach tier 2 can they complete it safely. Given Taifeng and the others' cultivation progress, it will take them at least 3 to 5 years. If Yansen can help them complete it faster, they will naturally be able to enjoy the benefits for a few more years. 3 to 5 years from now, their cultivation level will probably improve by several more levels. If anything happens, just take good care of Yuezhu. The group exchanged knowing smiles, acknowledging that Yansen had been carrying them all the way. I wonder what the mercenary team's promotion reviewers will think when they see the video and realize that only Yansen was indiscriminately killing people, while they were only responsible for cleaning up and logistics. For an SSS-level genius to undertake a promotion mission for us low-level mercenaries is like a game-changer. What's life-threatening for us is just a little more effort for him. Big head, the mercenary remarked, and the other 2 members nodded in agreement. After walking for a while, we came to a valley filled with wild corn. The corn cobs were over a meter long and looked like big clubs. Wow, it's a spiritual plant. This ear of corn is probably worth over $1,000. There are probably probably more than 10,000 ears of corn in this field, so wouldn't that mean we'd get 10 million? Gazing at the dense corn stalks, their eyes sparkled as if they had turned into coins. They only earn a few 100,000 yuan per mission, and after deducting their cultivation expenses, there's hardly anything left. If I could send all of these back, I'd be rolling in money and wouldn't need to go on missions for a year, allowing me to focus on my cultivation. Thinking of this, the mercenary big head picked up the mother and child rat bag and was about to pick corn. At this moment, Jensen spoke up to stop him. Didn't you learn this in biology class? This isn't wild corn, it's called snake saliva fruit. As its name suggests, it is a plant that grows by feeding on the saliva of snakes. Besides, corn prefers sunshine, and this valley is deep and damp. Do you think wild corn would grow here? Upon hearing Jensen's words, the group was immediately taken aback. It grows by relying on the saliva of snakes. To grow tens of thousands of these plants, how much snake saliva would it take to cultivate them to this size? The question had barely surfaced when it was interrupted by a rustling sound. From the deep valley, large snakes, as thick as an arm, slowly crawled out. Their scales were green, and the largest one was even more than 10 meters long. In the era before the revival of spiritual energy, it would have been considered a python. 10, there are over 100. So many bamboo green snakes. That mother snake looks like she's almost reached the 3rd rank. Looking into those cold, serpentine eyes, the group felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, a chill running through their hearts. Looks like this is going to be a fierce battle. Jensen twisted his neck. Among these 100+ bamboo green snakes, at least a dozen were second tier. Even he couldn't handle them as easily as the previous one. Just as he was preparing to go into battle, Lu Yuezhu gently tugged at his sleeve. I will come. Jensen raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Lu Yuezhu had already taken a step forward, exuding an inexplicable chill, and the phantom of a coiled green snake appeared in her bright eyes. The bamboo snakes, which had climbed up the surrounding mountain walls to launch an attack on them, seemed to sense something and stopped moving. The leading snake mother slowly raised her enormous head and looked curiously at Lu Yuezhu. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and its bright red tongue reached out towards Lu Yuezhu. Jensen frowned, preparing to transform into a dragon and rush out to stop it, but Lu Yuezhu took the initiative and gently pressed her hand on the head of the bamboo green snake mother. The giant snake slowly lowered its head and crouched at Lu Yuezhu's feet. Upon seeing this, Jensen was shocked, because the serpent mother's actions signified submission. Even with his SSS-level true dragon bloodline, he could only intimidate these strange beasts. It would be difficult for him to make them submit willingly. After all, although he possessed the ability to transform into a beast, he was still human, merely using the form of a beast. Although Lu Yuezhu's demonic power is not as great as the snake mother's, she can still make the snake mother submit willingly, which is truly unexpected. Could it be because of demonic power? Jensen pondered in his heart. Lu Yuezhu uttered some strange syllables, seemingly communicating with the snake mother. The snake mother hissed and led the many bamboo green snakes to retreat. Then, the snake mother picked up a purple snake saliva fruit from the valley and handed it to Lu Yuezhu. Lu Yuezhu peeled off the outer shell, like peeling corn, and pulled out the soft, sticky kernel inside, which she then swallowed. Jensen could clearly sense that the demonic power within Lu Yuezhu's body seemed to be constantly increasing, and her body was gradually becoming more alluring, like a beautiful serpent standing upright. Lu Yuezhu pulled Jensen outside, while the mercenary D2 and the other two looked regretfully at the snake saliva fruits, which were all pure money. However, their strength was limited, and they were simply unable to carry it. As soon as they stepped out of the valley, they saw a group of people approaching, some of whom were wearing official uniforms. Why are officials here? Did someone call for help? Those 5 seem to be from the Berserker mercenary team. All 5 are tier 2, making them a veteran 2-star mercenary team. The mercenaries, including Big Head, were discussing amongst themselves, but Jensen's gaze fell on a figure wearing a black combat suit and a black mask. He quickly waved his hand to stop the group from continuing forward. Has it finally arrived? Jensen murmured softly. Someone from the opposing team responded. I've been looking for you guys for ages. I didn't expect you guys to be so fast. Upon hearing this, the members of the iron-blooded mercenary team understood immediately. Wang Zhan, what do you mean? Our iron-blood mercenary team didn't provoke your Berserker mercenary team, did it? The mercenary, Big Head, was somewhat puzzled, but Wang Zhan, the captain of the Berserker mercenary team on the other side, sneered. Enough nonsense, hand over the girl behind you, and I, Grandpa Wang, will take pity on you and let you die a quick death. Coming for the moon bamboo? Tai Feng frowned in confusion, and Jensen immediately said, don't waste your breath on them, these people are from the Church of the Beast God. Upon hearing Jensen's words, the mercenary Big Head, who had originally wanted to speak, immediately shut up. Just protect Yuezhu. Jensen stepped forward, his gaze fixed firmly on the people opposite him. You came here specifically for her? Wang Zhan sneered. Nonsense, if it weren't for her, would it be for you? Who do you think you are? Hearing this, Jensen couldn't help but want to laugh. It seems your Beast God Church is slow to spread news. I thought you were very strong. After all, in a base city with a population of over over 10 million, the Beast God Church couldn't even muster 1,000 people, so it was impossible to attend to everyone. What the hell are you? Your mercenary captain has to call me senior. Who do you think you are, trying to act all high and mighty? Wang Zhan sneered. Before he could finish speaking, a blur rushed over and slapped him, sending him spinning twice on the spot. Seeing Wang Zhan being attacked, the 4 members of the Berserker mercenary team immediately transformed into orcs and charged towards Yensen. You're the boss, right? Yensen slapped one of the members, sending him flying. The Berserker mercenary team, is that right? Another slap landed, and the 2 members were immediately defeated. The Church of the Beast God, is it? Just as Yensen was about to strike again, the slow-moving member of the Berserker mercenary team suddenly stopped and fell backward without hesitation. Yensen held up his palm, somewhat bewildered. He hadn't even made a move yet, so how did this guy fall down? You little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Wang Zhan snapped out of his daze, his anger blazing, and immediately activated his beast transformation, turning into a half-orc with a human body and a crocodile head. He opened his mouth wide, swiftly unleashed his martial arts skills, and charged fiercely towards Yensen. D-rank martial art, steel fawn armor. D-level martial art, sky-piercing whirlwind. These 2 martial arts techniques are his signature moves. First, he infuses his spiritual energy into his teeth, so that once he bites down on a target, he can penetrate even steel. If the opponent's defense is formidable, the second martial art will be activated immediately afterward. His body spun rapidly, carrying the enemy he had bitten, and a piece of flesh would be torn off in the next moment. Wang Zhan lunged at Yensen's head, but the other man opened his arms and firmly pressed down on his upper and lower jaws. Wang Zhan sneered inwardly. His crocodile bloodline was renowned for its astonishing bite force. Even with only a D-rank bloodline, he is far superior to many C-rank beastmen of the same level. This kid is practically asking for trouble, like lighting a light in the toilet. He thought to himself and tried to bite down hard, but found that his upper and lower jaws were tightly clamped together and he couldn't close them at all. Wang Zhan felt that his mouth was completely still, and even had a faint feeling of being twisted in the opposite direction. No! Unable to imagine the consequences, he immediately unleashed his second martial art, his body spinning rapidly. He twisted his neck halfway around, but his head didn't budge. He almost broke his own head. At this moment, Wang Zhan finally understood the truth. Upon closer inspection, the boy's hands were covered with dragon scales, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. You're pretty brave. Yensen grinned, but in Wang Zhan's eyes, that smile was particularly sinister. Immediately, Yensen exerted his strength, forcefully twisting the handle with both hands, one above and one below. Wang Zhan let out a dry roar, his long mouth opening wide like a compass doing a split, instantly reaching a full 180 degrees. With his eyes wide open, Wang Zhan was completely defeated in less than 10 seconds of fighting. Several mercenary members let out groans and glared at Yensen with resentment. Yensen turned to look at them, and the group quickly took a few steps back. Their leader was a second-tier, 4th-level beastman, yet he was torn in 2 alive by this young man. If they went forward, it would be no match for him at all. Who exactly are you? How can you have such fighting power at such a young age? The woman wearing a black mask spoke slowly, and Yensen smiled as he looked at her. Dr. Yang, there's no need to hide it anymore. Do you really want to go back to being a doctor? Upon hearing this, Yanli immediately removed her mask and stared at Yensen with a cold smile. You are only at the 8th level of the soldier level, yet you were able to kill Wang Zhan, who was above your level, and you only transformed your hands into beast form. This level of combat power requires at least an A-level bloodline. How could such a genius be associating with a low-level mercenary group? Yang Li was a little confused. She thought that bringing so many people along was already being careful enough. There were more than 10 second-tier warriors here. Using them to deal with a few soldiers was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, he hadn't expected this unexpected turn of events. I told you long ago, your Beast God Church is completely out of the loop. I thought we could catch some big fish, but it turns out to be just some small fry. Yensen shrugged, and upon hearing his words, Yang Li immediately laughed contemptuously. Kid, you're being way too arrogant. They're no match for you. I haven't even gotten serious yet. Before she finished speaking, she twisted her neck and began to transform into a beast. Her 2 eyes bulged out, becoming as big as basketballs, with 2 snake-like strips of flesh connecting the eyeballs. Yang Li exuded a strong aura of spiritual energy, causing the members of the iron-blooded mercenary team to gasp in surprise. 3rd-tier master. Boy, our Beast God Church has always valued talent. We're giving you one last choice, either submit to the will of the Beast God, or die. Yang Li took out a bone about the size of a thumb, and Yensen, seeing this, also took out a bone of about the same size from his body. Someone said something similar to me yesterday. Seeing the bones and sensing the aura emanating from them, Yang Li's large eyes were filled with confusion. The bones of a saint. How did you come to have this? Of course, it's spoils of war that fell after Li Ziming died. Don't you know that? Upon hearing this, Yan Li was immediately shocked, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. The members of the Beast God Church almost always communicate through single-line contact. As a high-ranking believer, she basically only contacts that messenger. Therefore, since the other party does not disclose information, the information she has is limited to her own social circle. Even so, he knew that Li Ziming was a high-level believer, and his cultivation level was also at the 3rd level. You're just a soldier-level soldier. Even if you have an SSS-level bloodline, you can't possibly kill a 3rd-tier division-level soldier. Whether it can be done or not, we'll find out by trying. As Yensen spoke, a surge of crimson energy erupted from his body, and crimson dragon scales quickly covered his entire body, as if he were wearing armor. At this moment, he had become half-beast, transforming into a dragon man. At the same time, he activated the blood dragon fury state, his heart filled with killing intent. Yensen suddenly rushed out, his height soaring to over 2 meters, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yang Li's large eyes immediately shot out 2 beams of light. Yensen quickly turned his back to dodge, but was still hit in the arm by the energy ray. The clothes were torn apart instantly, and the dragon scales were scalding hot as if they were being burned. The blood that just gushed out made a hissing sound and turned into white smoke and dissipated. Yensen narrowed his eyes. He knew that although the bloodline of the giant eye worm was not suitable for being a doctor, it was perfectly capable of serving as a scout, conducting field reconnaissance, and eliminating dangers. But this thing can also spew out poisonous energy rays? This is a bit beyond the scope of the textbook. Fortunately, although the ray is strong, it's still within my tolerance range. As long as I'm not hit in any vital areas, I can take it down after a few hits. Although Yensen's blood dragon state is not as good as it was last night, his cultivation level has improved considerably. In addition, the giant-eyed worm is not good at head-on combat, so even if the opponent is a master-level fighter, he has a fighting chance. Thinking of this, he swiftly approached the giant-eyed worm. Seeing this, Yang Li quickly shouted, "Stop him!" More than a dozen second-tier warriors immediately sprang into action, attempting to stop Yensen. Upon seeing this, Yensen smiled. "You really aren't good at fighting. Are you trying to get yourself killed sooner?" Yang Li was completely confused, but she understood the next second. Yensen casually grabbed 2 charging enemies by the throat, using them as human shields as he rapidly approached Yang Li. Yang Li's large eyes kept emitting energy, but the 2 of them blocked it. The rays could only damage Yensen's dragon scales, but when they hit these 2, even though they had transformed into beasts, they were still penetrated, emitting white smoke and letting out miserable howls. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Yang Li was shocked and continued to emit energy beams as she retreated. The human shield in Yensen's hands was already riddled with holes, and he was getting closer and closer to Yang Li, clearly seeing the terror in her big eyes. "You should just die, Dr. Yang," Yensen called out politely, then rushed towards Yang Li, who was standing right in front of him, without hesitation. A beam of light struck Yensen's dragon scale-covered skin, causing puffs of white smoke to rise, but he remained unmoved. He swung his dragon claws and fiercely pinched Yang Li's 2 enormous eyeballs. The eyeball burst instantly, and white eye fluid splattered everywhere. Yang Li retreated repeatedly, gradually returning to human form, but her eye sockets were already empty, leaving only a blood-red expanse. She knew her life was nearing its end, but she felt no fear. Instead, she laughed wildly and shouted, "Blessed by the beast god, though my body dies, my soul will live on." Yensen frowned slightly as he looked at her crazed appearance, but without hesitation, he swung his claw and tore her in 2. As a wealth of experience and vital energy flowed into his body, Yensen smiled slightly. The essence he had just acquired was enough to raise his cultivation level by 1 level, so he didn't delay any longer. He silently chanted and quickly consumed the essence. With a loud bang, his cultivation level instantly advanced, reaching the 9th level of the soldier rank. Yensen turned his head and glanced at the remaining dozen or so beast god cult followers, a cold smile appearing on his lips. The group immediately felt a chill run down their spines and scattered in terror, screaming as they fled. However, Yensen had already transformed into a half-beast, and his speed was far beyond what they could match. He took 3 steps and then half a step, instantly catching up with one believer after another. The dragon claws swung, knocking down one after another. No one could withstand Yensen's powerful attack in his blood dragon form. In the blink of an eye, everyone perished, their lives transformed into experiences in essence. Just as he finished killing the last believer and was about to revert to his original form, several figures slowly emerged from the surrounding mountains and forests. Indeed, it truly lives up to its SSS-level true dragon bloodline, capable of fighting across 2 ranks. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, even if the envoy had told me, I would still find it hard to believe. It's just a pity about Yang Li. We arrived too late, and she died a martyr. But I believe the beast god will remember her contributions and protect her soul for eternity. The 4 men and women exchanged smiles, seemingly having been watching the battle from the sidelines for quite some time. They exuded an impressive aura, all being 3rd-tier master-level cultivators whose strength far surpassed Yan Li's, roughly at the 5th level of the 3rd tier. After killing a few small shrimp and a small fish, have a few more small fish appeared? Yensen twisted his neck, his eyes burning with intense killing intent. He wasn't surprised, but he wasn't sure if killing these larger small fish would attract the real big fish. Little fish? TSK. This kid is real really arrogant. I've lived for so long and I've never seen anyone so arrogant. A burly man clenched his fist and gradually transformed into a tall black bear. Grade C Bloodline Violent Black Bear. As an SSS-level genius, he certainly has some reason to be arrogant. Unfortunately, no matter how strong his talent is, he has no chance of survival against the four of us working together. A man with resolute features waved his hand, his face transforming into that of a striped tiger. C-grade Bloodline Mountain Tiger. The remaining two transformed into a berserk rhinoceros and a wind-feathered falcon, both possessing C-level bloodlines. Although the four were only half-beasts, their powerful aura already enveloped the entire area. Even those from the Ironblood mercenary team, watching from afar, felt their breath catch in their throats. For master-level experts, each skilled in direct combat. Can Brother Yen handle them? Should we lend a hand? The mercenary captain asked nervously, his voice trembling. What help do you need? Don't act rashly. Brother Yen hasn't spoken yet, so we can't do anything. Although Typhoon was worried about Yen-sen's safety, he inexplicably felt that the other party was not flustered at all when facing danger, as if everything was under control. Believe in him, Typhoon thought to himself, but the next moment he was stunned. Faced with the four's fierce attack, the half-beast Yen-sen could only passively endure the blows and had no power to fight back. Bang 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 bang. The four of them unleashed their C-level martial arts techniques, their attacks landing on Yen-sen's body. Yen-sen looked at the four people surrounding him and a thought struck him. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his dragon power and unleashed an S-rank martial art Iron Mountain Lean. Iron Mountain Lean, Mountain Sticker. Once they get close, it's an unparalleled killing move. In an instant, his aura surged, dragon power erupted, and a phantom image the size of a mountain suddenly charged toward the surrounding enemies. Seeing this fierce attack, the four felt a chill run down their spines and growled in unison. Oh no, it's an S-rank martial art. An extraordinary phenomenon appeared, and the ultimate skill was revealed. This was precisely the extraordinary phenomenon that only S-rank martial arts could display. Instantly, the four understood that Yen-sen's earlier show of weakness was merely a cover-up, his purpose being to launch this unexpected attack. The mountain-like phantom, over 10 meters tall, crashed into all directions with a deafening roar. At the critical moment, the four of them immediately transformed into their full beast forms. Their clothes burst open, transforming into four giant beasts that clashed head-on with the mountain phantom. Unfortunately, they were still a step too slow. The mountain phantom suddenly smashed through the four giant beasts the instant their transformation was not complete, sending them flying in all directions. The power of S-rank martial arts was exceptionally terrifying, and Yen-sen had been secretly gathering his strength for a long time. The four high-ranking believers of the Beast God Church, although all at the third level of cultivation, were coughing up blood one by one, and the giant beast feathers on their bodies were falling off. Damn brat, I'll tear you to pieces and swallow you whole. The mountain tiger opened its mouth wide and roared at Yen-sen. The other three senior believers, transformed into a black bear, a rhinoceros, and a wind-feathered falcon, also pounced on Yen-sen with all their might. This time, they held nothing back and gave it their all. Standing 4 or 5 meters tall, the ferocious black bear suddenly rose up and struck Yen-sen with a palm, which also contained the power of the C-level martial art Iron Sand Palm, its momentum overwhelming. Yen-sen was startled and dared not take the attack head-on. The dragon man nimbly dodged the blow. The palm strike slammed into a tree as thick as two people could hug, instantly creating a large crater, and leaves fell like rain. Just as Yen-sen dodged the attack, the mountain tiger pounced from behind, its claws whistling as they swept across, carrying the power of a C-level martial art. Unable to dodge in time, he could only turn sideways and use his claws to block. With a bang, the two claws collided, causing them to stagger back several meters, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Before Yen-sen could catch his breath, a large bird swooped down from midair, its sharp claws tearing open the muscles on his back. Dragon scales rolled up, blood gushed out, and the excruciating pain made Yen-sen grit his teeth. As soon as the attack landed, the frenzied rhinoceros, which had been gathering its strength for a long time, charged forward, its sharp horn aimed directly at Yen-sen's abdomen. His clothes were torn, and his dragon-scaled skin was ripped open, with blood gushing out. Yen-sen's body was violently thrown back, arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The attacks from the group continued relentlessly, but the Iron Mountain Lean technique required time to prepare, leaving Yen-sen powerless to retaliate. In the distance, Lu Yueju's eyes showed heartache. She looked at the four giant beasts that were about to continue attacking Yen-sen with a sob in her voice and called out. But the four ignored them and instead intensified their attack, determined to kill Yen-sen completely. This kid is only at the soldier level, yet his defense is so amazing. The four of us attacked with all our might, and he still managed to hold on. It's unbelievable. After all, he's an SSS-level genius, so it's normal for him to be able to take a beating, but he won't last much longer. He's only at the soldier level, so he can only transform into a half-beast. If he were to fully transform into a beast, we might not be able to kill him. The group continued their attack while talking. Yen-sen's body continued to accumulate more and more hideous wounds. If it weren't for the activation of his dragon essence talent, which enhanced his body's Tiger's recovery ability, these injuries would have left other beastmen severely wounded and unable to recover. Damn it! Are we just going to give up like this? Looking at the arrogant group, Yuan felt resentful. He had been like bait, luring in a few small fish, and he felt he had let himself down. Just then, he suddenly heard hissing sounds coming from all around, and the four people turned around in surprise. From the valley, large snakes slithered out rapidly, as if summoned, and attacked this direction. Has the demonic spirit body been activated? Seeing this, the group of people did not seem surprised. On the contrary, they showed expressions of delight. This demonic spirit has good talent. It was able to subdue a strange beast right after awakening. Yes, it's such a pity about Yongli. If she could bring this demon spirit back, she could probably be promoted directly to Black Robe Envoy. Heh, how hypocritical. When I asked you to take action just now, you said to wait a bit, but now you're saying this here. The group chatted and laughed, completely ignoring the giant snakes that were charging at them, since they were only first or second tier beasts. Tiger, you can have these snakes. The three of us will continue to gang up on this kid. You bastard, you know I hate snakes, and you still make me do this kind of thing. The mountain tiger reluctantly withdrew and turned to charge at the large snakes. It let out a roar, and its powerful tiger-like might instantly envelop the entire area, causing the rapidly crawling snakes to slow down. The next moment, the huge, striped tiger swiftly attacked, smashing a large snake into a pulp with a single slap. Only then did the members of the Ironblood mercenary team truly realize the terrifying power of these tier 3 master-level beastmen. If they were to fight them head-on, they would probably be instantly reduced to blood mist. This is enough to illustrate the astonishing impact Yuan suffered. He was actually facing 3 master-level evolvers at the same time. Damn it, I don't know what methods they used, but the teleportation function of this mother and child rat pouch has been blocked, so we can't send out a distress signal at all. There must be officials among those members of the Beast God Church who have long since disabled our teleportation function. Are we just going to stand by and watch Brother Yuan be beaten to death? We're completely powerless to do anything about it. Typhoon clenched his fists, and the people around him sighed. They didn't even dare to run away. Given the speed displayed by those master-level evolved beings, they probably wouldn't even be able to run more than 10 meters before being torn to pieces. The bamboo snakes summoned by Lu Yuezhu were torn to shreds one by one, but the cold light flashing in Lu Yuezhu's eyes grew even stronger. Her gaze locked onto the mountain tiger, and she slowly walked towards it. From the torn corpse of the bamboo snake, wisps of inexplicable energy slowly drifted out and merged into Lu Yuezhu's body. As more and more bamboo snakes died around her, her body began to slowly change, and her legs gradually transformed into a green snake tail. With a wave of her hand, the grass and trees on the surrounding land grew wildly, turning into countless vines that coiled around the mountain tiger. Upon seeing this, the mountain tiger's eyes widened, and it exclaimed in surprise, "Natural talent! Among the billions of evolved beings in the world, only a handful, perhaps 1 in 10,000, can control their natural talents. Even these few master-level evolved beings might not be so fortunate." So-called natural talent, unlike physical talent, mostly refers to natural elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Once mastered, one's strength will be greatly enhanced, and one may even be able to fight across the gap in bloodline levels. Unfortunately, the acquisition of natural talent depends on both comprehension and luck. Many people spend their entire lives pursuing it but never achieve it, while others may wake up one day to find they already possess it. With the ability to master the power of the wood element, the value of this demonic body will greatly increase. I'm afraid even those bishops will fight over it. The mountain tiger let out an excited roar, and then, with all its might, it managed to break free of the vines that were binding it. The demonic spirit body is not to be underestimated, but unfortunately, your current cultivation level is too weak. With that thought in mind, he suddenly lunged at Lu Yuezhu. The bamboo snakes in front of him were all torn to shreds, leaving bloodstains all over the ground. His speed was significantly reduced, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. Those damn spicy snacks! The enraged mountain tiger pounced wildly, killing the bamboo snakes one by one, while Lu Yuezhu's power continued to rise. Finally, the surrounding grass and leaves trembled and then turned into sharp, knife-like flying leaves. The sharp, flying leaves slashed at the mountain tiger, who let out a terrible roar as bloodstains appeared on his body. Damn chick! The mountain tiger jerked violently, smashing several bamboo snakes to death before swiftly approaching Lu Yuezhu and slamming down with its palm. Lu Yuezhu was sent flying, crashing into a large tree before slowly sliding down, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. You damned tiger, if you kill her, can you afford to compensate the 3 of us for our losses? The 3 people in the distance saw this and shouted angrily. Mountain tiger burst into laughter. Don't worry, I held back. At most, I'll be seriously injured, but as long as I don't die, it's fine. You 3, stop talking nonsense. I've almost finished clearing out my spicy snacks. Why are you still at a stalemate over there? Shanhu stared at the 3 men with displeasure. Despite being badly wounded, Yuan, who had transformed into a dragon, remained standing despite their combined attack. In his counterattack, he tore apart a lot of flesh from the 3 men's bodies. Almost there, almost there. This kid is doomed, the ferocious black bear roared, its expression extremely savage. You two hold him off for now. I'll deliver a devastating blow to the mountaintop and send him to his grave. The raging rhinoceros roared, its four hooves stomping heavily on the ground, gathering its strength to end Yen Sen's life with its martial arts. The group was whispering amongst themselves, completely unaware of the almost tangible fury blazing in Yen Sen's eyes. Each of their attacks was like adding fuel to the fire in his heart, and the fact that Lu Yuezhu had just been seriously injured made his anger burn even more fiercely. At this moment, Yen Sen seemed to be filled with rage, on the verge of exploding at any moment. He had only activated half of the Blood Dragon Fury state before, merely activating his blood and chi, but not touching the key point rage. When the Blood Dragon rages, all living beings grovel. The frenzied rhinoceros charged menacingly at Yen Sen, kicking up a cloud of mud. Yen Sen's body began to slowly expand, and a dragon tail suddenly grew from his back, instantly tearing his already tattered clothes to shreds. A deafening dragon roar resounded, and a blood-red dragon more than 10 meters long slowly appeared. The enormous, frenzied rhinoceros looked like a puppy in front of it. Yen Sen, in his blood dragon form, raised his sharp claws and slammed them down on the charging rhinoceros. The mud immediately sank into a deep pit, burying the rhinoceros's head deep inside, causing it to fall headfirst. Looking at the ferocious dragon shrouded in blood-red energy, the remaining three giant beasts exchanged glances, a chill running down their spines. Complete beast transformation. It's actually a complete beast transformation. The group was astonished. They seemed unaware of how Li Ziming had died, but were shocked that Yen Sen had managed to complete his beast transformation. They struggled against Yen Sen and his allies who were half-beasts just now, but now that the opponent has fully transformed into a beast, the consequences are self-evident. A chill ran down their spines, and they involuntarily took a few steps back. What's there to be afraid of? He's covered in wounds, but we can still fight him if we join forces, Shanhu said to them after dealing with the bamboo snake over there. The two were intrigued upon hearing this, but changed their minds the next moment. Yen Sen, in his blood dragon form, vanished in an instant, appearing beside the mountain tiger and looking down at it from above. The mountain tiger, which was 4 or 5 meters long, seemed like a kitten at this moment, feeling a strong sense of oppression. Damn it, so what if you're a wounded soldier who's fully transformed into a beast? I don't believe you're that strong, Yen Sen said without any politeness, pressing down with both claws and simultaneously unleashing the dragon tear hand. Mountain tiger also unleashed his martial arts skills, launching a counterattack. The dragon and the tiger collided violently, and the next moment the tiger let out a miserable cry as one of its claws was torn off along with half of its arm. He has now been completely crushed. Hurry up and get him. Shan Hu turned and fled, roaring at the other two. But when I looked up, the ferocious black bear and the wind-feathered falcon had already run more than 100 meters away, their figures gradually disappearing into the distance. You beast! Mountain tiger roared angrily. The next moment, the blood dragon leaped over his head, swung its hindclaws, and snatched off his head. Yen Sen leaped forward, pouncing on the ferocious black bear, opening his dragon-like mouth to bite down on the massive bear's head and pull it away. Like the cracking sound of a bottle cap being popped open, blood gushed out like a fountain, making the crimson dragon scales on his body even more vivid and dazzling. Yen Sen looked up at the wind-feather falcon flying in midair, his eyes filled with deep killing intent. It was a pity that he had not yet mastered the power of controlling the wind and could not fly. Upon seeing this, the wind-feather falcon immediately flew higher, fearing that it would be caught by Yen Sen's claw. What a freak! Even with an SSS-level bloodline, this is still too overpowered, Feng Lingjun said, still shaken. Just a few kilometers away, a voice suddenly came to my ears. The mission isn't finished yet. Why are you leaving? Upon hearing this, Feng Lingjun stopped and scanned the mountains and fields below, where he saw a man in a blood-red robe staring at him. Your Excellency, she replied somewhat guiltily. I was ordered to seize the demon spirit body and kill that brat named Yen Sen, but who would have thought he would be so monstrous that even a soldier-level soldier could completely transform into a beast? No need to say more, I was there the whole time. The man in the red robe spoke slowly, and Feng Lingjun was overjoyed upon hearing it. You also think this kid is a monster, right? But since you've shown up in person, dealing with him is a piece of cake. That's right, now that I'm here, none of you are of any use anymore. After the man finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and there was a loud bang. The wind-feathered falcon circling in midair instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. If you had gone all out from the beginning, you could have resolved the matter much earlier. You had to wait for me to take action personally. It's a shame you died so tragically. As the man spoke, he lifted the hood of his red robe and slowly walked towards Yen Sen's direction. If Yen Sen were present, he would definitely recognize this face. He would have seen it before. Unable to catch the wind-feather falcon, Yen Sen wasted no time and went straight to the frenzied rhinoceros that he had slapped into a daze. The rhinoceros had just raised its head from the mud pit and hadn't even reacted when Yen Sen slapped it down with his dragon claw. The hard rhinoceros head was smashed open, revealing a bloody, mangled red and white mass. Having defeated the enemy, Yen Sen immediately reverted to human form, his body covered in wounds, with not an inch of undamaged skin. Exhaustion showed in his eyes. He ripped off the badge-like thing from the neck of the raging rhinoceros and stuck it on his own body. As the psionic energy flowed into the badge, it immediately condensed into a large number of nanomolecules, which quickly created a set of clothes based on Yen-sen's body shape. This outfit offers no protection, it merely covers the body. After all, for a Tier 3 Beastmaster, ordinary equipment is far less effective than a strong physical body. Yen-sen walked to Lu Yuezhu's side and gently patted her head. Although Lu Yuezhu was seriously injured after being attacked by the mountain tiger, she has recovered to about 70 to 80% now that the tiger has eliminated all the bamboo snakes. Her clothes transformed into a green tulle dress made of condensed energy. This was not created by psionic equipment, but rather a manifestation of her natural talent. This is much more convenient than psionic equipment, since the latter may be damaged in battle, leaving you with nothing to do. Yen-sen asked Lu Yuezhu, who shook her head but instead gently stroked the wounds on Yen-sen's body, saying in a clear voice, "Brother, does it hurt?" I'm not your brother, never mind, just call me brother." Yen-sen didn't want to explain further. After all, Ludong had died for her, and it was only natural for him, as her brother, to take care of her. A green halo swirled around Lu Yuezhu's palm, and in the next moment, Yen-sen's wounds rapidly healed. This is natural talent? The power of the wood element can be controlled, used for attack, and even for healing? Yen-sen sighed. With this power, if Lu Yuezhu can grow up, she will definitely be extremely powerful. Not bad. He has only recently awakened, yet he can already wield the power of the wood element. His talent is indeed extraordinary. Just then, a voice came from the woods. Yen-sen was startled and looked over, only to see a figure in a red robe slowly walking out. "Hee, Yen-sen, your growth rate has surprised me quite a bit." The man had a beaming smile and an upright demeanor, unlike anyone from the Church of the Beast God. "Director Chi, I'm very curious, how did you, a 5th-tier general level expert, come to join the Beast God Church?" That's right, this person is none other than Qi Lianqing, the director of the Evolution Hall. Given his status and position in Anyang Base City, Yen-sen could never have imagined that he was actually a member of the Beast God Church. "Didn't you come here to use yourself as bait to catch big fish? What, have I disappointed you? In your eyes, I'm just a small fish?" Qi Lianqing smiled and looked at Yen-sen, whose eyelids twitched. "If you knew I was bait, why did you come in the first place? It's simple. Your demonic spirit body is tempting enough to make me reveal my identity. This bait is just too good to pass up." Qi Lianqing looked at Yen-sen with a mocking expression, while the latter felt a surge of unease, as if this game had gone a bit too far. Not far away, the 4 members of the iron-blooded mercenary team were completely dumbfounded. Qi Lianqing is actually a member of the Beast God Church, and a 5th-tier general-level expert at that? They were already incredulous that Yen-sen had suddenly attacked and killed 4 master-level experts, but now an even stronger 5th-tier general had appeared. They couldn't imagine any way out for themselves and their companions. The enemy could kill them instantly with a mere wave of their hand. They appeared extremely insignificant in front of this 5th-tier general-level expert. Yen-sen immediately mustered all his strength, channeled his spiritual energy to his throat, and then uttered a few long and high-pitched characters. "All generals, listen to my command." As his voice rang out, the wind howled through the surrounding mountains and forests. 3 men dressed in different colored armor appeared one after another and responded. "Black Tiger, heed my command. Red Tiger, heed my command. White Tiger, heed my command." Upon seeing these 3 figures, the 4 members of the iron-blooded mercenary team were immediately shocked, but their faces lit up with joy. These are the 3 Tiger generals under the Grand Marshal. The 3 men exuded an imposing aura, radiating a strong battlefield-killing intent that sent chills down one's spine. The 3 of them had no objection to Yen-sen's order. Before leaving the city, Yen-sen specifically reported this matter and his thoughts to Qin Feihu. Qin Feihu then dispatched 3 fierce generals to accompany him, who would appear as soon as Yen-sen gave the order. This is precisely where Yen-sen's confidence comes from. These 3 Tiger generals are all late-stage 5th-tier powerhouses and possess A-level Tiger bloodlines. Any one of them, if placed in Anyang Base City, could easily sweep away enemies of the same level. Although Qi Lianqing was also at the late stage of the 5th rank, he did not seem to have many impressive achievements, unlike these 3 Tiger generals who had joined forces with Qin Feihu to fight against the tide of millions of alien beasts. Even so, for some reason, Yen-sen still felt vaguely uneasy. After all, Qi Lianqing seemed to have anticipated this, remaining calm and composed as he quietly observed the 3 Tiger generals. "With the 3 great generals gathered, it seems Qin Feihu values you highly. Even an ordinary 6th-tier revolver could be defeated by them. Unfortunately, it ran into me." Qi Lianqing spoke calmly, stepped forward, and a powerful aura swept out. He was not inferior to the 3 opponents he faced. Seeing this, Yen-sen quickly grabbed Lu Yuezhu's waist and darted to the side. The residual power of a 5th-tier general-level expert's battle is extremely strong. If the distance is too close, he simply cannot withstand it. Upon seeing this, the 3 valiant generals also showed signs of caution. They didn't say much. A battle was about to break out. To Yen-sen's surprise, none of the 4 had fully transformed into beasts. Instead, they remained in a semi-beast state and were still using weapons. The three great generals, each wielding a broad-bladed heavy sword, transformed into half-orcs with human bodies and tiger heads, and besieged Qilian City. Qi Lianqing transformed into a pangolin-like beast, with a human body and an animal head, holding a long spear in his hand. The spear clashed with the heavy sword, and in an instant, blade light and energy scatter and fly in all directions, sweeping around. Click, click, click. The surrounding trees snapped and collapsed as if they had been mowed down. In the blink of an eye, not a single tree remained intact within a radius of a kilometer. This power is terrifying. The martial arts they use are at least A-level, and their weapons are probably extraordinary as well. They should be beast soul equipment. Yansen secretly speculated in his heart. At first, the battle between the group was somewhat stalemate. Qi Lianqing was fighting against three opponents and was not at a disadvantage at all. But the next moment, he chuckled. That's enough. Let's end the battle. 1,000-pound force field. The three fierce generals felt an invisible pressure pressing down on them, and the ground beneath their feet sank several inches, causing their bodies to bend. Upon seeing this, Yansen's heart skipped a beat. He had a vague feeling that the three tiger generals were probably going to be defeated. You've actually awakened a natural talent. The three tiger generals' bodies were suppressed by the powerful aura, as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. Clearly, this is a natural force field that can suppress enemies within a certain range. With his natural talent, Qi Lianqing was able to easily crush three opponents while fighting alone, demonstrating the profound development of his talent. The three of them did not expect Qi Lianqing to be so well hidden. With his strength, even at the late stage of the 5th rank, he could contend with a 6th rank general level expert, which was a level above him. Yansen looked at the three tiger generals who were being suppressed by Qi Lianqing and felt a sense of despair. If that's the case, he probably has nowhere to escape. Even if he tried his best, he had no chance of winning against this late-stage 5th-tier expert. Qi Lianqing waved his hand casually, and an invisible force field enveloped Yansen from all directions, pulling him sharply towards himself. Yansen felt a chill run through his body, and a deathly threat struck his heart. Qi Lianqing stared at him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yansen, how about we make a deal? Yansen frowned slightly, sensing that the other party did not seem to intend to kill him completely. What transaction? Kill someone for me, and I'll spare your life. Qi Lianqing slowly stated the conditions, leaving Yansen even more confused. With your abilities, do you really need me to kill for you? You can't even kill yourself. How could I possibly help you? You may not be able to do it now, but you will be able to do it in the future. Qi Lianqing's words made Yansen's heart tighten, and he had a bad feeling. What level of cultivation is the person you want to kill now? He has the same SSS-level bloodline as you, and is even a dragon. He should be at the Emperor level by now. A fierce glint flashed in Qi Lianqing's eyes, but it quickly turned into deep helplessness. An 11th tier Emperor level expert? Are you sending me to my death? Yansen's lips twitched, unsure how to respond. An 11th tier Emperor level being, and of dragon blood. Could it be the evil dragon emperor from the Kyoto Saint family? The Crimson Tiger general, who was forced to kneel on one knee beside him, slowly spoke. Qi Lianqing nodded, seemingly recalling some past events, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Hearing this, Yansen was speechless. Brother, you want me to kill an emperor level expert, and one from a saintly family at that? Do you think I, a commoner with no background, have the right to stand against a saintly family? The so-called saintly families are those with a 12th tier saint guarding their lineage. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Great Xia dynasty has produced fewer than 100 saints, each an invincible being who surpasses their peers. Even geniuses with SSS-level bloodlines are not guaranteed to advance to the saint level. After all, such geniuses are numerous, but those who can truly reach the saint level are extremely rare. So Qin Feihu's earlier statement that the country would fully support Yansen even if he wanted to become a god was nothing but empty promises. He'll struggle to even become a saint, let alone a god. There is currently no godlike being on earth. Countless people of extraordinary talent and mythical lineage, countless prodigies who surpass their peers, dream of becoming the first to ascend to godhood. Who can guarantee they'll get there first? After all, others have been ahead for hundreds of years. Yansen felt that Qi Lianqing was talking nonsense. How could he dare to provoke these saintly families? Yansen, do you know why I want to kill him? A hint of sadness appeared in Qi Lianqing's eyes. Have no idea. I ask you, if one day your loved one is insulted or murdered, what would you do? Yansen looked at Qi Lianqing and seemed to understand something. What if that person has a powerful background and exceptional talent, while you are weak and powerless? Upon hearing this, Yansen fell silent. He understood that in this seemingly law-abiding world, weakness was still the greatest sin. Just like yesterday, before he had fused with the true dragon bloodline, he could only be bullied by others and had no power to fight back. Only by strengthening ourselves can we have the means to fight back when faced with injustice. So, you joined the Beast God Church for revenge? Qi Lianqing nodded. I'm willing to make a pact with the devil if it means getting revenge. For the sake of revenge, have your hands never been stained with the blood of innocence? Although he sympathized with Qi Lianqing's plight, Yansen did not forget Qi Lianqing's identity as a member of the Beast
Beast God Church. Countless innocent people died at their hands, many of whom were civilians with low combat capabilities.
I'm sorry, I know I'm guilty, so I'm not asking you for anything. I'm making a deal with you.
Even if I agree, you might not be able to complete it. Since it's a transaction, there must be some bargaining chips. That girl is very important to you, isn't she?
Shi Lianqing looked at Lu Yuezhu in the distance, and Yensen was shocked, but still smiled faintly.
Are you as uninformed as your subordinates? I've only known her for less than a day. How important do you think she is? I did some research before I came.
The girl you're taking care of is the sister of a mercenary, and that mercenary seems to be the one who sacrificed himself last night to save your parents. Yes, we have to thank your Beast God Church for all of this. Shi Lianqing smiled faintly. I can tell you're a man of your word, so I'm willing to take the gamble.
I won't lose out, right?
After saying that, he waved his hand again, and the force field instantly enveloped Lu Yuezhu, pulling her directly towards himself. So, do you agree to this deal? Facing Lu Yuezhu, who was so close, a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. I'll agree to your terms as long as you release everyone here.
Shi Lianqing smiled and shook his head.
I can release them, but I must hold the bargaining chips.
How about we make a deal?
He looked at Yensen, his tone relaxed.
I'm taking this girl with me.
She'll be returned to you within 10 years, as long as you fulfill our agreement.
Yensen clenched his fists, anger surging in his eyes.
Shi Lianqing added, don't worry, I will protect her well and return her to you intact.
However, you need to hurry up and improve your strength.
After all, it's not easy to have the power to kill an Emperor-level expert within 10 years. After he finished speaking, an invisible force field surged around him, enveloping him as he flew into the deep mountains and forests.
Goodbye, Yen Senator. I hope to hear good news from you next time we meet.
Yensen gritted his teeth, wanting to catch up, but the force field binding him was still not released until Shi Lianqing completely disappeared, at which point it slowly loosened. He clenched his fists and slammed them angrily into the ground, his chest heaving violently.
Brother Yen, don't be discouraged.
Even if you don't reach the Emperor level within 10 years, there is still hope of killing Shi Lianqing, Black Tiger General said to Yensen from the side. Hearing this, Yensen raised his eyebrows slightly, also feeling that the chances were not small. Shi Hu added, Shi Lianqing is a red-robed envoy in the Beast God Church, and should be the highest-ranking person in charge of the Anyang base. Once he shows up, the situation on our side will be much more stable. Bai Hu paused for a moment, then said, actually, the threat from the Beast God Church is not the biggest problem.
Recently, space-time
rifts have been appearing frequently all over the world, and the alien beasts from other worlds are even more difficult to deal with. Yes, now that we've finished our business, we still need to wipe out those strange beasts. If they swarm together, the consequences
will be even more difficult to handle. Brother Yen, would you like to come back with us? Black Tiger looked at Yensen with concern.
Several of the valiant generals held Yensen in high esteem and had been observing him from the surrounding area. Each time they thought Yensen was in danger, they were ready to lend a helping hand. But no one expected that Yensen would repeatedly unleash his power, killing multiple division-level experts while only at the first-tier soldier level, and ultimately catching the big fish, Chilian City. They secretly admired Yensen's strength, feeling that they couldn't possibly do what he did at the same level. Moreover, Yensen had just saved their lives from Shi Lianqing, so no one could refuse.
Hearing their words, Yensen shook his head. The three of you should go back first. There shouldn't be any danger here anymore. I plan to gain some experience before returning.
Even if it weren't for the deal with Shi Lianqing, Yensen needed to quickly improve his strength in order to cope with future uncertainties.
The three of you go ahead.
The three valiant generals bowed to Yensen in farewell before leaving.
Yensen walked towards the iron-blooded mercenary team members and sighed deeply. Clean up the battlefield and move on.
The group looked at each other, stunned by what had just happened.
Brother Yen, Yuezhu, Shi. Tai Feng's voice trembled. Lu Yuezhu was Ludong's only relative.
He was filled with guilt for failing to protect the family of his team members. Yensen pictured Lu Yuezhu's innocent face and recalled her dependence on him, and secretly made up his mind, I will definitely find her. This is not only a promise to Ludong, but also a responsibility to myself. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group found a hide on a member of the Beast God Church, removed the barrier from the mother-child rat spatial bag, and then followed Yensen to begin hunting alien beasts. Yensen killed 4 third-tier master-level experts from the Beast God Church in succession, gaining a large amount of experience and essence. He silently recited consumption in his mind, and his essence was transformed into pure energy, which propelled his cultivation to continuously improve. The amount of essence required to advance from the first rank to the second rank is not small, but the 4 third-rank masters, who also possess C-rank bloodlines, have quite good quality essence. Therefore, Yensen directly and unstoppably raised their strength to the warrior rank. Having only awakened his powers for 2 days, Yensen's growth rate is astonishing, especially considering his position in Anyang Bay City. The experience and benefits brought by the group were also very rich, and Yensen used them without hesitation, directly upgrading the S-level martial art Iron Mountain Lean from beginner to minor mastery. After all, it takes many years of hard work to improve one's level in S-class martial arts. To go from beginner to minor mastery in just 2 days is truly terrifying.
Even Su Yuan, a 5th rank general, could only barely reach the great completion realm after decades of cultivation.
It takes 1,000,000 experience points to go from the initial stage to the final stage of the Iron Mountain Lean technique.
That's troublesome. It'll probably take a long time to accumulate them.
Like his essence, Yansen's experience level changes based on the difference between the level of the target he kills and his own level. The experience he gained from killing Li Ziming, a 3rd-tier master, for the first time was naturally different from the experience he gained from killing the other 4 people later. Yansen wasted no time, leading the iron-blooded mercenary team to sweep through the 2-star hunting zone. With his current strength, he moved with the speed of mowing grass, and a large number of exotic beasts were transformed into essence and experience points, which he then collected. The members of the Ironblood mercenary team were already exhausted just cleaning up the corpses of the alien beasts. After all, using the mother-child rat spatial bag also required spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the number 5 hunting base where Yansen and his group had arrived was also thrown into turmoil by their actions. The hunting base has built special warehouses for storing the carcasses of the alien beasts that are transported from the space bag. These carcasses are then transported back to the base city for processing into food and evolution materials. Most of the mercenary teams at hunting base number 5 are 1-star level, so the number of beast corpses produced here each day is not very high. A 1-star mercenary team typically consists of only about 5 members, and the number of 1st-tier beasts they hunt each day will not exceed 10 times the number of members. As for 2nd-tier beasts, the number will not exceed 1 time, or even less. After all, a 1-star mercenary team usually chooses to run away when it encounters a group of 2nd-tier beasts.
2-star mercenary teams are less likely to come to this hunting area and usually go to other places.
The 2-star hunting area here is almost only visited by mercenary teams for promotion missions because the bloodline of the beasts is generally low, and the points gained from hunting 2nd-tier beasts are relatively small. Therefore, even though hundreds of mercenary team members come to hunting base number 5 every day, the number of 2nd-tier beasts harvested here does not exceed 50. However, today, all the warehouses here are completely full. In the center of the square stood a large bag more than 10 meters long. It was the mother bag of the mother-child rat space bag. The deep opening of the bag was like a black hole, radiating a strange attraction. The bag continuously spewed out specks of light, which rapidly expanded upon landing, transforming into the corpses of strange beasts. More than a dozen such corpses were ejected in succession. Initially, the staff at the hunting base did not notice anything unusual, since it was common for multiple mercenary teams to simultaneously transport the corpses of alien beasts. But when the space bag continuously spewed out hundreds of alien beast corpses, everyone sensed something was wrong. This should be a random occurrence of a large number of mercenary teams teleporting at the same time, which makes sense.
Continue moving them.
The base station chief was a 2nd-tier warrior-level evolved being who directed the porters to dispose of the alien beast corpses. The porters are all ordinary people at the mortal level. Soldier-level evolved beings generally don't do this kind of physical labor, since they can earn more by hunting alien beasts themselves. Dozens of porters worked together to transport the enormous beast carcass to the warehouse, where someone outside used the animal hide to sense its aura and then made a record.
As lines of data were entered into the computer, the registrar couldn't help but swallow hard,
because all the strange beast auras came from the same spatial subbag.
They're all from the Ironblood mercenary team.
The registrar's exclamation carried far, and Zhu Biao, the station chief, frowned and walked over to ask, "Why are you so startled?
What's wrong?"
"Station chief, these 100+ beast corpses are all spoils of war from the iron-blooded mercenary team."
"Oh, which 2-star mercenary team? I've never heard of them."
"This is a 1-star mercenary team."
"What?"
The base station chief's eyes widened, then he smiled. "They were probably just lucky. They stumbled upon a territorial battle between the beast hordes and managed to get lucky.
This happens once or twice every few years, which is quite reasonable. Let's continue registering."
As the station manager, he maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Thinking about all this, Zhu Biao continued his patrol of the square. But not long after, the spatial bag spewed out a large number of alien beast corpses, piling up into a small mountain.
What's going on? Is it another sporadic large-scale mercenary group teleporting over at the same time?
Seeing the hundreds of monster corpses, Zhu Biao estimated that it must have been sent by more than a dozen mercenary teams at the same time. However, as the bodies were being registered and sent to the warehouse one by one, the registrar suddenly exclaimed in surprise,
"Oh my god, it's the iron-blooded mercenaries again."
Zhu Biao rushed over upon hearing the noise, glanced at the data on the computer, and frowned.
This 1-star mercenary team is so lucky? They've run into another battle with a horde of alien beasts?
It's rare for this to happen to the same mercenary team, but it makes sense.
Continue registering. Zhu Biao remained calm, but before long, hundreds more monster corpses were teleported over. He hurriedly took the animal hide from the registrar, sensed its scent, and then couldn't help but swallow hard. "Station master, could this be another teleportation from that Ironblood mercenary group's spatial bag?"
Zhu
Biao nodded.
You've worked at the base for over 10 years and have seen and experienced a great deal.
Is this situation reasonable?
Well, it's not like I haven't seen cases of consecutive lucky breaks before.
I guess that's reasonable, right?
Xu Biao answered hesitantly. Then, he began to carefully examine the wounds on the beast corpses, his eyes widening in surprise. He discovered that the wounds on these strange beasts were almost all fatal, and the manner of the wounds was exactly the same. Could it be that all of these were killed by the same person? The station manager frowned, finding this even more unbelievable than continuously finding bargains. He noticed that batches of strange beast corpses were being continuously transported, with hundreds of strange beasts arriving every so often. After confirming that the scents on the corpses were all the same, Zhu Biao looked at the registrar, who was also looking at him.
Is this reasonable, station master? Reasonable? Reasonable, my foot.
Over 1,000 beast corpses were transported in one day, including more than 50 second-tier beasts.
Even a 2-star mercenary team couldn't do that.
Xu Biao's heart skipped a beat. Judging from his experience, there must be a master in that iron-blooded mercenary team whose cultivation level was at least at the 3rd-tier master level. Only such a powerful individual could sweep through this region like an army.
That doesn't make sense. What kind of tier 3 expert would bother coming to this crappy place and wasting their energy?
Xu Biao secretly guessed what was going on and decided to wait for the iron-blooded mercenary team to return so he could investigate further.
For 3 consecutive days, the Ironblood mercenary team's spatial bag was almost constantly transmitting data.
The other side seemed to be on steroids, hunting all night long, leaving the ordinary porters exhausted. It's simply impossible to move them all. Xu Biao had no choice but to urgently recruit a group of porters in the base city and personally take charge to prevent the large number of corpses from piling up and going unattended. After all, if the carcasses of strange beasts cannot be stored in a warehouse in time to preserve them, their edible and medicinal value will be greatly reduced. Nevertheless, the warehouse at hunting base number 5 was overflowing several times over those 3 days. The warehouses were built in the wild, which was very expensive. There were only 3, each of which could store 1,000 beast carcasses, for a total of 3,000, which was more than enough.
Because delivery trucks travel back and forth every day, the warehouse is often only half full or even less.
However, the Ironblood mercenary team sends hundreds of alien beasts every few tens of minutes, and the transportation efficiency simply cannot keep up. Therefore, Station Chief Xu Biao had to scramble to borrow transport vehicles from other nearby hunting bases to ensure that the quality of the beast carcasses was not affected. When the station masters in the surrounding area learned of his experience, they were all stunned and showed expressions of envy, exclaiming that this kid had really struck gold. Each beast carcass is a source of revenue for these station managers, earning them at least a few hundred yuan in profit, with second-tier beasts potentially bringing in tens of thousands of yuan. During these 3 days, Zhu Biao was extremely busy, transporting more than 10,000 alien beast corpses from the Ironblood mercenary team.
This profit is in the millions. It's like it was given away for free.
At hunting base number 5, Station Chief Xu Biao moved a chair and sat at the registration desk, waiting for the iron-blooded mercenary team to arrive. He was even worried that the other party would come at night, so he didn't dare to leave his chair for almost 3 days. His subordinates advised him that there was no need to be so nervous, and that he could be notified when the other party arrived.
However, to show his sincerity, Zhu Biao firmly refused. This is his biggest client. How can we just do a perfunctory job? Moreover, the other party's strength is quite formidable among 3rd-tier individuals, perhaps possessing at least a B-rank bloodline.
If one could establish a relationship with him, the future would undoubtedly be bright.
How could a powerless and insignificant website owner miss such an opportunity?
Meanwhile, many mercenary teams, upon learning of this, also became curious about the iron-blooded mercenary team and waited nearby. When they saw the speed at which the monster corpses were being transported across the square suddenly slow down, Zhu Biao guessed that the other side might be preparing to retreat. The crowd then began to discuss the matter. I heard that mercenary team hunted down tens of thousands of exotic beasts in 3 days.
This 2-star hunting area is probably almost empty, right? 10,000 beasts in 3 days. Even an ordinary 3rd-tier master would probably find it difficult to do that, right? Even if they have the strength, they don't have the stamina for sustained combat.
I estimate that only the entire 3-star mercenary team can do this, but it's not very meaningful for such strong individuals to come to our low-level hunting area. In fact, it would only delay their ability to make money.
Tens of thousands of exotic beasts, even if they were all 1-star, must have earned over 100 million, right?
This speed of making money is among the best in the 3rd-tier powerhouses.
Just as everyone was discussing it enthusiastically, the iron-blooded mercenary team finally appeared.
I am Tai Feng, captain of the iron-blooded mercenary team, here to return the spatial bag. Tai Feng handed the items to the registrar, and Xu Biao immediately jumped up from his chair, eagerly looking at Tai Feng.
Boss, you're finally back.
Tai Feng stared at Xu Biao's adoring expression for a moment, then paused in surprise.
Big shot? How am I a big shot?
He thought to himself, this guy probably misunderstood.
I'm not the boss, this
is. Typhoon pointed to Yensen beside him. Everyone followed the gaze. A young man in black stood out with a cold and stern face, his eyes brimming with a chilling murderous aura. Yensen scanned the crowd, and everyone immediately felt as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. Those with weaker cultivation even trembled and couldn't help but kneel down. The murderous aura was terrifying. That gaze is terrifying. Even Zhu Biao, a second-tier warrior-level evolver, couldn't help but look away when he met Yensen's gaze, as if he would be torn to pieces if he looked at him for even a second longer. Some people initially had doubts about Tai Feng's words, but after Yensen glanced at them, no one dared to refute them anymore.
If there's nothing else, you can go back now. Hearing Yensen's words, Typhoon and the others nodded and prepared to get their car and leave the hunting base. However, Station Chief Zhu Biao mustered his courage, walked to Yensen's side, and whispered something. "Young man, may I have a word with you in private?"
Yensen glanced at him indifferently, not understanding what he wanted to do, but still followed him to the side. "Young brother, with your current strength, I wonder if you can kill a third-tier early-stage beast? So what if you can, and so what if you can't? You'd better tell me what you need to say quickly." After days of killing, Yensen was filled with rage and just wanted to go back and rest. Seeing Yensen's impatience, Zhu Biao quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
"Don't be angry, young man."
A beast at the early stage of Tier 3 appeared in a nearby area, and it even had a B-grade bloodline.
"If you can kill it, it's very likely to drop beast soul equipment."
He explained his purpose, and Yensen immediately understood.
"So, you want me to kill that beast and the beast soul equipment is yours?" "No, no, no.
Since you killed it, the beast soul equipment naturally belongs to you."
"Oh, what do you want then?"
Yensen looked puzzled, but Zhu Biao scratched his head and explained with a smile. "Most B-rank beasts are at the 4th or 5th tier, and early 3rd-tier beasts are extremely rare.
I haven't let the news leak out since I discovered it, actually because I was worried that I wouldn't be able to benefit from it. You've hunted so many strange beasts in my area these past few days, I'd benefited a bit from it, so consider this my reward to you."
Yensen smiled slightly.
"Beast soul equipment is worth at least hundreds of millions, so this is quite a return."
"Heh, I won't gain anything from leaving that beast there anyway, and it might even become a threat to me in the future."
"If you're capable of killing it, young man, and if you're lucky, then you deserve it."
Zhu Biao appeared very open-minded and then lowered his voice a few decibels.
"But young man, if you ever need my help in the future, you can come to me.
Although I'm not very strong and can only do odd jobs at most, I can still be of some assistance." Ha ha. Yensen understood what he meant. In fact, this was to do someone a favor for himself. Zhu Biao was certainly shrewd. He could tell at a glance that Yensen was young but possessed such strength, so his bloodline level must be very high. "If I can get in touch with him, I'll definitely reap a lot of benefits in the future." You can tell from that iron-blooded mercenary team. It was clearly just a 1-star mercenary team, but Yensen led them to achieve results that even 3-star mercenary teams envied. "Lead the way, I'll remember this favor." Upon hearing Yensen's words, Zhu Biao's face immediately lit up with joy, and he eagerly went to find a mountain off-road psionic vehicle. Yensen and Typhoon discussed for a moment, then Yensen got into the psionic vehicle alone and sped off in the same direction as Zhu Biao. This vehicle is of a high standard, officially manufactured, and boasts excellent performance. It can drive smoothly and at a considerable speed, even on complex mountain roads. After driving for several tens of minutes, the two arrived at a muddy area, surrounded by desolation and seemingly lifeless. "Brother Yen, that strange beast is hiding under this mud. This used to be a small spring, and I would occasionally come here to replenish my water when I hunted. But some time ago, for some reason, a mud dragon beast came and polluted the spring, turning the whole place into this muddy mess. If I hadn't discovered it with the detector beforehand, I probably would have been killed by that thing long ago." Zhu Biao pointed to the center of the muddy ground and slowly recounted his experience.
"I understand.
Stand back a bit, so you don't get accidentally hurt later."
All right. Brother Yen, you'd better be careful."
As Zhu Biao spoke, he quickly drove to a nearby hilltop to hide and carefully observed the area with binoculars. Yensen twisted his neck and stepped onto the muddy ground. After only a few steps, he felt the stickiness under his feet, which immediately hindered his movement.
"Forget it, let's lure this thing out first."
He picked up a few stones about the size of his head and threw them hard into the center of the mud. With a few pattering sounds, the once calm mud began to stir, then bubbling muddy water appeared, and a head with a diameter of over 1 meter slowly rose up. It has a single horn on its head and its entire body is covered in hard armor. This is definitely not a mutated beast from Earth, but a monster from another world which likes to hide in damp soil like an earthworm. They must have escaped from the spatial rift and were left behind because the army failed to kill them.
Yensen secretly speculated.
The mud dragon beast, seeing that someone was disturbing it, also growled angrily.
Sensing Yensen's weak spiritual energy, the mud dragon beast's eyes revealed a hint of hunger. Just as humans hunt and consume the flesh of alien beasts, these beasts also crave humans with their spiritual powers. To them, humans are also excellent nourishment. The mud dragon beast pounced directly at Yensen. To it, a human at the 2nd level was nothing more than an appetizer. Yensen remained motionless
motionless in the face of the charging mud dragon beast, while Zhu Biao, who was in the distance, looked anxious upon seeing this.
Why isn't this young man moving? Could he be scared by this B-grade bloodline beast? Even from a distance, Zhu Biao could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the mud dragon beast.
He himself only possessed a D-rank bloodline. If it were him, he would probably be too terrified to move. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Yansen slowly raised his hand, and suddenly crimson dragon scales appeared all over his body. Then he leaped up and slammed the charging mud dragon beast hard. The mud dragon beast felt an irresistible force, and its head was instantly slammed into the mud.
A dragon! He has true dragon blood.
Zhu Biao's voice trembled. Only at this moment did he realize how ridiculous his previous worries had been.
That's an SSS-level true dragon bloodline. How could it be scared by a mere B-level bloodline beast? The mud dragon beast also sensed the terrifying bloodline aura emanating from Yen's senator. Although it was a demon beast with low
intelligence, its instinct for self-preservation remained, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to escape the army's encirclement. Without hesitation, the mud dragon beast activated its innate ability with the horn on its forehead and burrowed directly into the ground. Under the influence of the unicorn's power, the soil instantly became as soft as water, and the mud dragon beast's 5 or 6 meter long body swam rapidly downwards.
However, after swimming halfway, it felt unable to move,
because Yansen had already grabbed its tail.
Yansen gripped the mud dragon beast's tail tightly and swung it violently. The mud dragon was slammed sideways onto the ground, leaving a deep trench in the earth.
Seeing that there was no way out, the mud dragon beast fought back desperately, its single horn on its forehead suddenly thrusting towards Yansen. Yansen grabbed the mud dragon beast's horn with his backhand and smashed it hard against its head.
With the power of its transformed body, the mud dragon beast was utterly defeated. Its armor shattered, its life force gradually weakened, and it eventually died.
That's it, over?
Zhu Biao, watching from a distance, swallowed hard.
He had expected a fierce battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided rout with no suspense whatsoever. After the mud dragon beast died, it contributed a great deal of experience and essence to Yen's senator, although it was only at the early stage of the third tier. As a B-level bloodline, the gains were far greater than those from killing the third-tier members of the Beast God Church. Of course, the biggest gain was not that, but the mud dragon's horn slowly changed, eventually turning into a white ball of light. Yansen took it and saw that it was a long spear.
Is this a primal level beast soul equipment?
Beast soul equipment is also divided into levels, from the lowest primitive level to epic, legendary, and even mythical levels.
Although B-grade bloodlines are considered epic, the dropped beast soul equipment often requires the user to nurture it for a long time before it takes shape.
This mud dragon beast, despite its low cultivation level, actually dropped a primal grade beast soul equipment, which is quite rare. Yansen grasped the ball of light, and a thick, heavy spear nearly 2 meters long appeared in his hand, its appearance unremarkable.
Just then, the almost imperceptible system suddenly issued a notification. Beast soul equipment mud dragon spear detected. Bloodline nurturing can begin. Yansen was somewhat surprised and immediately chose to start it.
The mud dragon spear instantly transformed into light and surged into his forehead, where the dragon horns grew. The system spoke again a moment later. The mud dragon spear has been transformed into the true dragon spear by the bloodline of a true dragon, possessing the ability to devour beast souls and accelerate the nurturing process. Yansen was quite surprised to see this message. I've heard that beast soul equipment can be nurtured within the body, but the idea that it can devour other equipment to accelerate the nurturing process is truly unbelievable. This means that even basic equipment can be infinitely upgraded to epic, or even legendary and mythical levels.
Doesn't this perfectly avoid the hassle of frequently changing beast soul equipment? He felt a surge of joy.
At this moment, Zhu Biao also came over.
Congratulations, Brother Yan, on obtaining a beast soul equipment.
Thank you too. Ha, not at all. It's all thanks to your strength, brother. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get it.
If I may ask, are you the genius who awakened the SSS-level true dragon bloodline that was all the talk in the city a few days ago?
That's right, it must be me. Upon hearing Yansen's answer, Zhu Biao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After a long while, he gave a thumbs up and said, "Awesome." Having only awakened for a few days, he was able to single-handedly slaughter a tier 3 B-level bloodline beast. It's simply inhuman. After expressing his admiration, Yansen got into his car and prepared to leave. Yansen gave the mud dragon beast's corpse to Zhu Biao, who sold it for several 100,000 yuan, which was considered some compensation. After the mud dragon beast died, the spring revived, and clear water gushed out, but it seemed that some kind of special energy still remained in it.
Zhu Biao looked around, started the psionic vehicle, and sighed. These demonic beasts from another dimension are incredibly powerful at corrupting things.
They've only been here for such a short time, and the spring has already been contaminated by their demonic energy.
If an ordinary person drank from it, they would probably lose their mind immediately.
Hearing this, Yansen nodded. He learned from history books that when the spiritual energy revival first appeared, mutated plants and animals were everywhere.
If ordinary people consumed the
bodily fluids or flesh of these mutated mutated creatures, they would fall into a berserk state, lose their minds, and become beasts that only knew how to devour humans. Later, humans gradually mastered the technology to process these mutated creatures. Fortunately, many scientists cultivated crops suitable for human consumption and invented special methods for processing the meat of these alien beasts. Just like the many ancestors of the Great Xia Kingdom, they saved their people from peril during that dark period and became the indestructible backbone of the Great Xia Kingdom, saint-level powerhouses. For example, Yuan, the agricultural sage who tasted all kinds of mutated herbs and finally cultivated the miraculous rice, enabled hundreds of millions of ordinary people to no longer suffer from hunger and cold and to be able to eat their fill. There was also Qian Shuoqian, the military strategist, who, along with many pioneering scientists, adapted previously ineffective technologies to complex psionic environments, ultimately inventing psionic bombs to help the early people of the Great Xia dynasty defend against foreign invaders and alien beasts. Such outstanding talents emerged in the early days of the Great Xia Kingdom, and there were countless others like them. The two chatted as they returned to hunting base number 5. After saying goodbye to Zhu Biao, Yansen led Tai Feng and the others away. Back in the mission lobby, Tai Feng submitted his mission certificate. The reviewer exclaimed in surprise, "The iron-blooded mercenary team has successfully advanced to 2 stars. Brother Yen, we earned over 10,000 points from this mission, which have already been credited to the mercenary team's account. That's worth over 100 million Xia coins. Give me your ID card, and I'll transfer it directly to your personal account. Keep some for yourself, don't give it all to me." Hearing this, they all looked a little embarrassed. "Brother Yen, the 4 of us didn't get involved at all. How could we dare to take this money? Besides, after the mercenary team is promoted to 2 stars, we will enjoy all the benefits together. That's enough. How about this? We'll split it 50-50ths, with the 50% being your commission. Next, I'm leaving Anyang Base City, so please take care of my parents for me." Yen Sen's tone was firm, leaving the others with no room for rebuttal. Even before leaving the city, Jin Feihu had told him that every year, geniuses of grade B or above in the base city had to go to Qianchuan Prefecture for intensive training. There is a dedicated training base there, designed for epic level and above beast transformation bloodlines. The training environment is excellent, and the effects are obvious. What Yansen was particularly interested in was that it was a place where he could help upgrade his bloodline talent. He knew that all his current talent bloodline levels were only level 1, while theoretically, a second-tier talent level should be level 2. Talent upgrades require specific environments and methods of training. Take my Blood Dragon Fury, for example. I thought only the Blood Rage potion from the Beast God Church could stimulate its improvement, but in the killing these past few days, I seem to have found that opportunity. Yansen's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had found the key to the Blood Dragon's Fury's improvement, that was slaughter. The so-called Blood Dragon is a giant dragon that fights bloody battles in slaughter. In addition to discovering the method to enhance Blood Dragon Fury, Yansen was also very clear about the way to advance the Dragon Absorption talent, which was to absorb and devour a large amount of the essence of all beasts. It is estimated that the Dragon Breath talent will be able to be upgraded to level 2 in a while. As for the remaining 4 talents, Dragon Might, Dragon Body, Dragon Essence, and Dragon Power, Yansen could roughly deduce their advancement methods, only lacking specific cultivation environments. This problem can be easily solved once we get to that training base. After all, the area recruits a large number of geniuses from more than a dozen base cities in Qianchuan Prefecture every year, with an estimated number of S-level individuals alone. Most of these people came from prominent families, yet they all had to go to that training base, which shows that the environment there was far superior to that of their family's private school. After chatting with Tai Feng and the others for a long time, Yansen and his group arrived at the trading hall. He planned to purchase some cultivation resources to improve his own level. In the past few days, he has killed tens of thousands of strange beasts, most of which were first tier, with only 200 or 300 second tier beasts, which provided him with just over 1 million units of essence. The amount of essence required to advance to the next level of the warrior rank increases by tens of thousands. These millions of essences only allowed him to advance to the 5th level of the warrior rank, reaching the mid-stage of the second tier. According to his estimate, it would cost more than 50 million points, and it would be quite an achievement to be able to improve his cultivation level by 1 level. Hu Qingqing hadn't seen Yansen for 3 days, and for some reason, she felt a little worried about him. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Qingqing, it's been so long, have you missed me?" Hu Qingqing looked over and saw a group of people walking towards her. One of them, a man with a pockmarked face, was staring at her with a grin, his eyes revealing undisguised greed. "Brother, I'm here to buy cultivation resources from you again. This time it'll cost 10 million. How about that? Your performance should have exceeded the target, right?" The pockmarked man approached and licked the corner of his mouth. "Your brother is so good to you, how do you plan to repay him?" He reached out, wanting to hold Hu Qingqing's small hand, but she hurriedly dodged away. "Mr. Luo, please have some self-respect. You can find other guides to buy resources, I don't need your help." This man named Luo Zhang has been harassing her for the past few days. Although she has reached her limit, she is helpless because he is the captain of the 3-star mercenary team, whose strength and status are far beyond her reach.
Damn it, you bitch, what are you pretending for? It's your good fortune that our captain has taken a liking to you.
A mercenary glared at Hu Qingqing, his powerful aura pressing down on her, making her feel a tightness in her body.
Hey, don't be so rude. I'm a civilized person, so you should be more civilized too.
Luo Zhang grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. With his discerning eye, it was easy to see that Hu Qingqing was still a virgin. Such a tender and exquisite virgin had to be treated gently in order to explore more positions. Qingqing, although your brother is civilized, my brothers aren't so particular.
By the way, my brother is planning to visit uncle and aunt in a few days. What do you think?
Luo Zhang's words were full of threats, but Hu Qingqing gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with defiance. She really wanted to call Yansen, but hesitated because she thought it might bother him. After all, given her current status and position, bothering Yansen would only make her seem even more worthless in his eyes. For some reason, she didn't want to appear so insignificant in his eyes.
Qingqing, have you thought it through?
Luo Zhang clasped his hands in a fist salute, looking at Hu Qingqing with a hint of provocation. Seeing that she remained silent, Luo Zhang smiled and reached out to touch her face, but Hu Qingqing immediately pushed him away.
What are you doing?
She took a few steps back. Upon seeing this, Luo Zhang's expression changed drastically, and he sneered.
Looks like you still haven't made up your mind.
After saying that, he gave a wink to his men, and the two men stepped forward, seemingly about to force him.
If you keep doing this, I'll call the police. Call the police? Ha!
Even the head of the local inspectorate calls our captain brother. Who cares about a commoner like you? The two team members kept sneering.
Just then, a loud shout rang out. Get the hell away from me!
Everyone turned around and saw a young man in black staring coldly at them. Upon seeing this, two mercenary team members immediately burst into laughter.
Whose dick did you come from? You dare to play the hero and save the damsel in distress?
Seeing that Yansen still looked young, the two didn't take him seriously at all. After all, they were both top-tier mercenaries at the 3rd-tier master level. As for those evolved to the 3rd tier or higher, they never come to the main hall. The missions they receive are issued directly by the authorities, and the rewards are astonishing.
I'll say it again, either get out or die.
Yansen's eyes turned bloodshot, and the two of them almost laughed themselves breathless after hearing this. They pointed at Tai Feng and his group behind Yansen and sneered.
Look at the mercenary badges on your chests. You're just a 2-star mercenary team. Is this all the confidence you have? You dare say get out or die? How arrogant!
The two men mocked him without any restraint, and Luo Zhang, with his pockmarked face, also sneered. You lot, kneel down and apologize to my two brothers, or I can't guarantee you won't get eaten by monsters during future missions. This was clearly a blatant threat. If Tai Feng and his men didn't agree, the other side would look for an opportunity to strike outside the city. This kind of thing happens all the time in mercenary groups, and despite repeated orders from the authorities to prohibit it, they cannot stop it. In this era where individual strength reigns supreme, the good and evil of human nature are on full display. Some people, after gaining power, wantonly oppress the weak, while others choose to help the weak and punish the strong. After hearing these words, Yansen did not say anything more and walked straight toward the group.
Tai Feng and the others exchanged glances inside.
Why did these idiots have to provoke this killing god? The two people beside Hu Qingqing looked at Yansen with disdain as he approached.
What, kid, are you planning to kneel down and admit your mistake? Stop dawdling and kowtow to your father right now.
The two men laughed, but Yansen remained silent, walked straight up to them, and raised one hand.
Hey, this kid actually dared to make a move. Has he lost his mind? Let me deal with him.
This greenhorn deserves to be taught a lesson. Before the words were even finished, one of them threw a punch straight at Yansen's head. Even without transforming into a beast, a 3rd-tier master's body was still incredibly strong. An ordinary person would likely suffer a concussion from such a punch. But Yansen didn't dodge at all. His hand suddenly accelerated and struck first. The mercenary who rushed over felt a tremendous force strike his head. His head swelled, and then with a bang, his head exploded like a watermelon, scattering his red and white internal organs all over the ground.
Everyone was stunned by what they saw.
Murder! Murder! Several ordinary saleswomen in the store were so frightened that they turned pale, squatted on the ground trembling with their heads in their hands, and the ground was soaked.
Another mercenary took 2 steps back in fright.
He knew exactly how terrifying a being could kill a 3rd-tier master without transforming into a beast.
I'm giving you the chance to transform into beasts.
Unleash your full power. Yansen coldly glanced at the remaining mercenaries, then activated his blood dragon fury state, his body covered in crimson dragon scales, and his fierce aura enveloped the entire area. Upon seeing Yansen's appearance and the spiritual energy he exuded, Luo Zhang, with his pockmarked face, immediately trembled.
Long, you are that SSS-level genius.
His voice trembled, and at this moment he finally understood that the young man in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend.
I'll make you turn into a beast.
Yansen snorted coldly, and his dragon might swept out. Luo Zhang trembled, not daring to refute, and immediately transformed into a tall and strong gorilla.
Fine, you can die now.
Yensen mobilized his dragon power and let out a dragon roar that echoed around him, drawing the attention of mercenaries passing by.
Even if he has SSS bloodline, his level isn't high. As long as I make him angry, I can live, Luo Zhang thought to himself.
At this moment, he fully transformed into his beast form and used the C-level body-strengthening martial art Iron Shirt, making him physically strong and giving him more confidence. But when Yensen's dragon claw struck, the black chi formed by the Iron Shirt martial art was instantly torn apart, and Luo Zhang's confidence was shattered in an instant. The threat of death gripped his mind, and he roared in anguish.
You can't kill me.
I'm from the Luo family, and the head of the Luo family is a 5th-tier expert. Yensen seemed not to hear, unleashing his dragon tier hand technique at its peak, tearing open the black ape's tough hide, causing blood to gush out.
So what if you're an SSS-level genius?
Murder is still illegal and you will be punished. When Luo Zhang was on his deathbed, he invoked the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom to threaten him.
But Yensen remained unmoved.
He swiftly swung his dragon tier hand, suddenly reaching out and crushing Luo Zhang's heart. The massive body crashed to the ground, shattering several concrete tiles.
I hate being threatened more than anything in my life.
Yensen glanced indifferently at the remaining 3, his eyes flashing with even more bloodlust, and instantly transformed into a red shadow as he pounced.
The group transformed into beasts, but their strength was no match for Luo Zhang's, so how could they withstand Yensen's attack?
In Blood Dragon's fury state, several people fell one after another, leaving only a few silent corpses in the arena. Even after killing 5 evolved beings in public, Yensen's gaze remained calm. The moment Luo Zhang and the others started threatening him, he had already decided they were doomed. Yensen was familiar with the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom and understood that this was an emergency avoidance situation. However, the specific judgment would depend on the identities of both parties. If he only had ordinary talent, at most he would have ended up with excessive self-defense or manslaughter. These beast transformers are usually sent to the front lines as suicide squads, where they die in battles against monsters. Therefore, even if faced with the harshest punishment, Yensen has nothing to fear.
Although the front line is full of danger, he can also grow stronger quickly.
However, he also hoped to steadily improve his strength in the rear and did not want to venture into that dangerous place too early. Not long after, the nearby inspection team arrived, led by a middle-aged man with a large belly. When he saw Luo Zhang and the others who had been killed slowly returning to human form, his eyes widened in astonishment.
Good heavens, this guy is from the Luo family.
Although he's not highly regarded, killing a scion of a powerful family is a slap in the face to them. He had barely finished speaking when he stared coldly at the iron-blooded mercenary team members. Who did this?
I killed him, Yensen responded calmly.
The middle-aged man looked at his youthful face and couldn't help but feel a little surprised.
So young? He looks to be in his early 20s and he's already taken down a 3rd-tier master?
This kid seems like someone not to be trifled with. He might be from some powerful family.
We can't afford to offend him easily.
He thought this, but a smile appeared on his face. Young man, you committed murder in the base city, which violates the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom.
Regardless of the reason, we hope you will cooperate with the investigation. As long as there is a valid reason, we will clear your name.
Yensen nodded in understanding.
Alright, please show your ID.
You guys, pull up the store's security camera footage and make a backup. While directing his men, the middle-aged man secretly took out a communicator and dialed the phone number of the Luo family patriarch. Upon hearing that someone had murdered a member of the Luo family in the base city, Luo Yanghao, the head of the Luo family, immediately flew into a rage. Director Zhao, I don't care which family that guy comes from, murderers must pay with their lives.
I need you to punish him to the fullest extent of the law, understand? I will personally go to your inspectorate.
Enraged, he made up his mind that if justice wasn't served for the murdered members of his family, he would have no chance of making a living in Anyang Base City. No matter which powerful family the murderer is, they must be severely punished.
Even an S-class genius should be sent to the front lines as a suicide squad.
After everything was prepared, Zhao Dezhu led Yensen and others to the nearby inspectorate and began to inquire in detail about what had happened. As the bureau chief, he took personal charge. The deceased was a member of the Luo family, and such matters between prominent families could not be taken lightly.
Shaoli, have you found out anything? Which family does that murderer belong to?
While sipping his tea, Zhao Dezhu slowly asked the inspector next to him a question.
Shaoli looked at the information displayed on Yensen's ID card on the computer and reported it honestly. Chief, this kid isn't from a prestigious family, he's just an ordinary citizen.
Oh, a commoner?
Zhao Dezhu's heart was immediately filled with joy.
But he frowned and stared at the screen again carefully. Upon seeing Yensen's name and age, he couldn't help but swallow hard.
No way. Could this kid be that SSS-level genius?
18 years old, a student at Anyang No. 9 Middle School, just awakened to his potential.
Who else could it be but him? Zhao Dezhu was startled. This is troublesome. One is a super genius, the other is a local tyrant family. I can't afford to offend either of them.
He lost all interest in leisurely sipping his tea and immediately went to review the surveillance footage himself. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. Only a few days after awakening,
awakening, he was able to wipe out a 3-star mercenary team? Is this the growth rate of a super genius? It's terrifying. Zhao Deju knew that SSS-level geniuses were top talents, and as long as they did not commit serious crimes, they would usually be treated leniently.
Judging from the video, Luo Zhang and his group's actions would have been excessive if an ordinary person had killed them, but if they were super geniuses, then it would be a different story. The group first forcibly harassed a respectable woman. Yansen acted bravely and righteously. In the end, the other party attacked first, and he was only acting in self-defense, although he went a bit too far. This time, the Luo family members probably died in vain. Those guys weren't good people to begin with, so they deserved to die. As Zhao Deju was thinking this, a furious roar suddenly came from outside.
Who killed a member of my Luo family?
A stout man strode into the inspectorate, his imposing aura and powerful cultivation instantly enveloping the entire area, making everyone feel breathless.
As one of the few 5th-tier general-level experts in the entire base city, everyone recognized him as Luo Yanhao, the head of the Luo family.
I killed him. Yansen took a step forward, unleashing his dragon might, which immediately suppressed Luo Yanhao's intense aura. Hu Qingqing and the others who were taking statements as witnesses immediately felt much more relaxed.
It's you, kid.
Luo Yanghao coldly kicked Yansen, but when he saw the other's face clearly, he was stunned.
This kid looks familiar.
After a moment's thought, he finally remembered. Just a few days ago, this kid's information was still in front of him, and he was still figuring out how to win him over. Luo Yanghao's mind shifted, and the coldness on his face gradually softened, as if an old chrysanthemum were blooming with a smile.
Well done.
Luo Yanghao clapped his hands in delight, and the people around him were stunned, some of them not quite reacting.
Wasn't this guy acting all aggressive just now? How could you change your attitude so quickly? Young man, well done.
That kid Luo Zhang always uses our Luo family's name to cause trouble everywhere. As the head of the family, I've disliked him for a long time. You killed him today, which can be considered as ridding the people of a scourge, so I am naturally very happy.
Seriously, what is your inspection bureau for? It's been so long and you still haven't figured it out?
I think there's no need to investigate anymore, so as not to waste everyone's time.
Come on, young man, I'll drive you home.
Luo Yanghao had a big smile on his face, as enthusiastic as a taxi driver soliciting customers on the street. He instantly understood Luo Zhan was just an unimportant member of a family who had never done anything good, so it didn't matter if he died.
It would be a huge loss to offend an SSS-level genius as a result.
A few days ago, he heard that the Su family had even offered up a priceless S-level martial arts technique in order to curry favor with the other party. The Luo family doesn't have any S-level martial arts, and they probably wouldn't even bother with anything else. Now, a golden opportunity has been delivered right to their doorstep.
Luo Zhang's death was truly worthwhile.
Luo Yanghao secretly gave Luo Zhang a thumbs up in his heart. As soon as Zhao Diju came out, he saw Luo Yanghao pulling Yansen along, his attitude so enthusiastic that it seemed like he was trying to force him into the car.
Patriarch Luo, if you don't pursue this matter, we can close the case quickly.
Investigate? Of course, we must investigate. Luo Yanghao's expression turned serious, and Hu Qingqing, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but feel nervous. I just heard this young girl say that Luo Zhang is absolutely despicable. He dared to forcibly abduct a young woman, causing her immense psychological trauma. Compensation is a must. Young lady, there are 10 million in this card. Consider it compensation for your emotional distress. Without allowing any discussion, Luo Yanghao shoved an anonymous card into Hu Qingqing's hand. She was flustered and didn't know what to do, so she can only look at Yansen with questioning eyes.
This is a token of the Luo family head's goodwill. Please accept it.
Looking at Luo Yanghao's series of actions, Yansen understood that this was clearly the other party's way of making overtures. Although he wasn't afraid of punishment for this, it would indeed save him a lot of trouble if the Luo family didn't pursue the matter.
One shouldn't hit a smiling face. Luo Yanghao's attitude was so sincere that if he didn't accept it, he would seem heartless.
Upon hearing Yansen's words, Luo Yanghao chuckled. Brother Yansen is right. This amount of money is nothing. By the way, the compensation for the young lady has been paid, and as for the reward for ridding the people of this scourge, the Luo family should also show our appreciation.
There is 100 million in this card. Please accept it. The surrounding crowd was stunned again. Luo Yanghao, a 5th-level expert, was actually being so obsequious?
Yansen killed members of the Luo family, and not only did he not pursue the matter, he even rewarded them.
Only Zhao Deju understood the intricacies of the matter and couldn't help but exclaim, Luo Yanghao has truly broadened his horizons.
It's better to let go of this trivial matter and make a good relationship with Yansen than to make an enemy of him. Yansen looked at the bank card that Luo Yanghao handed him, feeling somewhat helpless, but he still accepted it.
Since we've already incurred this favor, an extra 100 million won't make a big difference.
At that moment, he secretly thought that Luo Yanghao's vision was indeed much broader than that of Principal Wang Yud. The guy behind him called him to breed, saying that just one offspring could be exchanged for 100 million.
It's amazing that the old man could even say that. He probably thought Yansen was ignorant and easy to fool. trouble. Thus, the matter ended with both sides satisfied, and the deaths of Luo Zhang and the others caused no ripples. When he parted ways with Luo Yanghao, he gave him a special piece of advice. Brother Yansen, my son Luo Dachui also has S-level talent. He will be going to Qianchuan Prefecture with you for training in a couple of days. I'll have to ask you to take good care of him then. Yansen agreed and turned his gaze to Hu Qingqing beside him. Don't work as a sales assistant anymore. If you don't mind, you can work as a housekeeper at my parents' place. He figured his parents needed someone to look after them, and he'd also help Hu Qingqing out, since her looks didn't match her abilities and she was bound to cause a lot of trouble. Hu Qingqing was delighted to hear this and nodded without hesitation. Over the next 2 days, Yansen exchanged the 50 million points for cultivation resources, but his cultivation level did not improve much, so he gave the 100 million yuan that Luo Yanghao had given him to his parents as their living expenses in the base city. Afterwards, he took his parents sightseeing in various parts of the base city for 2 days. Yan Shan and Ran Fong, who had been busy for most of their lives, felt extremely happy, but at the same time, they could not hide their reluctance at the thought of Yansen's impending departure. They understood that, given Yansen's talent, the time they would spend together in the future would inevitably become less and less, but there was nothing they could do. Yansen was like a carp in a small pond, and the three of them lived a simple but difficult life. Now that this little carp has transformed into a true dragon, it should spread its wings and soar high to witness a wider world. As parents, they should not become a burden to their children, but rather offer their blessings and support silently. Son, if you get tired of wandering around, remember to come back. Home is where your parents are. As they parted, Ran Fong choked back tears, saying that Yan Shan, who had quit smoking for many years, silently smoked, coughing as he watched Yansen, silently thinking, "Son, you've grown up, and your father can no longer protect you. From now on, you'll have to walk your own path." Hu Qingqing, supporting the weeping Ran Fong, slowly began to speak. "Brother Sen, I will take good care of your parents, don't worry." Tai Feng and the others who were seeing them off also spoke up. "Brother Yen, we don't have your terrifying combat power, but as long as the iron-blooded mercenary team is still around, your parents' safety will be absolutely guaranteed." "Yes, Brother Yen, as long as we are alive, we will never let uncle and aunt suffer any harm." Yansen nodded, his gaze fixed on everyone, and slowly said, "Goodbye, Dad, Mom, everyone." A psionic helicopter slowly flew over, lowered a rope ladder, and took Yansen away. Moments later, the helicopter arrived at a psionic spaceship. The hull was made of a special material that was much harder than steel, yet exceptionally lightweight. The spaceship was shaped like a ship, with hundreds of young men and women standing on a spacious platform, surrounded by an imposing army. Among them, Yansen saw the three familiar generals, who greeted him. "Brother Yen, you've gotten even stronger in just a few days." Looking at the once naive and immature Yansen, who now exudes an aura of iron and blood, Black Tiger couldn't help but admire him. They were familiar with this aura. It was the killing intent forged from countless lives on their hands, which was usually difficult to condense without tens of thousands of lives. Brother Yen is indeed an extraordinary genius. Compared to him, these young masters and ladies are simply flowers in a greenhouse. Red Tiger General, who was standing nearby, also noticed Yansen's change and sighed softly. The taciturn White Tiger nodded, showing a good impression of Yansen, a genius who dared to fight and kill. The fact that 3 fifth-tier experts were so polite drew curious glances from the young men and women. Is this the genius with the bloodline of a true dragon? I wonder what level he has reached in his cultivation these past few days. I heard he was the first to break through to the soldier level, achieving it in less than half a day, which is several times faster than those S-level geniuses from aristocratic families. Wow, he's the only commoner among the S-rank and above geniuses. Among the hundreds of B-level, A-level, and S-level geniuses present, all the S-level geniuses were scions of aristocratic families, and even the least talented among them had some connection to such families. Most of the dozens of A-level geniuses also came from aristocratic families. In this era, like begets like, families with high-level bloodlines are naturally more likely to produce offspring with high-level bloodlines than ordinary commoners. Although there are a large number of children from ordinary families, they can only break through class barriers by relying on genetic mutations. Therefore, many commoners had a great fondness for Yansen. As for those scions of aristocratic families, these people were nowhere near as shy and timid as ordinary people. Instead, they became enthusiastic sycophants, taking the initiative to chat with Yansen in a friendly manner, and none of them dared to cause trouble. Even those S-level geniuses were enthusiastic, calling him Brotherson repeatedly, which made Yansen break out in a cold sweat. This is quite different from what's described in novels. These scions of noble families aren't that brainless. Yansen couldn't help but think to himself. Thinking about it, it makes sense. If these people didn't know Yansen's identity, their mockery and disdain would be quite reasonable. Yansen's status and position are obvious. Even Qin Feihu, a 6th-order commander-level guardian, has to win him over, and the heads of 5th-order general-level aristocratic families have to curry favor with him. If the younger generation like them don't know what's good for them, they'll probably get a severe scolding from their elders. In fact, these scions millions of prominent families have received far more education and experience than ordinary children. They know best how to take
advantage of circumstances and would never do anything foolish like offending Yen-sen for no reason, unless they have really lost their minds.
Brother Sen, what level of cultivation have you reached now?
A burly young man asked, none other than Luo Dachui, the son of the Luo family patriarch.
Soldier level 5. Wow, that's amazing.
My family has invested hundreds of millions in basic resources, and I've only barely broken through to the warrior level,
Luo Dachui exclaimed.
The other S-level geniuses also sighed with emotion upon hearing this. Although they had also broken through to the warrior level, they had only achieved it with the strong support of their families. Yen-sen, however, was all alone and had to rely on himself. They had been paying attention to Yen-sen's performance these past few days and knew that he had thrown himself into a mercenary mission on the day he awakened and had even killed a fugitive from the Beast God Church.
His strength comes entirely from fighting, and his talent is so outstanding. What else can we say but worship him?
Those with better connections know more about Yen-sen's other inside stories, such as Qinyi, who was standing next to him. Although Qin Feihu prevented the news of Yen-sen transforming into a blood dragon and easily killing a third-tier master from spreading, she was well aware of it. If these guys knew that Yen-sen could easily kill a third-tier master, they'd probably be shocked, Qinyi thought to herself, a smile playing on her lips. Luckily I have mastered natural talent, which allows me to kill enemies of higher levels, so I'm not too far behind him. Although she didn't know Yen-sen, she secretly regarded him as a target to surpass, inspired by Qin Feihu's praise. Of course, she wasn't bored enough to provoke Yen-sen, she was just secretly competing with him.
Everyone, this trip to the Qianchuan Prefecture training base represents our Anyang base city.
Your achievements during the training will affect the annual funding our base city receives,
and the admission quotas for the Qianchuan Prefecture Martial Arts Academy. We must unite as one and strive for excellent results.
Black Tiger General solemnly addressed the students. The students responded in unison. The Red Tiger General standing to the side looked quite surprised. Every year when we escort these geniuses to training camp, small groups always emerge.
This year is strange, everyone seems to be very united. In the past, those S-level geniuses competed with each other, inevitably forming small cliques. Now that an SSS-level existence has emerged, they can only look up to him, and they no longer have the mind to fight.
The taciturn White Tiger General said slowly, and the two nodded in agreement.
With Yen-sen's talent and strength, he should be able to lead them to better results in the training camp, right? I don't think it's that simple.
Yen-sen's talent is undeniable, but his background is too weak, putting him at a clear disadvantage compared to the geniuses from the powerful families of Qianchuan Prefecture. He might be slightly inferior with the added advantage of an S-level genius's background, but Qianchuan Prefecture has produced SS-level geniuses every year, and those people are not to be trifled with.
That's right. Talent becomes more crucial in the later stages of cultivation. In the early stages of cultivation, the advantages brought by family background should not be underestimated.
It is said that the S-level geniuses in the state capital can rival the SS-level geniuses in the prefectural capital. Yes, especially those aristocratic families that have been passed down for hundreds of years. They possess unique formulas for cultivation elixirs, as well as specially designed cultivation methods and venues. Combined with their beast transformation abilities, they are far beyond what others can easily surpass. The three were filled with emotion. After all, they came from humble backgrounds, and they preferred to see commoners like Yen-sen rise to prominence rather than watching those aristocratic geniuses dominate their regions. Unfortunately, in this era, it is extremely difficult for children from poor families to achieve great success.
And so, the psionic spaceship sailed smoothly without encountering any accidents. A few days later, the spaceship landed in a misty, cloud-shrouded mountain wilderness. From high above, one could see the intricate and complex terrain below.
There are rolling snow-capped peaks, arid and scorching deserts, and swamps filled with miasma.
We've arrived at the training base.
Looking at that vast area, if it weren't for the watchtowers and several human-built structures that were not far apart, it would be hard to believe that this was actually a training base.
Wow, this is actually a cultivation paradise built with huge sums of money? I can feel the rich spiritual energy even from this far away. No wonder my cultivation speed can be increased dozens of times in it.
I've heard that these treasure lands can greatly increase the speed of talent growth. I wonder how effective they are in practice.
I really want to go in and try it out.
The students were buzzing with discussion as the spaceship slowly descended and came to rest in a wide stone plaza, where dozens of other spaceships were also parked. Geniuses from various base cities in Qianchuan Prefecture have gathered here. At a glance, there are nearly 10,000 of them.
With so many geniuses gathered together, the intensity of the competition is unimaginable. After delivering these geniuses, the escorts bid farewell and sailed away.
The square was noisy and bustling when suddenly a deep roar resounded, shaking the entire area. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw an army that quickly surrounded the area, numbering in the tens of thousands. The soldiers then transformed into half-beast forms, with wolf heads and human bodies, wielding wielding long spears, and were extremely fierce. The rampant leakage of psionic energy caused the geniuses present to gasp in surprise. They are all of sea-level bloodline and all of them are at the 3rd tier master level.
Could this be the Heavenly Wolf Army of Qianchuan Prefecture? This year's training camp will be guarded by the Sirius Army? Then the instructors must be. Could it be the Frost Wolf Marquis? I've heard his training is absolutely hellish. That's right.
All the geniuses in the past have said that this guy's motto is, if you can't train him to death, train him to death.
We're doomed.
We're going to suffer this year. The crowd whispered amongst themselves when suddenly a wolf howl came from the distant horizon.
The Heavenly Wolf Army responded in unison, their voices powerful and resounding.
A tall, muscular man clad in iron armor descended from the sky and landed on a high platform in front of the square.
Everyone, let me introduce myself. I am your instructor, Hongfeng. I'm sure you've all heard of me, so don't be nervous, I'm easy to talk to. Did you all get your identity tokens?
The man grinned, and the crowd exchanged glances, but no one dared to make a move. A moment later, the group slowly stepped forward and walked towards the high platform. After taking only a few steps, it stopped, as if it was being blocked by something.
Hongfeng grinned and said, "You guys are no good.
You're even taking your time to get your ID cards.
Sirius Army, give them a boost." As soon as the words were spoken, the 10,000 Heavenly Wolf soldiers roared in unison, their powerful aura instantly coalescing.
A huge phantom of a heavenly wolf descended from the sky, pressing down on the students like a mountain.
Bang 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 bang.
Some cadets were forced to the ground, while only sergeants were barely holding on.
Oh, only 500 plus soldiers this year?
You students are getting worse with each passing year. Hongfeng glanced at the more than 500 soldiers with a mocking expression, then snapped his fingers. The 10,000 Heavenly Wolf Army soldiers let out another series of wolf howls, each sound seemingly possessing a unique rhythm. The next moment, the 100-foot-tall wolf-head phantom in the air trembled, and a large amount of pressure enveloped the more than 500 elite students standing there.
Bang 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 bang.
In an instant, a large number of students at the rank of sergeant fell to the ground, leaving less than 100 people on the field. These survivors were among the most skilled of the S-class geniuses, and each of them possessed exceptional abilities in other areas as well.
What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come over to get your identity tokens. Hongfeng stared intently at the remaining people.
Several students looked at each other and slowly walked towards the platform. Despite the flat bluestone ground, they moved with great difficulty, as if traversing towering mountains, their pace extremely slow. Everyone knew perfectly well that this was the instructor's way of intimidating them, intended to suppress the arrogance of these geniuses. If the instructors cannot control them, some will inevitably become arrogant and difficult to manage during subsequent training due to their talent. However, these geniuses possessed a strong sense of pride. Since the instructors wanted to intimidate them, they naturally wanted to fight back with all their might, even to the point of retaliating and turning the tables on the instructors. "Instructor, can we transform into beasts?" a genius student asked, despite the immense pressure from Hongfeng and the Sky Wolf Army.
"It's up to you. As long as you can get the identity token, whether you transform into a beast or use martial arts, it's fine," Hongfeng replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, the students no longer hesitated and began to transform into beasts.
Even those soldiers who were forced to the ground and unable to get up attempted to transform into beasts, but due to their low level of cultivation, they could only partially transform.
After transforming into a beast, the pressure on his body immediately lessened considerably. However, Hongfeng smiled and snapped his fingers again.
The overwhelming military pressure of the 10,000-strong wolf army was activated once again, and the students who had just stood up were immediately pressed down. This time, they felt even worse, and it was much more difficult than before.
Since they've all transformed into beasts, the difficulty of the assessment should naturally be increased appropriately. Hongfeng revealed a sly smile.
The students felt helpless, thinking to themselves that this guy was really ignorant of his own limitations. "By the way, anyone who can't take it anymore should raise their hands and surrender, and someone will help you escape the oppressive military formation," Hongfeng added. Upon hearing this, some students wavered and prepared to signal that they could not hold on any longer.
"Fool, don't be fooled by him. If you can hold on, then persevere.
I can't believe you won't give up before you push yourself to the limit. This guy is a notorious devil," a veteran student warned. Those who were about to give up immediately put down their hands, gritted their teeth and persevered, desperately channeling their spiritual energy to resist the pressure of the military formation.
"Oh, you didn't give up on any of them? TSK TSK TSK. How boring."
Hongfeng shrugged, knowing that these students had already figured out his temperament and were not easy to fool.
"Hurry up, don't waste time. If someone gets the identity token first, the assessment can end early. How about that?"
Hongfeng's eyes flickered, his words carrying an encouraging tone. Upon hearing this, a surge of passion welled up in everyone's hearts, and the more than 100 students standing there exerted all their strength to stride toward the platform.
The students kneeling or lying down also looked ahead with anticipation. Sure enough, kids are just kids, all wanting to show off and be heroes,
Hongfeng said with a smug smile. However, at this moment, he noticed something unusual. Among the 100 or so people standing there, one person remained completely still. Everyone else was lying down or kneeling, but he stood proudly, standing out from the crowd. What shocked Hong Feng even more was that the boy had not transformed into a beast. The sheer pressure from the Sky Wolf army is so great that even a typical third-tier master-level soldier without beast transformation can't withstand it. This kid is quite interesting, Hong Feng thought to himself. As Yensen stood there, the moment that invisible pressure touched his body, the dragon's might and accumulated killing intent within him instantly turned it into nothingness. Beside him were a group of students from Anyang Base City, who also noticed Yensen's unusual behavior. "Brotherson, why aren't you reacting at all?" someone asked in surprise. "I'm in the middle of the army formation, and my skin feels like it's being pricked by needles." "Brotherson, what special martial arts have you practiced? How can you ignore this pressure?" a student next to me asked curiously. "This kind of military formation pressure is nothing more than gathering the cultivation aura and murderous energy accumulated from all the soldiers' killings to intimidate people's minds and bodies. It's actually very simple to ignore it. Either your own cultivation level far surpasses theirs, or you resist in the same way. After all, they are not targeting any one person, so it's not difficult to do so," Yensen patiently explained to them, but they still couldn't figure it out. "Brotherson, you should go and collect your identity token. We really don't want to suffer like this anymore." Yeah, bro, please help me out. This pressure is unbearable." Looking at everyone's expressions, Yensen shook his head helplessly. "Are you sure? I suspect that the pressure from this military formation is actually beneficial to you. If you don't get used to it beforehand, you might not be able to unleash your true strength when you encounter situations like beast tides on the battlefield later." Yensen's words made some people fall into deep thought, and then they stopped complaining. Yensen's gaze fell on the students who were transforming into beasts and heading towards the platform. Like Hong Feng, he watched the scene quietly as an observer. He couldn't be bothered to get involved in something so pointless. Moreover, if he were to personally take the field, he would probably be completely outmaneuvered by that seemingly cunning instructor. After all, the opponent was a 7th level marquis, and if he released his full pressure, he would not be able to withstand it. The difficulty of this kind of assessment depends entirely on the other party's whim. It's really meaningless. As expected, among the more than 100 geniuses, several with SS-level bloodlines had already reached the platform and stepped onto the stairs. But as soon as he went up, he was suddenly thrown back and crashed heavily to the ground. TSK, you guys really aren't qualified." Hong Feng glanced at the group of geniuses, then turned his gaze to Yensen in the distance and shouted, "Hey kid over there, why are you just standing there without moving? Without rewards or a fixed level of difficulty, this kind of assessment is meaningless." Upon hearing Yensen's words, Hong Feng laughed, knowing that Yensen had seen through the key point. "Okay, so if there's a reward and the difficulty is fixed, will you be able to succeed? You can give it a try." Yensen spoke calmly, yet with unparalleled composure and confidence, causing all the students to stare at him involuntarily. "Alright, the first person to get the identity token will be rewarded with 100 academic credits, which can be used to exchange for various cultivation elixirs in the base. These are resources specially supplied by the state, and you can't buy them outside with money. As for the difficulty, how about setting it at the pressure of a 4th-tier S-level bloodline?" Hong Feng smiled knowingly, a plan secretly forming in his mind. When he used the 4th-tier S-level bloodline pressure, he did not say that he could not combine it with the killing intent honed on the battlefield. This was a backup plan, in case Yensen really had some skills. Moreover, this was his personal pressure superimposed on the field pressure of the serious army's formation. Just now, he only used his personal pressure at the 3rd level, and even those geniuses with SS bloodlines couldn't withstand it. Upon hearing this, Yensen became somewhat interested and slowly walked towards the high platform. "Who is this kid? I've never heard of him before. It seems to be from Anyang Base City. That base city is considered middle to lower in Xianchuan Prefecture, and it has never produced an SS-level genius before. Could it be that one has actually emerged this year?" Because of the rampant presence of strange beasts in the wild, information flow between the base cities was not smooth, and the students were discussing it animatedly, with all their attention focused on Yensen. Under the oppressive aura of the serious army's formation, Yensen moved with ease, able to advance smoothly even without transforming into his beast form. But as soon as they stepped into the area where Hong Feng's personal pressure and the pressure of his domain overlapped, their steps faltered. "Oh, that's not enough?" Hong Feng grinned, his tone full of provocation. Yensen remained calm and composed, made a slight adjustment, and continued forward. "Why don't you need to transform into a beast?" Hong Feng's eyes showed surprise as he watched Yensen approach step by step. As he drew closer to Hong Feng, the oppressive aura intensified, as if he were approaching a ferocious beast eyeing its prey. Yensen silently chanted in his heart, and an invisible aura surged from his body. The pressure immediately eased, and he quickened his pace to continue forward. This kid, Hong Feng was slightly surprised. He watched Yensen advance another 100 steps, but then his speed began to slow down. 1 step, 2 steps. Looking at the high platform that was now almost within reach, Yensen knew in his heart that the moment of explosion had finally arrived. The next second, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and a dragon man with shimmering golden scales stepped onto the stairs and began to climb rapidly. Yensen did not use the blood dragon fury state. He guessed that Hongfeng would not let him get close easily and planned to keep a trump card up his sleeve. As expected, upon seeing Yensen rapidly transform into a beast, Hongfeng immediately unleashed his killing intent. As a 7th tier marquee level expert, his hands were stained with the blood of countless strange beasts. His murderous aura suddenly impacted Yensen, causing him to sway. However, Yensen exerted force with his feet, and the dragon claws firmly gripped the stone steps, preventing him from being swept down. "You foul!" Yensen shouted in a low voice, his eyes fixed on Hongfeng. "What rules did I break? This killing intent was accumulated when I was at the 4th level. If I used it against you now, you would have been crying for your parents by now. He. What, you're not convinced?" As a 7th rank marquis, this guy was so presumptuous that the crowd below was stunned and speechless. "But you've got some skills, kid. If I'm not mistaken, you're definitely the only SSS-level bloodline in this Chinchuan prefecture base city, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the students below all looked at Yensen and exclaimed in surprise. This guy is actually SSS rank. With such talent, why would he come to the training base? Aren't they all supposed to be cultivating in secret realms? This situation likely involves a commoner with no connections. But even if someone is commoner, with such exceptional talent, how could a bunch of powerful families extend offers to them so easily? They definitely refused. It's easy to make progress with the support of aristocratic families, but you have to sign all sorts of contracts. They're not stupid, they won't train you for nothing. Yensen ignored the students' comments and continued climbing the steps. "Ha, you can still move?" Hongfeng looked slightly surprised. Yensen didn't say a word, he was nearing his limit. This guy's aura is truly terrifying. Since that's the case, then let's give it our all. Yensen uttered a low shout in his heart, and a hint of blood gradually appeared between the scales on his body. His dragon blood surged within him, and the oppressive force immediately eased, allowing him to charge forward once more. "Damn it, you little rascal, you've been holding back." Hongfeng cried out in alarm and immediately released even more killing intent. If Yensen had any doubts, he would simply say that he had killed tens of millions of alien beasts when he was at the 4th level, since the other party wouldn't know the truth anyway. The number of enemies killed is something that can be adjusted flexibly. However, he didn't dare to go too far, for fear of ruining Yensen, such a promising talent. "Kid, you have great potential, but I can't let you have the identity token, otherwise how can I show my power?" As Hongfeng thought to himself, the pressure intensified, and Yensen's sprinting body came to a standstill once again. He stretched out his dragon claw, just a step away from the box containing the identity token. Looking at Hongfeng's unshaven, smug face, Yensen's lips slowly curled into a smile. He whispered in his heart again, "Iron Mountain Lean." The dragon power within his body surged, and the phantom image of a mountain materialized on his shoulders. The next moment, he suddenly rammed forward. S-rank martial arts. Hongfeng was shocked, but it was too late to stop it. Using the strength of the Iron Mountain Lean, Yensen charged forward again and finally obtained a blank identity token. "Your S-level martial arts skill isn't low, is it?" Hongfeng sighed and looked at Yensen. If the opponent's S-level martial arts were only at the beginner level or at a minor level, it would probably not be able to break through his pressure so easily. "Just reached the great perfection stage." Yensen answered truthfully that he had killed more than 10,000 strange beasts and gained millions of experience points, and had already mastered the Iron Mountain Lean technique. "Good lad, you've got the skills but know how to keep them to yourself. I've really messed up today." Hongfeng was helpless. He hadn't expected that Yensen, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would have similar methods to himself. They were both cunning old foxes. If he had unleashed his full power from the start, I might have been able to respond more flexibly. But Yensen proceeded cautiously, revealing his trump cards little by little, catching him off guard. Compared to him, the other geniuses were simply too naive. "Instructor, he's already received his identity token. Shouldn't our assessment be over now?" Some people were so overwhelmed by the oppressive aura that they couldn't breathe and couldn't help but ask Hongfeng a question. "Yes, the assessment is over. Except for Yensen, everyone else failed." Hongfeng smiled and glanced at everyone, then revealed a devilish smirk. "Therefore, we will proceed directly to the training phase, which will involve enduring the pressure of the military formation." Upon hearing this, all the students wailed in despair, finally understanding why Hongfeng was known as the devil instructor. "This is absolutely inhuman. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'm just letting you suffer a little and sweat a bit today, so that when you actually go to the battlefield, you'll bleed much less. You might criticize me now, but you'll definitely thank me later." Looking at the students who were screaming in pain, Hongfeng smiled smugly. However, when he turned to look at Yensen, who had a calm expression, his smile vanished instantly. "Kid, don't think you can skip training just because you barely passed the pressure test. I have no such intention. As long as the instructor's training is valuable, I will cooperate fully. Don't worry,
I'm not the kind of troublemaker who enjoys challenging the instructor's authority, Yansen responded calmly.
Upon hearing this, Hongfeng felt as if he had punched cotton and was somewhat disappointed. He had thought that such geniuses would be somewhat arrogant and would always pretend to be disdainful when given guidance, but he did not expect that Yansen would genuinely hope that he could help him improve.
You little rascal, you really don't follow the beaten path. I was hoping you'd suffer a bit. Since you're so frank, I'll reluctantly give you some pointers. Tell me, what are your bloodline talents?
Yansen smiled, not foolish enough to offend a 7th rank marquis level official for no reason. He then gave a brief introduction to his talents, and Hongfeng nodded after listening.
Your dragon body talent belongs to the physical enhancement category. I recommend you go to the frozen waterfall in the training base.
There you can hone your physical body in all aspects.
Of course, you'll need to use the appropriate potions.
I suggest using your credits to exchange for Dragon Blood Potion, which should be very compatible with your bloodline. As for the Dragon Force talent, it's an explosive type, suitable for Rolling Stone Valley, combined with psionic potions.
Long Yuan's talent is endurance-based, so he should go to the Quicksand Road and use the Spring of Life potion.
Hongfeng used his own insight to list in detail the best places for Yansen to cultivate, which saved him a lot of trouble. After bowing to Hongfeng in thanks, Yansen began his inspection of the training base. He found the treasure vault, exchanged for the necessary potions, and then, following the map, arrived at the first sacred cultivation ground. Towering stone pillars stand around the treasure land, their runes shimmering, indicating that an array has been set up here.
The frozen waterfall? This is it.
Upon entering, one can see a sign at the entrance and a stone tablet nearby that records the various records set by past students. Yansen glanced at it briefly and walked straight into the right-hand gate. The scene in front of him immediately became blurry, as if covered by a mosaic. Upon entering, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and a waterfall cascading down from the sky came into view. It seemed to cascade down from the void, like the Milky Way falling from the heavens, with magnificent momentum. Instead of mountains, the sides of the waterfall are made of azure ice, and the water disappears without a trace the moment it hits the ground.
This aura, this thing isn't ordinary water, it's pure energy?
Yansen looked at the flowing water, lost in thought.
Without hesitation, he walked to a dry ice wall and inserted his bound identity token into a groove. Let's adjust the difficulty to level 2 for now.
He turned the button next to the ice wall, and suddenly, a bone-chilling cold surged in like a tide, and icy water droplets fell from the sky, slapping his face wantonly. The garment, printed with nanomolecules, shattered instantly, and Yansen was completely submerged in icy water. If it were an ordinary second-tier warrior without beast form, they would probably be frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant. But Yansen showed no reaction. The dragon blood in his body boiled under the stimulation of the icy energy, and his skin was like a hot iron, instantly evaporating the icy water and sending up plumes of white mist. He felt like he was drinking an ice-cold beverage on a hot summer day. The refreshing coolness instantly lifted his spirits. Increase the intensity. Without hesitation, Yansen raised the difficulty to level 3. A stream of icy water descended from the sky, intensifying the chilling aura. The mist on Yansen's body instantly dissipated, and the biting cold quickly seeped into his skin. Without further hesitation, he transformed into a beast, becoming a dragon man. With the transformation into a beast, the power of the chill immediately seemed to weaken slightly, so Yansen increased the intensity once again. The chill clashed fiercely with his dragon blood within his body, keeping him in a state of extreme contrast between ice and fire, bringing him a strange and wonderful pleasure that was both ecstatic and unbearable. That's the feeling. Yansen could clearly feel that his talent was constantly improving, and only the 4th-tier difficulty was truly suitable for his current state. The chill had a slight advantage, while the dragon's body was steadily growing stronger, and so, he became engrossed in his cultivation amidst the icy waterfall, as if enjoying an ultimate bath, so comfortable that he forgot the passage of time. As time went by, the assessments in the newbie plaza gradually came to an end, and the students began to patrol the base with their identity tokens.
How come I only have 10 credits? What can I exchange for that? I only have 5 credits. Forget it, I'm not going to talk about it anymore.
I'll go check out the treasure vault first. A bottle of dragon blood potion only costs 10 credits. Outside, a bottle would be worth at least 100 million, and you couldn't even buy it.
So you're saying 1 credit is worth about 10 million?
No, many things in the treasure trove are priceless. 10 million wouldn't buy that credit.
My god, we get at least 5 credits here, right? Isn't this like getting 50 million cultivation resources right from the start?
As expected of the official training base, it's truly magnificent. Don't forget, the person who gave it to Yansen received 100 credits, which is worth $1 billion. Most of us have never enjoyed such treatment. The students were discussing it animatedly, but some shook their heads inside.
What are you all arguing about?
Instead of wasting time shouting here, hurry up and exchange for resources to cultivate. If you're not going to exchange, then spread out and don't delay young Master Zhao's business. A boy walked over, surrounded by a crowd of students. This seems to be Xiao Hanon from Panshan Bay City. I heard he perfectly inherited
inherited his family's SS-level bloodline, the extreme ice dragon. I know the Shao family in Panshan Base City. That family is no less powerful than many of the big families in the prefectural city. I heard that they are focused on attacking the state capital and don't bother to get involved in the prefectural city at all. Panshan Base City is rich in spirit mineral resources, so there's no benefit in going to the prefectural city. The state capital is their target. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Handong and his group of underlings exchanged the resources and headed to the cultivation paradise. Brother Dong, are we going to the frozen waterfall to train with you this time? Of course, my extreme ice dragon bloodline is best suited for the frozen waterfall. You can also use the coldness there to temper your bodies. It will definitely not do you any harm, Xiao Handong said slowly. I don't care about the cultivation records of other treasure lands this year, but this frozen waterfall belongs to me. The group chatted as they walked until they reached the entrance to the frozen waterfall. Ha, Brother Dong, this frozen waterfall actually has separate entrances for men and women? Men on the left, women on the right. I didn't even notice until you pointed it out. Why is that? Xiao Handong glanced at it and laughed. Because the energy liquid in the icy waterfall has an extremely strong impact force, it will tear clothes to shreds, so we have to enter separately. Otherwise, what if you see the girls naked? What? This is great. If we get to the right, wouldn't that be? Shut up. If you don't want to get kicked out, don't do anything stupid. Upon hearing Xiao Handong's warning, the henchman chuckled and said nothing more. They went straight through the left-hand door. Soon, 3 girls walked over hand in hand. Sister Yuan, is this icy waterfall really that beneficial to us? Several girls looked at the woman in the lead and asked. The woman was tall and slender with a full bust. Although she was only 18 years old, she already exuded the aura of a mature and sophisticated woman. Kiki, you both have water attribute talents. As long as you practice here using the breathing techniques I've taught you, the results will be much better than anywhere else. Okay, Sister Yuan, let's go. I can't wait to try it out. A petite but fierce-looking little girl walked towards the door. Silly girl, that's the boys' training area, don't go to the wrong one. Ha, there are separate genders here? The little girl scratched her pigtails, looking puzzled. Of course you'll get a share. You'll see when you go in. The two turned to the right-hand gate and immediately felt the overwhelming chill upon entering. Wow, this is so comfortable. This place is perfect for us. Alright, the clothes you're wearing look pretty expensive. If you don't want them to get damaged, take them off and put them in your beast soul equipment. The impact of this icy spring is difficult to withstand unless one is equipped with beast soul gear. Oh, I see. This dress cost me over 10,000 yuan to have custom made. I can't afford to ruin it. As the little girl Han Kiki spoke, she began to take off her clothes, and Shini and Xiao Yuan followed suit. In an instant, the icy and snowy landscape transformed into a picturesque scene, brimming with the vitality of spring. Wow, Coco, you're not very tall, but you're quite big. What did you drink to grow up like that? Hee, I've been drinking coconut milk since I was a child. The 3 women compared their figures, each possessing her own unique charm. If this scene were shown in public, it would surely make countless young men's hearts race. Just then, a pleasant murmur came from beneath the waterfall. Yensen stretched and yawned. Over the past few hours, he had taken 2 bottles of dragon blood potion and finally raised his dragon body talent to level 2. He took out his identity token, preparing to travel to other cultivation grounds to hone his other talents. The icy waterfall overhead disappeared, and what came into view were continuous snow-capped peaks and a secluded ravine. A scream came from the other side. A black dragon with a thick mane appeared before the 3 girls, raising its head and charging towards them. Yensen noticed something was wrong and quickly pressed the necklace around his neck. The nanomolecules instantly formed a close-fitting combat suit, covering his body. Several girls also rustled and tidied themselves up. You pervert, what are you doing in the girls' training area? Ha, there are separate genders here? Sorry, I didn't notice. You scoundrel. The little girl with the baby face pointed angrily at Yensen, her chest heaving. I'll teach you a lesson. As the girl spoke, she suddenly transformed into a beast, with a pair of antlers growing from her head. She stomped the ground and rose up, causing a stream of water to surge up from the ground, propelling Yensen several meters into the air. Yensen transformed one hand into a dragon claw, grabbed the ice wall beside him, and stared down at the 3 of them. I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean to. You didn't do it on purpose, did you? You've seen all 3 of us clearly. Didn't you see me naked too? Yensen subconsciously retorted. Ugh, I'm so angry. The white deer girl continued her attack, the water condensing into water swords that relentlessly pierced Yensen. Don't underestimate this water sword, its attack power is considerable. Yensen casually shattered the attack, slid down the mountainside, and rushed towards the entrance. Just then, a figure blocked his way. It was an ice-crowned blue-feathered bird that flapped its wings and conjured countless ice arrows out of thin air, sealing off the entrance. This aura is probably close to the 3rd level. Yensen was slightly startled. It seems that these girls have extraordinary bloodlines and family backgrounds. Gentlemen, if you really want to fight, I won't hold back. Then let me experience the power of your SSS-level S-level bloodline. The ice-crowned blue-feathered bird in the sky spoke human language. With her bloodline and cultivation, she had no fear of Yensen. Yensen didn't waste any words and directly transformed into a beast, becoming a large dragon wreathed in blood. After advancing his cultivation level, complete beast transformation was no longer difficult for him. Oh, he can fully transform into a beast at the 5th level of the warrior rank? Xiao Yuan was secretly surprised, as even she herself was only able to achieve this level after reaching the 10th level of the warrior rank. It is important to know that complete beast transformation not only requires a certain level of cultivation as a foundation, but also sufficient spiritual energy support. More importantly, one's control over one's own bloodline must be up to standard in order to reach such an extreme state. This guy, at the 5th level of the talented warrior realm, can achieve complete beast transformation, which clearly shows that he has extremely precise control over his bloodline. Sister Yuan, why don't you stop fighting? Yensen shouldn't be that kind of person, Qinyi said after calming down. Yensen then noticed that it was Qinyi who was speaking. He had been completely attracted by the dazzling white light and hadn't had time to see her face clearly. Even if it wasn't intentional, he deserved to be beaten. If he beat us, we'll let him go. Xiao Yuan responded without any mercy. You go too. Let's beat him up together and not let him get away with this, Xiao Yuan shouted. Upon hearing this, Qinyi reluctantly began to transform into a beast, her upper body becoming a mighty white tiger. The three of them worked together to attack Yensen, who had transformed into a blood-red dragon. Various lights intertwined and erupted, accompanied by continuous rumbling sounds. It has to be said that Yensen felt immense pressure from these three girls. Even with his blood dragon fury state activated, he was still finding it hard to breathe. It should be noted that although Qinyi and Han Kiki are only S-level bloodlines, they both possess natural talents, and their cultivation levels are almost the same as Yensen's. In addition, Xiao Yuan, a powerful figure from a prominent family with SS-level bloodline talent, has an advantage in level. When the three of them join forces, even a 4th-tier B-level bloodline expert would find it difficult to withstand them. One after another, S-rank martial arts techniques erupted simultaneously, and the three fought with tremendous force, cracking the ice wall formed from condensed energy. At this moment, Xiao Han and the others who were cultivating on the other side of the icy waterfall were so frightened that they quickly stopped what they were doing. Young Master Xiao, what exactly is going on? Is this cultivation paradise about to collapse? Xiao Hanong asked, his face full of doubt. Soon after, the thick ice wall suddenly shattered, and a blood-red dragon tumbled in. Yensen was breathing heavily, and sighed inwardly. These three women were really too difficult to deal with. Everyone, if you keep going like this, I'm really going to get serious. Yensen's eyes narrowed slightly. If he were to unleash his full blood dragon fury state, the battle probably wouldn't end easily. However, if he were to injure or kill any of the three people at this training base, he would most likely be expelled, which would be a net loss. Moreover, he was indeed at fault in this incident, so he couldn't be too ruthless. Damn it, come on then, I'm not afraid of anyone. The white deer girl, Hankiki, stood tall and glared at Yensen, showing no fear of his threat. Coco, what happened? Xiao Hanong asked with concern from not far away. Hankiki opened her mouth but hesitated to speak. Should we tell everyone that Yensen could see right through the three of us? Xiao Hanong glanced at Yensen, then at the ice-crowned blue-feathered sparrow that Xiao Yuan had transformed into, and said in a deep voice, since you won't say, do you need any help? This is our business, it's none of your concern. Xiao Yuan replied coldly from midair. Xiao Hanong smiled and said, what matters to Yuan is what matters to me. Anyway, we're all family from now on, so why be so polite? Who's family with you? What era are we living in? Do you think I would agree to a marriage arranged by my parents? Xiao Yuan retorted without backing down. Sister Yuan, we are, after all, a noble family, and marriage is a matter that we cannot decide for ourselves. Your ice-crowned blue-feathered sparrow and my extreme ice dragon are both of superior quality among SS-grade ice attribute bloodlines. If we were to unite, it is highly likely that we would produce an SSS-grade offspring. So, Xiao Hanong was about to continue speaking. Shut up! Xiao Yuan interrupted him without any politeness. The two were arguing in Yensen took the opportunity to quietly slip away towards the door. Don't run! Xiao Yuan and Xiao Hanong shouted in unison. Yensen frowned and turned to question Xiao Hanong. What does this have to do with you? Can't you understand human language? She's my fiancée. Since someone wants to take her away, no matter the reason, I have to help her. Xiao Handong's tone was icy. Yensen's lips twitched as he thought to himself, is this guy a simp or a wolf in sheep's clothing? Yuan, you don't need to do anything. Leave this guy to me, Xiao Handong said, transforming into a majestic ice dragon. His cultivation aura had already reached the level of a 3rd-tier master. Kid, don't think that just because you were the first to withstand the pressure of the military formation, you can consider yourself the #1 person in this training base. I was focused solely on cultivation before, but now, with just a little adjustment, I can still successfully break through. Xiao Hanong was not afraid of Yensen's bloodline talent. After all, he himself was not weak, and he had the whole family as a strong backing. So, if you want to avoid getting beaten up, you'd better apologize to Yuan. I apologized, but the three of them still disagree. Hearing this, Xiao Handong was speechless. He had no idea what Yansen had done to those three people, and even Xiao Yuan, who usually disliked trouble, couldn't help but take action. He came from that direction, could it be? Xiao Handong seemed to have suddenly realized something, and his face immediately turned gloomy and angry. Damn it, you haven't even seen my fiancé once, how dare you do this? Xiao Handong felt furious, as if he had been tricked by a minotaur, and immediately rushed towards Yansen, unleashing his martial arts skills at the same time. Click, click, click. A surge of icy spiritual energy erupted, transforming into sharp ice spikes that pierced out from all directions around Yansen, leaving him nowhere to escape. These ice spikes were incredibly sharp, even piercing Yansen's dragon body, which had been upgraded to level 2, causing it to bleed slightly. As the pain struck, a rage ignited in Yansen's eyes. He would hold back when Xiao Yuan and the others attacked him, but he wouldn't show any mercy to the sycophant. The crimson aura around him grew increasingly intense, and combined with the killing intent accumulated from killing tens of thousands of demonic beasts, the entire dragon exuded an exceptionally terrifying aura. This guy was really holding back just now. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan in the sky said with slight surprise. She originally thought that Yansen's cultivation level was such that he had already given his all to emerge unscathed from the three-person attack. She never expected that the other party had been deliberately yielding all along. Now, the aura emanating from Yansen was even shocking to her. A solid, towering phantom appeared beside Yansen, stained with blood, as if it had been soaked in countless drops of blood. This is an S-rank martial art, Iron Mountain Lean, and it has already reached the Great Perfection stage. The towering mountain phantom instantly shattered the surrounding icy cage, and then, together with the Crimson Dragon, pounced fiercely towards the Extreme Ice Dragon. What? He actually knows S-rank martial arts, and his skill level is quite high. Upon seeing the solid, illusory mountain, Xiao Handong was startled, guessing that this person had mastered this family's S-level martial art. Although he himself had been exposed to this martial art for a long time, he had only achieved a minor level of mastery. The Ice Dragon continued to unleash its martial arts, sending ice spikes rapidly towards Yansen, only to be shattered by the solid mountain phantom. Finally, the phantom of the mountain arrived in front of the Ice Dragon and suddenly pressed down. The towering mountain, several dozen feet high, slammed down, crushing large patches of the icy dragon scales on the Extreme Ice Dragon's body, causing blood to flow slowly, making it look extremely disheveled. Xiao Handong looked up and saw a blood-red dragon standing in front of him, its claws pressing hard on his head. If you dare lay a hand on me again, your fate will be extremely grim. Looking into those bloodthirsty dragon eyes, Xiao Handong felt a murderous intent emanating from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His heart trembled, and he couldn't help but nod subconsciously. Those watching the scene exchanged bewildered glances, never expecting Xiao Handong to be defeated so decisively. That's a third-tier master-level SS-grade bloodline. Xiao Handong's strength is no less than Yansen's, but this guy seems to have experienced a real baptism of bloodshed, and his rich combat experience far exceeds that of Xiao Handong, a young master from a prestigious family. Xiao Yuan had already transformed into human form and stood beside Qinyi and Han Kiki, speaking. I heard from my father that after he awakened, he started doing mercenary missions and probably killed no fewer than 10,000 strange beasts. 10,000 strange beasts, and he's only been awakened for a few days. Doesn't he need to cultivate? Han Kiki exclaimed in surprise, her chest heaving. After I awakened, I killed more than 10 strange beasts, but my family specifically captured them for me to see. That's nothing. The most terrifying thing is that he comes from a commoner background. If he were to receive training from a powerful family, his strength would probably be even more terrifying. Qinyi said softly. She had previously thought that she could contend with Yansen, but after truly witnessing his strength, she no longer had any thoughts of comparison. Hearing this, Han Kiki couldn't help but feel more respect for Yansen, and her original resistance to that guy gradually dissipated. Coming from humble beginnings, he has grown so rapidly. Not only is he exceptionally talented, but his perseverance is also remarkable. Xiao Yuan exclaimed. After Yansen defeated Xiao Handong, seeing that Xiao Yuan and the others did not stop him, he prepared to leave quietly. Hey, stop right there. Han Kiki called out to him hurriedly. It's not over yet? Yansen turned around and looked at the three of them helplessly. Of course it's not over. Since you did that kind of thing, you have to take responsibility for us, Han Kiki said firmly. Xiao Handong and his men were stunned. Was there something even more shocking? What do you plan to do? Yansen didn't want to say more. Han Kiki smiled slyly. I want you to team up with us and enter the death row inmate's secret realm. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at him in surprise. The death row inmate's secret realm is a special training ground within the training base. It's not a place to improve one's cultivation level or talent, but rather a place specifically for combat training. This is a small world that was developed to the point of near abandonment, and was later used to process various kinds of waste, including heavily polluted research waste and garbage people. Those who commit heinous crimes will be thrown directly into this place and suffer torment
worse than death. Under the influence of various factors, the bloodlines of these death row inmates will mutate. Although their cultivation level is not high when they enter, their strength should not be underestimated as time goes by. Therefore, they are particularly suitable for training these genius students' killing skills. The ranking of achievements in this training ground also yields the most generous rewards.
When are you planning to go in? Yen-sen asked.
He had originally planned to find time to enter the death row inmate's secret realm, since killing was the fastest way for him to grow stronger.
In a few days. Okay, just contact me when the time comes. Without wasting any more words, Yen-sen left directly and headed towards the next cultivation paradise.
He must not be careless when entering the death row inmate's secret realm. He needs to raise all his talents to at least level 2.
Coco, how did you come up with the idea of having him lead us in?
Xiao Yuan asked the little girl beside her curiously. I can tell he's got a murderous aura about him. We shouldn't be too badly affected if we go in. With him around, we'll be safer. Indeed, this guy's talent seems to be related to killing, making him most suitable for the death row inmate's secret realm. People say big boobs mean no brains, but you're not only big-breasted, you're also not stupid.
Xiao Yuan teased with a smile.
As the three chatted and laughed, Xiao Hanon, standing to the side, gritted his teeth and remained silent.
He was ashamed of losing to Yen-sen and dared not say anything more.
Damn it, I'm going to the death row secret realm for killing training too.
I refuse to believe I can't beat you,
he vowed to himself. Over the next few days, Yen-sen took the medicine while honing his skills in various cultivation sites. He first cultivated his dragon power burst in Rolling Stone Valley. Facing the bombardment of rolling boulders, the aid of potions allowed his talent to improve rapidly, and he eventually broke through successfully. He then went to the flowing sand road to train his dragon essence talent. The ever-flowing sand was extremely exhausting, but with the help of potions and the special power around him, his dragon essence talent quickly rose to level 2. Finally, he returned to the echo wall to hone his dragon might. The rebounding pressure pressed down on him time and time again, and with the help of the explosive energy potion, his dragon might quickly reach level 2. A few days later, Yen-sen had exhausted all his credits. Except for the Blood Dragon Fury talent, which still needed to be trained through killing, all his other talents were upgraded to level 2. Even with the help of the potion, his cultivation level rose by 2 levels, reaching the 7th level of the warrior class. After all, this potion is worth over $1 billion.
Although it is mainly used to assist in improving talent, its other effects should not be underestimated.
After finishing their training, Han Kiki and the other two found him, and they agreed to go to the death row inmate's secret realm together. The death row inmate's secret realm is located deep within the training base in a remote area. Although many trainees linger nearby, they dare not enter, but still want to see it for themselves. Just getting close to that stargate makes me feel uncomfortable all over,
Han Kiki said softly, tugging at Xiao Yuan's sleeve.
It's really not a place to stay for long. If you stay there too long, people will not only go crazy, but their blood will also become distorted. For those who have committed heinous crimes, this kind of torture is more cruel than death. As they walked and talked, they arrived at the gleaming Starlight Gate. 2 squads of 4th-tier Skywolf army experts stood guard at the entrance, indicating that this place was no ordinary place.
Oh no, they're going into the death row prison? Good heavens, it's only been a few days.
In previous years, it usually took half a month before anyone went there. The surrounding students discussed in surprise. After handing over their identity tokens, Yen-sen and his 3 companions stepped into the Stargate. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. The blue sky and white clouds disappeared without a trace, leaving only a gray, scorched earth like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The Stargate stood tall, surrounded by countless white bones, some from strange beasts, others from humans, covered with various signs of gnawing, a horrifying sight. As soon as Yen-sen and his group stepped in, it was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, causing the ruins and scorched earth to tremble. A long strip of flesh was flung out from the ruins, carrying terrifying power. The force of this attack was at least at the 3rd tier. Qin and Han Kiki immediately transformed into their beast forms, and a chilling aura quickly enveloped the surroundings. The strip of flesh instantly solidified and finally fell to the ground, shattering into dust.
That scared me to death. Thank goodness nothing bad happened. Han Kiki patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. I don't think it's that simple.
We need to be more careful. Something's not right here. Yen-sen frowned, and as soon as he finished speaking, dozens of ferocious-looking monsters emerged from the ruins. Some of them were swollen like 10-meter-tall giants covered in tumors, some were lumps of flesh and blood made of twisted intestines, and some had protruding teeth resembling big-headed monsters with animal traps. These monsters don't look like pure alien beasts, they're more like mutated humans. Humans are inherently driven by 7 emotions and 6 desires, and when they become more like animals, these emotions are amplified.
Without strong self-control, one can easily lose one's way.
This abandoned secret realm is filled with strange energy, causing the prisoners held there to undergo various mutations. The monster before them, its body bulging with muscles, was mutated due to an excessive obsession with physical strength, resulting in an increase in power that was immeasurable. The muscular monster, standing 5 or 6 6 meters tall, charged forward like a steel behemoth, unstoppable.
Frost shield. Han Kiki quickly transformed into a deer woman.
With a stomp of her foot, ice condensed into a shield 2 meters in diameter, which floated in front of the muscle monster.
The muscular monster charged forward, and cracks immediately appeared in the frost water shield.
A few more impacts and it would probably break. However, as soon as the vulnerability was discovered, Han Kiki used her psionic energy to repair it and created 2 more water shields.
Jade arrow rain. Shinii transformed into a tiger woman and shouted in a deep voice.
Countless ice arrows condensed in the surrounding space and shot rapidly in all directions.
The monsters hit by the ice arrows moved much more slowly.
Xiaoyuan transformed into an ice-crowned blue-feathered sparrow, let out a loud cry, and pounced on a monster. With a swing of her sharp claws, a chilling aura struck the monster's body, causing ice cracks to appear and emitting painful howls. These monsters are only at the 2nd level of energy, but their combat strength has reached the level of an ordinary 3rd-level monster.
It seems that this bloodline mutation is indeed difficult to deal with. When they were thrown here, most of them were of D or C rank in terms of bloodline, but after mutation, they are at least equivalent to B or A rank.
If there are death row inmates mixed in with those who already possess B-level or A-level bloodlines, then it's even more terrifying, comparable to those above S-level. Yen Sen's gaze swept over the monsters, and he secretly deduced and analyzed them in his mind.
What are you standing there for, bro? Hurry up and help. Han Kiki saw Yen Sen standing aside in a daze and pouted angrily. Don't panic, this is just the appetizer. You guys can handle it. I need to observe for a while. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Yen Sen smiled. All 3 possess S-rank bloodlines, with one even being SS rank.
Coupled with their innate talents, dealing with ordinary tier 3 monsters is not difficult for them.
Seriously, what's the point of analysis? Just do it.
Han Kiki complained helplessly, but Yen Sen remained non-committal. He glanced at the charging monster, cracked his neck, and then resolutely rushed out.
A deafening dragon roar resounded as Yen Sen transformed into a blood dragon and charged into the monster horde.
As illusory mountain shadows appeared, he instantly crushed a muscular monster into a bloody pulp. The monster's intestines, as thick as steel bars, lashed out at him, binding him tightly.
Without hesitation, Yen Sen fully transformed into a blood-red dragon.
He slapped down hard, and the dragon tier hand was activated swiftly, tearing the large intestine monster into several pieces. Yen Sen has now spent hundreds of thousands of experience points to upgrade the dragon tier hand to A level, making it far more powerful than before. This martial art was perfectly suited to his fully transformed blood dragon state. With each swing of his 4 dragon claws, monsters fell one after another.
He seems to have gotten stronger again.
Han Kiki, Shinii, and Xiaoyuan were speechless with shock as they watched Yen Sen frantically fighting among the monsters. This martial art is quite special. Its grade seems to be quite high, and it can actually be perfectly executed in a fully beast-transformed state.
Yes, I noticed that too.
Usually, martial arts techniques that can be used smoothly in a fully beast-transformed state are only grade C or D. This martial arts technique must be higher than that grade. Han Kiki stared at Yen Sen's waving dragon claws, her blood energy surging wildly. With each swing of the claws, 5 streams of blood energy flew out, bombarding the monsters.
The weaker monsters were easily torn into pieces. That's kind of scary.
Looking at Yen Sen's condition, Xiaoyuan almost forgot that she was still going to attack. The ice crack martial art she possesses is somewhat similar to Yen Sen's. It is also a claw-type martial art, and she can fully execute it in her complete beast form. However, her martial arts skills were only at the B level, which her family had specially collected and spent a lot of effort to obtain for her. It's very difficult to encounter similar martial arts techniques of grade A or above.
As for S-class? Sorry, there isn't one.
Because most human martial arts are remnants of the old era, they were certainly practiced in human form at that time. Even martial arts that evolved from animals are mostly like this. Therefore, no one has yet been heard of creating an S-level inherited martial art specifically designed for use in a fully beast-like state. However, many S-rank martial arts rely on their own bloodline and can unleash powerful force even when fully transformed into beast form, because the beast form is similar to the human form. For example, the famous Tongbei Fist and Mantis Fist can be performed almost perfectly in a fully beast-like state. While the others were still stunned, Yen Sen had already killed all the dozens of monsters that had charged at him.
Now, slaughtering these 2nd and 3rd tier monsters was effortless for him.
As the kill was achieved, system notifications kept ringing out. Defeated a 2nd tier mutated bloodline, gain 1888 experience points and 1314 essence points. The dozens of monsters contributed more than 500,000 experience points and more than 400,000 essence points to him, which was much more lucrative than killing ordinary 2nd tier alien beasts.
He is currently at the 7th level of the warrior level.
To advance to the 8th level, he needs 500,000 experience points, which he can easily make up by killing a few more monsters.
Han Kiki excitedly used her identity token to collect monster information, preparing to exchange it for academic credits.
They were in a team, and the credits were distributed equally, which was a slight disadvantage for Yen Sen. Yen. However, the three of them wouldn't take advantage of him. The credits Yen-sen gave him could be compensated with a certain amount of xia coins. Although academic credits are more valuable than great xia coins, for Yen-sen, as long as it is an energy resource, the difference is not significant. For the three of them, many items in the base's treasury were compatible with their bloodline, and buying them to improve their cultivation was more cost-effective and efficient than spending money outside. This is a win-win situation, since everyone has put in a lot of effort. And so they left the Stargate and began to explore the depths of the secret realm. Generally, the deeper you go, the stronger the mutated monsters you encounter, because the pollution is more severe there. These pollutants are disgusting to ordinary humans, like stinking mud and filth, but to mutated monsters, they are often a cure. Just as fish cannot live without water, the more severely mutated a monster is, the more it needs to survive in places with stronger pollution. As the group ventured deeper into the ruins, they found the surroundings eerily quiet, filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Why do I feel a little creeped out? Han Kiki nervously pulled Xiaoyuan along, while the latter frowned and looked at Yen-sen with a questioning gaze. Something is definitely not right. Yen-sen muttered to himself, then suddenly sensed something and immediately waved for everyone to stop. Something big. Hearing this, the group of people were shocked. Having experienced Yen-sen's prowess firsthand, they all understood that for him to speak so seriously, the target before them was no ordinary person. Before he finished speaking, the abandoned building around them suddenly shook violently, and countless sand, stones, and bricks collapsed. The ground undulated, and a giant fleshy worm, about 20 or 30 meters long, suddenly burst out of the ground. Its head was like a mushroom head, with a slit in the middle filled with ferocious fangs. What kind of monster is this? The three girls screamed and immediately transformed into beasts, unleashing their respective martial arts techniques to resist. Shields of icy water instantly solidified, but the giant fleshy worm acted like a magnet, sucking all the shields into its mouth in one go, shattering them one by one. This worm has a bizarre structure. Its tail is larger than its head, and it has two huge spheres hanging from it, each as big as a room. After absorbing the frost shield, the flesh worm continued to charge towards the three girls, completely ignoring Yen-sen beside it. The three changed their moves, and ice condensed and covered the fleshy worm's body, cracking open like a spiderweb. But the worm seemed completely unharmed, emitting a strange laugh as if it were enjoying itself. Damn it, I finally know what this thing is. Yen-sen's lips twitched, his face full of disgust. This deformed creature is so consumed by lust that it has turned into this monster. It's utterly outrageous. He was utterly helpless. Although he didn't want to get entangled with this thing, he could only transform into a blood dragon and pounce on it. The blood dragon, over 10 meters long, was entangled with an even longer flesh worm. Although the worm was large, it was far less resilient than the blood dragon. With each swing of the dragon's claws, the flesh worm was covered in wounds, a truly gruesome sight. Just then, the round ball at the tail of the flesh worm suddenly struck, causing the flesh worm's body to straighten abruptly. Yen-sen felt as if he had grabbed a beam and was thrown away. The flesh worm's veins bulged, and it charged straight at Yen-sen in a fit of rage. Seeing this, Yen-sen quickly dodged, but the steel-like fleshy worm pierced through a building and then turned to continue crashing into Yen-sen. Damn it, how do we deal with this thing? Yen-sen anxiously dodged, inwardly complaining, when suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. Since this thing is a mutation of that thing, wouldn't its weaknesses be similar as well? He suddenly realized what was happening and stopped blindly attacking the fleshy worm's body. Instead, he shouted to the three girls, "Attack those two spheres at its tail, smash them to pieces." The three obeyed and immediately struck the tail. The sphere shattered, and the worm immediately lost its strength, letting out a painful howl. As expected, this is its weakness. The group intensified their attack and finally shattered the two spheres completely. The flesh worm collapsed to the ground and died. After overcoming numerous hardships, the four finally defeated the monster. What a monstrous creature. Its combat power is probably comparable to a 4th-tier expert with a C-level bloodline. If Yen-sen hadn't discovered its weakness, we probably wouldn't have been able to kill it. This thing's regenerative ability is ridiculously strong. What kind of bloodline mutation is it? Han Kiki exclaimed in surprise. You wouldn't want to know. Yen-sen smiled helplessly, while Han Kiki looked bewildered. He pulled Qin-Yi aside and asked. Qin-Yi seemed to remember something and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sister Yi, what are you laughing at? What is this thing? Qin-Yi said with a smile. Didn't you see him a few days ago? Did you see me a few days ago? Han Kiki was full of questions. He had never been to this death row inmate's secret realm before. No, this thing. She suddenly remembered what happened at the frozen waterfall. This monster bore a striking resemblance to Yen-sen's black dragon. Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed slightly. The group continued on their way, and soon encountered another flesh worm monster. This worm is stronger than before. It can use the ball at the end of its tail to collide with other worms and spray out a highly corrosive white venom. Fortunately, everyone had experience and seized the right moment to shatter the two spheres, successfully crippling the monster. There are perverts every year, but there seemed to be more than usual today. Yen-sen was speechless, unsure whether to say the monsters that followed were stronger or or worse. After all, the previous monsters had endured far longer, surviving the attacks for so long without vomiting anything. However, this thing gives an extraordinary amount of experience in essence. One is equivalent to 10 ordinary second-tier monsters. Yensen obtained a large amount of essence, immediately raising his cultivation level to the 8th level of the warrior rank. If he encountered a few more monsters like this, reaching the 9th level wouldn't be a problem. The group continued on their way, but this time they didn't encounter the flesh worm monster. Instead, they came across something even more bizarre. The monster resembled some kind of seafood, possessing only a single mouthpart that continuously spewed corrosive venom. Yensen dared not approach, and could only keep his distance from the other two as he fought its death. To his surprise, he was also able to gain experience and essence from these monsters. And so, the group continued forward, hunting down all sorts of strange monsters. Yensen's cultivation level was also gradually increasing. 3 days later, his cultivation level quietly reached the 10th level of the scholar level, just one step away from entering the 3rd-tier master level. Those who fought alongside him could easily sense the spiritual energy emanating from him, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Breaking through cultivation during battle? I think I've heard of that before. Wasn't that the Saint Slayer who did it? I also know that Tu Sheng cultivates the way of slaughter, honing himself through slaughter, and is invincible among those of the same level. Han Kiki proudly raised her little head and looked at Yensen, who had transformed into a blood dragon. This guy has an exceptionally strong smell of blood on him. I feel like he should be cultivating this path, right? This is a dangerous path, you know? Countless evolved beings have died in the slaughter, and only one Saint Slayer appears every 1,000 years. Xiao Yuan said with emotion. Yensen seemed not to hear, stretched, and his face was full of joy. Not only did his cultivation level break through, but his blood dragon fury also increased to level 2. Furthermore, the blood tribulation stage hidden behind his bloodline showed signs of transitioning to the middle stage, seemingly only one step away. Is this blood calamity equivalent to a talent? Yensen felt curious. Just as he was pondering this, a terrifying aura surged from a certain direction of the secret realm. Thick, dark clouds blanketed the sky, making the already gloomy world even more so, as if the end of the world had arrived. It's going to rain polluted water. Hurry, find somewhere to take shelter. Xiao Yuelan's expression was solemn. If ordinary people like them got too much rainwater on them, they might also undergo mutations. The group found shelter in an abandoned building, but before long, the rain intensified and showed no signs of stopping. At the same time, in the rain, one ferocious monster after another surrounded their location. I smell genius. Such delicious flesh, such tempting blood, ha ha ha. In the pouring rain, stood a huge monster that was over 30 meters tall. It is half a twisted humanoid and half a ferocious beast, as if the two were pieced together. Before it, those irrational monsters became as docile as sheep, obeying its commands and attacking the rain-soaked abandoned building. Fear, I will make you feel the fear of death, that chilling aura that makes the soul tremble, like fine wine, intoxicating. The monster muttered to itself like a madman. I'm so grateful they put me into this world, it's perfect for me, he he he. A hint of reminiscence appeared on its face. In return, I will hunt down and kill all the geniuses here. Ha 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 ha. Its maniacal laughter pierced through the rain and echoed all around. The monsters responded in kind, emitting all sorts of bizarre, sinister laughs. Inside the abandoned building, Xiao Yuelan took out cleaning agent from her beast soul equipment and sprayed it on the group. In this crumbling world, we are constantly exposed to pollution, and we must frequently use special cleaning agents to reduce the impact. We should go back. Staying a few more days will inevitably have a negative impact, even if our bloodline is strong. Ordinary students rarely stay here for more than a day when hunting. The fact that these few have stayed this long has already broken the record. Generally speaking, such results are only achieved towards the end of the training camp. Let's go back after this rain stops, Shinyi said. But just then, Yensen seemed to sense something, and his expression suddenly turned serious. It seems we might not be able to go back. The outside world is full of monsters, he said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the three women's expressions changed drastically. Shinyi immediately transformed into a beast, her white ears twitching slightly as she listened alertly to the sounds coming from the rain. There are at least 1,000 monsters outside, more than half of which are second-tier monsters, and there are no fewer than 100 third-tier monsters, she reported in a low voice. Han Kiki was so frightened by what she heard that she trembled all over. These mutated monsters were already exceptionally powerful, and with this lineup, even a 4th-tier general with bloodlines not yet reaching S rank would inevitably be defeated. Even if the four of them work together, they can only solve about half of the problems at most, which is already considered quite good. What's more, it's raining polluted water outside, and neither the weather, location, nor people are on their side. This time, the odds are against them. Why are the monsters forming such a large-scale cluster? These monsters have no reason at all. Han Kiki asked, her face full of doubt. Even among mindless monster groups, there are usually only a dozen or so, and it is very rare to find more than 100. But now, thousands of monsters are charging towards them with a specific purpose, which is really strange. Could it be that some of these monsters have actually developed
developed into beings with reason? Shinyi wondered. Impossible. These kinds of monsters are born from a loss of reason. The death row inmate's secret realm has existed for so many years, and such a situation has never occurred. Xiao Yuan categorically denied. Now is not the time to discuss this. Let's run upstairs and see if we can buy some time. We'll figure out a way to break through once the rain stops, Yansen said urgently to the three women, sensing the monster's presence getting closer. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately ran to the nearby stairs and began to climb upwards. These abandoned secret places were once developed and inhabited, so there are still many traces of human construction. The building has more than 100 floors and is hundreds of meters high. The group of people climbed the building very quickly, reaching each floor in just a few seconds. However, less than a minute after they climbed up, a large group of monsters rushed over and squeezed into the stairwell. Although the stairwell was large, it still seemed narrow compared to the monsters' enormous bodies, which were several meters or even more than 10 meters long. Aside from a few small monsters that managed to squeeze in, most were stuck underneath. The small monster used its hands and feet to quickly catch up with Yansen and the others. Shinyi mobilized her spiritual energy and used her natural talents to quickly generate arrows and shoot at the surging monsters from a distance. The weaker monsters were hit by arrows and fell, crashing into the horde of monsters charging up from behind. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. We don't need to run away at all. If we block the stairwell, we might be able to wipe out these monsters, she suggested. This terrain is ideal for humanoid combat, making it difficult for monsters to maneuver. Yansen glanced at the situation behind him and said in a deep voice, "It's best not to do that. This abandoned building isn't an iron fortress. If we stay and fight, it's easy for something to go wrong. Let's run away first and buy some time," he said. After hearing Yansen's words, the group did not object and chose to obey. In the past few days, Yansen's performance has already won them over. After climbing dozens of floors in one go, Yansen did not continue to go up. Instead, he kicked open the door of the stairwell and entered the stairwell. "Don't climb any higher," he warned in a low voice. Although the group was puzzled, at that moment they felt a violent tremor throughout their bodies. The walls began to crack, and the building showed signs of collapsing. "There's definitely a strategist among these monsters," Yansen asserted. "I was worried they would demolish the building, but I didn't expect these guys to actually do it." He frowned. Downstairs, monsters were frantically attacking the walls of the first floor, causing rubble and bricks to crumble. As the walls collapsed and steel bars snapped, the building began to sway precariously. When the first layer of walls was completely demolished, the building crashed down, raising clouds of dust and smoke, and many monsters were crushed to death under the rubble. Yansen and the others, who were hiding in the middle of the building, were thrown off balance by the violent tremor. If they hadn't been clinging to the wall with their claws after transforming into beasts, they would have been thrown out. Yansen transformed into a blood dragon, his four sharp claws gripping the ground tightly, while Han Kiki, who had transformed into a deer woman, was coiled around the center of his body. This creature has no hooves. If Yansen hadn't been supporting her, she wouldn't have been able to stand at all. "Thank you, Yansen. I forgive you for seeing me naked," Han Kiki said, expressing her gratitude. Yansen laughed and said, "You should thank the modern construction of Daxia. This building hasn't collapsed yet. If it were one of those shoddy projects from the old days, we would have been buried inside long ago." He's right. Fortunately, the buildings in the secret realm were all built under the direct supervision of the authorities, and those unscrupulous companies weren't contracted out. The entire building is constructed of high-quality steel and cement, and has undergone special reinforcement, which is why it did not collapse directly after the first floor was destroyed. It was only tilted slightly, which is perfectly acceptable. However, the monsters' attacks did not stop. The larger monsters continued to smash the walls, while the smaller ones had already located Yansen and the others and began to attack. Seeing the monster with its sucker tentacles gripping the ground as if walking on flat ground, Yansen shook his head helplessly. This kind of terrain was not a disadvantage for them at all. Although Xiao Yuan can fly, she can only transform into a half-beast in this corridor. If she were to fully transform into a beast, her size would be too large, and her wings would not be able to spread out at all. Fortunately, the blood dragon that Yansen transformed into was long and thin, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to move freely in the corridor. He flicked his tail and collided with the suction cup monster. Unfortunately, he lacked the necessary martial arts techniques and could only barely repel the monster, as its four claws gripped the ground firmly, making it very stable. Time passed second by second, and several more suction cup monsters crawled in from outside, approaching Yansen and his group. "Which of you knows how to use your tails to perform martial arts?" Yansen asked the three of them helplessly. Shinyi began, "There's a move in my tiger fist style called tiger tail whip. Show me how you do it." Yansen's eyes lit up. Upon hearing this, Shinyi, in her tiger human form, swung her tail violently, slamming it into a nearby wall and creating a deep crater. This move requires complete beast transformation to unleash its full power. "A few more times, let me take a closer look. Oh, and turn your back to me. From this angle I can't see the trajectory of your energy flow." Hearing Yansen's words, Shinyi's cheeks flushed slightly, but
but she still cooperated and performed martial arts according to his requirements. Yensen's eyes swirled with dragon energy as he carefully observed the energy's path. Although the Fierce Tiger Fist is an A-level martial art, if this move is taken out of context, it can only be considered a C-level move.
What is he doing? Is he going to learn martial arts on the spot? Xiao Yuan asked with some doubt, but Yensen remained silent.
He immediately chose to use his experience to accelerate his learning.
Not long after,
a D-rank martial art called Tail Whip appeared in his martial arts list. Tiger Fist is, after all, an A-level martial art, and it is not easy to extract even a single move from it. Yensen merely borrowed this move and created a brand new D-level Tail Whip technique. Like his Blood Tear hand, it is a general-purpose skill.
However, Yensen can use his experience to upgrade its level. Consume experience points to accelerate progress.
As experience was depleted, the Tail Flick technique, which only had a few energy paths, began to evolve rapidly. Yensen's accumulated million experience points were almost exhausted, and his D-level Tail Whip technique was upgraded to the A-level Dragon Tail Whip. Just then, several Tier 3 monsters approached and pounced on Yensen, who was standing in front. With a thought, Yensen unleashed a surge of dragon power from his dragon tail, which slammed down with tremendous force onto the oncoming monsters. Its thick tail instantly became extremely agile, and with a series of sweeping blows, several monsters were directly smashed flat, slid down, and crashed heavily to the ground dozens of meters away.
You actually learned this move so quickly? No, you just learned it by watching me demonstrate it? Shinii was so shocked she almost fell over.
Xiao Yuan and Han Kiki, who was being protected by Yensen, also exclaimed in surprise.
He can learn a martial art just by having someone else use it? That's unbelievable.
I can understand D-rank martial arts, but he can actually learn something as complex as A-rank martial arts.
They looked at Yensen and thought he was even stranger than the monsters outside.
No, although the martial art you used looks similar to my Tiger Fist Tail Whip in form, its true power far surpasses this move.
Shinii suddenly realized.
This Tail Whip move is just one of the moves in the Fierce Tiger Fist, not a deadly technique, so its limited power is understandable. But the martial arts that Yensen used seemed to be tailor-made for this move, and the power was absolutely terrifying.
Yensen didn't offer much explanation, and Shinii knew not to press him further.
She simply marveled inwardly at his uniqueness, which always brought unexpected surprises.
Sister Yuan, will we be able to get out of here safely?
Sai, if this rain could stop, we might still have a chance.
But if it doesn't, death is almost certain. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Shinii couldn't help but sigh.
There was nothing they could do. Entering this death row inmate's secret realm was meant to hone their life or death skills, so naturally no one would come to their rescue. After all, coming in was my own choice. If I was afraid of death, I shouldn't have taken this step.
If someone comes to your aid in times of crisis, how can you achieve the purpose of training?
Once people know that someone will come to their rescue, they will not feel a real sense of life or death crisis.
Sister Yuan, if we risk our lives to protect one person and break through, is there any chance?
Shinii suddenly spoke, and Xiao Yuan was stunned.
If that person is Yensen, it's possible that we could create an opportunity for him. Sister Yuan, if the rain doesn't stop, I want to desperately create an opportunity. Why? Do you like him?
Xiao Yuan asked, puzzled, but Shinii smiled wryly.
We've only met a few times, how could we possibly like each other?
I just think that rather than all of us dying here, we might as well send one of us out first.
After all, we were the ones who let him in, we can't let him die with us, can we?
Besides, he has boundless potential, and his future shines brighter than ours.
Even if we die saving him, he won't forget our sacrifice, will he? Hearing Shinnii's words, Xiao Yuan fell silent. She glanced at Yensen, who was guarding Han Kiki's side, and said, then let's do as you say. Alright, keep your voices down, I can hear you all clearly.
At this moment, Yensen, who had just killed several monsters, turned around and said, there's no need to be so pessimistic.
Even if the rain keeps falling, we won't necessarily die. Why?
Xiao Yuan asked, puzzled, not understanding where Yensen's confidence came from.
Believe in miracles. Yensen smiled, offering no further explanation.
Time passed second by second, and the group's situation became increasingly difficult. Even the building, despite its good quality, began to crumble under the monster's continuous bombardment.
Xiao Yuan, in a moment, transform into your beast form and take the two of them to hide in another building, understand?
Looking at the building that was about to collapse completely, Yensen shouted loudly.
Xiao Yuan could only nod in agreement.
The next moment, Yensen threw Han Kiki towards Xiao Yuan, and the building collapsed with a crash. Xiao Yuan transformed into an ice-crowned blue-feathered sparrow, grabbed the two of them, and flew towards a building in the distance. There is only this one building here, the rest are small buildings of about 10 stories. Soaked by the highly polluting rainwater, Xiao Yuan and the other two felt nauseous and uncomfortable all over. Their skin was itchy, and their blood vessels felt like they were about to burst.
They rushed into a floor that wasn't covered by the torrential rain and immediately felt much more relaxed.
Looking back, Yensen was surrounded by monsters. Under the heavy rain, a blood dragon was fiercely fighting with many ferocious monsters. The group was shocked. The great dragon raised its head and roared, its mighty power resounding for miles around. Even the bodies of those mindless monsters were stunned and stood there dumbfounded for a moment. The rain poured down on Yansen, and a stinging pain seeped from his skin into his bloodstream, then into his bones and muscles. Yansen felt a kind of malignant mutation occurring throughout his body, even amplifying the 7 emotions and 6 desires deep within his soul, radiating outwards. The 7 emotions refer to joy, anger, worry, thought, grief, fear, and shock, while the 6 desires encompass the physiological needs and desires of the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. These all originate from the most instinctive emotions of the human body and from the most primitive desires. As the polluted rainwater seeped into Yansen's body, cleansing his mind and body, he could also clearly perceive the changes in the 7 emotions and 6 desires within the monsters around him. Muscular monsters mutate due to excessive physical desires, while big-eyed monsters are a variant of eye desires. Long-tongued monsters, long-nosed monsters, these are all deformities caused by excessive desires. These types of monsters are all of a lower level, while those monsters formed from the distortion of the 7 emotions are much more powerful. For example, among the monsters, there was a furious, fleshy monster that resembled a giant, burning heart. Even the polluted rainwater falling on it made a hissing sound. Yansen kept slaying one monster after another, when he suddenly discovered that in his blood dragon fury state, his body was also engulfed in flames. His reason was gradually consumed by rage, transforming him into a monster who only knew anger and killing. He screamed inwardly, but to no avail, and could only watch helplessly as he gradually lost control of his body. Yansen was unaware of what was happening outside. His consciousness had fallen into a strange world, where colorful light shone and slowly eroded him. Among the light, the blood-red one was the most intense, and Yansen could clearly feel the rage within it. These rays of light are precisely where his 7 emotions reside.
Is the price of not being able to control one's emotions and desires to be lost? Am I really going to completely degenerate into one of those monsters and spend my days living a miserable existence in this desolate place? No. Why should anger take precedence? Since all 7 emotions are manifesting, then I want them all.
The various colored lights surrounding Yansen vibrated violently, then quickly merged into a multicolored sphere of light, which then reintegrated into the depths of his soul. At that moment, he regained his senses. Outside, the area around the blood dragon was already piled up with layers of monster corpses, like small mountains.
A rough estimate suggests there are several hundred of them.
The fury on the blood dragon had been extinguished, but its scales had turned ashen, and the flesh beneath its skin was constantly mutating. Flesh and blood swell, tendons and bones writhe. Although Yansen successfully controlled his emotions and desires during the riot, the pollution caused by the rain still objectively exists. His spiritual energy was constantly being consumed in order to resist this corrupting force.
Once his psionic energy is depleted, he will lose control of his body's mutations and become a monster.
Yansen was calculating the essence points he had obtained. He had to quickly gather the essence points needed to break through to the 3rd tier before he couldn't hold on any longer. The threshold for the 3rd tier is over 10 million essence points, and after killing half of the monsters, he was still short about 3 million. The remaining monsters are all powerful, and many have mutated due to intense emotions.
Defeating them will yield a large amount of essence points.
Therefore, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, the blood dragon let out a high-pitched roar. After regaining his senses, he no longer relied solely on brute force to fight, but instead used martial arts techniques rationally. In his blood dragon form, Iron Mountain Lean transformed into a Crimson Mountain, crashing down and instantly crushing more than a dozen monsters into dust. With a flick of its tail, the dragon severed the monsters in half. Dragon Tear Hand swung wildly, tearing apart no monster, limbs and flesh flying everywhere, the scene filled with blood. A strong sense of fear suddenly surged into Yansen's heart. He looked back and saw a stitched monster staring at him from afar in the midst of the horde.
You're the one who's behind this. Yansen's body surged with murderous aura as he charged directly towards the monster. Damn it, how can he stay so rational? How come he doesn't feel fear? The stitched monster was created from fear and can spread fear and enslave other monsters.
But there was no trace of fear in Yansen. Yansen was not unaware of fear, but rather suppressed its growth by using his other 7 emotions. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are an integral whole, none of which can be lacking, and none of them should be allowed to run rampant, otherwise one will lose humanity and become a degenerate monster. Yansen has now mastered his 7 emotions and is not afraid of this guy's special attacks at all. Seeing this, the Stitches immediately manipulated the other monsters to surround Yansen.
Surround them? That's exactly my favorite tactic, saving me the trouble of dealing with them one by one.
Yansen, now fully transformed into a dragon, showed no fear of being surrounded by these monsters. His dragon body was indestructible, and his dragon power erupted.
These low-level monsters pose no threat whatsoever.
With a tearing motion, the dragon claws unleashed a barrage of martial arts techniques, killing one monster after another. After an unknown amount of time, the number of monsters in the arena decreased, but Yansen's stamina was gradually depleted. He could clearly feel the veins writhing writhing like giant snakes within the twisted and deformed flesh, becoming increasingly ferocious. It's still a little short. Yensen was unwilling to accept this, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Just then, the polluted rain in the sky gradually stopped, and the three women hiding in the building immediately rushed out to begin clearing out the remaining monsters. They fought desperately, eliminating the monsters that were still rushing towards Yensen. Yensen had already killed all the powerful monsters. What remained were just weaklings, who would be easy to deal with. After clearing out the last few dozen monsters, the group gathered around Yensen, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Xiaoyuan kept spraying cleaning agent on Yensen in an attempt to remove the pollution, but after being soaked by rain for so long, the pollution had seeped into his bones and was impossible to completely eradicate. Sister Yuan, will Yensen die? Will he turn into a monster? Xiaoyuan remained silent. Yensen, in his blood dragon form, lay on the ground, his twisted flesh gradually evolving into a monster. Let's go. If Yensen turns into a monster, we won't be able to handle it. Xiaoyuan looked at the mutated Yensen and then turned to the other two women. Although they still have a chance to kill Yensen, they simply can't bring themselves to do it. Just as the group turned to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. Are you just going to abandon me like this? The three turned around and saw the blood dragon slowly returning to human form, its twisted flesh peeling away to reveal a brand new body. Just now, the three women finished clearing out the monsters and replenished a large amount of their essence, which boosted Yensen's cultivation to the first level of the third rank. The life force it absorbed dispelled the pollution from within, and with Yensen's powerful bloodline, he was ultimately reborn from the ashes. Seeing that Yensen appeared to be unharmed, the three women instantly smiled, but the next second they screamed. Yensen, you. Han Kiki pointed at Yensen, who looked bewildered, but quickly realized that he was not dressed. After such a fierce battle, the rain had left me dazed and confused, and I hadn't had time to react. He had intended to use technological equipment to create a combat suit to protect his body, but the equipment was destroyed in the melee. Use mine. Han Kiki hurriedly took out a ring from her beast soul equipment, and Yensen pressed it down, immediately putting on a princess dress. Yensen's lips twitched. He quickly fumbled on the ring, and a screen of light and shadow appeared. He swiped his fingers to adjust the clothing template and finally changed the princess dress into a men's combat suit. Ha, you look so funny in a skirt. Han Kiki laughed so hard she almost fell over, her chest heaving up and down, barely able to breathe. Alright, stop laughing. Let's clean up the mess and head back. If something like this happens again, I can't guarantee our safety, Yensen said seriously. The experience just now was indeed extremely dangerous. Han Kiki and the other two quickly began collecting information about the monster, discussing it as they worked. Do you think Yensen has a localized distortion? Han Kiki said to Qinyi and Xiaoyuan. Why do you say that? Qinyi looked puzzled, but Han Kiki smiled. Didn't you guys notice? It's gotten bigger, hasn't it? Ha, oh my god. After hearing Han Kiki's words, the two women were speechless, not understanding why she had observed so carefully. The group quickly cleared the battlefield and headed towards the Stargate. Meanwhile, it has become apparent that Yensen and others have not returned for an extended period, leading to much speculation. They won't have died in there, will they? Accidents happen every year. That place is absolutely unsafe. The people I heard from inside said that it seemed like a massive rain of pollution was falling there, which might have caused a delay. Even if it's delayed, it's impossible to stay inside for several days. Even a third-level master would become confused if they stayed inside for a day, right? Don't forget, their bloodline levels are all quite high, definitely much stronger than our B-level or A-level bloodlines. They can hold on. The students began to discuss the matter, as some of them had gone into the death row cell and had not returned for several days. After a long time, Yensen and the others finally arrived at the Stargate. They felt relieved and took out their identity tokens to stick on the array pillar next to the Stargate to remove the shield. The next moment, two people walked out of the Stargate to greet them. Looking out at the blue sky and white clouds, all four of them felt extremely comfortable. Oh my god, if I stay here any longer, I'm starting to suspect I'll mutate. If our world really became like that, I'd rather be dead. It's too terrifying. The three women were still shaken. If they hadn't gone in with Yensen, they probably would have been dead long ago. Several days passed, and occasionally someone would venture into the death row prison's secret area to explore, while the number of people gathering outside also increased. The appearance of Yensen and his group immediately drew gasps of surprise. My god, they've finally come out. They're amazing. They haven't come out for almost 4 days. They must have explored a large part of the death row prison. Those monsters were terrifying. We encountered several and almost died. The fact that they were able to penetrate so deep means they must have killed more than 100 monsters. People outside were buzzing with discussion, while the soldiers outside began examining the data collected by Yensen and his team. The collected samples can be analyzed to determine the level and type of monsters they killed, which is then converted into a certain score and finally recorded on the ranking stone tablet outside. Generally speaking, a tier 1 monster is worth 1 to 10 points, a tier 2 monster is worth 10 to 100 points, and a tier 3 monster is worth 100 to 1000 points.
points. The top player on the leaderboard has over 10,000 points.
If all the monsters are tier 3, you would need to kill about 100 low-level ones and about 10 high-level ones. Of course, in reality, most of the monsters killed were second-tier monsters. Third-tier monsters were extremely difficult to deal with.
So much?
The soldiers conducting the inspection stared at Yen-sen and his group, their eyes filled with shock. He himself was a third-tier master, but he was stunned after seeing the data recorded by the others. The total score was a staggering tens of thousands.
That must have required killing thousands of monsters, right? Only a few thousand criminals are released each year. Did these guys slaughter all the monsters there?
Yen-sen and his team were acting as a group, so the points had to be split among the 4 of them. Even so, each of them had tens of thousands of points, far surpassing the person ranked first. That first place was achieved by a trainee who came from the later stages of the training camp. Back then, students with S-level bloodlines generally reached the 3rd tier. Among these people, there wasn't a single division-level officer when they went in. Wait, there wasn't one when they went in, but how come a division-level officer suddenly appeared when they came out? The captain of the guard carefully examined Yen-sen, noting that he had been relaxed when he came out and his spiritual energy had naturally leaked out.
This kid was only at the warrior level when he went in. How could he break through in just a few days? That place isn't suitable for cultivation, is it?
Because Yen-sen and his group were among the first students to enter, the captain of the guard team paid them special attention. This year's geniuses are far stronger than the last year's. The captain of the guard team sighed, and then entered Yen-sen and his team's battle record into the stone tablet next to him. The stone tablet appeared ordinary on the surface, but it was actually made of psionic technology.
The next moment, Yen-sen and his group's names appeared on it, directly taking the top spot.
The students exclaimed in amazement when they saw Yen-sen and his team's achievements.
Over 40,000 points for a single person. Isn't the total score supposed to be over 10,000? How many monsters would we have to kill to get that much? My god, are they even human? Did they kill all the monsters? We haven't even gone in yet. Is this even human? Even the SS-level geniuses of previous years weren't this powerful. Are you stupid? That guy inside is SSS rank. The surrounding students seemed to have guessed what was going on.
The only anomaly in this team is that guy with SSS-level true dragon bloodline.
Otherwise, the remaining S-level and SS-level students from previous years wouldn't have achieved such high results. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Yen-sen with awe. This true dragon has begun to take flight.
They were fortunate to witness the first step of the dragon's soaring flight, taking off from this training base, and will fly to a wider world in the future.
Let alone B-level and A-level students, even S-level students would probably look up to them.
Yen-sen didn't care about the students' surprise, he only cared about how many credits these scores could be exchanged for. At a 100:1 exchange rate for academic credits, each of you will receive approximately 450 points.
Adding the record-breaking score, which
is more than 3 times the original, plus an additional 50 credits for each additional credit, you'll likely receive 625 points. The captain of the guard team did a quick calculation on the computer, and the surrounding trainees' eyes lit up when they heard the score.
Even at the lowest possible price, those credits would be worth over 6 billion yuan outside.
Of course, as their cultivation levels continue to improve, the currency commonly used by ordinary people becomes less and less meaningful to them, and they all have their own exclusive currency exchange systems.
Seeing Yen-sen and his classmates earn so many credits, the B-level and A-level students were filled with remorse and anger.
Damn it, if I had known Yen-sen was this powerful, I would have become his lapdog long ago. Even if I only got a small share, it would have been enough for me to cultivate for a long time.
Don't joke around. With your B-level qualifications, you'd be rejected even if you tried to be a simp. Those 3 girls aren't just anyone.
They're beautiful and have great qualities.
If you were Yen-sen, would you rather be fawned over by someone like that, or by a rough guy like you?
That hurts, bro. Your words make me feel so inferior.
It's alright, we're about the same level. The only thing we can be thankful for is that Yen-sen and I are from the same base city. His accumulated credits will be counted towards our base city's total score.
Our Anyang base city might see a significant increase this year.
Stay away from me, damn it. Why am I not from the same base city as him? I could at least benefit from his advantages. Many trainees with lower qualifications could only feel helpless and frustrated. Their qualifications would be the envy of others outside, but in this training base full of B-level experts, A-level experts like dogs, and S-level experts like clouds, they seem to have no competitiveness at all. Xiao Yuan, Qini, and Han Kiki were also very excited to see so many points, and they all looked at each other with gratitude. Brotherson, thank you very much.
As agreed, we will repay you with resources of equal value.
Don't mention it, it's just mutual help.
Yen-sen responded calmly, and the 3 women didn't say much either, immediately calling home. For them, resources worth over 6 billion were no small sum. Of course, the benefits of spending over 6 billion yuan outside and spending it at the training base are completely different. In this era, many resources were monopolized by the state, making them difficult even for many powerful families to access.
resources. Only by firmly controlling these strategic resources can absolute authority be ensured.
If it falls into the hands of those powerful families, it will inevitably lead to a chaotic situation of warlordism, as we have already learned painful lessons in the early stages of the spiritual energy revival. After bidding farewell to the three women, Yensen spent his credits to rent a cultivation room and began browsing the treasure vault's resource list using the communicator. For someone like him who earns a lot of credits, the base thoughtfully provides door-to-door service, delivering the goods directly to his door after he places an order. With over 600 credits, you can redeem a wide variety of resources. Of all these cultivation potions, the Dragon Blood Potion is the most suitable for me, but unfortunately the low-quality ones are useless.
Yensen stared at the communicator screen.
A bottle of low-grade Dragon Blood Potion costs 10 points, which is worth about 100 million outside. A high-grade Dragon Blood Potion costs 1 billion per bottle. He felt a pang of regret. Over 600 credits could only be exchanged for a maximum of 6 bottles. However, he also understood that this thing was worth the price, because every bottle of Dragon Blood Potion in the base came from adult Dragon Blood monsters. Even the lowest level Dragon-blooded demon beasts reach the 7th tier marquee level after reaching adulthood. So, a bottle of Dragon Blood Potion selling for 1 billion sounds expensive, but it's reasonable. Just kidding.
Yensen couldn't help but complain in his heart. How much dragon blood can such a huge 7th order dragon blood beast produce? Damn, they can make hundreds of billions just by selling dragon blood, not to mention dragon meat, dragon tendons, dragon bones and the like. Once I reach the 7th rank, why don't I sell some of my blood?
Yensen grinned, but it was just a casual remark.
If he really reached that level, he wouldn't care about the money anymore. Or rather, high-level beastmen no longer care about worldly currencies and value scarce natural resources more.
The purchased Dragon Blood Potion was quickly delivered to the training room. Yensen took it out and activated his Dragon Absorption talent to absorb and convert it into essence points.
An invisible suction force flowed through his entire body.
The Dragon Blood Potion entered his stomach and instantly transformed into countless pure energies, strengthening his limbs and bones. The 6 bottles of Dragon Blood Potion were quickly digested, and Yensen's cultivation level also rose rapidly, jumping directly from the first level of the 3rd tier master level to the 3rd level of the master level. Damn, over 6 billion credits allowed me to advance 2 levels, and my system even offers a discount on converting essence points. He now has 2 ways to improve his cultivation. One is to convert it into essence points through the system, and the other is to absorb it slowly on his own. The first method is faster, while the second method is more resource efficient. If he didn't rely on the system and had to absorb the resources on his own, these 6 billion resources would probably be enough to raise him to the 6th or 7th level of the master rank. However, Yensen felt that time was more precious, so he chose system conversion. He believed that he could earn more money by using the time he saved. Forget it, I'll go earn some credits first. The resources allocated by the 3 women hadn't arrived yet, and Yensen couldn't be idle during this time, so he went directly to those cultivation treasure lands, intending to break a few records and earn some credits. Xiao Handong transformed into an ice dragon, swimming upstream to the center of the waterfall, where many students gathered below, waving flags and cheering for him.
Go, Xiao Xiao. Break the record, Xiao Xiao. Young Master Xiao is amazing.
In just a few days, he's already done 800 meters against the current. In a little while, he'll break the previous 1,000-meter record. This record for the frozen waterfall will definitely be set by our Panshan base city this year. The trainees at the Panshan base city were extremely excited. The training at the icefall only requires enduring an ice water shower beneath the ice walls on either side to hone one's body, while the challenge record requires climbing upstream along the actual ice waterfall in the center of the falls. Compared to the central waterfall, the ice water that the students usually practice in is just a shower. Only the truly strong dare to challenge that waterfall. If one's cultivation level is not strong enough, they might be frozen into an ice sculpture. At this moment, Xiao Hanon, in his icy dragon form, gripped the ice wall tightly with his 4 claws, while the icy water kept washing over him, making even someone with his unique bloodline feel strained. Finally, he stopped at 800 meters, was swept away by the water flow, crashed to the ground, and splashed up countless icy liquids.
I'm just 200 meters away from breaking the record. I'll definitely do it next time,
Xiao Handong vowed to himself. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before them. Seeing Yensen's indifferent face, Xiao Handong felt inexplicably angry. Damn it, one day I will wash away this shame with my own hands. As Yensen stepped into the sacred ground, the surrounding students consciously made way for him.
That formidable guy is here again.
He just came out of the death row inmate's secret realm today, and now he's here at the frozen waterfall to cultivate.
He's talented and works this hard. How can I compete with him? Is this guy here to cultivate or to challenge records? His bloodline isn't at an advantage here, is it?
The trainees whispered among themselves, while Yensen walked straight toward the central waterfall.
Upon seeing this, everyone's chatter immediately intensified.
He's really here to challenge the record. That's incredible.
I wonder how high he can climb.
He also has dragon blood, which is was a level higher than Xiao Handong.
I wonder if he can climb even higher against the tide.
Hee, young Master Xiao is of the ice attribute.
His attributeless true dragon bloodline is only strong in physical body. How can he compare to young Master Xiao here?
Xiao Handong's lackey said disdainfully, and Xiao Handong slightly puffed out his chest, tacitly agreeing with his words.
With his bloodline possessing attributes, he has a greater chance of comprehending natural talents in the future. Although he is only SS level, he may not be inferior to an SSS-level bloodline.
Hee, your young Master Xiao is so powerful. How come I heard he was beaten up by Yansen the other day?
Wang Dachui from Anyang Base City taunted with a smile. Xiao Handong's face darkened.
He didn't respond, but just snorted coldly and looked at Yansen, who was walking towards the waterfall.
The road ahead is long, so what if you're temporarily ahead because of your bloodline? I, Xiao Handong, will one day.
Before he could finish speaking, Yansen had already transformed into a blood dragon and was swimming upstream against the current of the icy waterfall.
100 meters, 200 meters.
Yansen climbed at an extremely fast speed, and the icy water flowed over the blood dragon's body, causing countless white mists to rise.
This guy's going against the current.
I can't even climb as fast as him with the current. On that nearly 90-degree ice wall, Yansen, transformed into a blood dragon, charged forward with unstoppable momentum, reaching hundreds of meters in one breath. Within minutes, he reached 800 meters, and then quickly climbed to 1,000 meters. Xiao Handong's mouth was wide open, the words he hadn't finished saying stuck in his throat, and he couldn't spit them out.
You can do what, young Master Xiao?
Wang Dachui, standing beside him, turned to look at Xiao Handong, who was in a daze. Xiao Handong's gaze fell on Yansen, who was still climbing, and a slight smile appeared on his lips.
I, Xiao Handong, will take Yansen's figure as my goal and strive forward. From this moment on, Yansen is my idol.
Wang Dachui was stunned upon hearing this, and Xiao Handong's men were also dumbfounded.
Xiao Handong coughed lightly and didn't say anything more.
Only he himself knew how astonishing Yansen's progress was, completely eliminating all the resentment in his heart.
Damn it, even if this guy has an SSS-level talent, he couldn't possibly be this terrifying.
He carefully sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Yansen, his heart filled with doubt and shock. If I remember correctly, a few days ago when he fought Yansen, that guy was only at the warrior level, but now he has directly jumped to the master level. He himself has only improved by one level in the past few days.
How many levels has Yansen actually jumped?
If Yansen were still the same as before, he might still be able to maintain some arrogance, but now that he sees this guy's amazing growth rate, to provoke him would be simply out of his mind. Born into a prominent family, his elders taught him more than once, when facing geniuses of the same level, there is no need to be afraid, but you should strive to win them over. However, if you encounter someone who is unparalleled among his peers, you must never offend them, and if you cannot befriend them, you should stay as far away as possible. He once thought that Yansen was only about the same level as him or even slightly weaker. After all, the other party's bloodline was a level higher, but his cultivation was far behind. But now, he fully understands that Yansen's growth rate is far beyond what he can match. Besides his cultivation level, he has become stronger in other aspects as well. Watching Yansen rush up the 1,000-meter-high waterfall, still persisting upwards, Xiao Handong couldn't help but feel moved.
If he were to fight Yansen right now, he probably wouldn't last even a minute.
If Yansen knew his thoughts, he would definitely tell him seriously that he could defeat him in just 10 seconds. When both the enemy and himself are of lower cultivation level and rank, any extra second spent in the battle is Yansen's mistake. Yansen ran at full speed until he reached an altitude of about 2,000 meters, at which point his speed began to slow down. He finally managed to stop at 3,001 meters by using all his abilities. All those below looked up and could only see Yansen's tiny figure.
With a loud bang,
Yansen's body began to fall, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Even if he had reached the third level, he would be turned into mincemeat if he fell from that height. But Yansen was not flustered at all, because the 3,000 meters was just the effect of the spatial array distortion, and the actual height he fell was no more than 100 meters. The moment Yansen broke the record stone outside updated simultaneously, firmly pinning his name to the top of the list. 3,000 meters, my god, this is absolutely the most despair-inducing record since the establishment of the Qianchuan Prefecture training base.
Unless another SSS rank appears, there's simply no chance. Even if an SSS-level student emerges, there's no guarantee of success, because their chances of coming to the training base are extremely low.
Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Yansen kept his eyes fixed on the record he had just broken, secretly calculating in his mind. A threefold record should be worth at least 100 or 2 credits, right? Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he continued onward to the next training ground. The trainees looked at each other, wondering where he was going, and a guess formed in their minds.
Yansen's demeanor doesn't seem like he's here to cultivate at all. Could it be that he's heading to the next place to break a record? Wow, that's amazing. Let's go check it out.
Dozens of students followed closely behind, heading together to Rolling Stone Valley. In the vast valley, countless boulders rolled down from the heights, creating a continuous rumbling sound.
Many newly transformed students kept kept smashing these boulders.
The broken stones turned into energy fragments and dissipated, while new stones continued to be generated above the valley. Each time the boulder breaks, wisps of energy flow into the trainees' bodies, enhancing their strength. At the far end of the valley, there is a slope that seems to have no end, covered with huge rocks that are several meters or even more than 10 meters in diameter, standing silently on the hillside, waiting for people to break them. To break the record, you have to get through this rocky road, where huge stones keep rolling down, and if you're not careful, you'll be crushed into a meat patty. Jensen gently twisted his neck and rushed forward without hesitation. All the trainees stared intently at him, eager to see how he would perform. Finally, I've arrived at a place I'm good at. Staying at the frozen falls for too long has been making me feel uncomfortable. At the frozen waterfall, he could only rely on his strong physique and blood energy to resist the cold, but this rolling stone valley was definitely the best battlefield for a body with such powerful bloodline as his. Without delay, Jensen sprinted forward, smashing the oncoming boulders to pieces. Everyone was so shocked by what they saw that they were speechless. Those incredibly hard energy stones, upon impacting the blood dragon that Jensen had transformed into, shattered like tofu, causing the students who were cultivating to begin to doubt.
Have these stones become brittle?
However, when new stones fell, everyone screamed in terror.
Still so hard.
Several trainees who were hit by rolling rocks from the hillside fell unconscious. Only then did they realize that it wasn't that the rocks had become brittle, but rather that Jensen's physical body was simply too tough.
The contrast between the two creates the illusion that the stone is fragile.
Jensen took the lead, and the blood dragon roared as it charged, smashing the rolling boulders one by one, and finally easily reached the record set by the previous student.
But that's not enough. Breaking the record only earns a few dozen credits.
Jensen has to break the opponent's record many times over to get double the reward. If it weren't for the fact that each person could only earn credits once by breaking a record, Jensen really wanted to play a little trick. First, break a record lightly, and then break it again when someone else tried to break it. However, the instructors at the training base had taken precautions and nipped this possibility in the bud. Jensen moved forward without hindrance, his dragon power surging within him. He swung his dragon claws and swept his dragon tail, making all obstacles as insignificant as clay chickens and earthenware dogs. The previous record was 1,000 meters, while Jensen has already reached around 3,000 meters. The boulders here are not only as huge as mountains, but their hardness exceeds that of stone. They are practically like steel. It is even harder than ordinary steel, comparable to the hardness of some psionic metals. With such difficulty, even an ordinary 4th-tier Guardian-level evolver with a bloodline lower than A-level would probably be smashed to death. Jensen clearly felt immense pressure and ultimately chose to retreat temporarily. The trainees looked at each other in disbelief at the astonishing record set by Jensen, and couldn't help but want to curse.
Damn it, this guy set a record like this, how am I supposed to break it? John Dolly, a genius with SS-level bloodline, gritted his teeth.
He possesses the bloodline of the golden armored bear, making him physically powerful. He is now barely capable of breaking the previous record, but faced with Jensen's performance, he has completely lost confidence. I estimate I won't encounter such a record until I reach the late stage of the 3rd tier. The young man sighed, but his subordinate beside him said in surprise, "Young Master Jiang, your golden armored bear bloodline is among the best in its class.
Add to that your master level 2 cultivation and your family's S-rank body strengthening martial arts, and don't you have a chance yet?"
Zhang Dali shook his head and sighed. Jensen's true dragon bloodline is already unmatched, and he also possesses an S-level external martial art, making his cultivation level far superior to mine. I thought that since my cultivation level was higher than his, I could gain an advantage in these records. I never expected that this kid's cultivation level would catch up in just a few days.
It's utterly hopeless. Zhang Dali sighed inwardly.
These scions of noble families all possess family-inherited secret techniques to accelerate cultivation, as well as evolution formulas that can rapidly consume specific resources to transform cultivation levels. But he just couldn't compare to Jensen. After all, the other party was just a commoner with no one to rely on.
It's unbelievable that it can grow so fast. It's like it's been given a cheat code.
Zhang Dali silently complained, but had nothing to say.
Judging from this situation, the spot in this training camp is definitely his.
It's so uncompetitive that it makes people want to leave no room for competition. Hearing Zhang Dali's words, his subordinate sighed and muttered to himself. In the past, the competition for the Southern Gene battle spot at the training base always involved fierce battles.
I never expected
that this year, apart from that freak, even the geniuses from aristocratic families with SS-level bloodlines had no chance of winning. On the other side, Jensen stretched to relieve his sore body, his bones cracking and popping.
I never imagined that the process of breaking the record would also be a form of cultivation.
Although the residual energy from the shattered stones was insignificant, it accumulated and brought considerable benefits to my dragon body. If this continues, with a little effort, I should be able to break through to level 3 soon. At this moment, his cultivation level has been raised to the 3rd rank, and the upper limit of his bloodline talent has also been raised to the 3rd level.
Talent must keep pace with with cultivation in order to maximize the advantages of one's bloodline.
Yansen did not slacken and continued to advance towards the remaining cultivation sites. Let's set a small goal first, break all the records for all the cultivation treasures in this training base. As he walked forward, more and more students gathered behind him to watch the spectacle, all eager to see how many treasure field records Yansen could break today. I bet he can break 3 cultivation treasure land records.
You underestimated him. I estimate there are at least 5.
I think he could break through all 10 cultivation treasures in the base. The trainees were all talking amongst themselves, but Yansen ignored them and continued to sweep ahead.
Break the record on the quicksand path that enhances endurance talent.
Windblade Cave,
which enhances agility talent, breaks the record.
The records of those cultivation grounds that fostered various talents were broken one after another by Yansen. The students who followed behind were utterly shocked and began to question their own existence.
Even if this kid has an SSS-level bloodline, he should still have weaknesses, right? How can he be so strong in every aspect? This is too unreasonable. You're overthinking it.
He's not omnipotent. He just definitely has some weaknesses compared to others of the same bloodline. But those weaknesses are nothing compared to ours.
He can still crush us. That's right.
Just like my A-rank bloodline Galebird is good at speed, but compared to that SS-rank bloodline Golden Armored Bear, its strength and defense are much stronger, and I can't compare at all.
In other words, it's not that Yansen is too omnipotent, but that we are too useless?
Heh, so what if he's a prodigy? If this kid were to duel me, I could just stand there and let him hit me without fighting back. In the end, he'd have to kneel down and beg me to let him go. In the instructor's quarters in the center of the base, Hongfeng received a message from his subordinates, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. This kid is indeed growing fast. The core scions of those noble families can no longer compare to him. It seems that the spot in this southern continent gene battle is definitely his. I'm curious how he compares to the core geniuses of those imperial families in southern continent. A look of anticipation flashed in Hongfeng's eyes. After all that commotion, Yansen was panting heavily. Behind him stood a crowd of students, and along the way were onlookers, all eyes focused on him, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. The students in Anyang, the base city, began to cheer loudly.
Yansen is awesome. Brother Sin is invincible. All records have been broken. Brother Sin is amazing. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Yansen glanced at his identity token, which was also a psionic technology device.
The record shows the credits he earned, totaling over 2,000, almost 3,000.
Converted into private currency, it amounts to more than 20 billion yuan. For an ordinary Tier 3 master-level evolver, this is an unattainable treasure.
But for Yansen, this is just the beginning of the current stage.
I wonder if exchanging these credits for cultivation resources will allow me to break through to the 4th rank. Yansen had some doubts. For an ordinary person, these resources would certainly be enough, but his system was a taciturn money-devouring beast. Although resources can be quickly converted into cultivation points, the discounts involved are painful.
Just as he was preparing to exchange his credits for resources to continue his cultivation, Hongfeng approached him.
What's wrong, kid? You seem a little unhappy to see me. Did I interrupt your girl chasing? Hongfeng joked, but Yansen just shook his head. Instructor, you must be joking. You're a 7th level expert. You didn't come to me just to talk about this, did you? You really lack a sense of humor. Alright, let's get down to business. Hongfeng cleared his throat and said, do you know what gene fighting is? I have no idea. Okay, let me tell you about it.
Gene battles actually originate from a special kind of secret realm.
You know what a secret realm is, right? It's an independent little world. Some
secret realms are places of inheritance left by many super strong people, which are the cave dwellings mentioned in cultivation novels.
We call them inheritance secret realms. This is different from ordinary secret realms.
Anyone can enter ordinary secret realms, but there is a limit to the number of people who can enter.
Each time the inheritance secret realm is unsealed. Because the benefits that can be obtained from it are huge, the competition is extremely fierce.
Our Great Xia Kingdom has 4 great secret realms, one of which, the Hidden Dragon Realm, is located in our southern state. At this point, Hongfeng sighed. Although the Hidden Dragon secret realm is located in our southern state, every inherited secret realm is a national resource, and the qualifications for entry are allocated by the higher authorities. However, the allocation ratio is adjusted based on the performance of the geniuses from each state
within the secret realm.
As you know, among the 5 major states of East, West, South, North, and Central, Central State is the strongest, and the quotas for the other 4 states are gradually squeezed out. In recent years, Southern State has only been able to receive basic living allowances. Every year there are about 100 spots to enter the secret realm, but now we only have 10. So the geniuses from all the major families in the southern continent are vying for these 10 spots every year. This battle is called the Gene Battle, where the winner is king and the loser is dust. After hearing all this, Yansen instantly understood. Instructor, are you saying that I'm qualified to participate in the Gene Battle?
Yes, each training base in Nanzhou will have 1 spot to participate in the Gene Battle. It seems seems that the gene battle is not simple either. Instructor, what are you trying to remind me of? For example, is there some inside story?
Yensen thought to himself that he didn't believe Hong Feng had simply come to inform him. There's no inside story, but the unspoken rules are quite complex.
For example, in gene battles, you can use various methods, like beast soul equipment.
Yensen was stunned upon hearing this.
Isn't that too unfair? Those guys from the big families just get a set of top-tier mythical beast soul equipment, right?
Beast soul equipment is divided into 4 levels: primal, epic, legendary, and mythical.
Although the lowest level primal equipment is worth hundreds
of millions, Yensen knows that a core disciple from an imperial family can definitely get the top-tier equipment, given their established background.
It's not that exaggerated. Do you think mythical level equipment is as cheap as cabbage?
Even a 12th tier saint level expert can't have a complete set of this level of equipment. However, given the style of those imperial families, having a full set of epic level equipment is no problem.
As for legendary level equipment, that depends on whether the family has enough in their reserves to suit a genius's bloodline. Such things are extremely rare.
Hearing Hong Feng say this, Yensen felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Even if it's not mythical level, wearing a full set of epic level equipment, even with an A-level bloodline, allows one to easily suppress opponents of the same level.
Instructor, do I still have a chance?
Yes, but the chances are slim.
I've got an idea.
Why don't you talk to your family and we can cooperate and borrow a set of epic or legendary beast soul equipment?
Well, actually, I'm just like you, a commoner with no family backing me.
Hearing this, Yensen was somewhat surprised. Instructor Hong Feng, without a family background, had managed to achieve this level. Besides talent, he must have put in a lot of effort in other areas as well.
However, I can personally offer you some support. Yensen's eyes immediately lit up. Instructor, would you personally sponsor me for a set of beast soul equipment?
No, I meant to offer you some advice or support.
Yen-san, cough cough cough, we're poor too. It's really not easy to get a set of epic equipment that suits you, so I think you can work on your martial arts. I see you have good talent in martial arts.
If you can find a martial art that works well with your beast soul equipment and cultivate it to a high level, you might not necessarily lose to those scions of noble families. Our training base also offers S-rank martial arts techniques, including the soaring dragon spear technique, which is perfectly suited to your bloodline.
If you combine it with suitable beast soul equipment, its power will definitely be immense.
Upon hearing Hong Feng's words, Yensen blinked and immediately felt that the future held great promise. He had always been curious as to why the 3 tigers only used their half-beast form when fighting, while still maintaining their human form to control their weapons. Later, he finally understood that the beast soul equipment they possessed, when combined with corresponding martial arts techniques, for example, sword-type equipment paired with sword-type martial arts, was far more powerful than martial arts that relied solely on physical strength. Furthermore, there aren't many S-rank martial arts techniques that can be perfectly utilized in a fully beast-like state, so most high-level evolved individuals choose a semi-beast-like combat style. If I had enough experience, I could try to enhance those low-level martial arts that can be perfectly executed in full beast form. Unfortunately, that would require too much experience, which I can't handle right now.
However, the method the instructor mentioned is feasible.
The dragon spear technique combined with the true dragon spear might be able to defeat those players who spend money on in-game purchases. Yensen thought to himself, chatted with Hong Feng for a while, and then left. He first exchanged for the qualification to learn the dragon spear technique in the treasure vault, which only cost him a little over 100 credits, or a few billion, which was much more cost-effective than buying it outside. After expending 1,000,000 experience points, he quickly mastered the dragon spear technique to the great perfection stage. As for the perfect realm, that requires 10 million experience points, which he is still far from achieving. He exchanged the remaining credits with Yuan and the other 2, asking them to help him obtain a batch of primal-level beast soul equipment. Adding to the 6 billion each of the 3 women owed before, Yensen bought a total of more than 400 pieces of primal beast soul equipment, each worth over 100 million. The next step is to fuse and enhance these pieces of equipment.
I wonder to what extent we can enhance them.
Yensen took out the true dragon spear and called the system to begin operation. One by one, the beast soul equipment transformed into energy and light, merging into the true dragon spear, and the originally ordinary equipment began to shine with dazzling brilliance.
Low-grade raw material. Original grade, medium quality. Epic grade superior quality. Epic level top-tier item. Legendary low-grade. A brand new legendary true dragon spear appeared before Yensen.
This legendary true dragon spear is entirely golden, covered with fine dragon scales, each one resembling a real dragon scale, with a delicate touch. Holding the true dragon spear, Yensen could feel its aura resonating with his own bloodline, as if it were nourished by his own blood and nurtured by his own flesh and blood.
This feeling, it's kind of like the legendary, destined weapon.
He knew about beast soul equipment. Generally, the higher the grade of the equipment, the more difficult it was to control. Unless nurtured over a long period of time, having a full set of high-grade equipment may not be a good thing. After all, well. These items were nurtured by exotic beasts and contained the resentment of the beasts when they died.
If you don't have enough strength to subdue them, you might even be attacked by them.
Therefore, although the aristocratic families that Yensen mentioned earlier can easily equip geniuses with epic or even legendary equipment, if the geniuses do not know how to control their strength, it will backfire. This also explains why Hong Feng said Yensen still had a sliver of hope. If he could cultivate the dragon spear technique to a high level and equip himself with excellent gear, he might be able to turn the tide of the battle. However, Hong Feng did not expect that Yensen had already mastered the S-level martial arts technique and acquired a legendary natal weapon without any backlash not long after he left. This true dragon spear was enhanced by the system from the original true dragon spear.
The resentment of the mud dragon beast was originally weak, and Yensen could easily subdue it.
Now that it has been upgraded to legendary level, the mud dragon beast's resentment has not increased accordingly, which is a rare piece of good news for Yensen.
There are still a few days left.
I hope to raise my true dragon bloodline talent to level 3, which will greatly increase my chances of entering the hidden dragon secret realm.
Moreover, the stronger you are, the more you will gain after entering the secret realm.
The instructor said that it's like picking up money from sacks there, and you can make a small fortune every few steps.
Yensen's heart was filled with excitement.
Without saying a word, he headed straight for the training base's sacred place of cultivation. Instead of following the usual routine of other trainees to cultivate in this precious place, he prepared to break the intermediate record. Since breaking a record is itself a form of training that can bring benefits to the growth of talent, why not take advantage of the opportunity to train and earn credits to improve talent at the same time?
Isn't that a win-win situation? With this in mind, Yensen immediately put it into action.
The students cultivating in the sacred land were all shocked. After they understood what Yensen had done, they began to discuss it among themselves. This guy actually treats breaking records as a form of training. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. According to trainees who have challenged the record before, it is indeed possible to do it, but it is too dangerous.
A slight mistake could result in serious injury. Look at Yensen's appearance. Does he look like he's going to get hurt?
And so, Yensen created another legend at the training base, a ruthless person who treated breaking records as a form of self-cultivation, destined to become the talk of the students after meals, passed down from generation to generation to the next batch of junior students.
Yensen's actions had an immediate effect, with his bloodline talents showing remarkable growth.
Except for Blood Dragon's Fury and Dragon's Breath, which required honing through actual combat, his other talents all advanced to the 3rd level. His dragon scales shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, his body outstretched, his claws waving, exuding overwhelming ferocity. Even from a distance, the students felt a profound awe, an irresistible urge to worship and submit.
It's almost time, we should go.
In the distance, Hong Feng looked at Yensen, who had finished his cultivation, with an approving glint in his eyes.
You're growing really fast, kid.
I think your chances of getting into the secret realm have increased a lot. Upon hearing Hong Feng's words, Yensen smiled slightly but said nothing more. The two walked to the square, preparing to leave on the psionic spaceship, when they saw a large group of students standing there.
Oh, you're so popular here? So many people came to see you off?
Hong Feng said, somewhat surprised.
Instructor, they don't seem to be here to see me off.
They all have murderous intent in their eyes.
They're obviously here to fight me,
Yensen said helplessly, glancing at the students who had surrounded him. Hong Feng coldly surveyed the crowd and asked in a chilling voice,
are you trying to cause trouble? What, are you unhappy that I gave Yensen a spot to participate in the gene battle?
Several students with SS-level bloodlines stepped forward and responded with wry smiles.
Instructor, we don't object to Yensen being qualified to participate in the gene battle.
However, we are well aware that once Yensen leaves here, he will never come back. So we want to have a match with Yensen, and we also want to personally experience the power of this super prodigy. Their eyes burned with intense fighting spirit. They weren't provoking anyone, they simply wanted to make friends through martial arts and exchange skills.
The other students were just watching the spectacle, wanting to know just how much difference there was between Yensen and these SS-level geniuses.
Yensen, what do you think? Hong Feng glanced at the boy beside him.
Yensen nodded.
I'll accept the challenge, but I'm in a hurry.
How about all of you come at me together?
Upon hearing this, the SS-level geniuses showed no disdain, but instead exchanged a serious glance.
Alright, Yensen, I know you're strong, but don't be careless.
We all have SS-level bloodlines, our cultivation levels are all at the 3rd tier, and our family's S-level martial arts are not low either. 1 against 5, be careful not to capsize. Yensen responded calmly, and the surrounding students immediately made way for him.
In an instant, the 5 SS-level geniuses transformed into beasts, their overwhelming aura forcing the other students to retreat, with those of weaker bloodline cultivation barely able to breathe.
5 giant beasts, each over 10 meters tall, surrounded Yen's senator. These beasts included bears, lions, tigers, apes, and wolves. They came with fierce momentum, each carrying an arrogant and domineering aura, possessing legendary bloodlines, destined to become powerful and influential rulers in the future. At this moment, the 5 of them rushed towards Yensen, and he transformed into a blood dragon, Yensen, engaging in fierce combat with them. The physical collision and the martial arts attack caused the hard steel and cement floor to shatter instantly, with cracks spreading everywhere.
Hongfeng smiled as he watched the 5 men's attack. It seems that this year's SS class students, inspired by Yensen, are much stronger overall than the previous year.
Unfortunately, that kid is still a cut above the rest. No sooner had the words been spoken than the 5 giant beasts that had been transformed by the blood dragon were struck down, sprawling on the ground and reverting to their original forms.
In less than 3 minutes, the 5 SS-level geniuses were completely defeated. We admit defeat, we are completely convinced.
Thank you, Brother Yen, for fulfilling our wish. To be able to spar with such a prodigy as you is definitely not a loss for us. The group was very frank, and Yensen nodded in agreement.
Gentlemen, do not be discouraged. With your talents, as long as you forge ahead, you will surely become the backbone of the great Xia kingdom in the future.
Yensen bowed in greeting and boarded the psionic spaceship with Hongfeng, leaving the training base.
As the trainees gazed up at the spaceship receding into the distance, many couldn't help but sigh.
This might be the closest I've ever come to becoming a future Emperor-level powerhouse. The next time we meet, we'll probably still be struggling at the sergeant or division level, while Yensen will have already been promoted to the guard or general level. I really don't know if he can become a king or nobleman within 10 years. The vast city was built against the mountain, and the towering peaks, thousands of meters high, were neatly carved into the city wall. Looking at the towering city walls, Yensen was shocked. Such a magnificent city would probably take 100 years to build without the support of a large number of high-level beastmen. This is Nanzhou City, the center of dozens of prefectures in Nanzhou, with a population of over 1 billion, and the vast majority of powerful individuals gather here.
Here, even if you have an SSS-level talent, it's not as rare as in Qianchuan Prefecture. Several people appear in Nanzhou every year, so I want to remind you to keep a low profile. The scions of powerful families here aren't that afraid of your talent. After listening, Yensen nodded and replied, "Thank you for the reminder, instructor. Don't worry, I always act with discretion." As the two talked, the psionic spaceship passed through layers of city gates and entered Nanzhou City. "Hey, isn't this Hongfeng? How's your Qianchuan Prefecture doing this year? Are you confident of getting a good ranking in the gene competition?"
A man with a hoarse voice on the psionic spaceship ahead shouted to Hongfeng behind him. Hongfeng ignored him and said indifferently, "He's from Shilin Prefecture, don't bother with him."
He continued to explain the situation of Nanzhou City to Yensen.
The man with the hoarse voice sneered, "What a coward.
Instructor, do you have a grudge against the instructors from Qianchuan Prefecture?"
He, what a grudge. If you encounter a student from Qianchuan Prefecture in the gene battle, don't hold back, just kill him. Anyway, life and death don't matter in the gene battle.
But, if I kill someone, it will go into my file.
What are you afraid of? There are always casualties in the gene battles every year. It won't affect your entrance exam for the Martial Arts Academy. If you can accomplish this, I will recommend you to the family head and have you become a son-in-law in my Shilin family.
Didn't you take a fancy to Fei Fei?
Yu Peng grinned, tempting him. My Shilin Yu family's ancestor was a 10th-tier monarch, only one step away from becoming an emperor.
With your talent, and having married a core member of the family with S-level talent, the family will definitely do everything in its power to cultivate you. Becoming a king or marquis will be a piece of cake in the future, and you might even be one step ahead of others when you reach the emperor or monarch level. A glint flashed in the boy's eyes, and he nodded firmly. Then I'll listen to the instructor. Anyway, if I beat that kid to death, it was because he wasn't good enough, so it's not my fault. Yu Peng smiled smugly. With your SS-level bloodline and natural talent, you can fight even an SSS-level genius, as long as they're not from the state capital. Qianchuan Prefecture is a godforsaken place. The students it produces every year are always at the bottom. We can easily beat them.
The psionic spaceship carried them smoothly to a large circular building, outside which stood 200-meter-tall sculptures of ferocious beasts, facing each other with imposing presence.
We've arrived at the Southern Continent Coliseum.
The Coliseum, as the name suggests, is the place where these genius beastmen fight each other. Yensen and the other students from the prefectural city had to fight on their very first day. Only by passing through one round of selection could they compete with the students from the state capital.
This is the pride of the students in the state capital. With the inheritance of the imperial family, even with only S-level bloodline, they can compete with the SS-level geniuses of the prefecture city. Therefore, these SS-level students from the prefectural city must demonstrate sufficient combat strength in order to qualify for competition with them in the same city.
They're here. Those country bumpkins from the prefectural city have finally arrived. In the luxurious boxes on both sides of the arena, a group of young noblemen were excitedly discussing the matter. I love watching these rural students compete against each other. Let's see if any of them can put on a spectacular show this year. These noobs are really useless. They come to participate in the gene battle every year with their quotas, and even the SS-level bloodlines are no match for us S-levels. I can't be bothered to watch. How can these guys from small towns compare to those from our imperial family? Even if they have higher bloodline talents, can they compare to our
hundreds of years of accumulation? The private room was filled with S-level students.
They lived in the bustling state capital, where there were more resources, but the competition was also more intense. Every year, one spot for the gene battle is allocated to the prefectural city, which makes them very dissatisfied, even though the state city has 30 spots.
In their view, these country bumpkin trainees shouldn't be qualified at all. Why should the weak take the resources that the strong deserve? After a long while, an announcement rang out from the spacious arena. The gene-based selection process in the capital city has begun. All trainees, please prepare yourselves. The first match is between Linan Prefecture and Jiangning Prefecture.
Two geniuses with SS-level bloodlines entered the arena, transforming into enormous beasts over 10 meters tall, and fiercely fought in the center of the arena. Both were at the third level of cultivation, possessed S-level martial arts, and had both reached the minor completion stage. Even if it were to be placed outside, it could easily defeat a fourth-tier guardian with slightly inferior bloodline. But in the eyes of these geniuses from the state capital, it was nothing to mention, and mocking remarks echoed in each private room. Just as I expected, these guys from small towns are still at the level of full beast transformation in combat. Even with beast soul equipment, they can't unleash much power.
Trash is trash, it's really boring. It'll be more interesting when the geniuses of our state capital make their move.
Yansen, watching from the stands, was also carefully observing the two geniuses on the field. Both of their skeletons contained energy fluctuations from beast soul equipment, and their quality appeared to be at least epic. However, it was clearly only a temporary outfit, and their compatibility with the beast soul equipment was not high, just like a person wearing ill-fitting clothes and shoes, which looked particularly awkward.
Even though these equipment provided cover and protection from the cold, they couldn't fully utilize them, and they occasionally hindered their operations. Moreover, since they are in a fully beast-like state, the beast soul weapons cannot function properly. They can only make limited use of the energy amplification of the beast soul equipment to provide limited defense and strength enhancement, and the effect is weak. Seeing this, I'm relieved. Yansen's heart sank.
Although he only had one legendary weapon, it was perfectly suited to him, as if it were a match made in heaven, and even the geniuses of those imperial families could not compare to it.
Just as everyone was discussing the matter, the battle ended, and the announcement rang out again.
Next match, Shilin Prefecture versus Qianchuan Prefecture. Upon hearing this voice, Yu Peng from Shilin Prefecture was overjoyed. He looked defiantly at Hong Feng and Yansen on the stands not far away, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit.
How did we run into people from Shilin Prefecture?
Hong Feng frowned, and Yansen beside him also looked puzzled.
Instructor, how strong is Shilin Prefecture? In previous years, Shilin Prefecture was considered to be of above-average level among the various prefectures in Nanzhou. You need to be extra careful. Hong Feng's words made Yansen even more vigilant.
Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit.
Since my opponent is no weakling, I cannot hold back either. With that thought in mind, Yansen then walked into the arena.
Standing opposite him was the boy who had been standing next to Yu Peng. This guy looks ordinary. Killing him would be a piece of cake. The boy grinned, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. His earlier words to Peng were merely a bargaining chip to secure greater benefits. He also came from a prominent family, though not as powerful as the Yu family of Shilin Prefecture, but still a respectable small family. The concept of the survival of the fittest was deeply ingrained in him, and he was even forced to kill people with his own hands from a young age to hone his fighting spirit.
Kid, you're not losing out by becoming my stepping stone to success. Yansen sensed the man's intense killing intent, and his brows furrowed involuntarily.
He was now exceptionally sensitive to killing intent.
He actually intended to kill me?
After a moment's thought, Yansen understood the reason. It was obvious that he had simply been implicated. It's likely that Yu Peng and Hong Feng had a grudge, so Yu Peng sent this guy to kill him as revenge.
If that's the case, then I have even less reason to hold back.
Yansen thought to himself, waiting for the arena referee to announce the start of the match. Inside the boxes on either side of the arena, the two figures standing still sparked discussions among the scions of noble families. These two guys look even worse than the last two.
This is no fun at all. Let's go. According to my research, one of them has SSS-level true dragon bloodline, and another has mastered an SS-level natural talent. This might be interesting. Oh, then I'll stay and take a look. Even if these bumpkins have high bloodlines, their combat strength can't keep up, but it won't hurt to take a look.
A moment later, the referee's announcement came from the loudspeakers on both sides, sounding somewhat bored. Suddenly, the boy opposite Yansen transformed into a lion engulfed in flames, its body towering over 10 meters tall. Its two heads, surrounded by manes, let out a deafening roar, radiating unparalleled ferocity. The fiery two-headed lion. Judging from the intensity of the flames burning on his body, his natural talent has probably reached the mid-stage.
He's definitely worth watching.
The scions of noble families who were watching were immediately drawn in, but Yansen remained motionless, letting the two-headed lion burning with flames suddenly charge at him. Once touched by the flames, even an ordinary third-tier beastman will be burned to ashes.
Were you scared out of your wits? Is this guy, who claims supposed to have SSS-level bloodline, so weak? Is he just a pretty face who's never actually fought? Some people couldn't help but wonder, and just as they were wondering, the fiery two-headed lion had already approached Yinsen.
At that moment, he instantly transformed into a dragon man, with streams of light bursting from his dragon horns, condensing into a true dragon spear. The next moment, the true dragon spear was swung out, and surging spiritual energy transformed into a swift spear beam that shot straight out. A faint, high-pitched dragon roar rang out, followed by a spear beam several meters long that pierced directly through the head of the flaming two-headed lion, extinguishing the flames and causing epic-level beast soul equipment to explode on the ground.
Everyone who witnessed the scene stood there speechless.
No one could have imagined that the battle would end so quickly. Immediately afterwards, gasps of surprise erupted from inside the private room.
Instant kill.
The S-rank martial art this guy just used has probably reached the mastery level, and the beast soul equipment he's wielding is also of legendary quality.
That's right.
This S-rank martial art and beast soul equipment complement each other, and together with his SSS-rank true dragon bloodline, it has such power.
This kid is fully qualified to enter tomorrow's finals.
I never expected that such a genius would be hidden among these country folk, able to cultivate an S-level martial art to perfection.
This is extremely rare in this era.
Yensen's performance amazed the young masters, but he paid no heed and went straight to the corpse of the nameless boy, taking all the beast soul equipment into his possession.
Get out of here.
In the stands, Yu Peng stared intently at Yensen, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. He trembled all over, gritted his teeth, glared at Yensen, and said viciously,
"You dared to kill him.
The Yu family of Shilin Prefecture will never forgive you.
Gene battles are inherently about life and death.
If you have any complaints, it's that your students are too weak and couldn't even withstand a single move from Yensen." Hongfeng stared coldly at Yu Peng, his words ringing with conviction.
In broad daylight, you, a 7th rank marquis, dare to threaten a junior? Do you really think the laws of the Eastern Xia Kingdom are powerless against your aristocratic family? If anything happens to Yensen, I will not let your Yu family off the hook.
Yu Peng sneered upon hearing this.
You dare to say you won't let the Yu family go? You're just a 7th rank cultivator. My Yu family of Shilin Prefecture has at least
1,000 family members, and there are quite a few families, even 800.
What makes you think you can compare to us? Humph, even if I can't deal with the Yu family, killing one of you is enough.
Hongfeng and Yu Peng's eyes met in mid-air, as if sparks were about to fly. A powerful aura suddenly pressed down on Hongfeng and Yu Peng, and the two of them looked up at the referee's platform above them. There, an old man lazily looked down at them.
Want to fight? Get out of the arena and leave Nanzhou City.
The old man showed no mercy, his cultivation aura revealing itself to be at the 9th tier emperor level. The fact that an emperor level
expert served as the referee for these younger generations was enough to demonstrate the formidable strength of Nanzhou City. This emperor level expert was no ordinary person, but the renowned sword emperor Tian Wuwei.
He possessed the bloodline of the SS-level sword spine dragon beast and created the S-level sword technique, whose power could split mountains and cut off rivers. Even Yu Peng, who considered his family to be powerful, dared not disobey, because Tian Wuwei came from a saint-level family, a fact that forced him to be in awe. Senior, this student from Qianchuan Prefecture committed reckless murder and should be severely punished.
Really? But why do I feel he's not wrong?
Upon hearing this, Yu Peng broke out in a cold sweat.
He simply couldn't understand why Tian Wuwei would side with Yensen. Tian Wuwei didn't offer much explanation, simply saying,
"Gene battles are battles of life and death. There are countless geniuses in the world, but not everyone can reach the top. Sometimes, death is one of their fates." As a 9th tier royal level expert, he naturally discerned that the Shilin Academy students had first harbored murderous intent towards Yensen, which forced Yensen to reciprocate. Of course, whoever is the first to have murderous intent, as long as they do not voluntarily admit defeat and die, it is within the bounds of the rules. After all, their misjudgment of the disparity in strength between themselves and the enemy was also their own responsibility.
Go down.
Tian Wuwei glanced at Yu Peng indifferently, and the latter sighed helplessly and turned to leave. After walking a distance, he suddenly turned back and looked at Yensen.
"Where's the beast soul equipment you just picked up? Give it back to me. It was provided by my Yu family." "Ha? What kind of beast soul equipment?"
Yensen looked bewildered, while Yu Peng gritted his teeth in anger, knowing that the kid was cheating and wishing he could slap him to death.
But having been intimidated by Tian Wuwei, they dared not make a move and could only slink away.
"Remember this, the day you're eliminated from the city is the day you die. You might have the life to take this beast soul equipment, but you won't live to use it."
Watching Yu Peng leave, Yensen breathed a sigh of relief.
All 10 of the beast soul equipment he had just picked up were epic grade, worth hundreds of billions. He couldn't bear to hand them over. If I can enhance it, I can obtain a legendary piece of equipment, and my chances of entering the hidden dragon realm will be even greater.
Seeing Yensen's performance, Hongfeng shook his head helplessly. "You brat, aren't you afraid of completely offending the Yu family? That's a family with a 10th level expert guarding it. There's no other way."
Ever since I killed that Shilin Academy student, I've already offended him. Since that's the case, case, I might as well take this opportunity to gain some benefits and improve my strength.
You're quite open-minded.
Yansen shrugged, but sighed inwardly. After witnessing Yu Peng's actions, he realized that once he stepped into the territory of these powerful forces, the people and events he encountered were far from simple. The more prosperous and wealthy a place is, the more intense the struggles are. A sense of crisis welled up in his heart. From Yu Peng's eyes, he could see that he was always a threat. I still need to get stronger quickly.
Yansen silently prayed, awaiting the next battle.
He soon returned to the field, but this time his opponent chose to forfeit, thus sparing him a fight. In the following matches, every opponent who faced Yansen chose to forfeit the game. Faced with an opponent capable of instantly killing a student from Shilin Academy, they dared not easily engage in battle, as their fate was uncertain. And so, Yansen made it through all the challenges and successfully qualified for the finals. The qualified students from the prefectural city were arranged to stay in a special luxury suite, the room engraved with countless wondrous formations. The runes shimmered with energy. In a place like this, you could increase your cultivation level just by lying down and sleeping, right?
Yansen touched the patterns on the wall and knew that this was an advanced formation developed by combining the civilization of the secret realm world and the heritage of the Great Xia Kingdom.
Inside an ordinary suite, the effects of the array were comparable to those in the advanced training rooms at the previous training base, demonstrating just how astonishing the resources controlled by those imperial families truly were.
No wonder even students with S-rank bloodlines can rival SS-rank students from the prefecture city. If Nanzhou City is already so developed, just how powerful will the even more prosperous Zhengzhou City become, with its already exceptionally talented family science and the accumulated wealth of its aristocratic families?
He didn't delve too deeply into it, taking out several pieces of primitive-grade beast soul equipment that he had previously purchased and kept, and scanning them around. These items include helmets, armor, and leg guards, and he is considering which one to upgrade. Let's upgrade this armor dropped by the steel-armored dragon. The other equipment consisted of one piece on each side, and strengthening only one side seemed a bit out of place, so Yansen simply chose the armor in the middle. He enhanced all the beast soul equipment he obtained from the student in Shilin Prefecture.
The originally ordinary primitive equipment
instantly shone with golden light and transformed into a new legendary equipment that perfectly suited him, the True Dragon armor. Although their names, like the True Dragon Spear, both begin with True Dragon, they each retain their unique attributes. The True Dragon Spear belongs to the earth element, while the True Dragon armor belongs to the metal element. What's even more special is that when others are fully transformed into beasts, these beast soul equipment can only provide limited enhancements. These equipment pieces, which Yansen has gradually strengthened, are like those he has carefully nurtured over the years. Even in his fully transformed beast form, they can firmly cover his entire body, greatly enhancing his strength. If Yansen can assemble a complete set of legendary equipment and enhance it with S-rank martial arts suitable for full beast transformation, the battle scene at that time will be absolutely unimaginable. After today's battle, all the news quickly reached the ears of the geniuses in Nanzhou City. They maintained their arrogant attitude and were too lazy to go and watch the competition in person.
The Hua family in Nanzhou City. Young master, a promising talent has emerged in this selection competition.
His bloodline is also SSS level, and like you, he has the bloodline of a dragon. However, he has a true dragon bloodline that is non-attribute and focused on physical strength, which is far inferior to your Crimson Flame Heavenly Dragon.
A subordinate knelt down to report to a young boy.
Even though their methods of cultivation seemed modern and civilized, these large families still adhered to the most traditional rules.
A true dragon? Heh, the weakest branch of the dragon bloodline, not worth mentioning at all. Whether he can defeat those top SS-level bloodlines is still a question mark. Nanzhou City, the Han family. Miss, another SSS-level true dragon bloodline has emerged in the city this time.
In today's battle, he displayed remarkable strength, instantly killing an SS-level genius who possessed natural talent in one move.
What is his cultivation level?
Judging from the scattered spiritual energy, it's probably around the 4th level of the 3rd tier. Most of the SS-level contestants in Nanzhou City have reached around the 7th level of the 3rd tier, and each of them has mastered
natural talents, and their martial arts skills are not low.
I wonder if this guy with the true dragon bloodline can defeat them.
A young girl dressed in a blue traditional Chinese dress said as she flipped through an ancient book. However, I do hope he can become stronger. If we can have another SSS-level teammate in the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm, our southern continent will definitely perform even better.
Such discussions arose frequently among the various families in Nanzhou City.
This year, 5 SSS-level bloodlines emerged in Nanzhou City, each of whom was extremely powerful.
The remaining dozens of SS-level geniuses who participated in the gene battle were also not to be underestimated, as they all possessed natural talents.
This decisive battle is rapidly approaching amidst the anticipation of many.
The central battleground covers an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters, and the surrounding buildings, boxes, and stands are packed with people today. Compared to yesterday's sparse audience, today's atmosphere was much more lively, with hundreds of thousands of spectators packed into the stands alone, eagerly awaiting the exciting showdown between these talented individuals. This is one of the annual grand events in Nanzhou City, where everyone can witness the battles of the most outstanding geniuses and constantly refresh their understanding. I heard that besides our Nanzhou City, the prefectural city also produced an SSS-level genius this year. It said that he has a powerful dragon bloodline, but he's just a true dragon without any attributes.
Oh, SSS-level dragon bloodline? I really want to see him compete against the young master of the Hua family and witness the spectacular duel between two dragons. Don't joke around.
Hua Tianxiong not only possesses dragon blood, but he also has remarkable natural talent, coupled with the profound foundation of the imperial family. If the super geniuses of those top saint-level families in Zhengzhou don't appear, he is simply invincible.
That's right. Bloodline and talent are important, but the family's foundation is even more crucial.
The former determines your ceiling, while the latter determines your growth rate.
There are many examples of geniuses who, lacking support and motivation, ultimately fail halfway through their journey.
The audience was buzzing with discussion when a dry cough came from the floating referee's platform in the center of the arena, followed by an inexplicable pressure that swept across the entire arena.
All the noise vanished instantly, and the Colosseum fell into complete silence.
When people saw the face of the white-haired old man, the scene erupted in cheers once again. Wow, this year's referee is none other than the Sword Emperor of Broken Mountain.
This is going to be really interesting.
It's said that this lord is always unconventional in his actions. The audience began to murmur amongst themselves, but Tian Wuwei, standing on the judge's platform, spoke again, silencing everyone once more.
Although many of the evolved beings in the arena possessed extraordinary strength, none dared to defy the majesty of the emperor-level powerhouse. It would be too time-consuming to have the 35 finalists compete one by one.
Why not let them all come in together for a free-for-all?
It's simple and efficient.
As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of spectators erupted in thunderous shouts, and discussions rose and fell.
A chaotic free-for-all.
More than 30 geniuses are battling it out at the same time. The excitement is off the charts.
Isn't this a bit unfair?
Especially for the students from those prefectural cities. They'll definitely be the first to be eliminated.
That's right.
Every year, the Gene Battle has a contribution points ranking that determines the allocation of resources in the prefecture city and places in the martial arts academy. According to this rule, they will definitely get nothing.
Fairness? Fairness is something you have to fight for yourself.
If you're weak, you have to accept your fate. On the preparation platform, Hong Feng looked at Yensen with a face full of worry. That old man is really carefree. Yensen, you should keep a close eye on yourself.
It doesn't matter if you don't make it into the top 10. There's still a long road ahead. Instructor, I understand. I will keep a good eye on things.
Hearing this, Hong Feng sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Yensen always maintained a proper attitude, but his behavior always gave Hong Feng a headache. Last time he said he knew how to behave, but he was easily killed.
Alright, let's go in. More than 30 students stepped into the arena together.
The students from Nanzhou City were naturally divided into several teams according to their families and personal relationships. Meanwhile, the students from the prefectural city huddled together, keeping each other warm.
Unfortunately, the 5 of them appeared outnumbered and outmatched, and their momentum was clearly lacking compared to the spirited geniuses of Nanzhou.
On the other side, a small group of 5 people exuded an imposing aura, putting the others in a somewhat subdued position.
These 5 people were the 5 SSS-level geniuses from Nanzhou City, led by an unruly young man and a girl in ancient costume.
The 5 people stood together, and a large open space automatically cleared around them as they stared intently at each other. Everyone knows that these 5 are firmly in the top 10, and they are only competing for the remaining 5 spots. Tian Wuwei, standing on the referee's platform, announced the start of the battle, and the arena immediately descended into chaos. Unexpectedly, 2 areas in the arena were unusually quiet. One of them was where the 5 SSS-level geniuses were located, and no one dared to approach them easily. The other location was where Yensen and his group of city students were. The former was so powerful that no one dared to provoke them, while the latter was too weak. The others planned to deal with the powerful enemies first before dealing with these minor characters. The remaining 20-odd people split into 3 factions, each with about 8 people, forming a 3-way balance of power. This scene surprised Yen's senator. He had thought these guys would target his side first, but they started fighting first.
Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense.
The scions of the prominent families in Nanzhou have accumulated many grudges over the years. Now that the struggle has broken out, venting their pent-up resentments is the most direct way to resolve the conflict.
As for dealing with these outsiders, that's not really important.
Yensen was happy to watch this good show, but not long after, a loud dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire place, and a huge fire dragon burning with raging flames rushed towards the 3 groups of people fighting.
The flame dragon severely injured more than 10 SS-level geniuses and repelled them.
Everyone cheered with joy upon seeing this.
It was Hua Tianxiong who made the move.
He gently twisted his neck, exuding an aura of arrogance as he looked down at the half-beast geniuses.
Thank you for your help, young Master Hua. A young crocodile man bowed respectfully in thanks. Hurry up and resolve this, don't waste time, Hua Tianxiong said coldly. Seeing this, everyone understood that one of the three factions had a close relationship with Hua Tianxiong. Therefore, with his intervention, he quickly resolved half of the students' issues, and the remaining 5 spots naturally came from students of this faction. The students, who were seriously injured and defeated, were filled with resentment, but they didn't say much and could only swallow their anger silently. After resolving the issue of the Southern Continent genius, the Crocodile Man youth turned to Yansen and his group, instructing the 2 students, "You guys go and deal with those kids." Even among the geniuses of the prominent families of Nanzhou City, there are still differences in background and strength, and those who are slightly weaker can only obey others. 2 trainees silently walked towards Yansen and his group. The 4 people next to them looked at each other and then said, "Why don't we just give up? We definitely have no chance under these rules anyway, and it'll save us from getting hurt." Upon hearing this, the group signaled to leave, a scene that drew considerable ridicule. 5 against 2, and they don't even dare to fight? These geniuses from the prefecture city really have no ambition. That's right, so what if you have talent? Without the will to fight, you'll never become a strong person. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, and the 4 of them left, leaving only Yansen standing still. The audience then realized that there was one person who had not chosen to abstain. "I know this kid. He's the SSS-level genius from the prefectural city. He's quite strong, probably about the same as the SS-level geniuses from our state city. What good is his strength? Unless he can be as strong as Hua Tianxiong, he'll still be eliminated." Amidst the murmurs, the 2 geniuses from prestigious families approached Yansen. "You're from the countryside. Are you scared out of your wits? Why don't you surrender?" a boy asked with a sneer. Yansen sized up the 2 half-beast youths, who were dressed in various colors of armor and wielded swords. Judging from their color and luster, they are all epic-level equipment, and no lower than mid-grade. If so many beast soul equipment can be collected and slightly enhanced, it might be possible to forge a legendary true dragon equipment. A glint of desire flashed in Yansen's eyes. "Idiot, what does our better equipment have to do with you? Can't you understand human language? Stop talking nonsense, let's get him out of the game." Another boy raised a large machete and slashed it down hard at Yansen's forehead. The knife showed no mercy. For these scions of aristocratic families, even killing a genius from the capital city in a gene battle would not be a psychological burden for them. "This kind of thing happens every year. What a pity," Yansen sighed. "I was originally planning to take your equipment and spare your lives." Before he finished speaking, a true dragon spear appeared out of nowhere, slamming the greatsword away before piercing the boy's forehead. The force of the gun ripped through the beast-like head, instantly blasting it into pieces. Immediately afterwards, Yansen swept out with tremendous force, and another genius from a prominent family was instantly broken in half at the waist. Even with the beast soul equipment protecting him, the weakened power still shattered his bones. The beast soul equipment, having lost its spiritual energy nourishment, instantly turned into specks of light, scattering across the corpse. Upon seeing this, hundreds of thousands of spectators in the surrounding stands held their breath and all looked at the Dragon Man youth holding the long spear. They were amazed by his strength and shocked by his courage. In Nanzhou City, even Hua Tianxiong wouldn't dare to easily kill a genius from a prestigious family. In the struggles between powerful families, the loss of a life is a major event, let alone for a genius. Therefore, even Hua Tianxiong only dared to severely injure the enemy just now. "Damn it! How dare they kill my Huang family's genius? Bastard! How dare you kill members of my Lu family?" 2 angry shouts came from the private room, both from the 7th-level marquis. It was as if 2 ferocious beasts were about to pounce and tear Yansen to pieces. Yansen looked up in the direction from which the voice came and said calmly, "Those who wish to kill will inevitably be killed themselves." Upon hearing this, the 2 marquis-level experts were so angry that they almost attacked. "Step back, all of you. This is a battle of genes, where life and death are irrelevant." A cold voice came from above. Tian Wuwei raised an eyebrow, and the 2 marquis-level experts immediately withdrew their sharpness. "The battle continues. Those who are afraid to die, retreat immediately." Tian Wuwei snorted coldly. "The dead are the original form of the genetic battle, but over the years you have treated it like a game. Today, I will let you experience it for yourself." Hearing this, everyone finally understood why Tian Wuwei had pulled this stunt. Indeed, the initial gene battles were designed to hone these geniuses through life-or-death duels and to unleash their potential. Back then, every genius gave their all to compete for the chance to become stronger. Driven by this mindset, the winning geniuses reached their peak in both temperament and talent. However, as time went by, what should have been a life-or-death struggle became harmonious and peaceful, turning into a contest in exchange of family interests, with cases of cheating and favoritism occurring every year. The battle of genes has long been dead in name only. As soon as Tian Wuwei finished speaking, the remaining people looked at Yansen and dared not make any rash moves. Although the 2 who were instantly killed by Yansen were the weakest among them, none of them dared to be sure that they could kill both of them in one blow. They dared not take the risk. After all, their bloodline talents and family backgrounds were extremely superior.
superior, and there was no need to risk their lives. Even if one fails to enter the hidden dragon secret realm, it only means a slower cultivation speed. Becoming a powerful figure is still possible.
We have 5 people left. If we don't deal with that kid, one of us will have to be eliminated.
It's up to you whether we all go at it together, or who volunteers to leave. The crocodile man boy who was in the lead spoke, while the remaining 5 looked at each other in bewilderment.
Brother Feng, why don't you let young Master Hua take action this time?
Yes,
none of us want to be eliminated.
Let young Master Hua take care of that kid. It will be a piece of cake. Hearing this, Feng Xiaofeng sighed and walked towards Hua Tianxiong.
Young Master Hua, could you please help me again? Hua Tianxiong sneered. 5 of you don't even dare to team up against one?
You're all useless.
Feng Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly, not daring to refute. If you make one more move, I'm willing to fulfill my promise double.
Hua Tianxiong scoffed at this and twisted his neck. I'd like to see what that kid is really like.
Don't think that just because someone has some dragon blood he can act all high and mighty. Wait a moment.
Hua Tianxiong had just taken a step when Han Muqing, dressed in ancient costume, reached out to stop him.
This person is much stronger than the other 5.
His entry into the hidden dragon realm is far more valuable than theirs.
Heh, how much stronger can he be?
One more of him won't make a difference. I can make up for the lack of combat power among the others.
No, if you make a move, I'll make a move too. Han Muqing frowned, while Hua Tianxiong continued to sneer. Want to fight me? You can give it a try.
The two were at loggerheads, neither willing to back down.
Alright, Sister Muqing, Brother Tianxiong, don't let this little thing cause any unpleasantness.
A genius boy of SSS level standing nearby offered some advice.
Yes, you two each take a step back. Tianxiong will only use 3 moves.
If the kid can withstand it, then he'll be in the top 10.
How about that?
That's a good suggestion. The remaining 3 geniuses echoed his sentiments, and Han Muqing said no more.
Hua Tianxiong nodded, then walked towards Yansen. Kid, if you can withstand 3 of my moves, you'll be in the top 10.
Hua Tianxiong transformed into a dragon man, approaching Yansen step by step, his body engulfed in raging flames, his crimson armor dazzlingly bright. His equipment was all epic level top tier, and the crimson longsword in his hand was even legendary level. His cultivation level had reached the 3rd tier, 10th level. The audience erupted in cheers upon seeing this.
The long-awaited duel between the 2 dragons has finally begun.
Without saying a word, Hua Tianxiong swung his legendary crimson longsword and casually slashed at Yansen. A fiery blade of energy, more than 10 meters long, was suddenly unleashed. All the spectators held their breath, and even the students in the arena couldn't help but hold their breath. The power of the top genius in Nanzhou City was indeed extraordinary. With just this one strike, he easily killed many ordinary 4th-tier guards. Yansen gripped the true dragon spear tightly, channeling dragon power into it, and then thrust the spear forward. The spear light, over 10 meters long, collided with the fiery blade energy in midair, instantly unleashing countless dazzling energy rays. The spear's edge shattered like fragile glass from the fiery blade energy, but the residual power of the blade energy remained, and its speed was still swift. It slashed towards Yansen's chest and abdomen with only 2 or 3 meters remaining. The true dragon armor shimmered with ripples of energy, completely annihilating the remaining power of the sword energy.
This is just the first move.
Hua Tianxiong looked at Yansen with a mocking expression, as if he were teasing a child, and didn't take it seriously at all.
Next, the second move.
He swung his sword again, and the blade unleashed an even more solid flame blade aura that shot through the air and slashed down at Yansen. That's an S-rank martial skill. Flaming slash, the audience exclaimed in hushed tones.
It's over. That was just a normal attack. Hua Tianxiong used a skill this time. That kid is probably going to be chopped to ashes. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense.
Yansen felt the fiery blade energy rushing towards him, so he immediately lowered his body and gathered his strength, and a towering, mountain-like phantom image condensed on his shoulder. With the blessing of the true dragon armor, the illusory Iron Mountain appeared even more majestic and magnificent. The fiery blade energy slashed at the Iron Mountain Phantom.
The S-level martial arts phenomenon, which should have torn apart an ordinary
4th-tier beast, instead caused countless cracks to appear on the Iron Mountain Phantom, eventually dissipating into countless energy fragments. Oh, a martial art of external cultivation at the great perfection level. That's interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in Hua Tianxiong's eyes. At this stage, being able to cultivate an S-level martial art to the point of mastery already makes one an extremely outstanding genius among the geniuses of Nanzhou City.
One last move left.
After Yansen perfectly parried his 2 consecutive moves, Hua Tianxiong finally stopped his joking and became serious. He drew his sword, and a torrent of raging flames erupted forth, transforming into a solid blade of light. He swung the longsword halfway around, the blade's edge extending more than 10 meters, incredibly sharp, slashing down at Yansen from top to bottom. The illusory image of Iron Mountain reappeared, but it was easily torn apart like thin paper.
Yansen was shocked.
All the talents of his true dragon bloodline were unleashed, and his physical strength suddenly soared to its peak. He gritted his teeth, his knees bent slightly, and he almost knelt down.
Gripping his spear tightly, he swept swept it upwards, shattering the remaining blade light. However, the sword energy that pierced through his armor and dragon scales and reached his body shook his internal organs, causing a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Yansen's disheveled appearance, Huo Tianxiong revealed a satisfied smile. He glanced at Yansen indifferently, like a senior, and then said coldly, "Not bad. You can withstand 3 of my moves, so I will allow you to enter the secret realm." His words were full of arrogance, as if they were a form of charity. Just as the audience was about to respond, Yansen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. "I took 3 of your moves, so shouldn't you take 3 of mine in return?" Huo Tianxiong had just turned around when his body suddenly stiffened, and everyone fell silent instantly, all looking at Yansen with puzzled expressions. No one expected him to dare to say such a thing. Han Muqing and his group of 4 also looked at Yansen in surprise, and they could read a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. "Take 3 of his moves," someone shouted. "Yes, it's only fair if they exchange blows." The crowd began to jeer. Huo Tianxiong's expression changed drastically. He stared coldly at Yansen, a flash of disdain in his eyes. "You really think you can stand on equal footing with me just because you can withstand 3 of my moves? Foolish." He gripped his long sword and sneered. "Come on, let me see what you're really capable of." Yansen remained silent, his 5 fingers gripping the true dragon spear tightly, and the dragon's power surged into the spear once more. Dragon spear technique, 3rd form, dragon soars through heaven and earth. He wasted no more time and directly unleashed the ultimate move of the soaring dragon spear technique, his strongest strike to date. The true dragon spear suddenly thrust out, and a spear beam transformed into the shape of a dragon, rushing swiftly towards Huo Tianxiong. The beast soul equipment on Huo Tianxiong's body burst forth with intense light, and then a thick fire shield condensed in front of him. The spear shot out like a dragon, its cold light swiftly arriving. The true dragon spear combined with the wandering dragon spear technique is a match made in heaven, and the power of this move is extraordinary. The S-level defensive martial art, flame shield, shattered instantly, and the remaining spear light pierced straight into Huo Tianxiong's chest and abdomen. Even though the beast soul armor blocked some of the attack, the powerful force still penetrated his entire body, causing his internal organs to tremble violently and blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing this scene, all the spectators erupted in cheers. "One move. That guy named Yansen injured Huo Tianxiong in 1 move. Both have SSS-level bloodlines, yet Yansen's level is so much lower than Huo Tianxiong's, but he was able to injure him. It's simply unbelievable." The crowd erupted in cheers, while Huo Tianxiong stared coldly at Yansen with a gloomy expression. "2 more moves, come on. You're nothing special. Even if I'm not good at defense, so what if I let you attack?" Huo Tianxiong's words made something clear to all the viewers. He is the Crimson Flame Heavenly Dragon, possessing the innate advantage of fire attribute. He excels at offense but is not good at defense. Making him take the attack now would indeed limit his ability to exert his strength. Yansen smiled faintly after hearing this. "We'll use the remaining 2 moves later." Upon hearing this, Huo Tianxiong sneered repeatedly. "In time, the gap between you and me will only widen." "You're right," Yansen responded calmly. "As long as he can enter the hidden dragon secret realm, the gap between him and Huo Tianxiong will indeed only widen." Huo Tianxiong's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said nothing more. The crocodile man boy didn't dare say much either, and directly kicked out 1 person, making a total of 10 to win. The men looked at Yansen with a hint of fear in their eyes. The ability to injure Huo Tianxiong demonstrates strength far beyond theirs. Among these 10, besides Huo Tianxiong and his group, Yansen is undoubtedly the 6th. That's it? That's really boring. The rules for next year's competition need to be seriously revised. Tian Wuwei, sitting on the referee's platform, lazily stretched. It seems that whether it's a chaotic battle or a direct confrontation, these scions of powerful families can't escape the old tricks of forming cliques and exchanging benefits. Now that the spots are set, get ready. We'll enter the secret realm shortly. Tian Wuwei yawned, and all the students were immediately stunned. Leaving right after the match? That's too rushed. However, no one dared to say much and quickly packed up and prepared, since the trip to the hidden dragon realm was not a short-term matter. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yansen went to the restroom and enhanced the dozens of epic-level beast soul equipment he had just acquired, eventually forging 2 new legendary-level equipment. They are the Wind Attribute True Dragon left boots and the Thunder Attribute True Dragon right boots. Both of these attributes offer a significant advantage in speed, and with their enhancement, Yansen's speed is greatly improved. Just as I finished tidying up, a message from Hongfeng came through the communicator. "Yansen, there are rewards for making it into the top 10, one of which is the qualification to learn any S-level martial art. I know you have high comprehension, so try learning one, it will also enhance your strength." Yansen's eyes lit up when he saw the message. He had long wanted to learn a suitable S-level movement technique, but this was like finding a partner. Even with money, you couldn't necessarily find
find the right one. Although the training base's martial arts library already had a suitable dragon spear technique, which was already quite good, the reward Hongfeng mentioned was drawn from the entire martial arts library of Nanzhou City, making the resources far more abundant. Without hesitation, Yansen followed Hongfeng to the armory in Nanzhou City and exchanged his qualification for a movement technique. The vast armory is filled with countless stone tablets inscribed with martial arts techniques. The guards outside are at least 4th-tier guards, and there is also a 9th-tier emperor stationed there year-round, which shows the importance of this place. S-grade martial arts are rare and precious. The armory of Qianchuan Prefecture only has 20 or 30 of them, but the armory of Nanzhou City has as many as 200 or 300. When Yansen saw the list of S-level martial arts, his eyes lit up. There were more than 10 of them that were suitable for the dragon bloodline to cultivate. After careful selection, 2 suitable movement-based martial arts techniques were found. One is the Divine Dragon Steps to the Sky, which is majestic and can both attack and run. The other is the Ancient Python Dragon's Journey, which is mysterious and swift with outstanding speed. Yansen pondered for a while. Although the second option was better in terms of speed boost, he ultimately chose the first one. The reason is simple. The Divine Dragon Steps not only better suit his style, but also has a hidden characteristic. That is, the cultivator's natural talent will enhance the martial art. If the talent belongs to the wind and thunder attribute, the speed of this Divine Dragon Step will not only surpass the primordial Python Dragon Walk, but its accompanying power will also far exceed it. At this moment, Yansen still had 2 to 3 million experience points left, enough to easily cultivate this martial art to the level of mastery. In an instant, he felt a surge of power flowing through his feet, and with a light step, it felt as if he could shatter the sky and walk on the heavens. Alright, the martial arts training is complete. It's time to enter the secret realm. You must be extra careful when you enter this secret realm. Countless geniuses die there every year. If necessary, don't hesitate to give up. Your life is the most important thing. Hongfeng gave them repeated instructions, and the group arrived at the Colosseum once again. The central ground cracked open, and a stargate lay flat in the deep pit. This is one of the entrances to the hidden dragon realm. After you go in, you will meet up with students from other states. Tian Wuwei said calmly. He didn't have high expectations for how well these students would perform. As a 9th-tier royal level expert, he was very clear about the terrifying strength of the geniuses in Zhengzhou. Otherwise, he would not have reduced the number of places for students from other states and only provided them with a minimum guarantee. Without hesitation, the group leaped directly into the stargate. Their vision suddenly changed, and the group found themselves in a vast, white space. Is this the transit space opened up by the powerful? One of the students spoke up and asked a question. Geniuses from other states will gather here. Soon after, flashes of white light appeared one after another as students from the eastern, western, and northern states arrived. Yansen and his group wore badges from Nanzhou on their chests, and the other trainees, seeing this, did not step forward to provoke them. Compared to the geniuses of Zhengzhou, they were nothing but a piece of cake, and none of them dared to provoke the other easily. After waiting for a long time, dozens of white lights flashed, and a group of spirited young men and women arrived one after another. Without a doubt, they were all geniuses from Zhengzhou. These young men exuded a powerful aura, making no attempt to conceal their cultivation levels. The lowest level among them was the 10th level of the 3rd rank. There are even more than a dozen people whose cultivation has reached the 4th level. At this moment, people from the other 4 states finally felt firsthand what a real gap truly meant. It turns out that these self-proclaimed top geniuses are nothing more than bottom tier in the eyes of the people of Zhengzhou, and many of them don't even qualify as bottom tier. Everyone's here, let's go in. A loud voice came from all directions, and the next moment, the group of people disappeared from the place. Yansen's vision suddenly changed, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world filled with a wild and untamed atmosphere. The vegetation here is towering. Even a small blade of grass can grow to over 10 meters tall, with leaves as sharp as swords. Those trees are towering into the clouds, some hundreds of meters or even nearly 1,000 meters tall, as majestic and upright as towering mountains. Is this the hidden dragon realm? The thought had barely crossed Yansen's mind when a huge, bright red tongue suddenly shot out from the tall grass. The tongue was over 10 meters long, like a crimson ribbon, and it quickly wrapped around him. Yansen waved his hand, the true dragon spear in his hand, and casually slashed. With his tongue pierced, Yansen finally saw its owner, a giant frog that was 5 or 6 meters tall even when sitting. This frog was covered in scales and had a large bump on its forehead. It was a dragon blood demon frog. In terms of bloodline grade, it has reached grade B. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was only at the 3rd level. Yansen's eyes lit up, and he immediately killed it. A ball of light floated out from the demon frog's body and condensed into a primitive level beast soul equipment. No wonder the hidden dragon secret realm is so rich in resources. You can obtain beast soul equipment just by killing a dragon blood demon beast. Yansen sighed inwardly. In addition to the beast soul equipment, a wisp of golden dragon energy floated on the dragon blood beast's body. With a wave of Yansen's hand, the dragon energy gathered into the badge on his chest.
A line of text appears on the surface of the badge. Dragon Chi +6. This badge is also a beast soul equipment, capable of containing the dragon energy released when a dragon-blooded beast dies. For many students, the benefits of this item even surpass those of beast soul equipment, because it helps them condense beast soul beads, greatly increasing their combat power. The more dragon energy you collect, the higher the quality of the dragon pearl you condense, and the higher the dragon rank you will receive when the dragon ascension platform of the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm finally appears. The students who entered the Hidden Dragon Realm were randomly teleported to various locations, where they hunted dragon-blooded monsters in order to obtain more dragon energy. However, unlike Yensen, these students were only interested in dragon energy and didn't care about the original level beast soul equipment at all. However, they still stored the equipment in their spatial storage device. After all, even a small amount is still something. With their strength, they could easily collect thousands of primordial level beast soul equipment before leaving, worth at least hundreds of billions. If they could obtain higher grade beast soul equipment, its value would increase several times over. Although they disdain equipment below epic grade, it is still extremely valuable for enriching the clan's resources. In contrast, Yensen appeared unusually excited. These dragon-blooded monsters not only provided him with raw materials for equipment evolution, but also brought a large amount of essence points. The essence points on the dragon blood beast are far more abundant than those of other beasts of the same level outside. At this rate, killing 200 or 300 third-tier beasts will allow me to advance to the 4th or 5th level of the master level. Thinking of this, Yensen smiled and began a frenzied slaughter. He transformed into a dragon man, brandishing his spear, and the demonic beasts fell to the ground one after another. Most of the dragon-blooded monsters on this grassland are insects, such as dragon-blooded frogs, dragon-blooded mantises, and dragon-blooded beetles. Yensen couldn't help but marvel at how wondrous these dragons were, able to pass on their bloodline to any creature. They say dragons are inherently lustful, and it seems that's really true. Speaking of which, as my cultivation level increases, I also experience this kind of restlessness from time to time. Yensen thought to himself, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. However, compared to the urge to reproduce, he felt a greater desire to kill, perhaps influenced by the blood dragon fury talent. Quack quack quack, chirp chirp chirp. The grassland was as lush as a forest, and countless dragon blood insects were killed by Yensen in his blood dragon fury state, turning into nutrients for his growth. As time passed, his cultivation level rose to the 5th level of the 3rd tier, and his original level storage beast soul equipment was filled with hundreds of beast soul equipment. It has to be said that the drop rate of these dragon-blooded monsters is frighteningly high. I've killed almost all the dragon-blooded demon beasts in this area. It's time to move on to another place. Yensen thought to himself. He activated the divine dragon sky-stepping step, stepping on the broad blades of grass, and leaped continuously in one direction. Soon after, he came to a sandy area and saw several monsters covered in stone dragon scales. A 3rd-tier rock dragon beast with A-grade bloodline. Information about this monster flashed through Yensen's mind. Just as he was about to strike with his spear, several attacks came from afar. With flashes of sword light and energy, the heads of the several rock dragon beasts that were taking a nap were severed by a single strike. A man and a woman landed on a rock more than 10 meters high, their gazes turning to Yensen. "We've booked this entire venue," the leading man said casually. Yensen frowned, about to respond, when the woman whispered to the man, "Look at the spiritual energy aura on his body. It's only at the 5th level of the 3rd rank." After observing carefully, the man's face lit up with joy. A 3rd-tier, 5th-level cultivator can enter the Hidden Dragon Realm? Which state is he from? Is there no one else there? With such low cultivation level, the quality of his bloodline must also be low. He probably got in through a deal that involved exchanging benefits. He's really courting death. If we don't eat this fatty meat, are we going to leave it for others? Why don't we wait a few days for him to develop? It's still early, and he probably doesn't have much dragon energy left. Forget it, if someone else runs into us, we won't get any benefit at all. The two exchanged a glance, then launched a joint attack on Yen's senator. One wielded a knife, the other a sword. Both were at the 3rd rank, 8th level, and their bloodlines were top-tier SS level. Swish swish swish. The icy sword energy and metallic blade light sliced through dozens of meters of space, slashing towards Yensen. "You're courting death," Yensen sneered, gripping the true dragon spear horizontally, channeling dragon power into it and thrusting it out fiercely. A spearhead transformed into a roaring dragon, lunging at the sword and saber energy. Despite lacking any elemental enhancement, it directly shattered them. A fully mastered S-rank martial art. Upon witnessing the awe-inspiring dragon roar phenomenon, the two were shaken. Such a solidified state could only be achieved by mastering an S-rank martial art. Looks like this kid's got some skills. Let's not hold back. Go all out and finish this quickly. The man gave the order in a low voice, and the woman nodded in agreement. The two unleashed their full potential, transforming into the Frostfire Stormbird and the Golden Blade Ancient Mantis respectively. Combined with their epic level equipment and legendary weapons, their power was off the charts. In an instant, the surrounding
icy sword energy and metallic blade light intertwined and crisscrossed, and countless towering rocks were frozen and cracked, then shattered into dust. A strong wind suddenly arose, carrying sand and stones. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, pressed down on Yansen simultaneously. Such combined power of swords and blades would make even ordinary SSS-level geniuses keep their distance. Unfortunately, Yansen not only advanced to the 5th level of cultivation, but also acquired a legendary True Dragon helmet. He is equipped with 5 legendary items: Wind and Thunder Dragon Boots, Earth Dragon Spear, and Gold Dragon Armor. Although they are all legendary low-grade items, their perfect fusion with him makes their power far exceed expectations. He lightly tapped his feet, activating the Divine Dragon Skystepping technique. Energy surged from the beast's soul equipment beneath his feet, faintly accompanied by the rumble of wind and thunder. He leaped 100 meters in one bound, his speed so fast it was as if he were teleporting, and instantly arrived beside the two. Then the spear shot out like a dragon, its cold light piercing the sky. The two men's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly pulled away to defend themselves. The ice shield shattered, and the metal shield exploded. The spear's edge pierced through, leaving deep marks on their beast's soul equipment. The two were thrown back by the force of the impact, crashing into and shattering countless boulders. The lingering force that penetrated their bodies caused them to vomit blood repeatedly. "What? How can you be so strong?" Upon seeing the crimson dragon scales on Yansen's body, he was shocked. Could it be that this guy didn't have ordinary dragon bloodline, but was an SSS level? Even if they are SSS level, they shouldn't be this powerful if their cultivation level is lower than theirs. Yansen said no more, and the true dragon spear once again pierced the man. The latter struggled to defend himself with his sword, but he was unable to defend against it and was eventually pierced through the mantis's head by the spear tip. Yansen turned to the woman beside him, who was trembling with fear. "No, don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. I am from the Lan family of Beizhou. My father is a royal level expert. Killing me will do you no good. I can help you collect dragon energy, help you." The woman backed away while pleading. A smile appeared on Yansen's lips. "Don't be silly, sister, I don't kill women." Hearing this, the girl breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned to leave. Just then, a spear pierced through her chest. Staring at the bloody gun muzzle, the girl's eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. After clearing the battlefield, they looted over a dozen epic level and 2 legendary level equipment pieces from the group, along with over 2,000 points of dragon energy. This is roughly equivalent to the dragon energy of 300 or 400 tier 3 dragon blood monsters, and there are also quite a few primal level equipment. It really is a golden belt for murder and arson. Yansen smiled and began to enhance his equipment. Using several prepared primitive grade equipment pieces as templates, he continuously improved their quality, eventually acquiring several legendary grade low grade equipment pieces: a pair of dragon leg guards, a pair of dragon arm guards, and a pair of dragon hand guards. At this point, he had initially formed a true dragon suit, arming himself into a golden dragon man radiating golden light. If the blood dragon's fury talent is activated, the set will turn crimson, like a war god descending with murderous intent. With a thought, he stored the beast's soul equipment into his body. After all, using the equipment required spiritual energy, and he wouldn't summon it in his spare time. Next, in addition to improving my cultivation and collecting dragon energy, I also need to upgrade all my equipment to mid-grade legendary level. Yansen silently recited in his heart. However, this is extremely difficult. Upgrading legendary equipment to legendary level is much more difficult than upgrading it to primitive or epic level. Even with 1,000 pieces of primitive grade equipment as materials, it might not be possible to advance to the intermediate grade. Just as Yansen was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something unusual about the two corpses. After carefully sensing them, he activated his talent Dragon Absorption. A ball of energy, interwoven with dark blue and golden hues, immediately appeared on the two corpses, and he reached out and touched it lightly. The system's long-lost proactive notification sounded in my mind, as loud as ever. "Pure natural energy detected. Absorb?" Yansen chose yes without hesitation, and was immediately shocked. He vaguely sensed 2 special energies in his mind. One was ice, and the other was metal. At the same time, a rich, bloody aura appeared on the other side. In an instant, Yansen understood the mystery. Could it be that killing people with natural talents allows me to absorb their natural energy, thereby unlocking new talents for myself? Thinking of this, his heart was filled with excitement. These 2 sources of energy are too weak to directly evolve into new talents. It seems I still need to continue accumulating them. With that in mind, Yansen began to wander through the stone forest filled with tall rocks, slaying the rock dragon beasts covered in stone dragon scales along the way. When his cultivation level reached the 6th level of the master rank, he finally arrived deep within the stone forest. Suddenly, the surrounding rocks trembled, and a rock dragon beast, 30 meters tall, opened its massive maw and lunged at him. This is an S-rank bloodline, and the cultivation level has reached the 1st level of the 4th rank. Yansen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that the leader of these rock dragons would mutate, with its bloodline advancing from alien level to S-level. However, for Yensen now, this is still not a problem. Equipped with legendary gear and wielding the true dragon spear, he shattered the stone dragon scales on the rock dragon beast leader's body with each wild swing. The rock dragon roared, and the surrounding land cracked open, with several stone spikes gushing out like rain.
Natural talent.
Yensen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the leader of the rock dragon beast was actually a genius. Not only had its bloodline advanced, but it had also mastered natural talents. So-called natural talent is the ability to influence changes in the surrounding natural environment, rather than relying solely on one's own strength. Nevertheless, this rock dragon beast was still no match for Yensen.
With his entire body protected by legendary level equipment, those earth spikes simply couldn't break through his defenses.
He brandished the true dragon spear, unleashing the dragon soaring spear technique in succession. A dragon-shaped spear beam swept around, engulfing a stone forest and causing it to collapse continuously. The stone skin on the rock dragon beast cracked and was eventually pierced through by the spear. Yensen gained a large amount of essence points and experience, and eventually cleared the entire stone forest. His cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds, directly climbing to the 7th level of the 3rd rank. I've accumulated over 9 million experience points, just one step away from the 10 million mark. I'll soon be able to enhance a martial art to perfection.
Once Yensen's S-rank martial arts reach perfection, his combat power will experience another leap forward.
He continued forward and came to a lava field, where flames spewed all around and thick smoke billowed, obscuring visibility to a range of only 100 meters. In the lava field, a group of crimson fire dragons occasionally roamed around. They moved through the lava like pangolins, immune to the high temperatures. Just as Yensen was about to enter to hunt the fire dragon beast, a figure emerged disheveled from the depths of the lava.
"It's you, kid."
When the man saw Yensen, he was stunned for a moment, realizing that it was indeed Hua Tianxiong. Yensen glanced at him, then ignored him coldly.
"You bastard, didn't you hear me? Don't think you're so great just because you can barely withstand 3 of my moves. If I were to go all out, I could kill you in 1 move."
Hua Tianxiong stared as Yensen walked into the lava field, threatening him in a cold voice.
"You want to kill me?"
Yensen frowned and looked back coldly.
Hua Tianxiong frowned.
He didn't really care about Yensen's life or death, but at this moment he needed Yensen as bait to lure away the SS-level fire dragon beast leader, so that he could take the opportunity to pick the fire lotus and fire dragon pearl.
"I'm giving you a chance. Cooperate with me, or I'll kill you."
Since Yensen was so insistent, he didn't intend to be polite either.
I'm a very reasonable person. Whoever wants to kill me, I'll kill them,"
Yensen said calmly, then summoned a complete set of legendary equipment, which shone with golden light and attracted much attention.
"Where did you get so many legendary items?" Hua Tianxiong's eyes widened, and then he let out a cold laugh. "Do you really think that wearing so many legendary level equipment will allow you to truly unleash their power? For those of us from noble families,
acquiring a set of legendary level equipment isn't difficult, but we all wear epic level equipment because only power fully mastered is truly real."
"Have you finished spouting nonsense? If you have, then go die."
Yensen moved his feet slightly and instantly covered dozens of meters, his legs roaring like thunder, his entire body perfectly integrated with his equipment.
"What? Your legendary equipment didn't react negatively? Impossible.
Unless you've nurtured it for over a decade, with your cultivation level."
"Wait a minute, how did your cultivation level improve so quickly? You're already at the 7th level."
Hua Tianxiong was increasingly shocked as he looked at Yensen. The changes in him were unbelievable. This guy has changed so much in just 1 or 2 days since he entered the hidden dragon realm. Just as he was in shock, a dragon-shaped spear beam struck, aimed directly at his head.
"You think you can defeat me with this equipment? Impossible."
Hua Tianxiong felt a surge of nameless rage, let out a low roar, and a crimson suit appeared all over his body. Rolling flames enveloped him, and with his talent, countless flames spontaneously generated within a radius of tens of meters.
Hua Tianxiong showed no mercy and unleashed his most powerful technique.
Secret technique Blazing Dragon ignites the heavens. The moment Hua Tianxiong unleashed his secret technique, the surrounding temperature suddenly soared, and even the nearby lava pool began to churn wildly. He activated his S-rank martial skill, Flaming Slash. The Flaming Slash, which had reached the great perfection stage, extended into a fiery blade of energy tens of meters long with the support of his talent. Yensen's legendary equipment resonated together as he gripped the true dragon spear and unleashed the S-rank perfected soaring dragon spear technique. The spear's edge and the blade's energy clashed, creating countless ripples in the air and blasting large craters into the nearby ground. The two were affected by the residual force and were forced to stagger back several meters.
As expected of an SSS class, it's much more troublesome to fight than those SS class.
Yensen muttered to himself.
For scions of prominent families, the higher their talent, the more obvious their advantages.
Hua Tianxiong was only a few levels higher than Yensen, and his equipment was even worse, yet he was able to withstand the attack, which was quite remarkable. This made Yensen, who had been crushing his opponents all along, feel the pressure from men his own age, something he hadn't experienced in a long time.
Meanwhile, Hua Tianxiong was sweating profusely. He never expected that, despite his advantages in both level and talent, and by using a secret technique, he could only manage to fight Yan-sen to a standstill. No, my secret technique can only last a few minutes. I must finish him off quickly. A scion of a powerful family with such talent must have some hidden trump cards. I need to kill him quickly, or something might go wrong if I drag this out. Yan-sen thought so too. He began to accumulate dragon power, unleashing his blood dragon fury talent to its fullest extent, and his once glowing legendary equipment suddenly shone with a vibrant blood red. Unfortunately, his opponent has only activated his blood energy boost, not his anger, otherwise his strength would have reached an even higher level. The two moved at the same time, their spears and swords clashing and flashing, countless spear beams and sword energies crisscrossing the surrounding area, and cracks were cleaved into the nearby lava pools. The lurking fire dragon beast suffered the consequences, being torn to pieces. The loud rumbling continued, gradually diminishing over time. The flames around Hua Tianxiong also began to dim. He felt a jolt, and a sense of impending death welled up within him. Yan-sen fought with increasing ferocity, but the prolonged battle made him increasingly irritable and angry. Yan-sen, we are both from Nanzhou. Since we can't determine a winner, why don't we shake hands and make peace? Feeling the increasing pressure, Hua Tianxiong swallowed his pride and spoke with a hint of submission. Yan-sen sneered, said nothing more, and did not reduce the force of the true dragon spear in his hand. As the effects of the secret technique weakened, Hua Tianxiong no longer cared about his dignity. We have no grudges against each other, there's no need for us to fight to the death. It won't benefit anyone. Not necessarily. Killing you would bring me many benefits. Yan-sen grinned, and swung his true dragon spear, sweeping across the area and directly causing Hua Tianxiong to spit out a mouthful of blood. No, if you let me go, I can give you even more benefits. At the core of this lava field, there is a powerful fire dragon beast leader. If you and I join forces to kill it, we can obtain at least tens of thousands of dragon energies, all of which are yours. How about it? Hua Tianxiong said urgently. Yan-sen calmly replied, it's alright, I can handle this by myself. Just go and die in peace. Bastard, if you kill me, the Hua family will never let you get away with it. My father is a king, my grandfather is an emperor. Hua Tianxiong was furious and began to threaten. Don't worry, I've offended far more than just your father and grandfather, those level 7, 8, and 9 beastmen. If you want to kill me, you'll have to wait in line. Yan-sen sneered, his spear piercing straight through Hua Tianxiong's head. The rest of Hua Tianxiong's words remained stuck in his throat. After killing Hua Tianxiong, in addition to his epic level top quality fire type set and legendary weapon, there were also hundreds of primitive level beast soul equipment in his storage equipment. Most importantly, the 4,000 or so dragon energies, combined with those in Yan-sen's hand, have now exceeded 10,000. This amount of dragon energy is enough to grant him the title of Dragon Baron when he appears on the Dragon Ascension platform. Dragon clan titles are usually divided into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. The strongest in the past was only ever granted the title of Earl. It is said that the Dragon's title is extremely precious, and it allows one to command a corresponding number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the sea. Now that spiritual energy is reviving, in addition to other worldly races, many races on Earth that had been dormant due to the depletion of spiritual energy are also gradually awakening. Among the sea creatures, the dragon race is the leader. This hidden dragon realm is a treasure trove of inheritance bestowed upon the ancestors of the dragon clan by the ancestors of the great Xia human clan, thus creating a tangled web of interests between the two clans. After all, dragons have long been regarded as auspicious symbols in Chinese history and have been integrated into Chinese civilization. If one can be granted a high-ranking dragon title, even if the rank is slightly lower, those high-level experts will not dare to provoke them easily. Having offended so many imperial families, even an earl's rank can only make them wary. At least a marquis's rank is needed to be on equal footing. Yan-sen sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, even a count needs 1,000,000 dragon energies, and the hidden dragon secret realm only lasts 7 days, making it extremely difficult to achieve. Nearly 2 days have passed, and Yan-sen has killed 3 students, yet he has only accumulated 10,000 dragon chi. I hope your talent can help me. Yan-sen waved his hand, and a dense ball of fire attribute energy immediately flew out from Hua Tianxiong's corpse. This guy's natural talent is not bad. He has already entered the mid-stage and even shows a tendency to enter the late stage. Source energy entered Yan-sen's body, and a system notification sounded in his mind. Pure source energy detected. Fire attribute talent activated. Fire dragon blaze. On the system panel, there is a new row showing the early stage of the second stage of the blood calamity, in addition to the mid-stage of the first stage of the blood calamity. With the two talents intertwined within his body, Yan-sen felt strange changes occurring in his internal organs, limbs, and bones, causing his combat power to skyrocket. With a single punch, blood surged and flames roared. He is now an evolved being with 2 natural talents, a talent that is 1 in a billion, even in the Great Xia Kingdom. Next, he fused Hua Tianxiong's beast soul equipment with what he had collected during this time, and finally succeeded in upgrading the true dragon spear to the mid-grade
legendary level. Good stuff, Yensen said softly to Huo Tianxiang's corpse, then kicked him into the lava pool. Immediately afterwards, he charged straight in and began hunting the fire dragon beast. Yensen, who possessed the natural talent of fire attribute, was able to move through this lava field without many adverse effects. If he had entered this place earlier, the high temperature would have only increased the damage to him as he went deeper. But now, with the fire attribute talent, walking in the lava feels like taking a bath with the fire wind brushing against my face, making me feel extremely comfortable. He advanced triumphantly, constantly leaping into the lava pools to fight the fire dragon beasts, and his cultivation level continued to improve. A day passed, and after hunting down a large number of powerful fire dragon beasts, his cultivation level had risen to the 9th level of the 3rd rank. Most importantly, he successfully accumulated millions of experience points and cultivated the dragon spear technique to perfection. Finally, the 4th move, a dragon soars across the 8 desolations, has been unsealed. Once unleashed, the spear shadows surge like a tide, capable of unleashing hundreds of spear thrusts in an instant, each one bursting with peak combat power. They advanced with unstoppable momentum, achieving increasingly fruitful results. Yensen also stepped into the core of the lava field, where there was a churning lava lake with waves of flame rising and falling. Even if a 3rd-tier evolver possesses an S-level bloodline, they will be gradually melted by the high temperature here. As Yensen entered this core area, the system, which was usually unnoticed, once again proactively reminded him. Pure fire attribute energy detected can be absorbed to enhance your talent. Yensen's eyes lit up immediately. It seems that improving Fire Dragon's Fury is much easier than improving Blood Dragon's Wrath. As long as the fire attribute energy is abundant, there is no need for arduous killing, he thought to himself as he killed more and more enemies, and his Blood Dragon Fury was nearing its late stage. Once a talent reaches its later stages, it will generate a talent aura, similar to a field that weakens enemies. Within this aura, if the enemy does not have a similar aura for defense, they will be greatly suppressed. The fire dragon beast leader that Huo Tianxiang mentioned should be here, right? But this lava lake is too big, it won't be easy to find. Yensen leaped into the lake, plunging headfirst into the scalding lava. The innate energy of the fire dragon burning enveloped his entire body, and the system continuously absorbed fire attribute energy to enhance him. Damn it, I can't see anything at all. I can only rely on my mental senses to perceive energy fluctuations. Yensen was helpless, but he still began to search slowly. After a long time, a fire dragon beast leader, 30 or 40 meters long, appeared from the depths of the lake. Its massive body stirred up the magma, causing it to churn and churn, and it engaged in a fierce battle with Yensen. This fire dragon beast leader has an SS-level bloodline and a strength of the 4th tier, 5th level. No wonder Huo Tianxiang was forced to flee in a sorry state. Unfortunately, its enemy was Yensen, who was now far more powerful than Huo Tianxiang. As the two sides were locked in fierce combat, a group of 5 people suddenly entered from the outer edge of the lava field. This is bad. Someone has already disturbed this lava field. I wonder if the dragon pearl guarded by the dragon-blooded monster leader has been stolen. Why don't we go and see for ourselves? A single dragon ball is worth at least 100,000 dragon chi. If someone else gets there first, we'll really lose out big time. They were dressed in fiery red beast soul equipment, and their bloodline talents were all fire attribute. Their objective was extremely clear: to conquer all fire attribute areas within the hidden dragon secret realm, including lava fields, flame caves, and blazing sun mountain. The group relentlessly attacked and hunted down numerous fire attribute monsters and leaders. The 5 people came from different prefectures and formed a temporary team. They shared the same bloodline attributes, cooperated well, and complemented each other's strengths. They pressed on and finally arrived at the core area, where they saw Yensen locked in fierce combat with the leader of the fire dragon beasts. This kid actually dared to fight the fire dragon beast leader all by himself, someone exclaimed in surprise. Look at the beast soul equipment he's wearing, it's all legendary. No wonder he can play solo. His equipment advantage is truly obvious. Speaking of which, should we wait until he finishes fighting before collecting the dragon balls? Or, wait, look over there, there's a fire lotus. Following the gaze, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. If someone with fire attribute talent consumes this fire lotus, they can directly advance from the early to the mid stage, greatly accelerating the development of their talent. The allure of both the dragon ball and the fire lotus made the group exchange knowing glances. They all drew their weapons, ready to strike, while Yensen was engaged in fierce combat with the fire dragon beast leader, and prepared to kill both of them in one fell swoop. Secret technique: heavenly fire spreads across the plains. Secret technique: annihilation by blazing fire. With a series of powerful secret techniques, the accumulated firepower erupted instantly. Several beams of flame slashed out, and the powerful energy created a vacuum zone on the lava lake, which then spread out in all directions. Flames filled the sky, and lava churned. Dead? Ha 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 ha. The group couldn't help but smile smugly when they saw the fire dragon leader's body split in two, floating on the lava. Thanks to that kid for attracting the attention of the fire dragon beast leader. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to deal with it so easily. 10,000
10,000 dragon energies, a fiery lotus flower, haha, I'm rich. Let's agree on how to divide the spoils first.
As the group was excitedly discussing, suddenly, a spear beam flashed in the lava pool, piercing through the two men and stringing them together like candied hawthorns. You should think about how to die first. Yensen was enraged, like a fiery war god rising from the lava, his aura powerful and fierce.
What? You're still alive?
The remaining three men's expressions changed drastically, their fear barely concealed. They never expected that Yensen could survive that fatal attack, especially since even the fire dragon beast leader had perished there.
Heh, go ask the king of hell. Yensen brandished his spear.
If he hadn't sensed their movements beforehand and taken the opportunity to hide behind the massive body of the fire dragon beast leader, he would have already perished. Even so, he was in the center of the attack and was injured quite a bit. If it weren't for the legendary true dragon armor and his robust physique, he would have already turned to ashes. The three of them were completely powerless against the enraged Yensen.
At this moment, Yensen's combat power has reached its peak with the dual enhancement of Blood Dragon's Fury and Fire Dragon's Burn.
Hundreds of spears were thrust out swiftly, and several geniuses at the 10th level of the 3rd rank died on the spot. Yensen breathed heavily as he cleaned up the battlefield. The amount of dragon energy contained within these individuals was extremely abundant, exceeding 300,000 in total. Yensen, after several days of continuous killing, only obtained 90,000 dragon chi. With the addition of the dragon ball from the fire dragon beast leader, his total dragon energy has reached nearly 500,000. With just a few more days to accumulate 500,000 dragon energy, we can break through the million mark and earn the title of Earl of the Dragon Clan. However, this was not Yensen's biggest gain. These people all possessed fire attribute talents, which he enhanced with the power of the fire lotus and the lava lake. Fire Dragon Burn's talent was actually one step ahead of Blood Dragon Fury, reaching the late stage. Now, even if Yensen stands on lava, he will not sink. Instead, he will walk on flat ground, surrounded by flames, like subjects surrounding a king. He seemed to have transformed into a lord of flames. Half of the time has passed since entering the secret realm, and the Dragon Ascension platform is about to appear. I must hurry to the center of the secret realm. With a thought, In Zixin began to speed towards the depths of the secret realm. He slayed numerous dragon-blooded demonic beasts that blocked his path, and his cultivation level rose to the 10th level of the master rank. It's worth mentioning that the people he killed earlier were carrying thousands of pieces of primal-grade beast soul equipment. After Yensen fused them slightly, he gained 2 new pieces of legendary-grade mid-grade equipment.
Even among the students of Zhangzhou, this lineup would be considered incredibly powerful. After a long while, Yensen looked up at the sky and saw a dragon palace standing tall among the clouds. On the final day of the secret realm's opening, layers of steps will descend from the sky. The higher one climbs, the more prestigious the title bestowed upon them. TSK, I didn't expect your southern continent to have such a beauty. Let's be friends. I promise to protect you when the Dragon Ascension platform appears. A group of 7 people slowly surrounded the 4. The man in the lead was arrogant and unruly, stroking his chin and examining the girl with great interest. Han Muqing, dressed in ancient-style combat attire, looked like a female knight-errant. He held a long sword and stared coldly at the man. Thank you for your kind offer, but thank you, we can take care of ourselves. She wasn't stupid. If she agreed to this man's request, she would be jumping into a wolf's den. Being used as cannon fodder at crucial moments is bad enough, but encountering all sorts of strange things along the way is even more likely. You think you can protect yourselves? Not even a single 4th-tier cultivator? An obese teenager let out a cold laugh.
Hey, fat pig, be polite to beautiful women.
The man in the lead said calmly. How about this? Hand over all the dragon energy you possess, and we'll call it even.
A squinty-eyed boy made a suggestion with a smile. Han Muqing was about to retort when she was interrupted by her companion. Sister Muqing, these guys seem to be from the 12 zodiac families of Zhangzhou, the most difficult group to deal with. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Han Muqing was startled. These people are indeed difficult to deal with.
The 12 zodiac families are connected by blood and will join forces to fight enemies wherever they go. All 7 of them possessed SSS-level bloodlines, with 3 of them even reaching the 4th-tier guardian level.
Even if they fought with all their might, they could hardly save their lives.
Fine, give them to them.
The other 2 companions sighed helplessly, saying that they were simply unlucky to have run into these guys.
Helpless, the group extracted a dense dragon aura from the badge.
The 7 people took it but showed no intention of leaving.
We've already given you all the dragon energy, little sister. If you don't mind, let us have some more fun, shall we?
The young man in the lead suddenly spoke, and Han Muqing and the others' expressions immediately changed.
Don't push your luck.
Han Muqing gritted her teeth, but the boy became even more unruly.
I, Long Guowei, admire a woman of your fiery spirit. TSK. Boss, is your lust flaring up again?
The chubby boy next to him said helplessly. You guys take care of those 3 guys first, and I'll handle the rest of the women. Long Guowei licked her lips, then pounced on Han Muqing. He activated his half-beast transformation, turning into a black dragon clad in dark armor, exuding a menacing aura. Han Muqing, on the other hand, gritted his teeth, drew his sword to meet the attack, and also activated the Beast Soul set, the half-beast Bloodline Azure Scale Python. The two fought fiercely, and Han Muqing was clearly at a disadvantage, being defeated in just a few minutes.
The Beast Soul armor on her body was struck and transformed into its initial form of light.
She herself was also defeated, her bloodline enhancement dissipated, and she reverted to her girlish appearance. During the fierce battle, Han Muqing's clothes were shattered in large pieces by the residual force, revealing her fair skin, which made Long Guowei, who was burning with lust, drool. Seeing this, several teammates shook their heads helplessly. Although Long Guowei's family is the most prestigious among the 12 zodiac families, their dragon bloodline generally has a fatal flaw, being overly lustful. Just like a teddy bear, the higher one's cultivation level, the harder it is to suppress the desire to reproduce within one's body. Faced with the onrushing Long Guowei, Han Muqing's body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with despair. She knew that her strength was far too weak in front of the 4th tier Long Guowei. A single tear slid down Han Muqing's cheek as she gripped her long sword, preparing to slit her own throat. Long Guowei moved with incredible speed, deflecting her sword before she could react.
Don't think that dying means it's over.
Heh,
even if you're dead, I can still take advantage of you while you're still hot, understand?
Han Muqing felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and she was even powerless to commit suicide. The other 3 teammates were also defeated, and seeing Han Muqing's fate, they felt a deep sense of pity. Long Guowei chuckled and pounced on her, about to tear off her clothes. Just then, a beam of gunfire suddenly attacked from behind. In the nick of time, he activated his bloodline and turned around to meet the attack, but he still staggered a few steps and fell to the ground in a sorry state.
You scum, how dare you ambush me?
Long Guowei turned around and saw a young man carrying a long spear slowly walking towards her. Han Muqing was somewhat surprised to see this, but she knew that Yansen's strength was inferior to hers, and that making a move would be tantamount to suicide.
You must leave quickly. They are from a saint-level family in Zhengzhou. You are no match for them. Oh, a saint-level family?
Yansen's eyes lit up as he scanned the equipment on the group, a smile appearing on his lips.
Most of these equipment pieces are legendary. If used for enhancement, my entire set of equipment could very likely be upgraded to mid-tier legendary.
He looked at the group and spoke with a smile.
Did I hear that right? You really want to kill me?
Long Guowei's good time was interrupted, and she was furious.
She immediately yelled at her companion.
Kill him. Hearing this, Yansen was overjoyed. He was a man of principle and never killed innocent people indiscriminately. If someone tries to kill him, he will fight back fiercely. He instantly activated the True Dragon set, Blood Dragon Fury and Fire Dragon Burning states, with raging flames erupting around him, exuding a chilling killing intent and surging blood energy. Wearing a dazzling suit, Yansen resembled a fiery war god emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, roaring excitedly as he charged towards the group.
He who kills will be killed by others. If you want to kill me, you must die first. The members of the Zodiac family were immediately stunned. Damn, is this guy a freak? He went all out right from the start? And the way you're acting, you're like a serial killer. Are we going to kill you, or are you going to kill us? He seemed so excited, as if he was actually looking forward to it. However, the group wasn't stupid.
Yansen's aura was exceptionally powerful, so they immediately activated their bloodlines and summoned their armor sets, proceeding with extreme caution. Unfortunately, the moment they made contact with Yansen, the 6 of them were sent flying backward by the shockwave.
Boss, he's too strong.
Don't hesitate, make your move now and form the formation. The fat pig boy, clad in heavy armor and wielding a heavy hammer, said breathlessly. Having only had a brief encounter with Yansen, they had become even more aware of how terrifying this guy was. Despite having only a 3rd tier, 10th level cultivation level, they felt as if a pack of wolves were besieging a tiger. Long Guowei was also somewhat alarmed. She immediately activated her bloodline, summoned her armor set, and transformed into a black dragon warrior, joining the other 6 to surround Yansen. The crowd shouted in unison, quickly forming a formation with great momentum. The zodiac animal, dragon, returns to its rightful place. The zodiac animal, rat, returns to its rightful place. The zodiac animal, the ox, returns to its rightful place. The zodiac animal, the dog, returns to its rightful place. The zodiac animal, the pig, returns to its rightful place. The zodiac animal, horse, returns to its place. The zodiac animal, the rooster, returns to its place. Led by the black dragon, the group formed a massive formation, and 7 giant beast phantoms quickly solidified, pressing down fiercely on Yansen in the center.
Interesting, there's even a bloodline formation.
Yansen grinned and then unleashed his fire dragon aura, instantly raising the temperature within a kilometer radius. The lush green grass and trees on the ground suddenly burst into flames, turning the surrounding area into a fiery domain.
This is a bloodline aura.
His bloodline has been developed to the late stage.
The young men from the Zodiac families were shocked. Such talent was among the best in their age group, even in the Central Plains where geniuses abounded. The young man in front of us is clearly not from Zhengzhou, but from the remote Nanzhou.
Once the bloodline aura was activated, the phantom images of those ferocious beasts froze instantly, and Yen-sen's figure began to grow taller, gradually becoming as large as those phantom images of ferocious beasts that were tens of meters tall. Flames surrounded the area as the true dragon spear swept out, its blood energy mixed with raging flames, slamming fiercely into the illusory beast. The sound of explosions echoed one after another. The illusory image of the ferocious beast clashed rapidly with the flame war god that Yen-sen had transformed into, and ripples of energy spread around them. Han Muqing and the others were all stunned.
Is this the same Yen-sen who entered with them before and was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Hua Tianxiang in 3 moves? With such strength, if Hua Tianxiang were here, he would probably be scared out of his wits.
The battle had been deadlocked for a long time.
The bloodline formation formed by the 7 people was quite powerful, and any SSS-level bloodline user in the early stage of the 4th tier would be quickly defeated. Yen-sen, though only at the 3rd rank and 10th level, was able to maintain a firm advantage and even subtly suppress his opponent.
Boss, this is no good. This kid is terrifying. He's almost on par with those prodigies. We'd better stay away for now.
That's right.
It's not too late to deal with this guy after we find Tiger and his gang. The group felt immense pressure and completely lost the courage to continue fighting. Although Long Guowei was somewhat unwilling, she could only speak up in the end.
Trying to run? Not so easy. Yen-sen sensed their intentions and showed no mercy.
He knew that if they withdrew the bloodline array, they would be killed immediately.
What exactly do you want? We're not people you can mess with.
Long Guowei roared angrily, but Yen-sen sneered.
Leave behind the dragon energy and equipment you hunted, and I'll let you go. How about it? Nonsense, you.
Long Guowei wanted to argue, but the Ratman boy next to her advised her against it.
It's fine. What's wrong with giving it to him? He can't run away anyway. We can always get it back later.
Hearing this, Long Guowei calmed down a bit and spoke.
Okay, we'll give it to you.
With a wave of their hands, the group created a small mountain composed of tens of thousands of beast soul equipment obtained from the dragon-blooded demon beast.
Even in its palm-sized energy form, the weight was considerable.
He then extracted dragon energy from the badge and threw it to Yen-sen, totaling over 3 million. Looking at the pile of dragon energy and equipment, Yen-sen's eyes gleamed with golden light, and he was secretly delighted. He had struck it rich. Scanning the badges of the group, it was discovered that there was no dragon energy left inside. Clearly not even a trace remained. He struggled for several days and barely managed to accumulate less than 800,000 dragon chi. But now, he has accumulated more than 4 million, getting closer and closer to his goal of 5 million. Now, Yen-sen has not yet stepped onto the Dragon Ascension platform, but he has already gained a lot of dragon energy. His position as Earl is as stable as Mount Tai, and he may even have the opportunity to become a Marquis. Yen-sen was filled with excitement, while the others slunk away. Kid, just you wait.
Consider this your temporary safekeeping of the dragon energy and equipment. Next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you.
Long Guowei muttered under his breath. He couldn't bear the thought of his spoils being taken away, nor could he accept that so many of his men had been utterly defeated by a guy from outside Zhongzhou.
Yen-sen watched them walk away, secretly feeling lucky.
The primitive grade equipment in front of him was enough to upgrade all his equipment to mid-grade legendary level. At that time, my combat power will surely leap forward again. He stored all the spoils in his storage equipment, glanced at Han Muqing and the others, and left without saying a word.
He just left like that?
Han Muqing had originally thought that Yen-sen would say a few more words since he had saved her and the others. After all, it was a great favor. But as it turns out, Yen-sen didn't care at all.
Yen-sen didn't really care.
His primary reason for taking action was to seize the dragon energy and equipment, and secondly, because Han Muqing had previously spoken up for him, and that favor had already been settled.
He didn't want to get entangled with the matter any further.
In the time that follows, he plans to focus all his efforts on breaking through to the 4th tier guardian level. After all, he felt considerable pressure from those members of the zodiac families.
There are 12 zodiac signs in total. If we could gather all 12 of them, the power of their bloodline formation would definitely be even more terrifying, right? These saint-level families have so many tricks up their sleeves.
If they were to unleash some secret or forbidden techniques, our current strength wouldn't be enough to protect us.
With that thought in mind, Yen-sen, after fusing and upgrading all his equipment, rushed into the core area of the hidden dragon secret realm.
On the land shrouded by the Dragon Palace dwells the most powerful dragon beasts of the hidden dragon realm. They are no longer ordinary dragon beasts, but true dragons.
This place is home to many dragons with SSS-level bloodlines, whose strength generally reaches the 4th rank, and there are even a few 5th rank powerhouses.
Just like Yen-sen and other geniuses, the monsters and dragons in this hidden dragon realm are all prodigies born from this world every once in a while. They also fight each other, plunder each other's dragon energy, and wait for the Dragon Ascension platform to appear so that they can obtain dragon titles based on their strength. Once granted a title, one can leave this narrow world and be accepted by the true dragon race, becoming one of them. As soon as Yen-sen stepped into this area, he sensed dozens of powerful auras.
Fire dragon, ice dragon, thunder dragon, wind dragon.
The various pure and powerful auras pressed down on him, making him feel immense pressure.
After a
long while, Jensen entered a domain of flames, and a magnificent voice rang out.
Human, the Dragon Ascension platform hasn't even opened yet, and you dare to challenge me?
Once war breaks out, it will be a fight to the death.
If you want war, then let's fight. Dragons are unruly and arrogant. How could they be afraid of death or war?
A high-pitched dragon roar resounded in all directions, and a fiery dragon, 50 meters long, appeared before Jensen. Jensen transformed into a flame war god, wielding a long spear, unleashing his full blazing aura, and infusing it with bloodthirsty energy, causing his body to suddenly rise to a height of over 10 meters.
That fire dragon also possesses an SSS-level bloodline, has reached the 4th rank, 3rd level of cultivation, and has mastered its innate talent.
The two sides clashed fiercely, with flames raging and waves of fire rolling. The surrounding earth continued to crack and crumble, with countless streams of magma gushing out.
Wherever the flame dragon and the blazing war god went, destruction followed. A deafening roar echoed throughout this core area, shaking dozens of powerful and pure dragon auras. They didn't understand why they had to fight before the Dragon Ascension platform even appeared. With their talent and strength, they are in no way inferior to even the top human geniuses. The current conflict will only result in mutual destruction.
But they are too lazy to interfere, and simply wait quietly for the Dragon Ascension platform to appear, at which time they can leave this narrow world and go to a wider world. The rumbling sound continued for a long time before finally subsiding. Jensen stood on the massive corpse of a fire dragon, panting heavily, gripping his spear tightly, and began to recover his strength.
This pure dragon's combat power is indeed extraordinary, far beyond what ordinary dragon-blooded demonic beasts can compare to. Even though I was fully
armed, wearing legendary mid-grade equipment, and using a perfected S-rank martial skill, it still took a great deal of effort to finally kill it. Jensen was filled with mixed emotions. To his surprise, after defeating the pure fire dragon, he also extracted fire attribute source energy from it, which greatly enhanced his mastery of the fire attribute natural talent. The source energy provided by this fire dragon is exceptionally rich, but unfortunately, Jensen's fire attribute talent will not reach its peak until later in the game, at which point the required source energy will be extremely astonishing and cannot be completed in a short period of time.
Once natural talent reaches its peak, its aura will transform into a true domain.
Within this realm, I reign supreme.
That small world is exclusively enjoyed by the domain lord. As long as the domain remains unbroken, the lord is immortal and indestructible, and its power is extremely terrifying. Besides the source energy, this pure dragon race also gave birth to a legendary fire dragon blade of exceptional quality.
Unfortunately, it can only be used as an upgrade material for Jensen's true dragon spear and cannot be used directly for the time being. In addition, the experience gained from killing these dragon beasts and dragons was very rich, and Jensen's experience points climbed again, breaking through the 10 million mark. Without hesitation, he immediately upgraded the divine dragon sky-treading step to its perfect state. Jensen took a step forward, and his figure immediately leaped into the air, reaching a height of several hundred meters. Even though he hasn't reached the marquee level, he can still achieve brief moments of levitation. Stepping on the air feels as light as stepping on cotton, and with a little leverage, one can leap 1,000 meters. If I could acquire the wind and thunder nature talent, even at the initial stage, it would greatly enhance my divine dragon sky-treading step, Jensen thought to himself. Then, he carefully sensed the surroundings and moved in one direction. There, a strong aura of wind and thunder rushed towards you. Jensen decided to hunt these dragons and absorb more of their natural talents. Long after he left, a beautiful figure in red slowly appeared, with a pair of burning fiery wings gently fluttering behind her.
The fire dragon has been hunted down? Who beat it to it?
The woman was slightly puzzled, shook her head inside, then turned and headed in another direction. There was more than one fire dragon here. She could find another one and continue hunting. Dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled in the sky. On the barren, scorched earth, the god of flame and a 10-Zhonglong thunder dragon fought fiercely. The raging fire and lightning arcs bombarded each other, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble into countless black rocks.
After a long while, the thunder dragon was finally killed.
The wind howled, and sand and stones flew everywhere. In the Rift Canyon, the flame warrior and the wind dragon fought fiercely, with the gale carrying the flames and forming countless fire tornadoes that spread in all directions. After a while, the wind dragon also collapsed. The energy provided by these two battles was extremely pure, directly granting Jensen the wind and thunder talent. Although it was only the initial stage, with one step, the power of wind and thunder rolled in, and the speed suddenly soared, leaping over 10,000 meters in one bound. For a third-tier, 10th-level beastman, such speed is extremely terrifying. With his strength instantly increasing significantly, Jensen once again embarked on his hunting journey. The continuous roar of battle has already alerted dozens of dragon auras. 1 or 2 times would be fine, but the repeated bombardments made even Pig Dragon realize something was wrong. A strong sense of crisis surged into the hearts of these dragons, and they began to search for the nearest members of their kind, exchange information, and investigate the cause of the battle. These dragons are proud by nature, and are usually indifferent or even hostile to each other. After all, in this hidden dragon realm, they are not only of the same kind, but also fierce competitors. Now, however, they have no choice but to reluctantly unite and head towards those places where there has been unusual activity. On a fiery land, a female warrior clad in flames is battling a fire dragon and is on the verge of victory. Suddenly, two high-pitched dragon roars came from afar. She looked closely and saw two more fire dragons rushing towards her. Could it be that this human caused such a commotion? She wondered. It seems Ao Sanhua is about to be defeated by her. This woman is incredibly strong. Ao Urwo, let's join forces and kill her, a fire dragon roared angrily. In the hidden dragon realm, the common surname of pure-blooded dragons is Ao, which is their original surname at birth. Due to their limited cultural background, many dragons add an attribute word to the end of their name. For example, Ao Hua, Ao Lei, Ao Phone, etc. However, since every dragon is like this, their names are confused and difficult to identify. Therefore, dragons of the same element frequently clash over these names. The strongest among those of the same attribute is recognized, and the rest are distinguished by adding generational names. Ao Hua and Ao Air Hua are the two strongest fire dragons. They sensed the fluctuations of the battle and came together to investigate. Sure enough, they found the body of the deceased Ao Sihua. Like a rabbit mourning the death of a fox, the two fire dragons couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment at the thought of their own impending departure from this world while Ao Sihua had perished. Upon seeing that woman, they naturally regarded her as the culprit. Whether out of self-preservation or revenge, they were determined to kill her. With the two dragons attacking from both sides, and Ao Sanhua joining the fray, the situation quickly reversed. Before long, the female war goddess was shot down and transformed into a beautiful young girl. Damn it! Why are the fire dragons gathered together? Well, Woody gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. As a prodigy of the Five Saints clan, she was about to perish on the eve of being granted a title. If she had known this would happen, she would never have ventured into this area alone. Just as the three-headed fire dragon spewed out several streams of flame, intending to incinerate her, a loud shout came from afar. Shut up! Let go of that girl! Upon hearing this, Woody felt a glimmer of hope. Is the classic hero saves the damsel in distress trope from novels really about to come true? However, the next moment, a spear beam shot through and shattered several streams of flame energy. He took the initiative and thrust straight at Woody, seemingly wanting to kill her first. Let me do it! Yensen roared, and the three-headed fire dragon was stunned, staring at the flying spear light with surprise and uncertainty. Are these two humans enemies? Seeing this, Woody's lips twitched slightly. She secretly activated her trump card, her body transforming into flames. After the spear light pierced through the flames, she vanished from the spot. Yensen's heart skipped a beat. He really did have a trump card hidden. He had already sensed what she had secretly released and guessed that she could dodge the spear's edge. At that moment, taking advantage of the instant the three fire dragons were attracted, he was already close to them and swung his spear fiercely. Countless spear beams scattered towards the three-headed fire dragon, killing the heavily wounded one instantly, while the other two were knocked back hundreds of meters. Damn brat, you! In the distance, Woody condensed her form, about to angrily rebuke Yensen, but was stunned by the scene before her. Could it be that he deliberately drew the fire dragon's attention so he could launch a sneak attack? She wondered to herself. That must be it. His spear light just happened to block the attacks of those fire dragons. Woody finally understood. She had almost misunderstood the young man. Yensen, however, did not care at all. In fact, if Woody hadn't been able to block that spear light, she would probably have already perished at the hands of the fire dragon. Anyway, she'll be killed by the fire dragon even if I don't intervene. If I can stop it, everyone's fine. If I can't, at least I'll be rid of a burden. Yensen thought to himself. He did offer some assistance, though not much, just a small amount. Next, Yensen began to launch a fierce attack on the two fire dragons. He was now far stronger than when he first entered this area. After recovering slightly, Woody attacked again, joining forces with Yensen to kill the remaining two fire dragons. Thank you so much for earlier, Woody said, expressing her gratitude. Yensen nodded and then said, don't be so polite. Let's not beat around the bush. How about you give me the dragon energy and the equipment, and we'll call it even. After all, isn't your life worth this price? Upon hearing this, Woody's expression twitched slightly, thinking to herself, how come this guy didn't follow any of the usual tricks? Of course, my life is more than this. You can have the equipment you get from hunting dragons, but the dragon energy must be left behind. The Dragon Clan title is very important, she said. However, if I get out, I will exchange it for something of equal value for you. How about that? Yensen did not haggle and nodded in agreement. Woody handed over all the thousands of beast soul equipment she had hunted to Yen Senator. Upon seeing these, Yensen's eyes lit up. With the beast soul equipment he already possesses, he can upgrade the true dragon spear from mid-grade legendary to high-grade legendary. Such a legendary weapon is absolutely unique among the geniuses who have entered the hidden dragon realm. Thank you. Yensen cleaned up the battlefield, hunted down three fire dragons, extracted dragon pearls from their bodies, and harvested millions of dragon energies.
This is tens of millions of dragon aura. Yensen breathed heavily. At this moment, he was qualified to be a marquis. In the hundreds of years of the hidden dragon secret realm, fewer than 3 people have been able to achieve such a title. Now, without exception, they have all become saint-level powerhouses. These pure-blooded dragons almost all possess millions of units of dragon energy, enough to earn at least the rank of Earl. Hunting just one dragon can yield 1,000,000 units of dragon energy. Seeing Yensen amass over 3 million dragon energies, Woody watched with envy. Yensen glanced at her and narrowed his eyes. Do you want it? Woody was stunned. It would be a lie to say she didn't want to. If you want, kill me, and all the dragon energy will be yours. Upon hearing this, Woody broke out in a cold sweat. This guy is clearly entrapping me. If she actually makes a move, I'll probably be exposed the next moment. Forget it, my dragon aura is already enough to earn me a count's title. I originally wanted to aim for a marquis title, but after what just happened, I feel my strength is still insufficient. Not strong enough? Then you can find someone to help you. Don't you scions of noble families all have allies? Yensen said with a hint of seduction. Woody's face twitched, and she felt even more that this kid was insidious and hateful. It was obvious that his strength far surpassed hers. Even in a one-on-one fight against those 3 fire dragons, he could remain undefeated. As for myself, I can handle 1 head, struggle with 2, and be completely crushed by 3. You're very strong, I admit it. But if you really encounter a joint effort from our saint-level families, I'm afraid you might not be able to win, especially against our 5 saint-level families. I possess the SSS-level Vermilion Bird bloodline. When I join forces with the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Shilin, I can remain undefeated even against 10 dragons of the same level. Yensen nodded at Woody's words. You guys are really amazing. Then I'll have to work even harder. You can go now, I have something to do. Woody's expression was complicated. She cupped her hands in greeting to Yensen, then turned and left. Yensen extracted the fire dragon's source energy, greatly enhancing his natural fire attribute talent. He then combined the equipment he had just acquired, upgrading the true dragon spear to a legendary superior grade, and the spear body erupted with surging dragon might. At this moment, the true dragon spear seemed to come alive, its spirit surging. Once you reach the mythical level, even a weapon can develop sentience and become a divine weapon. Yensen scanned the accumulated essence points, silently recited a mantra, and his cultivation level soared, rising from the 10th level of the 3rd rank to the 1st level of the 4th rank. 10 dragons joining forces? Facing them now would indeed be quite difficult. Time is running out. We need to hurry up and improve our strength. Cultivation advancement consumes too much essence points. Why not see if I can develop more natural talents? With this in mind, he headed to places rich in water, metal, wood, and earth elements. In the middle of a vast lake, the god of flame stood in midair, locked in fierce battle with 4 water dragons. Damn it, how can there be such a strong human? He's only at the 4th level, while we're all at the 3rd level, and even when we joined forces, we were still suppressed. His fire attribute talent has reached the late stage, and he has activated his fire aura. What? He actually possesses 2 natural talents, wind and thunder. Although they're only at the initial stage, the combination of these 3 talents is terrifying. The water dragons that had just joined together were shocked, and in their astonishment, they were defeated one by Yensen. Water attribute natural talent acquired. In the dense forest of steel, several metallic dragons coiled. In the vast desert, an earth elemental dragon lies hidden. Yensen went to each of them one by one. He originally only wanted to increase a few natural talents, but as the enemies fell one by one, his strength also increased significantly. He actually exceeded this goal. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. 6-colored divine light erupted from Yensen's body, merging and interacting with each other, creating a mysterious and profound effect. Just then, the dragon palace and the sky shook violently, and countless steps descended. The dragon ascension platform is now open. The group of geniuses gazed at the ever-extending ladder to heaven, their breaths quickening and their eyes filled with excitement. As the heavenly ladder gradually unfolded, the remaining dozens of geniuses gathered at the foot of the steps, waiting for the dragon gate to appear so they could step onto the dragon ascension platform and begin receiving their titles. Boss Lan, when that guy arrives, we'll activate the bloodline array. It'll definitely kill him instantly. Yes, when the 12 zodiac signs join forces, even those guys from the 5 saints families wouldn't dare to underestimate us. How could that unknown kid possibly compare? How dare they steal our dragon energy? They're courting death. Not to mention, several of us still have less than 1,000,000 dragon energies left. Damn bastards. The 12 super geniuses gathered together, and the rest of the geniuses were secretly shocked as they listened to their conversation. Who is this? Daring to offend someone from the Zodiac family is simply courting death. I heard he's not even from our central plains. Impossible, right? People from other states can make them suffer? Even those few from the 5 Saints clan couldn't possibly do this in a one-on-one fight, could they? We'll find out soon enough. Anyway, that guy will definitely come to Denglongtai, and it's going to be quite a show. Just then, in the central area below the dragon dragon palace. More than 20 dragons of different attributes gathered together, staring tremblingly at the boy opposite them, as if they were seeing a demon. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? It took so many of us dragons working together to save our lives. I heard that Aohua and Aoshue were all wiped out. This is terrifying. To possess so many natural talents at the mere 4th tier, 2nd level realm is truly terrifying. Moreover, his fire attribute talent has reached the late stage, and he has activated his talent field. Coupled with that set of legendary mid-grade equipment, we are completely powerless to fight back. Don't be afraid, the Dragon Ascension platform will open soon. He will definitely leave and won't waste time with us. These dragon geniuses discussed amongst themselves, like a flock of sheep huddling together for warmth, deliberating on how to fend off the ferocious wolf before them. The dragon blood within them resonated, forming a crude bloodline array that barely managed to withstand the guy's attack. However, it seems that this can only buy time, and the enemy will eventually break through. The 7 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder emanated from Yen Sen's body, intertwining and merging with each other, resonating with the different attributes of the true dragon equipment, and blooming as he activated them. Sigh, I thought I could get more dragon energy, but I only have a little over 50 million so far. What can I do? These dragons are teaming up. How am I supposed to compete? Yen Sen sighed inwardly, gazing at the 20-odd dragons. According to his calculations, if I can kill them all, my dragon energy will approach 100 million. At that time, he will be granted the highest title in the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm, Duke. With such a title, one would receive extremely high honors even when entering the Outer Dragon Palace. They can easily mobilize tens of thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and even enjoy the allocation of a large amount of resources from the Dragon Palace every year. What a pity! Yen Sen shook his head inside, feeling resentful that such a large amount of dragon energy had slipped through his fingers. Seeing the demonic youth opposite them sigh and shake his head, the group of dragons gritted their teeth in hatred. If they weren't outmatched, they probably would have rushed up and killed him long ago. Hey, human, the Dragon Ascension platform is about to begin. This stalemate won't benefit either of us. Yes, hurry up and leave. If someone else leaps over the dragon gate first, you'll lose your dragon aura advantage. The dragons offered their advice in a flurry, and Yen Sen suddenly understood, realizing he didn't want to lose sight of the bigger picture for a small gain. You're just leaving like this? I can't bear to leave you all. Upon hearing Yen Sen's words, the dragons were so enraged they almost spat at him to death. You can't bear to part with us? You're just after our dragon energy, how despicable. Yen Sen hesitated for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since you're going to the Dragon Palace anyway, why don't you acknowledge me as your master? I'll protect you whenever we meet. How about that? As soon as he finished speaking, the dragons erupted in chaos. Bullshit. You want us to acknowledge you as our master and become your slaves? Dream on. Dragons swear to never be slaves. Anyway, there's still some time before the Dragon Ascension platform is fully open, so I can still keep going. I'm just worried that some of you won't be able to hold on. As the saying goes, it's better to sacrifice a friend than myself, you understand? Yen Sen smiled wickedly, staring at the several injured dragons, who trembled in their hearts. If you submit to me, I can lend you a hand when you leap over the dragon gate later. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll cross the 5th dragon gate. Under coercion and enticement, several dragons began to waver. They looked at each other, then suddenly looked away and said, Your Excellency, we are willing to serve you as our master. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly handed over the Bloodline contract, his movements astonishingly fast. Yen Sen accepted them one by one, while the other dragons were dumbfounded. Then, they realized what was happening, and the weaker dragons began to speak up. We are also willing to worship you as our lord. Pa, you have no backbone. Several dragons at around the 5th level of the 4th rank were indignant, but seeing Yen Sen's gaze, they spoke up without hesitation. Master, we are willing too. Those who are willing to serve are often outstanding individuals. Faced with this monstrous human youth before them, it seems that submitting would not be a bad thing. Moreover, this guy also carries the mark of the dragon race in his blood, so he can be considered half a dragon. These dragons comforted themselves, finding it increasingly reasonable the more they thought about it. In this way, Yen Sen gained dozens of dragon followers, all of whom had formed blood pacts with him. With just a thought, he could make them bleed to death. There's something I want to discuss with you. Anyway, all you need is 1,000,000 dragon chi to be granted the title of Earl. You have no use for your extra dragon chi, so just give it all to me. No objections? Each of these dragons possesses at least 1,000,000 to several million units of dragon energy, more than enough to reach the level of an Earl, but still quite a bit short of being promoted to a Marquis. Hearing this, they had no choice but to agree. In this way, Yen Sen gained more than 10 million dragon energy. If we kill all these dragon minions, we can obtain a considerable amount of dragon energy, perhaps close to 100 million. However, if a newly formed bloodline contract results in the unprovoked killing of the other party, the contract will also suffer a certain backlash. Moreover, it's not very ethical to do this, although Yen Sen doesn't care much about morality. If we leap over a few more dragon gates, we should be able to gather the remaining dragon energy, right?
While leaping over the dragon gate can grant access to dragon energy, it is far more difficult than defeating a dragon-blooded monster.
Let's go. Let's set off. Let's leap over the dragon gate.
Yensen waved his hand, and dozens of dragon minions followed him forward in a grand procession. His human figure looked out of place among them. Fortunately, Yensen was completely transformed into a beast, making him appear more like a dragon leader than a human. Beneath the dragon ascension platform, amidst the vast mountains and fields, geniuses gather in great numbers.
Why isn't that kid here yet? The dragon ascension platform is almost fully open. Is he scared?
Maybe he's hiding nearby, waiting for me to come up before he comes out.
That's possible. Those guys from Nanzhou didn't show up either. They're probably all hiding.
Search! The 12 people ran towards the nearby hilltop, and soon they indeed saw Han Muqing and the others.
Haha, Boss Long, it's that beauty. The group was quickly defeated and thrown together.
Where is that guy? Where did he go?
Brother, I don't know.
The grievance should be directed to the perpetrator, not us. A young man begged for mercy but was kicked to the ground by Long Wei.
Aren't you from the same state?
Otherwise, why would he have saved you?
That's true, but we don't know him well. We've never even exchanged a single word with him.
The boy explained Yensen's background, leaving those around him astonished.
This kid is just a commoner?
I thought he was at least from a royal or imperial family. For a commoner to be able to get the Zodiac clan to join forces against him, that's really impressive. Even if you're not close to him, you still have to help him out. Little girl, I didn't get to eat you before, and although I'm not really in the mood right now, I don't mind having some fun. Just as he was about to make his move, Woody's voice came.
Fire Dance Butterfly stared at Dragon Queen. What kind of skill is it to bully a few weaklings? If you're so capable, go settle scores with that kid.
Hearing their words, Woody vaguely guessed that the person was the boy she had met. She felt that speaking up for him now might help to get closer to him. That young man possessed extraordinary strength and immense potential, and being of commoner origin, he was worthy of her courtship. Upon seeing that it was Woody from the Zhuke family, Long Wei dared not be arrogant.
What, does Sister Wu Dai know them?
I don't know him, but if you're a man, you should wait for that boy to come and settle things with him, instead of bullying a girl here.
Since my sister has put it that way, I'll give you face. We'll make our move together once that kid arrives.
As soon as Long Wei finished speaking, a surging aura came from afar.
It's the dragons. Those guys have finally arrived. Why are there only a few?
Aren't there usually 50 or 60? The number of these pure SSS-level dragons is usually about the same as the number of students entering the secret realm, but now it seems that more than half of them are missing.
Wait a minute, look at that dragon leader. There's something strange about his aura.
Dragons are also demons, their bodies flowing with demonic power, while humans possess spiritual energy. Even if they were to completely transform into beasts, this would not change. These geniuses have an extremely keen sense of energy and immediately noticed the anomaly.
It was obvious that the leader of the dragons was actually a human. Wow, it's quite lively here. Yensen reverted to his human form and stepped into the air.
Those guys over there, they look like members of the Zodiac clan, right?
Weren't you looking for trouble? Hurry up and come over here, don't waste time.
When Yensen called out their names directly, the 12 people looked at each other, and for some reason, a sense of unease arose in their hearts.
So you're the one who stole their dragon energy and equipment, aren't you?
Give it all back to us now. Compensate us for your dragon energy and equipment, and we'll spare your life. A young man shouted coldly, instantly transforming into a tiger man, exuding a menacing aura.
The Chinese Zodiac, Tiger.
Yensen didn't say much. He immediately activated the divine dragon sky-stepping step, with wind and thunder rolling beneath his feet. He leaped 1,000 meters and arrived in front of the tiger man in the blink of an eye, throwing a punch.
Wow, that's fast.
The tiger man quickly activated his bloodline and armor set, but he was still blasted away by a single punch, spitting out several basins of blood in midair.
Everyone was astonished by what they saw.
With a single punch, he severely injured the tiger of the 12 zodiac animals. Such strength is something even the Qilin of the Five Saints clan would find difficult to achieve. Seeing Yensen's offensive, even the geniuses who had been silent showed surprise. It was the Qilin, White Tiger, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise from the Five Saints family. All four youths had reached the 5th level of the 4th rank.
With their top-tier bloodlines and natural talents, they could easily kill even ordinary 5th-rank individuals.
The leading genius of the Qilin family, in particular, remained undefeated even when facing the combined forces of all 12 zodiac families and activating their bloodline array.
Damn it, Tiger, you're such a fool.
Long Wei immediately took out a healing potion and handed it to the Tiger Man to take.
Quickly activate the bloodline array. This kid's strength is extraordinary.
Having recovered most of his strength, the Tiger Man boy was no longer arrogant and cooperated obediently, with the 12 of them shouting in unison. The 12 zodiac animals returned to their places. Suddenly, with the dragon at the head, the phantom images of 12 unparalleled ferocious beasts appeared and pounced on Yensen.
Boss, do you need our help?
The dragon genius at the back spoke up and asked.
All the human geniuses were shocked to hear the dragon genius call Yensen Yensen boss. Dragons are inherently arrogant, and they don't even bother to give a second glance to geniuses of the same level. It's outrageous that they would recognize a human as their leader. No need, I'm just stretching my muscles. Yensen said, I will unleash my full combat power and all 7 of my natural talents will be fully displayed. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, 7 colors of light intertwine and shone, primarily a fire force field that spread wildly. In an instant, Yensen transformed into a flame war god, and his other 6 natural talents transformed into dragon-shaped energies of different colors, swirling around his body. He brandished the true dragon spear and slammed it down heavily on the 12 phantom beasts. With the activation of dragons soaring across the 8 desolations and the enhancement of his talent, hundreds of spear beams shot out. More than a dozen solidified phantom images of strange beasts were blasted back thousands of meters, crashing into small mountains and cracking their bodies. Seeing this scene, everyone was so shocked that they could hardly speak. Even the most talented young men from the Five Saints clan looked at each other in bewilderment and began to question their own existence. Mo Wushang, how many minutes can you last against him? The White Tiger youth asked the Black Tortoise youth. The latter has the strongest defense. The Black Tortoise smiled bitterly. 10 minutes. Before the words were finished, the 12 strange beast phantoms merged into one, transforming into a bizarre humanoid war god. With the dragon as its spine, the tiger as its head, the ox and horse as its arms, and the monkey and sheep as its legs, the power of the 12 mythical beasts was all gathered into this humanoid war god. Go to hell! The 12 boys and girls gritted their teeth, roared in low voices, and had bloodshot eyes, clearly having given it their all. Even if this Zodiac war god were to face the bloodline formation of the Five Saints clan, the latter might not be able to escape unscathed. However, the next moment, the 7-colored light on Yensen's body erupted again, intense and dazzling, with wind and thunder rolling beneath his feet. The 7 dragon-shaped energies merged into one, and the true dragon spear suddenly thrust out. The 4 forms of the soaring dragon spear technique combined into one. Soaring dragon breaks the sky. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded throughout the vast wilderness, and the dragon-shaped spear light instantly pierced through 1,000-meter space, tearing the Zodiac war god to pieces. As the Black Tortoise boy counted, the White Tiger boy beside him twitched. He realized that this guy had meant to say 10 minutes, but now it had become 10. However, he also knew that the person opposite him was indeed so monstrous that it was difficult to deal with, and even they, the top geniuses of the same age, seemed inferior. Is this all you've got? Yensen stared coldly at the 12 people who had been beaten to pieces and were lying on the ground vomiting blood. The people from the Zodiac family were filled with terror. They never expected that the person in front of them would be so terrifying. Even if they activated the ultimate form of the bloodline array, with the 12 illusory beasts fused together, they would still be no match for Yensen. Don't get cocky. If I get out of here, I'll... Before he could finish speaking, a beam of light from a spear suddenly struck, piercing straight through his head. The core member of the prestigious Zodiac family was killed with a single shot. All the geniuses around him gasped for breath, staring at Yensen as if he were a demon god. While fighting and killing are permitted in the hidden dragon realm, he is the only one who can kill in public. After all, these people come from major families in Zhengzhou with powerful backgrounds. If their own genius is killed and they know who the murderer is, they will inevitably seek revenge. Therefore, the geniuses of the Zhengzhou aristocratic families have an unwritten rule: either don't kill, or if you do kill, never reveal your identity. They knew Yensen was just an ordinary citizen, but they couldn't understand why he dared to be so fearless. Even the most talented person, before they have matured, provoking these powerful families is clearly courting death. You're finished. You killed someone from our Zodiac family, you will. Before the Tiger Man boy could finish speaking, another spear beam flew over and pierced through him. No, don't kill me. My grandfather is the great emperor. My father is. Yensen casually swung his spear, and another person fell. Brother Mo, save me. The snake woman girl called out to the Xuanwu boy not far away. The latter hesitated slightly, but still rushed over and blocked one of Yensen's spear beams. Brother, there's no need to kill them all. Give them their dragon energy and equipment. You want to stop me? Yensen stared coldly at the Xuanwu youth, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat and he couldn't help but tremble. He quickly looked to the other 4 people for help. The young men from the Qilin, Baihu, and Qinglong families arrived one after another, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Xuanwu youth. The 5 holy families were of one mind and one branch. Huo Woody gritted her teeth. Although she had only met Yensen once, she knew that this guy was not someone to be trifled with. If they push him too far, they may all be doomed. Oh, I understand. Yensen smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. He then unleashed his full bloodline talent, causing his equipment to gleam with golden light as he unleashed a perfect martial art and charged towards the 4 people. The 4 were immediately on high alert, their hearts filled with shock. They never expected that this kid would dare to start a war without a word when facing the Five Saints family. Stop fighting! Huo Woody cried out anxiously. She really didn't want to be enemies with Yensen, but since the 2 sides had started a war, she had no choice but to stand on the side of the Five Saints family. Boss, the Dragon Ascension platform is about to open. Do you need our help to wipe out all these human geniuses in one fell swoop?
In the distance, the Dragon Clan genius saw that Yensen still wanted to continue the battle and immediately asked a question.
Yensen paused slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face.
Apart from the members of the Five Saints clan, all the other geniuses showed expressions of fear.
This has nothing to do with us.
Damn it, we saw that kid kill someone, he's trying to silence us.
What's going on with these dragons? Why do they listen to him?
As the situation became increasingly complicated, Woody was both anxious and afraid. Recalling her previous deal with Yensen, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and spoke up. Yensen, we are all citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom. There is no need for us to kill each other. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to fight side by side in the future.
We're willing to trade resources for your chance to live, and we can also keep this a secret. If you don't believe us, we can even swear a blood oath. How about it?
Yensen's eyes lit up when he heard Woody's words.
Tell me more. How about this? I'll give you resources worth hundreds of billions. What do you think? The students from other states all took a deep breath.
100 billion resources might be easy for the aristocratic families of Zhengzhou, but for ordinary imperial families like theirs, this was a cultivation quota that core disciples would need for a long time. Faced with this exorbitant price, they dared not object. If they did, they would lose their lives.
I also want all the beast soul equipment you obtained, and the excess dragon energy. How about that?
Yensen did not cut off any room for maneuver, leaving these geniuses some gains. For them, the beast soul equipment is an extra reward. The most crucial thing is the title brought by the dragon energy. Although they were upset to hear this condition, they had no choice but to agree. Therefore, all the excess dragon energy was given to Yensen. The geniuses from other states generally gathered more than 100,000 dragon chi, far less than a million. Giving the portion exceeding 100,000 to Yensen was not a loss, at least granting him the title of Viscount would not be a problem. As for the geniuses of Zhengzhou, they had already exchanged their resources. Someone bought the excess dragon energy from others at a high price, gathered 1 million dragon energy, and successfully obtained the title of Earl. Top geniuses from the Five Saints family, with dragon energy reaching 5 or 6 million, are likely to become marquises. They were naturally unwilling to hand over more than 1 million units of dragon energy, so they could only exchange it for more external resources. The million dragon energies were worth hundreds of billions, and as a result, the group owed Yensen hundreds of billions. Everyone channeled their spiritual energy and swore a blood oath to Yensen, promising to explode and die if they broke it.
Although he was inevitably unwilling, Yensen looked at them and spoke. Actually, I really value talent. You will all be pillars of the Great Xia Kingdom in the future. If it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't want to kill you. Let's let bygones be bygones and remain friends after we leave here. How about that?
A group of geniuses laughed awkwardly, unsure how to respond to this devil.
Yensen was too lazy to say more. Just then, a series of archways suddenly appeared on the steps. The leap over the dragon gate begins. Leap over the dragon gate, the carp transforms into a dragon, and from then on, it soars into the sky.
Everyone's faces showed excitement, eager to begin their leap over the dragon gate. But Yensen hadn't made a move yet, so no one dared to take the first step.
Alright guys, I'm off now.
After Yensen finished speaking, he stepped onto the stairs. A gentle breeze caressed his face as he strolled leisurely, followed closely by a group of dragon geniuses, who ascended hundreds of floors in the blink of an eye.
Let's go too, and try to leap over another dragon gate.
The others stood up one after another, and as soon as they stepped onto the stairs, they felt an immense pressure coming at them. The team had several SS-level geniuses, but they could hardly continue after going up a dozen or so floors. At this moment, the dragon energy from their badges surged out, and only a little over 10,000 units of dragon energy enveloped them as they struggled to climb upwards. The nearest dragon gate is over 1,000 stories high, and these weaker geniuses, upon seeing it, were filled with despair. They had thought they could at least leap over the dragon gate, but now it seems that even reaching the foot of the dragon gate is in question. As soon as he started, Yensen had already arrived at the first dragon gate.
Brothers, stick close to me.
Yensen stomped his foot on the ground and leaped into the air. A powerful pressure came over him, trying to knock him down. At his command, he slightly activated his dragon power, and the pressure was instantly dispelled.
Easily crossed the dragon gate and reached the other side. The next moment, the dragon head of the archway exhaled wisps of pure dragon energy, which actually seeped into Yensen's body. Judging by the number, there are at least over 100,000.
Every time I cross a dragon gate, I will gain some dragon energy that I can absorb directly, while the dragon energy obtained from hunting needs to be absorbed little by little as I climb the steps. Yensen pondered silently in his heart. The process of climbing the dragon steps and leaping over the dragon gate is precisely the process of gradually strengthening oneself. Under his leadership, a group of dragon minions steadily climbed the ranks, successively leaping over the second and third dragon gates. The dragon scales on these dragon minions shimmered with light, clearly indicating that they had reaped a rich harvest. At this moment, Yensen was feeling increasing pressure, and the remaining dragon underlings also spoke up to remind him. Boss, according to the records of our bloodline inheritance, we can usually cross 3 dragon gates and undergo
undergo 3 transformations. We've absorbed almost all the dragon energy, and the difficulty of the next dragon gate will increase significantly. That's right. Even if the boss helps us block some of the pressure, I estimate that only half of us will be able to get over the 4th dragon gate. Stop talking nonsense and keep going,
Yensen urged sharply. He led his underlings up the steps, and the dragon energy fused within his body became increasingly concentrated. Before ascending the dragon steps, he had accumulated nearly 100 million units of dragon energy, which should have been enough to cross 5 dragon gates. However, the long staircase before them contained 9 dragon gates, which fueled Yensen's ambition even further. Continue onward, and you will reach the 4th dragon gate. Yensen leaped with all his might, as if going against the current, the intense pressure slowing his speed slightly. In the end, however, he safely leaped over the 4th dragon gate, while only 5 or 6 of his dragon minions succeeded. Had Yensen not blocked most of the pressure, they probably would have struggled to pass even with all their might.
Thank you, boss, but we probably won't be able to keep up from here.
Our dragon energy has been completely absorbed, so we can only stay here and cultivate until the dragon leap is over. Yeah, if it weren't for the boss, we probably wouldn't have even made it past the 3rd dragon gate. The dragon clique members all expressed their gratitude. The members of the 5 Saints clan also followed closely behind Yensen, and by taking advantage of this opportunity, they barely managed to pass through the 4th dragon gate and were extremely surprised by Yensen's performance.
The equipment can only play a limited role on this dragon ascension platform.
Much of his previous combat power came from that set of legendary mid to high grade equipment. It is estimated that leaping over the 5 dragon gates is already his limit. This kid may seem aloof, but he actually takes good care of his dragon underlings and takes on most of the pressure. Otherwise, many of them wouldn't even be able to reach the 4th dragon gate. Fire Dance Butterfly said slowly. Just now, the 5 Saints family activated their bloodline resonance, and with Yensen's help, they were barely able to pass through the 4th dragon gate.
Everyone was deeply impressed by how difficult it was. From now on, only he can walk this path alone. Everyone watched Yensen's retreating figure. He didn't turn around, but waved lightly and walked on alone.
The dragon energy surrounding him resisted the oppressive force while continuously merging into his body.
Once the dragon energy was fully integrated, Yensen would reach his limit.
There are still 50 to 60 million dragon energy left.
Leaping over the 5th dragon gate shouldn't be a problem, but the 6th one.
He sprinted forward, then leaped up and easily cleared the 5th dragon gate. All the surrounding dragon energy was absorbed, and Yensen began to face an even stronger pressure. Having successfully overcome several challenges, Yensen's strength has now greatly improved. Whether it's physique, cultivation level, or talent, they have all undergone a qualitative leap. He activated his half-beast form, and his dragon scales shone with a divine radiance as if forged in a raging fire. The dragon tendons, dragon bones, and dragon blood within his body have undergone a qualitative change compared to before.
All natural talents have also risen to level 4, and there is even a tendency to surpass the limit and approach level 5.
Even the weakest talent development level has jumped from the early stage to the mid stage, and Blood Dragon Fury has reached the late stage, with Blood Dragon Aura being activated. The strongest fire dragon is constantly moving towards perfection.
Has he reached his limit?
The 5th dragon gate is extremely powerful. This level of skill is unparalleled even among past geniuses.
That's right.
In previous years, very few people were able to reach the 4th dragon gate.
This time, all 5 of us actually made it. It's truly rare.
The crowd below began to discuss among themselves, their eyes fixed on Yensen's location.
Begin. Go all out.
Yensen stopped, made a slight adjustment, and then suddenly accelerated. With all his natural talents activated, he charged forward like a wild horse. Before the murmurs of those around him had even subsided, he had already reached the 6th dragon gate and leaped over it. The dragon gate trembled, and a large amount of dragon energy burst forth, causing Yensen's combat power to rise to another level. The people on the steps were dumbfounded.
Who said this kid had reached his limit? How could he still accelerate?
Damn, it feels like this guy jumped over the 6th dragon gate with more ease than we did over the first one. Under the watchful eyes of a group of geniuses, Yensen leaped forward step by step, approaching the 7th dragon gate. At this moment, he had exhausted his strength, which was gradually waning. He felt as if he were carrying countless mountains on his back, and he was almost completely worn out. Just then, he let out a low shout. A deafening dragon roar resounded in all directions, and a giant dragon over 50 meters long appeared in everyone's eyes. The dragon's body radiated a 5-colored glow, with blood red and crimson being particularly intense.
Its powerful aura penetrated for thousands of miles, leaving everyone deeply shocked and speechless.
While they were still in a daze, the giant dragon leaped up the 7th dragon gate, which was 1,000 meters high.
He leaped over it. He actually leaped over the 7th dragon gate. My god, 7 dragon gates, that's terrifying. No, he's still moving forward. Does he intend to leap over the 8th dragon gate?
As everyone looked at Yensen, they saw that his whole body was shimmering with multicolored light, as mysterious and profound as a divine dragon, as he climbed step by step toward the next dragon Dragon Gate. At this point, he had exhausted all his strength and reached his limit. Every step was extremely difficult. Since 9 Dragon Gates have appeared in this secret realm, it means there is a chance to leap over them. Yan-sen thought to himself. Every moment he paused on the steps, he both endured pressure and continuously improved his strength.
If you can improve your strength to the point where you can leap over the next Dragon Gate before it closes, won't you succeed?
His idea was simple, but difficult to implement. His dragon energy was exhausted, and the pressure he was enduring was constantly draining his strength. He was already at his limit to hold on until the end of the Dragon Gate, let alone continue the challenge. It's like swimming upstream in a great river. Just managing to stay afloat and not be swept away is the limit.
If only my equipment could be used more effectively,
Yan-sen thought to himself. On this Dragon Ascension platform, the omnipresent pressure means that equipment can only withstand a portion of the pressure, and even then, the effect is limited.
Those natal weapons nurtured by demonic beasts can exert their power even without taking form, so why can't I give them a try? Yan-sen struggled to climb while pondering. Beast soul equipment is a weapon nurtured within the body of a demon beast.
It rarely takes human form, but it can greatly enhance combat power during battle. In fact, the original purpose of beast soul equipment was to strengthen certain parts of the monster's body. For example, his original mud dragon spear was merely a product of the mud dragon beast strengthening its own horns. These devices are usually stored in various parts of Yan-sen's body, but they are not fully integrated and are still separated by a barrier. With a thought, Yan-sen began to sense and discovered more than a dozen orbs of light floating between his limbs and bones, with different types of power flowing between them.
If we use the power of nature to temper these equipment, can we make them completely integrate into our bodies?
With that thought in mind, he began to activate the corresponding natural talent, infusing it into the light emitted by the equipment. The multicolored radiance on the surface of the dragon that Yan-sen had transformed into gradually receded and converged into the beast soul equipment.
Perhaps because these equipment had been tempered by the system, Yan-sen's plan proceeded exceptionally smoothly.
The equipment gradually integrated into various parts of his body, as expected.
Dragon claws, dragon horns, dragon scales.
Light flashed everywhere, and the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, transformed into countless energies, attaching to various parts of the body, making it appear exceptionally magical.
Ah, beast soul possession. He actually fused the beast soul equipment completely with himself. What? Even some kings and nobles couldn't do that.
This requires the beast man and the beast soul equipment to be perfectly integrated, which is an extremely demanding condition.
Being able to perfectly integrate 1 or 2 pieces is already the limit.
The fact that his entire set of equipment has been integrated is terrifying. The members of the Five Saints clan, with their keen eyes, stared at Yan-sen in shock, completely unable to comprehend how this ordinary-born youth had reached such a level that even they, as top geniuses, could only dream of. This kid is totally cheating.
I'm reporting him.
He's fused all his legendary grade mid to high level equipment.
He really has a chance at the 8th Dragon Gate. To everyone's surprise, Yan-sen embarked on his journey once more, stirring up wind and thunder as he leaped over dozens of steps.
When he reached the 8th Dragon Gate, which was as difficult to climb as a towering mountain, he leaped up, his dragon body shimmering with divine light, and successfully reached the other side. The dragon heads on both sides of the archway spewed out a large amount of pure dragon energy, which merged into Yan-sen's body.
The amount was at least several billion.
His muscles, bones, and flesh were strengthened once again, and his cultivation level was raised to the 5th level of the 4th rank. The dragon energy strengthens the body's foundation, with cultivation only incidentally increasing, and by several levels at that. This demonstrates just how astonishing Yan-sen's leaps in other areas were. The blessing of the 8 Dragon Gates allows him to make even those with SSS-level bloodlines hesitate to approach him, even without relying on other means.
Yan-sen's bloodline level has long surpassed the evaluation standard of a single SSS level.
Other geniuses possess such a bloodline level because they truly stop there. Yan-sen, on the other hand, is judged because the highest existing evaluation standard is only SSS level, while his strength has far exceeded that. After all, even the most ordinary little carp can transform into a top-tier divine dragon by leaping over 8 dragon gates.
Moreover, Yan-sen already possesses the bloodline of a true dragon, so how terrifying will his improvement become? What realms are beyond the mythical level?
Yan-sen wondered to himself, then turned his gaze to the final dragon gate.
9 is the ultimate number. Now that I've come this far, I must break through the limit.
With a burning fighting spirit in his eyes, Yan-sen climbed upwards step by step. This last dragon gate was like a heavenly gate, making Yan-sen feel insignificant. The combined pressure of the previous 8 dragon gates is not as heavy as the pressure brought by this one dragon gate. The 2 dragon heads on the archway seemed to come alive, as if 2 divine dragons were looking down at him. The divine dragon here is not just an adjective, but refers to a dragon that has reached the level of a god. Below the level of gods, all living beings are like ants. Yan-sen climbed with heavy steps, struggling to ascend. Even with his equipment transformed into a divine artifact, this final dragon gate still made him hesitate. levitate. Reaching the foot of the dragon gate was his limit. No, even a carp can leap over the dragon gate, so why can't I? The true story of a carp leaping over the dragon gate is about turning the impossible into the possible, and I'm determined to give it a try. He leaped towards the dragon gate with all his might, but just as he reached midair, his body crashed to the ground. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yensen gripped the steps tightly with his 4 dragon claws, climbing step by step with difficulty, and then suddenly leaped. Bang 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 bang. No one knows how many times Yensen was repeatedly smashed down. The dragon scales shattered inch by inch, and blood splattered all over the ground. The geniuses from prominent families present were all dumbfounded upon seeing this. There's no need. We've already leaped over 8 dragon gates, so it doesn't matter if we don't leap over this last one. We're already strong enough, why make things harder for ourselves? Many talented individuals from prestigious families sighed, unable to understand Yensen's persistence. They are like students who scored 99 points on a test, not understanding why they should strive for that last point. He is the true strongman, only he deserves to leap over the 9th dragon gate. While Woody clenched her fists, her tone firm, and as if she were also infected by the spirit, she stood up and walked step by step toward the 5th dragon gate. The so-called leap over the dragon gate is a heroic feat of defying fate. Instead of sitting idly by, we should do what Yensen did and fight with all our might for that sliver of hope. Upon hearing Hua Woody's words, the other 4 youths from the 5 Saints clan also seemed to be deep in thought. Looking around at their own intact bodies, and then at Yensen covered in wounds, what was the point of them sitting and cultivating? The group rushed forward. A group of dragon geniuses watched Yensen from afar, their hearts filled with excitement. Our leader is already so monstrous, and he's still working so hard. What reason do we have to slack off? That's right. I used to be a little unconvinced, but now I feel that following the boss is the only way to go. Only he can lead us to see a wider world. A group of proud and arrogant dragon geniuses had already completely submitted to Yen's senator. This obedience was not due to any bloodline contract, but rather to their heartfelt and sincere respect. They exchanged a glance, and then began to move forward step by step. Since there's still energy left, why not give it your all? Yensen's gaze never wavered. His eyes were fixed solely on that final dragon gate. The towering dragon gate, reaching tens of thousands of meters high, seemed impossibly far away. He leaped halfway across it, only to be violently struck down, his 100-meter-long body covered in wounds, a pitiful sight. If it were an ordinary 4th-tier beastman, even with an SSS-level bloodline, it would be difficult to withstand such repeated heavy blows. Only Yensen was able to persevere and climb higher after being knocked down time and time again. Unbeknownst to him, after each leap, his experience was slowly fading away within the long dormant system. This shows that he is beginning to understand something. Once, twice, 10 times, even 100 times. As time passed, a dazzling light flashed in Yensen's eyes, and his mind was shaken. Master your innate martial art, fish-dragon transformation. Like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, it transforms into a whole new world. After using this martial art, Yensen seemed to transform into a carp leaping over the dragon gate, undergoing a qualitative leap. The once insurmountable dragon gate was leaped over in an instant. Upon landing, there were no more steps to follow, and he stood directly outside the highest point of the dragon palace. The towering palaces before us are all vast and immeasurable, with each pillar resembling a mountain peak towering thousands of meters high, some even exceeding 10,000 meters. Clearly, this is not a dwelling place for ordinary people, but the palace of dragons that are hundreds or even thousands of meters long. Even though Yensen's body has now grown to 100 meters, it still seems insignificant. The moment he leaped over the 9th dragon gate, endless dragon energy surged out, tightly enveloping his entire body. In the dragon palace, a dragon pearl flew in and embedded itself in his mind. Then, a 9-beaded crown floated over and settled firmly on his head. A sound reverberated in all directions. The Holy Duke of the Sealed Dragon Clan. The sound reached the ears of the many geniuses on the steps, causing them all to tremble. Dragon titles are not easily obtained by reaching a certain level, rather, they are bestowed upon those who have established immortal achievements. The title of Dragon Saint is one that even the Dragon Saints in the Four Seas Dragon Palaces have never held. Only those at the god level or higher are worthy of this title. Those below the god level are simply not qualified to possess it. My god, our leader's title is absolutely number 1 among the dragons in the outside world. Even the Dragon Saints have to bow to him. Through their bloodline memories, many dragon geniuses have a certain understanding of the outside world. They were well aware of the extraordinary nature of Yensen's title. As the sound rang out, the dragon gates vanished one after another, and the oppressive feeling on everyone disappeared. At the same time, they all received their respective titles. Even the lowest ranking among them are granted the title of Baron and will be treated with the respect due to the dragons when they travel to the seas. Not long after they were granted titles, countless rays of light shot down from the sky, enveloping them one by one, and then disappeared from the spot after a short while. Yensen, however, remained where he was. Who are you? Can you come out and see me? He asked, facing the vast, empty dragon palace. The next moment, a dragon-shaped phantom appeared before his eyes. I am very fortunate that you were able to leap over
over the 9th Dragon Gate.
Even in ancient times, very few people could reach such a level.
Unfortunately, you are a human, not a true dragon. Alas.
But your great Xia human race is of the same blood as our race, which is a bit of luck.
The dragon-shaped phantom looked at Yansen and spoke slowly. Who are you?
I am the guardian of this dragon palace, no, more precisely, the remnant of my will.
Were you very strong before? So, just a low-level god.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to guard the gate. But I'm lucky, though, that my soul as the gatekeeper is still intact, while those powerful dragons have all perished in some unknown place.
What is the unknowable land?
That's a place that symbolizes destruction, filled with nothingness, capable of annihilating all existence and returning this world to its most primordial state of chaos. Back then, the destructive power of heaven and earth swept across the world like a storm, slaughtering all the powerful beings who were sent to fight against the gods. Even its residual power is enough to leave countless worlds in this realm shattered. We, the remaining divine beings, can only slowly sink into oblivion within this chaotic river of time. Although this world is much more stable now, the destruction of that unknown land will eventually come, and the world will eventually perish.
I have come to terms with it.
The dragon-shaped spirit carried a hint of indifference, clearly indicating a degree of passivity and resignation.
Alright, why waste so much time talking to you? Go on, I need to rest.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yansen's figure disappeared and he appeared in the outside world. At the entrance to Nanzhou, half of the 10 people who stepped in had already died.
Where is Tianxiong? Where is my son Tianxiong?
Hua Tianba, the head of the Hua family, was anxiously staring at those people, but he couldn't see Hua Tianxiong. His heart sank, and he guessed what was going on.
My son is dead? How could that be? Tell me, why? Alright, Hua Tianba, life and death are in the hands of fate.
Every year, geniuses die inside.
Accept reality.
Han Muqing's father, the head of the Han family, came over and patted Han Muqing on the shoulder.
My good daughter, well done. You've successfully been granted the title of Viscount, haven't you? Han Muqing nodded, and then Han Qing burst out laughing.
Hong Feng looked at those people but didn't see Yin Senator. His expression immediately changed, and he secretly began to speculate.
Ha ha ha, Hong Feng, it seems your student is dead?
Several people nearby sneered, one of whom was Yu Peng from Shilin Prefecture. The others were all elders of the families of the students killed by Yansen. They were all overjoyed to see that Yansen had not returned safely.
It saves us the trouble of taking action. Truly, evil deeds will be punished by heaven.
The group laughed, when suddenly a beam of light flashed, and Yansen slowly appeared. Their smiles froze instantly, their faces turning ashen, as if they'd eaten shit. They didn't understand why the kid was taking so long to come out.
You, how come you didn't die inside?
Yu Peng stared at Yansen with wide eyes and gritted teeth.
My dear grandson, are you really hoping your grandpa dies?
Yansen smiled and looked at Yu Peng, who immediately flew into a rage.
You bastard, I am a marquis, and you are merely a 3rd-level cultivator. No, how did your cultivation reach the 4th level? Yu Peng's expression changed drastically. He repeatedly confirmed the spiritual energy aura emanating from Yansen, and it was indeed at the 4th level.
He was speechless. The 2 people next to them also observed carefully, their expressions showing shock. This kid has only been in the secret realm for a few days, yet his cultivation has leaped several levels.
It's terrifying. This kid must not be allowed to live.
They exchanged a glance, their murderous intent intensifying. They had long harbored resentment towards Yansen and missed the opportunity for reconciliation. Now there is only one way, to nip this monster in the bud before it grows up, otherwise it will surely take revenge in the future. This was the conclusion reached by the group after putting themselves in each other's shoes. If they were in this situation, they would certainly not hesitate to act decisively. Hong Feng also sensed Yansen's level of cultivation and smiled with admiration. You brat,
did you find some rare treasure in there to boost your cultivation so quickly? And what title did you get later? Did you even get promoted to Earl?
Yansen shook his head, and Hong Feng immediately comforted him.
It's alright, the Viscount is fine too. Even the Viscount doesn't have one. You're currently at the 5th level of the 4th rank. Could it be that you only received the lowest rank of Baron? Did you offend a genius from the Central Plains and have your dragon energy stolen?
Hong Feng was somewhat puzzled.
With Yansen's cultivation level, obtaining the rank of Viscount was more than enough, and the rank of Earl was also very possible. Instructor, can't you think a little more about what's above you?
Upon hearing this, not only Hong Feng, but also Yu Peng and the other 2 standing nearby were stunned into silence.
Could it be that you've been granted a Marquis 8?
Hong Feng stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief.
The sound was extremely loud, attracting the attention of the powerful figures waiting for their own geniuses, as well as some onlookers. A Marquis? Who got the Marquis title? That's amazing. Dragon Clan Marquis. Even if you look at the whole country, there probably aren't many of them, right? With this kind of title, even the Dragon King will treat you with great respect once you enter the Dragon Palace.
All eyes were on Yansen, but he shook his head again.
Not a Marquis.
Upon hearing this, Hong Feng's head jolted, and he said in a slightly trembling voice,
could it be a duke who is a once-in-a-century talent? Yansen, you are incredibly powerful.
Upon hearing this, Yu Peng and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with doubt, and they dared not easily believe it. The people around were also astonished, feeling that it was an exaggeration. Even the geniuses of the Central Plains wouldn't dare to dream of appearing in such a remote place as the Southern Plains.
Mu Qing, that child has really been granted the title of Duke?
Han Yen, the head of the Han family, asked Han Muqing with great anticipation, but the latter shook his head with a wry smile. At the same time, Yen Sen also denied the rumor. Yu Peng and the others breathed a sigh of relief, then burst into laughter, mocking him.
He doesn't have any title at all. Does this kid not even have one? This is utterly shameful.
Even with SS-level talent, one should at least be able to obtain a baronship, but this kid has nothing.
Damn, my heart was pounding just now. I almost believed he was really granted the title of Duke.
If he were truly granted the title of Duke, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Great Xia Kingdom's high-ranking officials. If something were to happen to Yen Sen at this time, the three of them would certainly be held responsible. Killing an SSS-level genius is nothing, but killing a genius who was being targeted by higher-ups is tantamount to provocation. You little rascal, are you kidding me? Hong Feng patted Yen Sen's shoulder helplessly, his face showing a sense of powerlessness.
It doesn't matter if you don't have a title. Your trip wasn't in vain.
Your cultivation has improved so much, so it was worth it.
Instructor, actually never mind. The list will be announced later anyway, you'll find out then. Yen Sen didn't offer any further explanation, lest he waste his breath.
Yu Peng and the others kept a close eye on him, thinking that once this was over, Yen Sen would definitely leave the city and be killed by them. All three of them are at the Marquis level, while Hong Feng has only just entered the Marquis level.
He can't protect him at all.
The thought of Hong Feng watching helplessly as his students died filled them with immense excitement, and they almost burst out laughing. Their actions have been tacitly approved by the powerful members of the family, who have tacitly agreed that this sworn enemy genius must be eliminated. These super families hold important positions, so the death of a mere SSS-level genius, who has not signed a contract with the state, would not attract much attention. After all, it is the powerful members of their aristocratic families who can keep such geniuses in check. Just as they were pondering this, a figure suddenly emerged from the teleportation portal.
Why is someone coming out? Wasn't the ranking list usually announced by direct transmission?
All the powerful figures showed expressions of surprise. Whenever geniuses return from the Hidden Dragon realm, the powerful figures stationed in the public spaces compile a list, which is then distributed to the teleportation gates of several states.
It's truly unexpected that they're taking this so seriously.
Only a few geniuses who entered the Hidden Dragon's secret realm knew that this powerful figure had come because of Yen Sen. The person descended to the ground, hovered in the air, and swept his gaze across the crowd.
Everyone felt uneasy under his gaze.
Even those who were 7th-tier Marquis, 8th-tier King, or even 9th-tier Emperor couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts, because this person's cultivation level is as high as the 11th-tier Emperor level.
You are Emperor Yen.
Upon seeing the newcomer, Duan Yu Sword Emperor Tian Wuwei spoke in a trembling voice, then bowed respectfully. Upon hearing this name, all the powerful figures bowed in respect. It is common knowledge that the shorter an emperor's name, the stronger he is. Those who dare to use a single character as their imperial title are all supreme powerhouses of the same realm. Emperor Yen, as the name suggests, is a top-tier emperor with fire attribute bloodline. Emperor Yen Jiang Jinghong ignored the powerful figures, not even glancing at the emperor-level Tian Wuwei, and went straight to Yen Sen's side with a smile on his lips.
You must be Yen Sen?
Yen Sen nodded, his gaze calm and firm as he looked at the dashing, seemingly young man.
Junior Yen Sen greets Senior Emperor Yen. Everyone was surprised to see Jiang Jinghong being so polite to Yen Sen.
Emperor Yen is known for his arrogance and irritability, and he is extremely impolite to emperors of the same realm.
How could he be so humble towards Yen Sen? Excellent.
Your conferment of the title of saintly noble is an unprecedented achievement. I have come on the orders of the great sage to take you to the Central Plains for the best possible training. Upon hearing this, all the powerful figures were shocked as if struck by lightning, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. This news was far too shocking. They've never even heard of it. A group of 7th, 8th, and 9th level experts looked like a bunch of country bumpkins, completely clueless and bewildered.
Mu Qing, what exactly is that holy rank that this young man obtained? Han Yen asked, looking at his daughter with a mixture of excitement and curiosity.
I'm not entirely sure either. All I know is that he passed through 9 dragon gates to obtain this title, Mu Qing replied.
9 dragon gates?
Han Yen blurted out in shock, completely disregarding the demeanor he should have as a king-level being, and directly swore. Although he didn't fully understand, he was clear on one point: an ordinary genius could be made an earl by passing through 3 dragon gates, and a duke by passing through 5 dragon gates.
Just how terrifying are the 9 dragon gates? It's unimaginable.
The gazes of everyone towards Yen Sen immediately became incredibly fervent, and at the same time, they were filled with extreme
regret. If they had known this would happen, why didn't they win him over sooner?
They had missed out on such a treasure of a boy.
Ignoring everyone's thoughts, Emperor Yen Jiang Jinghong enthusiastically sarcastically said to Yensen, "By the way, do you want a wife? Just say the word, and all the genius girls of my Zhang family will be yours." Upon hearing this, the many powerful figures around who wanted to become Yensen's son-in-law sighed repeatedly. Even the Yen Emperor had made a move. What chance did they still have? Yensen smiled helplessly. He didn't understand why these powerful people were all so obsessed with vying to become his son-in-law. After a brief exchange, Zhang Jinghong said with a smile, "All right, enough joking. I came here specifically to take you back to Zhangzhou. Your crossing of the 9 dragon gates has already attracted too much attention. It's dangerous for you to stay in a place like this. If you don't have anything else to take care of, let's go now." No, I still have some things to finish. Those guys still owe me money. Yensen looked around at Han Muqing and the others, and everyone was taken aback. Ha, I saved their lives in the secret realm. Now each of them probably owes me 100 billion resources. They shouldn't renege on their debts, right? Before the words were even out of his mouth, Han Yen, the head of the Han family, was the first to respond. How could that be? What is 100 billion in resources? This young man saved my Muqing's life. He's definitely not worth that little bit of money. How about this? I'll add some interest and give you 1 trillion resources. Also, Muqing has always told me that he admires you a lot, and he plans to go to the Central Plains Martial Academy to train in the future. Let's keep in touch. Han Muqing's lips twitched, while Yensen remained silent. The two exchanged a glance, both filled with helplessness. They barely exchanged a few words and weren't familiar with each other at all. This so-called worship is just too fake. However, Han Yen was quite good at dealing with people, and took the initiative to raise the price, aiming to get closer to Yensen. 1 trillion resources is an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but for imperial families like theirs, it's just a daily expense. The fact that 1 trillion yuan in resources were used to win over Yensen shows how valuable he is. Of course, not everyone has Han Yen's boldness, casually adding up to 1 trillion. This money, if used to train an S-level genius, would be enough to directly elevate them to the 5th or 6th rank. After Han Yen took the lead in raising the price, several other indebted families followed suit, raising their bids by several hundred billion. Han Yen has already added them. If they don't, their emotional intelligence is truly low. It's fine not to win them over, but you absolutely cannot offend them easily. This is all Han Yen's fault. He's just too good at licking boots. The group immediately started making phone calls to allocate resources, and precious natural treasures such as dragon blood potion, unicorn pill, fire phoenix feather, and Bodhi fruit, worth over 100 million, were delivered to Yensen one by one. With a total value of over 1 trillion resources, it's not a huge amount, but it's not a small amount either. A 7th tier marquee level exotic beast is roughly worth that much. Such beasts can only be encountered when entering another world. Even among those of the same rank, unless there is a great war between the two realms, it is rare to have an opportunity to hunt such a strange beast, perhaps only once every year or two. Seeing everyone busy mobilizing resources, Zhang Jinghong asked Yensen if there was anything else. "There's one more thing. I've offended several families, and they want to kill me." Yensen's lips curled slightly as he looked at Yu Peng and the others who were slowly moving away, preparing to leave. Upon hearing this, the three felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their legs went weak, and they collapsed to their knees. "Your Majesty, this is just a misunderstanding. We wouldn't dare." Yu Peng swallowed hard, staring at the cold-faced Emperor Yen with a look of terror on his face. "Your Majesty, this whole thing was instigated by Yu Peng. We never intended to kill Yensen. We'd be too busy currying favor with a genius like him." The other two also argued loudly, while Yu Peng, standing to the side, was completely bewildered. "Enough, all of you, shut up." Zhang Jinghong snorted coldly and suddenly slapped out, the palm wind bursting with blazing flames, turning into 3 palm imprints that sent the people flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood streaming from their mouths. With a casual gesture, these marquee-level experts nearly died. They are still marquee-level after all. Killing them directly would be a waste. It would be better to send them to the front line to guard the border between the two realms for 100 years. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them could only breathe a sigh of relief and quickly bowed to Zhang Jinghong. "Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Majesty. We will certainly make amends for our mistakes." For them, this is the best possible outcome. Otherwise, even if Emperor Yen killed them with a single blow, no one would object, and their families might even suffer. After all, they were targeting a genius who had crossed the 9 dragon gates. Such a record is difficult even for saint-level experts to achieve. Just then, several powerful emperors suddenly descended and arrived at this place. "The esteemed Emperor Yen has arrived. I am so sorry for not welcoming him properly." The great emperors treated Emperor Yen with utmost respect, which demonstrates the immense power of Emperor Yen. "Huang Ergu, Ludahan, are these two from your family?" Zhang Jinghong glanced at the two emperors, who gave each other helpless bitter smiles. "It was our negligence in disciplining him that almost caused our great Xia to lose a top genius. We will do everything in our power to compensate this young friend for his loss. Young friend, please accept our bow." The two were not displeased at being called by a nickname by Zhang Jinghong. Instead, they looked at Yensen with guilt. "All right, enough talk, let's get down to business."
boss. I just returned from another world in a hurry, so I didn't bring much good stuff with me. I'll give these few star origin stones to you, little brother. I have some too. I'll give them to you, little brother. You don't need the other things. Once you reach the Emperor level, we'll conquer the other world together. The two handed Jens and dozens of star origin stones, which were like concentrated star essence, containing endless power. As its name suggests, the star origin stone is formed from the essence of stars, and one stone is worth trillions. There are more than 50 of them in total, with an absolute value exceeding 50 trillion. That's a huge windfall. Yen Sen's eyes gleamed. After everything was settled, Zhang Jinghong pulled him into the teleportation channel. Oh, instructor, I'll take my leave now. Thank you for your help. Before leaving, Yensen stuffed a star origin stone into Hong Feng's hand, and the latter smiled helplessly. This kid. I didn't help him much, yet he gave me such a big gift. Star origin stones are priceless and difficult to buy. Even 8th order king level cultivators rarely see them, and only 9th order emperor level cultivators can use them for cultivation. This one is enough for him to cultivate diligently for a long time. May your future be bright. May you rise from the depths like a dragon emerging from the abyss, and soar to the heavens. Hong Feng silently offered his blessings. The vast central plains are a gathering place for heroes and geniuses, a scene of prosperity. Now that I've dropped you off, I should be going too. The situation there has been tense lately. If it weren't for the news of your being conferred, the title of Holy Duke being so loud that I was afraid those alien races would use covert means, I wouldn't have come to pick you up in person. From now on, you will stay in Zhangzhou City and wait for the martial arts exam. No, with your current strength, no one can defeat you. The martial arts exam is meaningless to you. Those martial arts academies will probably be vying to recruit you. Just focus on your training. If you need anything, you can go directly to the Jiang family. I've already told them that. After Zhang Jinghong finished speaking, she took a step forward and her figure instantly disappeared tens of thousands of miles away. These emperor-level powerhouses all guard key positions and rarely leave their posts. Their personal appearance this time demonstrates the importance they attach to Yensen. As soon as Zhang Jinghong left, someone came to greet Yensen and arranged for him to stay in the official accommodations. After settling things in, Yensen used the contact information he had left to urge the Central Plains geniuses who owed him money, and then began to digest the resources at his disposal. He grabbed a few star origin stones, converted them into essence points, and his cultivation level began to rise steadily. He absorbed trillions of star source stones in one go, and his cultivation level soared to the 10th level of the 4th rank. Wow, that speed is absolutely incredible. Yensen was deeply shocked. No wonder star origin stones can be considered sacred cultivation artifacts for 7th and 8th tier powerhouses. The energy they contain is extremely pure. After absorbing all the star origin stones in his hand, his cultivation level soared to the 5th order general level, and even broke through to the 5th level, 5th stage. Damn, this cultivation speed is indeed fast, but the energy lost during conversion is also greater. It's practically buying time with money. Yensen couldn't help but curse under his breath. If these trillions of resources were given to an ordinary S-level genius to absorb, they could at least break through to the 6th rank, but he barely reached the mid-5th rank. But it's worth it, as he thought to himself. His cultivation level had soared by an entire major level shortly after he sat down, which was simply unbelievable. I need to hurry up and make some money. Just as he was pondering this, the villa doorbell was rang rapidly. He went over and saw a large group of young men and women gathered on the surveillance screen. The spacious courtyard outside the villa was filled with people, some of whom were debtors, while others clearly had ill intentions. As Yensen stepped outside, a young man stared at him and spoke. "You're Yensen? It's me, what's the matter?" Yensen responded calmly. "I am Long Guowei's older brother, Long Hao." "Oh, what does this have to do with me?" Yensen didn't care at all about the young man's self-introduction. "Long Guowei, you killed him, didn't you?" Yensen glanced at the indebted geniuses and wondered, if they leaked information, their bloodline oath should have been triggered. No matter what means the other party uses to hint at it, if it is a deliberate leak, death is certain. It wasn't them who said it was just my own guess. The success of one general is built on the bones of 10,000. You must have climbed to the position of saint by stepping over the corpses of other geniuses. With the strength of our Zodiac clan, as long as the 5 Saints clan don't join forces, Long Guowei has absolutely no chance of dying. Long Hao said, his voice filled with rage. "I killed him, so what?" Yensen was too lazy to beat around the bush with him, so he simply got straight to the point. "Get out of my way, don't block my way from collecting debts." Long Hao was furious upon hearing this, and gritted his teeth. "Do you dare to fight me?" After saying that, he released his aura, revealing that he was actually at the mid-stage of the 5th rank. "If you don't dare, then go and apologize before Long Guowei's memorial tablet." "Long Hao, are you out of your mind? Do your parents even know you're going out?" Fire Dance Butterfly, who was standing nearby, suddenly interjected. "You're a whole year older than Yensen, and you've been training at the martial academy for a year. You want to challenge him? Do you know the significance of the Holy Duke? If anything were to happen to Yensen, what do you think your fate would be?" Long Hao gave a cold laugh.
my brother is dead. Even if he was a saint, he still has to pay the price. What an idiot.
Well, what he cursed, walked to Yen-sen's side, handed him the resources she owed, and then gave him some instructions.
Yen-sen, ignore him.
As long as you don't provoke him, he won't dare to lay a hand on you. With your current status, you have nothing to fear from the Zodiac family in Zhengzhou City. The Long family seems to have close ties with the Dragon Clan.
Their provocation of you is probably partly due to the Dragon Clan. There may be someone there who is dissatisfied with you. After hearing Huo Woody's explanation, Yen-sen immediately understood.
He nodded, accepted all the debtor's resources, and gained tens of trillions more in revenue.
So, you want to fight me, right?
Yen-sen looked at Long Hao and spoke, and the latter was stunned for a moment before nodding. How about this? Let's have a life or death duel, with 1,000-star origin stones as the stake.
If you win, my life is yours, how about it?
Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, not expecting that Yen-sen would actually dare to accept the challenge. Long Hao smiled, but then his expression turned displeased.
1,000-star origin stones? You dare to say that? Since it's a life or death duel, let's wager our lives.
What other stakes are there? Your life is worthless to me, it's just a byproduct at best.
Yen-sen responded calmly.
Upon hearing this, Long Hao was instantly enraged.
Are you tired of living? Alright, enough talk. Go back and get ready.
I'll be waiting for you at the arena next door in 3 days. Yen-sen was troubled by the lack of cultivation resources, so since this opportunity had come to him, he naturally had to take it. He knew in his heart that as long as Huo Woody's words were true, the Long family would agree to the request for whatever reason.
After saying this, he returned to the villa.
A cold and ruthless smile appeared on Long Hao's face. He then turned and left, while Huo Woody and the group of geniuses shook their heads and sighed. Yen-sen was too impulsive.
No matter how talented he is, Long Hao is a person with SSS-level dragon bloodline and is already at the mid-stage of the 5th tier, general level. Yen-sen is only at the 4th tier.
No matter how talented he is, it is impossible for him to fight across such a large level difference.
That's right.
They have the same bloodline, but their levels are so different. The gap between the 4th and the middle of the 5th rank is too big. If Long Hao were still in the early stage of the 5th rank, he would have a chance, but once he reaches the middle stage, it will be much more difficult.
Moreover, Long Hao's daring to provoke us suggests he has powerful backers. Yen-sen's equipment advantage will likely be neutralized as well.
Yen-sen wasn't worried about these things. He absorbed these resources and his cultivation level quickly rose to the 7th level of the 5th tier general.
Afterwards, he went to the armory in Zhengzhou City.
After being granted the title of saint, he also gained the qualification to cultivate S-level martial arts. The armory of Zhengzhou City contains tens of thousands of S-level martial arts techniques that have been passed down throughout the world, a dazzling array. With a clear goal in mind, Yen-sen charged straight toward the dozen or so golden, glittering S-rank martial arts techniques. Each one is extremely compatible with the bloodline of the dragon race.
It's you, 8 trigrams swimming dragon palm.
His gaze locked onto the martial art that shimmered with bagua patterns and the energy of a swimming dragon, and he chose to cultivate it without hesitation. With the help of his experience, he quickly mastered the basics and swiftly reached the pinnacle. The remaining tens of millions of dragon energy allowed him to cultivate more S-level martial arts. The cultivation qualification granted by the Holy Duke is 10 S-level martial arts, a number that is extremely terrifying even for 8th or 9th level beastmen. Martial arts emphasize depth rather than quantity. Trying to learn too much at once will only lead to failure.
It's better to master one skill to perfection than to learn 10 S-level martial arts to the basics.
Of course, Yen-sen could cultivate them all.
Of the remaining few, he chose an incomplete S-level martial art, the 18 subduing dragon palms.
These 18 palms originated from the mythological classic of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Book of Changes.
There are 18 forms in total, and each form is of S rank.
Unfortunately, most of them have been lost, with only a few styles remaining intact. After Yen-sen finished all his cultivation, he suddenly discovered something. The dragon tail sweep move that I modified back then actually filled in the missing piece.
Does this mean I really have a chance to complete the 18 subduing dragon palms? If we could combine the 18 S-rank martial arts into a complete system, wouldn't its power be extremely terrifying? After dealing with everything with great excitement, Yen-sen returned to the villa and had a good rest.
His every move was under surveillance.
This guy, running to the armory to practice martial arts at this time, is he trying to cram at the last minute? Upon hearing the news, Long Hao couldn't help but sneer. Ignore him.
As long as we can kill this brat, our Long family's position among the dragons will remain firmly that of the #1 human race in the Great Xia Kingdom. I thought the biggest threat was the Azure Dragon Clan, but I never expected it to be this guy who appeared out of nowhere. A cold voice said, "Time flies. The arena has been cleared out. Only members of super powerful families are allowed to enter." Yen-sen walked slowly inside, while Long Hao sneered at him.
"I thought you were too scared to come. Is the Star Origin Stone ready? Let me check it." "Fool, you're about to die. Why bother with all this?"
Long Hao tossed a storage pouch to Yen-sen, who took it out and found that it contained 1,000 Star Origin stones, not one missing. He skillfully skillfully stored the star origin stones into his storage equipment.
What are you doing?
We'll have to collect it sooner or later, so hurry up and sell it.
Stop talking nonsense, I'm in a rush. Damn it, are they rushing off to their deaths?
Long Hao sneered, unleashing his full power and transforming into a Dragon Man warrior, clad in a legendary mid-grade black battle armor, exuding an imposing aura.
Boy, you'll pay the price for killing someone from my Long family.
Those around were slightly startled by this scene, clearly indicating that the Long family was serious this time. A voice came from the private room, and then an 8th level king level expert stepped out from the void.
This was a king level expert from the Yen Emperor family.
He witnessed the current situation and knew that if he hesitated any longer, a saint level expert would perish.
Is the Yen Emperor family so unruly? My Long family is not a pushover either.
A king level expert from the Long family stepped forward, and the two immediately faced off. This is a dragon clan holy noble, a rare sight in the Great Xia dynasty, perhaps only once in 1,000 years.
Does your dragon family really have to destroy it? A powerful figure from the Yen Emperor family questioned.
This is a life or death duel that both sides agreed to voluntarily. It wasn't my Long family that forced him to agree, the Long family member retorted, his tone aggressive. The dragon clan's king level expert gave Long Hao a look, and Long Hao immediately understood and went all out.
Yen Sen, die. I'll make you go to hell with my brother.
Long Hao grinned savagely as he charged forward.
Why don't you go keep him company yourself? If you're afraid of being lonely, I'll send your whole family away when I have time.
Yen Sen replied coldly, his combat power exploding instantly. The light of various elements intertwined and shimmered around him, and the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, merged together, forming a bagua pattern around him. 2 giant black and white dragons are intertwined in the middle, forming a Tai Chi symbol, spinning endlessly, mysterious and unpredictable.
Try my new martial art, the 8 trigram swimming dragon palm.
Yen Sen suddenly struck out with his palm, and all kinds of elements erupted in unison, with the yin and yang twin dragons rushing towards the oncoming Long Hao.
What? This is the perfected Bagua Yulong palm?
This martial art is among the most difficult to master in all S-rank martial arts. A powerful figure standing nearby was shocked. This kid has actually mastered so many natural talents, most of which have reached the mid-stage, some even the late stage, and some even the perfect stage, another person exclaimed. His cultivation level has actually reached the 7th level of the 5th rank, even higher than Long Hao's. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Yen Sen's abilities were all astonishing, yet they were all combined in one person. At this moment, they finally understood why Yen Sen was able to obtain the rare and precious Holy Noble. Long Hao was struck by a palm and turned into a bloody mist, his beast soul equipment scattered all over the ground. Yen Sen skillfully cleaned up the battlefield and put all the equipment into his pocket.
He then bowed to the king-level expert from the Zhang family and left without looking back.
In mid-air, before the dragon family king-level expert could react, Long Hao vanished without a trace, and he let out a wail. He is not only Long Hao's biological father, but also Long Wuwei's father. Losing 2 sons in such a short time, how could one not feel excruciating pain? He stared at Yen Sen, his eyes filled with murderous intent, but dared not make a move.
If they dare to make the first move, the entire Long family will likely face annihilation.
After Yen Sen left, the students and geniuses who had seen him in the hidden dragon's secret realm finally reacted and burst into a thunderous exclamation.
Damn, Yen Sen's cultivation speed is like a rocket. He improves at lightning speed as soon as he gets resources. We both have SSS-level talent, but I suspect I'm a fake. He's the real genius. He's cheating. He's definitely cheating.
Everyone was filled with doubt about life, finally understanding why Yen Sen dared to challenge Long Hao. It turned out that Long Hao was no match for him at all. After returning to the villa, Yen Sen began to absorb the star source stones frantically, and his cultivation level rose steadily. This was just the beginning. He devoured 1,000 star origin stones worth 10 quadrillion, enough to create a 7th tier marquee level expert. At this time, his cultivation level had only reached the mid-stage of the 6th rank. Looking at his mere mid-stage 6th order cultivation, Yen Sen couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile.
Cultivation is so slow.
It took 1,000 star origin stones to advance to the mid-stage of the 6th rank.
If those SSS-level geniuses of the same year heard this, they would be so angry they would vomit blood.
After several days of immersing himself in the star origin stone and finally reaching the mid-stage of the 6th rank, a martial arts academy extended an olive branch to him. That's right, there's only this one martial arts academy. Because apart from this martial arts academy, no other institution dared to extend an invitation before he announced his withdrawal.
This martial arts academy admits very few students each year, and each one is a top-tier individual with an SSS-level bloodline. This academy is called God's Chosen Academy.
The students here don't aim for the 11th tier emperor level, nor the 12th tier saint level, but rather, the god level. A powerful emperor personally came to Yen Sen's door, inquired about his wishes, and then led him into a secret realm.
The Chosen Academy is located in another world.
As soon as you step inside, you are greeted by a rich spiritual energy. Yen Sen took a breath and felt his cultivation level rise slightly. The great emperor
lower-level expert slowly spoke. This is your enrollment reward. From now on, it's up to you. Quickly study the survival manual. I'm leaving now.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yensen looked bewildered, opened the manual for a closer look, and was immediately stunned.
This isn't an academy, it's clearly a breeding ground for poisonous insects.
He took a few steps forward, and several young men and women immediately jumped out from around him, smiling at him.
Ha, another new person has arrived. Nice to meet you. As your senior, how about I give you a few pointers and charge you a small fee for your instruction? Is that alright?
As they spoke, they all unleashed their cultivation levels. Although they were only in their early 20s, their cultivation had already reached the 6th tier commander level.
Even for an SSS-level genius, this speed would be considered extremely fast. Wait, something's not right. Why are you all alone? And the timing is weird too. Aren't you a preliminary? Not all those who can enter the secret realm are students of the Chosen Academy.
They must survive in the secret realm for 3 years without being eliminated before they can be considered official students. Therefore, many SSS-level geniuses have the opportunity to enter, known as pre-selection students, with usually around several dozen students in the same period. They were the pre-selected students, and there was only one possibility for someone like Yensen who broke in alone.
Are you a direct admission student?
Direct admission means that students are officially enrolled in the academy from the very beginning and enjoy a variety of generous resources.
They are not in the same league as these pre-selected students at all. Yensen glanced at the beast soul equipment left behind by the Great Emperor.
Besides the survival manual, there were over 1,000 star source stones and a set of legendary high-grade equipment worth trillions.
He nodded. Yes, I was admitted directly to university.
Upon hearing this, the group immediately showed expressions of delight, exchanging excited glances.
I'm rich.
Junior, hand over all the star origin stones you have, and we'll treat you to a treat. They knew in their hearts that the direct recruit's cultivation level was at most the early stage of the 6th rank, or even the middle and late stages of the 5th rank. With their combined strength at the mid-stage of the 6th rank, they could easily suppress and squeeze them dry. Otherwise, once they grow up, this opportunity will be gone.
I only have a little over 1,000 star origin stones on me. Do you think that's a lot?
Yensen asked curiously, and the others immediately smiled upon hearing this. As expected of direct admission students, they have over 1,000 star origin stones right after entering, while we didn't even have a dozen back then.
How many do you have now? Yensen pressed on, and the others frowned. Stop talking nonsense and hand it over now, or you'll get a beating.
In this divinely chosen secret realm, students can fight freely, protected by the power of the holy path, so no one can kill anyone else. Although it is not fatal, the physical and mental suffering is real. Yensen sighed, then unleashed his full power, transforming himself into a fully armed dragon man. His natural talents erupted all at once, and he unleashed the 8 trigram swimming dragon palm, fiercely striking at the group. A series of explosions rang out, catching several people off guard and leaving them severely injured and collapsed to the ground. If it weren't for the Saint-level power that emerged in the space at the last second to protect them, they would probably have already turned into blood mist.
Ah, his cultivation level has actually reached the mid-stage of the 6th rank,
and he also possesses so many natural talents.
His S-rank martial skill is being used perfectly. It's terrifying. The group was shocked, but Yensen quickly stepped forward and skillfully stripped them of their beast soul equipment.
That's right, the total value is several hundred star origin stones.
Yensen smiled and continued walking forward.
In the distance, a peculiar group of buildings came into view, with dozens of giant pillars of varying heights standing tall, and various houses built on top of the pillars. The survival manual explains that these pillars are called the heavenly pillars. The higher the pillar to heaven, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy it gathers, and the faster the cultivation speed. Moreover, each pillar produces a different number of star source stones every day, and it is said that the most powerful one can harvest hundreds of them every day. The position of the heavenly pillar is open to competition. Those with greater strength will naturally be able to seize a better position. Yensen stared at the towering pillar tens of meters high before him and leaped onto it. There were no buildings on the pillar, only a small platform of a dozen square meters.
The moment I stepped onto the platform, a cold and ruthless voice rang in my ears. Will trainee Yensen challenge trainee Zhang San? If the opponent does not respond within 1 hour, the challenge will be automatically successful. Not long after, a student emerged from the distant forest and stepped onto the platform of the Tower of Heaven. Ha, I've never seen you before? I thought some old man had secretly taken over my tower while I was resting.
Zhang San looked Yensen up and down, his tone full of doubt.
Life in this secret realm is monotonous and dull.
People like him, who occupy cultivation grounds, almost never leave this towering pillar. If you let your guard down even slightly, a swarm of opponents will come to challenge you. After all, the heavenly pillar allows for a series of battles, and unless you are extremely powerful, it is difficult to remain on top.
Oh, I just arrived, Yensen replied casually. Zhang San was immediately taken aback. You dare to challenge me as soon as you arrive? You're really something else. Yensen didn't say anything more, directly summoned summoned his equipment and suddenly attacked.
The 8 trigrams dragon palm was unleashed, and the yin and yang dragons suddenly unleashed their power, sending Zhang San flying and crashing heavily off the platform.
You're lying to me.
I don't believe you're a newcomer with this level of strength. Zhang San fell to the ground, heavily injured, barely clinging to life, desperately circulating his spiritual energy to heal himself. He was at the late stage of the 6th rank, yet he couldn't withstand this kid's attack.
This kid was definitely not an ordinary novice.
It's probably some old 6th brother who's been training hard in a dangerous place, and suddenly he's become famous. The moment Zhang San was defeated, dozens of star origin stones spewed out from the center of the heavenly pillar. The reward for occupying the first heavenly pillar is quite generous. The reward for occupying a higher-ranked heavenly pillar for the first time will be even greater. Yen Sen's heart stirred, and he was just about to head to the next heavenly pillar when he suddenly remembered something and quickly jumped down. Seeing Zhang San barely alive and recovering from his injuries, Yen Sen skillfully stripped him of his beast soul equipment.
What a tragedy! Zhang San could only watch helplessly, on the verge of tears.
Yen Sen rode the gentle breeze, absorbed all the star origin stones, and headed straight for the next heavenly pillar. There are a total of 81 pillars to the heavens, and the students at the bottom 9 pillars are all between the 5th and 10th levels of the 6th rank. On the 20th pillar reaching the heavens, the students had already reached the 7th level of cultivation. They are all formal students and have been training here for more than 3 years. After absorbing over 1,000 star origin stones, Yen Sen's cultivation level soared, and he broke through to the 1st level of the 7th rank.
Trainee Yen Sen, do you wish to challenge trainee Li Si? Oh, it's been a long time since anyone has challenged me.
A young man walked out of the building, looking dashing and full of vigor. He was a formal student of the God's Chosen Academy, and had not been eliminated for 3 years. At the age of 22, he was already a marquee-level expert. Once he graduates from here, he will be revered by thousands. This towering pillar is 1,000 meters high, and the platform covers an area of several thousand square meters. The spiritual energy is extremely rich, even condensing into spiritual mist.
Ha, who are you? I've never seen you before? Li Si frowned slightly.
Generally speaking, those who could challenge him were neighbors with similar rankings among the nearby heavenly pillars.
Oh, I just arrived. Hello. Yen Sen replied. Just arrived? Just arrived where? Just enrolled. As Yen Sen spoke, he instantly transformed into a dragon warrior, unleashing the 8 trigrams dragon palm. You're not showing any martial ethics. I haven't even said start yet. Li Si also transformed into a half-orc and went to meet them. In the blink of an eye, Li Si was blasted away, and just as he was about to fall, Yen Sen grabbed him. What are you doing?
Li Si spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with rage. Yen Sen smiled, said nothing, quickly stripped Li Si of all valuable equipment, and then let go of him and let him leave.
Take care, and don't bother seeing me off. You beast.
Li Si gritted his teeth as he landed. If it weren't for the protection of his holy power, he would have been smashed into a bloody pulp long ago.
What a fat pig.
Yen Sen looked at Li Si's storage equipment and was secretly delighted to find that it contained several thousand star origin stones. The star origin stone contains extremely rich energy, which is difficult for even geniuses to fully absorb. Although they spent a long time, their conversion efficiency was far less than that of Yen Sen. Yen Sen sat down and quickly devoured and absorbed the hundreds of star origin stones he had been rewarded with, as well as the thousands of star origin stones from Li Temple, causing his cultivation level to rise steadily. He then fused and adjusted the equipment from the 2 geniuses and the entrance reward, instantly upgrading his entire True Dragon set to legendary high grade, with several pieces even reaching legendary supreme grade. Yen Sen went directly to the 60th-something heavenly pillar. Most of these geniuses had been cultivating here for about 7 years, and their cultivation levels had all reached the mid to late stage of the 7th rank, with some even close to stepping into the 8th rank, the king level.
Will trainee Yen Sen challenge trainee Wang Wu? Who disturbed my cultivation? Yen Sun? I've never heard of that name before. As one of the top-ranked pillars of heaven, they rarely encounter a challenge, which leaves everyone somewhat bewildered. Wang Wu's cultivation has reached the 7th level, 10th stage.
He is wearing a legendary mid-grade set of armor, and even his natural talent has been perfected.
Moreover, he is a rare individual with dual talents in water and fire. It also carries the top-tier SSS-level bloodline, the Yin-Yang Tai Chi Bear. The challenge of crossing levels to the 7th tier is exceptionally difficult.
Therefore, Yen Sen fought an extremely difficult battle and could only shake hands and make peace in the end.
Wang Wu was stunned by the shock. Bro, when did you enroll? I don't remember you. Your skills are truly amazing.
Wang Wu was utterly shocked, mainly because Yen Sen possessed so many natural talents that it dazzled him. If it weren't for his higher cultivation level and some secret techniques, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him at all. I've only been here for less than a day, and I'm still adjusting to the pace.
How about this? I'll come back and challenge you again in a while.
As soon as Yen Sen finished speaking, he rode the wind and disappeared into the spiritual mist.
Wang Wu stared at the disappearing figure, his heart suddenly jolted. Just started school? Does this kid think think I'm easy to fool because I'm not well educated? Anyone who can get here isn't a seasoned veteran who's been honing their skills for 5 or 6 years? Do I have to rob every single genius in every tower of heaven to maximize my profits?
Yensen suddenly realized something and understood that he had started from the wrong point. He immediately turned back and arrived at the first towering pillar. Unexpectedly, he ran into an old acquaintance, the same group that had robbed him and his companions before but ended up being robbed themselves.
In the secret realm, injuries heal extremely quickly.
The person was already able to move and would be fully recovered in a few more hours.
Damn it, I'll ask my boss for help. With his 7th level, first stage strength, he'll be more than capable of dealing with this kid.
He had just finished talking to himself when someone appeared in front of him.
Ha, it's you?
Yensen was very unhappy because he had already plundered this person and he was now worthless. However, the challenge has been launched, and only by defeating the opponent can the battle end.
High-ranking players rarely attempt to challenge low-ranking players on the Tower of Babel, as it's a thankless task with no reward for success.
Moreover, after successfully completing the challenge, the heavenly pillars are swapped, making them more vulnerable to sneak attacks. It's worth mentioning that when fighting on their own heavenly pillar, the defending side receives a slight boost to their combat power.
Although the percentage is small, even a slight advantage can determine the outcome among the strong.
Clearly, Yensen didn't care at all and easily slapped the man away.
He didn't even summon any equipment, using only a small amount of psionic energy.
The psychic energy dissipated, and the man immediately questioned the meaning of life.
I'm not seeing things, am I? This guy is already at the 7th level. What a terrible thing.
The person was knocked to the ground and will probably have to wait until the next day to recover. Just as he was wondering, several more figures fell from the sky. Soon after, several more people fell seriously injured, looking at each other from a distance. Beside the towering pillars that circle the city, figures rise in an increasing number, like steps, as they fall continuously. They're like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. They're incredibly fast, almost one a minute. Brothers, you probably won't believe this, but I was cultivating when I suddenly received a notification to challenge myself to an advancement.
The moment I
agreed, someone burst into my cultivation room, slapped me so hard I was seriously injured, then stripped me of all my equipment and threw it everywhere.
To be honest, don't believe it too much. I was the same way. I didn't even get a good look at what the person looked like. Am I dreaming? This is outrageous.
My star origin stones, my equipment. Having defeated 50 or 60 students in one go, Yensen had gained a great deal and finally had time to digest it all. He looked at the star source stones in his storage equipment, which had been piled up like a mountain, totaling a full 100,000. He robbed all the savings of these 50-odd people over the years. He was just like a bandit.
Even that full set of beast soul equipment was stripped down to just his underwear, a truly inhumane act.
Yensen sat down on the ground and began absorbing the star source stones. The star origin stone quickly transformed into essence points, and his cultivation level increased rapidly. The king level cultivation level can only be possessed by students who have been in the God's Chosen Academy for 8 or 9 years and are about to graduate within 10 years. Yensen, on the other hand, had only been there for a day.
That's way too big.
After digesting his food, Yensen walked up to Wanwu, who was taken aback when he saw him.
Brother, what brings you here again? I'm here to challenge you.
I think you should go and cultivate for a while before coming back. With your strength,
I'm not mistaken, am I?
You only went out for a short while and came back at the king level.
Wangwu was shocked.
Seeing the undisguised spiritual energy aura on Yensen's body, he began to question his own existence.
No time to explain, let's fight. I give up, I'm not fighting anymore. Wangwu wasn't stupid.
He knew that he could still fight to a draw against someone whose level was lower than his.
Now that the opponent's strength far exceeded his,
there was no need to fight at all.
Yensen, as swift as the wind, stripped Wangwu naked and ran away in a flash. Wangwu was left standing there in a daze, watching Yensen's departing figure, and couldn't help but call out, "What a terrible thing!"
Yensen charged straight ahead, reaching the first 10 towering pillars. Every student here was a king-level cultivator, having trained for 8 or 9 years and nearing graduation. Each possessed formidable strength.
Ha! Someone actually dares to challenge me. It's been over a year since anyone has dared to do so.
A young man in black stepped out of the air, his gaze falling on Yen Senator. His posture was like a sword, and his aura was extraordinary.
King level, level 3? 2 levels lower than me. Are you sure you want to fight me?
The difference between each level of the king level is enormous, especially for top geniuses like them. The difference between even one level is like an adult beating a child.
Yensen nodded.
The young man didn't say much and went all out, fighting without reservation, which was a sign of respect for his opponent.
My name is Mo Wuji, nice to meet you.
The SSS-level Black Abyss Sword Demon transforms itself into a sword, its light stretching for thousands of miles, cleaving through the sky. The surrounding area for dozens of miles was shrouded in darkness, without a single ray of light. This is a manifestation of Mo Wuji's dark attribute natural talent. He has already fully unlocked his domain.
Within the domain, darkness swept towards Yensen like a tidal wave. My name is Yin Senior.
With a single utterance, his entire body erupted with light, surrounded by the radiance of the 7 natural elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder.
The fire attribute talent cleaved through the darkness, unleashing a vast domain of flames. The darkness was suddenly blazed with lights, and Mo Wuji's domain was forcefully suppressed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 natural talents.
Mo Wuji was greatly alarmed and dared not hold back any longer, letting out a low shout.
Sword domain unfolds. This is his second talent, a rare talent for swordsmanship and artistic conception, rather than an ordinary natural talent. Countless sword energies crisscrossed in the darkness, shooting towards Yensen. Yensen was suddenly jolted, and 7 kinds of light burst forth, shattering the black swords one by one.
He unleashed the 8 trigram swimming dragon palm, and the yin and yang dragons roared, directly sending Mo Wuji flying. The two fought fiercely for a long time. Mo Wuji was seriously injured and coughed up blood, and his domain gradually dissipated.
You're really strong.
Mo Wuji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yensen with a helpless smile. He had done his best. The secret technique and the dual domain had been broken.
You're very strong too.
Yensen sincerely admired his opponent. Although the opponent's cultivation level was only 2 levels higher than his own, the fact that he could persist for so long was truly remarkable.
How long have you been enrolled? I've never heard of you before. About a day.
Mo Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood, stared wide-eyed at Yensen, and said seriously, "I'm not well educated. Don't try to fool me."
Why would I lie to you? Go check it out yourself if you don't believe me.
Yensen replied with a smile, then walked directly to Mo Wuji and joked, "I have something to do." Mo Wuji broke out in a cold sweat.
Before he could react, Yensen stripped him of his equipment piece by piece. "Brother, leave some for me."
Seeing Yensen preparing to leave, Mo Wuji called out with a helpless bitter smile, "Brother Sen, leave the beast soul equipment to me. I'll trade it for money.
I've been raising this equipment for almost 10 years.
Yensen glanced at the legendary high-grade luxury equipment on Mo Wuji's body and thought it was a bit of a waste to directly fuse such good materials.
Make your bid.
A typical mid-grade legendary equipment piece costs a few hundred star origin stones. I've been nurturing this set of abyss equipment for so long, it's very meaningful to me.
How about I give you 5,000 star origin stones? Okay, but how will you pay? Yensen thought to himself, I've stripped the other guy naked, he must be broke. I'll have my family send it to me.
Mo Wuji smiled wryly, for 5,000 star origin stones were no small sum.
Yensen tossed the equipment to Mo Wuji and turned to leave. Brother, are you going to challenge the next Tower of Babel?
Yes, I plan to challenge all the Tower of Babels. Mo Wuji's lips twitched, but he still said, with your strength, getting into the top 3 is no problem, but getting first place will be difficult.
That guy is even more terrifying than you. Yensen nodded and stepped into the air.
No matter what, he was determined to take on the challenge. Next, he meditated, rested, and digested the resources, which allowed his cultivation to steadily improve. Each of the top 10 students could collect about 10,000 star origin stones. By the time he reached the last one, he had absorbed more than 100,000 star origin stones and still had tens of thousands of star origin stones in debt. His cultivation level also rose to the 7th level of the king rank, and the cost of leveling up became increasingly higher afterward.
This is the last one. Once it's finished, we're done.
This final pillar reaching to the heavens covers an extremely vast area, with a single platform spanning hundreds of miles in circumference, equivalent to a small city.
It's been almost 5 years since anyone challenged me. Who are you?
A girl wearing a short skirt and with brightly colored hair flew into the air, looking somewhat unconventional.
You know what? I'm so bored. Thank goodness I'm graduating soon, and I can finally go out.
The girl had a bright smile, her face full of innocence. They all say you're very strong. After entering the top 10, every time they cleared a level, those geniuses would say, we've actually encountered someone as monstrous as that guy again. These geniuses are all extraordinary. Anyone who can earn such high praise from them must be no ordinary person. It's alright, anyway, no one has challenged me in 5 years.
Those guys are too cowardly.
The girl sighed. Her words revealed a lot of information, implying that 5 years ago, she was the top student at the God's Chosen Academy. Keep in mind that at that time, the second-ranked person's cultivation had already reached the 10th level of the king level, so the first-ranked person's cultivation would naturally not be lower than that. Don't worry, I'll hold back, hee. The girl rubbed her hands together, but Yensen smiled and said, don't hold back, go all out.
Oh, are you sure? I'm sure.
The girl nodded and said earnestly, then so be it. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura of cultivation erupted, reaching the 9th order emperor level. She was surrounded by the radiance of 5 natural talents, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, possessing all 5 elements. The girl transformed into a humanoid fox, with 5 tails on her back radiating various colors of light, making her appear extremely mysterious. Judging from the aura emanating from these natural talents, each one is no less than the later stage, and at least 3 of them have reached the perfect state. Royal level plus 5 natural talents. Regardless of the type, it would be an extremely terrifying existence
for any SSS-level genius. However, all of this is concentrated on this one girl. Her talent, even in the history of the Divine Selection Academy, is among the top. Yensen couldn't help but sigh. This girl is indeed amazing. I feel unprecedented pressure. This kind of pressure was something that none of the previous trainees had ever put on him. To his even greater surprise, the woman's equipment was even more advanced than his, all of it being mythical grade. Even some 10th tier monarch level powerhouses might not possess such luxurious equipment. Clearly, this girl's family background must be extraordinary. What's wrong? Scared? If you call me grandma, I won't beat you up, okay? I'll give it a try. As Yensen spoke, he no longer concealed his true strength and unleashed his full power. 7 kinds of light suddenly burst forth, followed by another tremor, and the blood energy surged, transforming into an 8th talent. His fire and blood attributes are both at their peak, while the others are in the later stages. How can you have so much talent? Tushan Yorua swallowed hard, staring at Yensen in shock. She had thought that her 5 talents were enough, but she hadn't expected him to be even more terrifying. It's alright, Yensen responded calmly. If possible, he could actually have more. However, at that time, the types of talents that could be obtained in the Hidden Dragon secret realm were only these 7 most common ones. So what if you have more talent? My cultivation level is higher than yours, and my equipment is better than yours. Let's start the fight. Yensen, unwilling to say more, immediately attacked, and the two instantly engaged in fierce combat. With their domain talents fully unleashed, mushroom clouds exploded in the air. Had the buildings not been protected by saint-level power, they would have been razed to the ground long ago. The fierce battle attracted many students to watch, especially the geniuses who were defeated by Yensen. They quickly recovered from their injuries, while dozens of 7th rank marquis level and 8th rank king level students stood in mid-air, excitedly watching the spectacle. Awesome, really awesome. Damn, these two prodigies are actually fighting. Their strength is terrifying. I think Yensen is even more terrifying. I just checked, and this guy has only been here for a day. I thought he was lying to me. That bastard must be cheating. He deserves to die. He seems to have no limit to absorbing energy. I asked the family intelligence, and he was only at the 5th level a few days ago, but he has rapidly risen to the 8th level now. Brother, am I dreaming? This cultivation speed is something even those saints couldn't match in their youth. Actually, there are even more terrifying records in the past. Haven't you heard of that powerful figure who spent 100 years comprehending the Tao and became a saint on the spot? I've heard of it, but I always thought it was just a legend. Could it be that someone can really become a saint from a mortal in a single day? I don't quite believe it either, but that happened 1,000 years ago, and there were many miracles in that era. As everyone talked, the battle between the two had been going on for quite some time. Although Yensen was being suppressed by Tushan Yorua, he had not been defeated. He unlocked 8 natural talents, and with the enhancement from passing through 9 dragon gates, his physical body was extremely powerful. Even though he was slightly inferior in level and equipment, he could still hold on. Wow, that's great. You're so strong. I'm so happy. Tushan Yorua was not angry or embarrassed. Instead, she was extremely excited. She hadn't expected Yensen to be so resolute. This stirred the heart of Yensen, a man who hadn't had a good fight in 5 years, like a thirsty man meeting a stunning beauty. However, the situation was reversed. The thirsty beauty met the man of her dreams. The two clashed fiercely, leaving the surrounding students watching in awe. Their strength seems to be still growing. Yes, they're becoming increasingly adept at using their natural talents. Tushan Yorua has reached the perfection level in another talent, and Yensen is even more impressive, having reached the perfection level in both of his talents. They have some overlapping talents, which blend and collide with each other, seemingly creating a unique effect. Both sides are absorbing experience from each other. These are true prodigies. What are we compared to them? Don't underestimate yourselves. Geniuses like them are one in a century. We are extremely lucky to have seen 2 of them at once. It's both a stroke of luck and a sign of helplessness. The two fought for several days and nights, yet their stamina remained abundant, showing no signs of fatigue. In this fierce competition, Yensen's 5 elements talent finally reached perfection. The simultaneous unfolding of 5 domains, each interacting with and restraining the others, creates unimaginable power. Tushan Yorua was no less impressive. Her 5 talents had also reached perfection, making her incredibly powerful. The two simultaneously withdrew their talents, panting as they stared at each other. Wah, after all these years, I've finally met an opponent I can truly enjoy. Thank you, Mwah. As if she had been suppressing her emotions for a long time, Tushan Yorua suddenly hugged Yensen and kissed him hard. True strength comes from constantly learning from experience in battle. Those old guys are making me stay here for a full 10 years. It's infuriating. And those alien races, they actually tried to assassinate me when I was only at the 7th level. Now that I'm at the 9th level, I'm going to wipe them all out one by one. It's a pity this place is too dilapidated, which seriously slows down my cultivation speed. If I were training outside, I might have already broken through to the 10th level. Hearing Tushan Yorua's words, Yensen couldn't help but feel amazed. This girl in front of me me is a prodigy. If I hadn't been cheating, I would probably have given up long ago.
No, if he hadn't used cheat codes, he would never have had the chance to meet such a powerful genius. After chatting for a long time, Yensin returned to the second heavenly pillar, preparing to improve his cultivation and then have another showdown with Tushan Yorua. A few days later, he received debts from several geniuses, thanks to the rich spiritual energy of the second heavenly pillar.
His cultivation level rose steadily and quickly reached the 10th level of the 8th rank.
Just as he was preparing to fight Tushan Yorua for another 800 rounds, a voice suddenly came from the sky. The once-in-a-century boundary origin secret realm has opened ahead of schedule. Any being under 100 years old from the native world
can enter, but the competition is extremely fierce. Those whose cultivation level has not reached the 8th rank are not advised to go,
but you will be responsible for your own lives. Those who are interested can gather at the central pillar 3 days from now. All the geniuses were shocked upon hearing this. That voice clearly came from a saint-level expert. The fact that a saint-level expert personally issued a notice demonstrates the importance of the event. The boundary origin secret realm is known to these aristocratic geniuses for its abundance. Compared to it, the 4 secret realms of the Great Xia Kingdom are like children's games.
There are even rumors that a divine inheritance is hidden in the secret realm.
The fact that local creatures under the age of 100 can participate speaks volumes about its significance.
Even an S-level genius can break through to the 8th rank at the age of 100 with sufficient resources, not to mention those SS-level and SSS-level geniuses. After decades of cultivation, there will likely be many Emperor-level or even Monarch-level powerhouses.
All the geniuses of the Chosen Academy were both excited and hesitant upon hearing this news. After all, most of them were under 30 years old, and compared with the SSS-level geniuses from all over the world, they had cultivated for 60 or 70 years less.
Going in now will inevitably lead to losses.
If they don't enter now, they will miss a golden opportunity when the next world origin secret realm opens. Forget it, fortune favors the bold.
Once inside, I'll find a team of geniuses from the Great Xia Kingdom before starting my training. Charge! If we can gain a lot in the secret realm, we might come out as an emperor instead of a king.
Everyone was thrilled and stepped onto one of the 81 pillars reaching to the sky in the center. The pillar was short but unusually wide.
It's as wide as a platform.
On the platform, the teleportation portal has been opened. Simply step through to enter the boundary origin secret realm. Meanwhile, countless geniuses from all over the world entered the secret realm through their respective teleportation arrays. With countless changes in perspective, people are randomly transported to a new world. Outside the teleportation array, powerful figures spoke up one after another. Judging from the spatial fluctuations around the Earth, the number of people who entered the boundary origin secret realm this time is no less than 1 million.
Not only geniuses with S-rank and above bloodlines have entered, but many A-rank and B-rank bloodlines have also participated.
If resources are plentiful, even ordinary B-grade bloodlines can cultivate to the 5th or 6th rank. Although their individual strength isn't particularly high, if these people weren't ordinary beastmen, but rather a beastman army, then the threat would be enormous.
Compared to the hidden dragon secret realm, which can only accommodate a few dozen people, the vastness of the origin secret realm is simply unimaginable.
As soon as Yensin stepped into this place, he took a light breath and felt his spirits lifted. Even though his cultivation has already reached the 10th level of the king level, if he secludes himself in this world for a few days, he can probably break through and reach the emperor level.
This is enough to demonstrate how dense the energy is here.
He looked around and saw countless flowers, plants, and trees growing luxuriantly under the nourishment of spiritual energy. If they were placed in the outside world, they would all be priceless medicinal materials. A blade of grass or a handful of soil underfoot, in the hands of an ordinary person, is probably more precious than gold. The value of those rare and precious materials that truly embody the essence of heaven and earth is beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
Ha! Those are dragon blood fruits? The whole tree is covered in them.
Looking into the distance, Yensin saw a crimson vine, like a coiled dragon, wrapped around a giant tree thousands of feet tall, laden with hundreds of fruits. One dragon blood fruit is worth as much as 10 star origin stones.
We just came in and we've already obtained a treasure worth over 1,000 star origin stones?
He was so excited he almost jumped up, stepping on thin air as he headed straight for the giant tree. But he was not the only one in the surrounding area who noticed the panlong vine. Dozens of geniuses from all over the world took to the air, and some of them, who only had 6th order bloodlines and were not qualified to be 7th order marquises, still forced their way in.
Baka, this dragon vine belongs to me. All of you get out of my way, or you're dead.
A Japanese samurai stared coldly at the crowd. He had activated his SSS-level demon beast bloodline and looked like a mutated kappa. The bloodlines of the mythical beasts in Japan are extremely unique. Many of them are monsters that have undergone multiple mutations, and some are even comparable to the mythical beasts in legends. Japan seems to possess a secret technique that allows monsters to continuously mutate, making them the most powerful nation in the world. Not to mention, they also possess many bizarre and unpredictable methods. This warrior had reached the 7th level of the king rank. Among the charging crowd were more than a dozen king-level experts whose strength was comparable to his. "Fuck, who do you think you are, daring to steal treasure?" a blonde, blue-eyed man roared, his body radiating golden light. He was clearly a member of the Western continent's papacy. Their beast bloodlines are also equipped with unique activation techniques, full of papal style, radiating holy golden light. When all the native creatures from Earth entered this origin realm, for some reason, their words could be directly transmitted into each other's minds, allowing them to understand one another. It is probably the natural order of this world that allows their thoughts to communicate without barriers. More than a dozen king-level experts fought fiercely, their power astonishing, tearing apart the surrounding giant trees and sending sand and dust flying everywhere. "Stop fighting! All of these things are mine." Just then, a voice came from afar, and everyone turned their heads to see a black-haired, yellow-skinned boy slowly walking towards them. It was Yensen, who was afraid that the fighting among these people would damage the Panlong vine. "Baka, you damn Chinese, who do you think you are to say such things?" "That's right, you yellow-skinned monkey, get lost, or I'll skin you alive." The group looked at Yensen's youthful appearance with disdain. Even if the other party is exceptionally talented and is also a king-level being, how dare they be so arrogant in front of them? They continued to rush towards the Panlong vine, fighting over it, and many fruits were broken, which pained Yensen to see. "I'll say it again, all of you get out of here." Upon hearing this angry shout, everyone turned around and looked at each other. "How about we join forces and kill this little bastard?" "No need to join forces, I can take down this Chinese pig all by myself." Upon seeing this, the Japanese samurai charged menacingly towards Yensen. Yensen gripped the true dragon spear tightly, said nothing, and thrust the spear forward, piercing through the opponent's head. "Damn it, if you don't obey, you'll all die here." He instantly unleashed all his talents, unleashing his full combat power and transforming into a bloodthirsty war god. Seeing this, the dozen or so king-level experts all widened their eyes and used all their skills to fight back. Unfortunately, even with more than a dozen king-level experts joining forces to resist Yensen alone, they still suffered repeated defeats and coughed up blood. "Damn it, how is this kid so strong? Even if he's only at the 10th level of the king rank, how could we possibly lose to him with so many of us? Are you blind? This kid is radiating a strong aura of natural talent, can't you sense it? No, what kind of monster is this? I don't want to die. I've only been here for less than 10 minutes. They wailed as Yensen pierced through them one by one, turning them into a cloud of blood mist. The legendary equipment that had been nurtured for decades fell to the ground, scattering like a torrential downpour. Looking at those beast soul equipment, Yensen suddenly had an idea. Perhaps the rare and precious materials in this secret realm are just a small gain for me. What's more important are these people. His eyes lit up, as if he had pushed open a door to a new world. In this battle, Yensen killed more than 10 veteran kings, obtained tens of thousands of star source stones, and hundreds of legendary equipment. Compared to the Panlong vine, which is worth thousands of star origin stones, there is no doubt that killing and robbing is a faster way to obtain treasure. Yensen glanced at the dozens of powerful figures from various countries watching from afar, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. "Oh no, run, this guy's going to kill us. Damn it, those guys from the Great Xia Kingdom are devils." Yensen moved his feet, and the legendary top-grade boots activated the power of wind and thunder. He took a step that covered 10,000 meters and began a frenzied slaughter. Brother, I am a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, please don't kill me," a man cried out, trembling, as Yensen's true dragon spear stopped between his eyebrows. "Okay, but you have to give me all the beast soul equipment and star source stones you have on you," Yensen said coldly. The man swallowed hard and continued, "Could I not hand over the equipment yet? I want to explore the secret realm more. How about I give you a discount on the equipment and write you an IOU? A glint of light flashed in Yensen's eyes. He thought this was a good idea. "That's fine, but the IOU has to be doubled. How about that?" Okay. Yensen took out his phone from his beast soul equipment, took a picture of the person and made a brief record. Then, with a burst of wind and thunder under his feet, he instantly disappeared from the spot. The man wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken. Yensen put away the Panlong vine, picked up his spear, and began searching for powerful individuals from other countries. As a result, a demon appeared in this area, feared by all. He specialized in plundering other people's equipment and resources, and would kill anyone who resisted. He's a complete thug. Moreover, this guy doesn't discriminate based on nationality. He steals from everyone, and he's extremely fair and impartial. Yensen was reasonable. He only robbed people and didn't kill them indiscriminately. Those with a good attitude could even receive an IOU. Initially, this was limited to people from the Great Xia Kingdom, but Yensen later expanded the scope. Apart from Japan and a few other countries on the western continent that are hostile to the Great Xia Kingdom, many powerful individuals from small countries around the world can issue IOUs. As for the Japanese and those from those hostile countries, let alone IOUs, Yensen would simply stab them with a gun if he encountered them, without even giving them a chance to speak. Baka. These damn Chinese have made enemies of Japan and have already killed at least 100 of our strongmen. Several Japanese people
dressed in ninja outfits fled for their lives.
They had demonic power flowing in their blood and inherited ninja skills, making them exceptionally strong. But they were no match for that terrifying Great Xia people. Even the top fighters from Japan were killed by Yensen with a single shot, without even a chance to make a second move.
Damn it, we must inform those emperors.
Once they take action, these mere emperors of the Great Xia Kingdom are utterly insignificant. The group raced forward, using the unique methods of searching found by the Japanese to locate a king who was battling a native monster from the Boundary Origin secret realm. This person exudes a ghostly aura, his body entwined with countless vengeful spirits, making him eerie and terrifying. He wielded a samurai sword and slashed at the native monster. With a single swing, the force spread for 1,000 meters, instantly splitting the king-level 10th-level monster in two. Lord Yamamoto, please help us, the people of Japan. Seeing that Yamamoto Ichiro's battle was over, the group stepped forward and knelt down in worship.
After hearing their account, Yamamoto Ichiro was furious. Baka, how dare you kill my Japanese people, you damn Chinese pig. I will not only kill him, but also slaughter all the Chinese pigs who have entered this secret realm. The 10,000 Ghosts blade in my hand is a relic from the old era, and it loves to devour the souls of the Chinese. This sword has already slain 100,000 people from the Great Xia Kingdom, and has now advanced to the legendary top grade level. If there is an opportunity to enter the Great Xia Kingdom and kill a million, it may leap to the mythical level. Yamamoto Ichiro wiped the sinister aura of his katana, then grabbed a ninja and had him lead the way before soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, in various parts of the secret realm, those nations that were hostile to the Great Xia Kingdom also received pleas for help from their people. The emperors of several countries, including the Golden Eagle Kingdom and the Federal Kingdom, rushed to the scene, vowing to kill this man. Yamamoto Ichiro arrived the fastest, easily finding Yensen, who had just finished his training, by using the mark left on him by the ninja. Baka, you're that Chinese pig? Kneel down before me and apologize to the Japanese people you killed, and I will grant you a quick death. Otherwise, I will certainly make.
Before he could finish speaking, a long spear suddenly pierced his abdomen and began to twist violently. An explosion ripped his internal organs into a bloody pulp, a truly gruesome sight.
You idiot! How dare you launch a sneak attack? I, the Emperor, will kill you. Surprisingly, Yamamoto Ichiro did not die on the spot. His ghostly aura spread out, covering 100 miles and forming a dark domain. Domain of 10,000 ghosts. Today, I, the Emperor, will make you wish you were dead. In the darkness, countless vengeful ghosts howled. Yamamoto Ichiro grinned as he stared at Yensen, hoping to see fear on his face. However, Yensen remained calm, filled with curiosity as to why this guy was still alive. How come you're not dead? He asked directly, and Yamamoto Ichiro laughed triumphantly, looking down at him and saying, You foolish Chinese pig, my domain has been integrated into my body. As long as this domain remains unbroken, the Emperor will never perish. You piece of trash, don't you know that? Upon hearing this, Yensen suddenly understood. Thank you. In return, I'll make sure you die a little slower.
Yensen said this, and then activated all 8 of his domains at once, bursting forth with multicolored light to dispel the darkness. The wandering ghosts howled in agony, vanished into thin air, and a powerful pressure spread out. The true dragon spear swept across the 8 directions, countless dragon-shaped spear beams piercing through Yamamoto Ichiro's body.
Endless pain struck, and Yamamoto Ichiro howled in agony.
Although one may not die, one cannot be immune to pain.
How can you be so strong? No, you're not just a king, you're an emperor.
He looked at Yensen in shock and discovered that Yensen's spiritual energy aura had reached the emperor level. To deal with you, a king-level being is actually enough. Yensen spoke calmly, continuing his attack on Yamamoto Ichiro's soul. As he said, in return, he would let this guy die slowly. Otherwise, he could have easily defeated Yamamoto Ichiro by directly destroying the domain barrier.
No, all ghosts have appeared. Destroy him. Yamamoto Ichiro channeled his spiritual energy to summon ghosts, but they were wiped out as soon as they appeared. Even if they are both at the same royal level, this guy shouldn't be this powerful. Oh, this is the ghost domain of Japan.
Those guys are skilled in domain techniques. It seems that a Japanese emperor has already come looking for trouble with that guy. This ghost realm is incredibly powerful. Its strength must be formidable. That man from the Great Xia Kingdom will probably be wiped out soon. Several emperors from various countries, who had met by chance, stared at the dark ghost realm and whispered among themselves. Before they could finish speaking, the dark ghost realm emitted a series of cracking sounds. Soon after, the entire ghost realm collapsed, and mournful cries echoed through the air. Damn Chinese, you've tormented me for so long, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. The emperors stared in stunned silence at Yamamoto Ichiro, who was being tortured to the point of near death.
Yensen smiled when he saw everyone arrive. Everyone's here.
Upon hearing Yensen's words and looking at his harmless face, for some reason, the emperors suddenly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, chilled to the bone.
Several foreign emperors sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Yensen, and their faces immediately showed surprise. So you've already entered the emperor realm, albeit only the initial stage, yet you were able to defeat Yamamoto Ichiro? How interesting. interesting. Fuck, why all the nonsense? Just kill him already, don't waste time.
That's right, a newly promoted emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom. We can push him to his limit with just a little effort. Once they realized what was happening, they didn't seem too panicked.
After all, anyone present was far stronger than Yamamoto Ichiro. As an emperor, how could he easily feel that he was inferior to others?
They all made their moves, unleashing their respective domains, and instantly a strong aura spread for thousands of miles. The domains of several people pressed down on Yensen, but he yawned and had no intention of holding back, unleashing his full combat power. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, blood, all 8 elements are in full bloom. It was as if a colorful liquid had been poured into the sky, rapidly spreading for thousands of miles. The dazzling brilliance directly suppressed the light of the other emperor's domains, making them pale in comparison.
What? So many domains? What kind of monster is this guy? Fuck, could this be that genius who emerged from the Great Xia Kingdom a few years ago? Wait, wasn't that person a woman? The group was utterly shocked, while Yensen unleashed the 8 trigram swimming dragon palm, the Yin and Yang twin dragons roaring as they broke through the barriers of their domain. How is this possible? He's that strong.
How can someone who has only just advanced to the Emperor realm possess such terrifying strength? They tried their best and used all sorts of techniques, but in the end, they were all defeated.
After a long while, the sky returned to calm.
Those imposing emperors were all reduced to exploding blood mist. Leaving behind a large number of legendary equipment made Yensen beam with joy. Once these equipment pieces are fused together, his true dragon set instantly becomes a legendary top-tier item.
It's only one step away from becoming a mythical level equipment. A set of legendary top-tier equipment is extremely rare even among veteran players. Fuck, our Golden Eagle Kingdom's emperor has been slain by this demon. This is intolerable. We must inform the 12-star emperors and have this genius executed as soon as possible. Baka, Yamamoto-kun, we will definitely find the 10 demon kings and avenge you.
With the 9 royal knights making their move, they will surely be able to kill this monster. We can't let him get any stronger. He's too terrifying. Amidst the towering mountains, countless powerful figures from various nations who had been secretly observing the battle dispersed to search for stronger imperial support. Yensen plundered hundreds of thousands of star source stones from the corpses of several emperors, and after absorbing them, his cultivation level increased to the 3rd level of the emperor. Each advancement to the next level requires at least tens of thousands of star origin stones, a cost that most emperors cannot afford.
He traveled north, leaving the territory of the foreign powerful.
In the time that followed, he collected all sorts of rare and precious materials while continuing to search for powerful figures from other countries. As time passed, many powerful figures spread the word that an arrogant bandit had appeared in the Boundary Origin secret realm. This bandit acted extremely arrogantly, robbing many countries, and even his own people. Many forces began to form alliances, preparing to encircle and kill them. One day, Yensen was flying and wandering in the air when he suddenly saw a streak of crimson light. Dozens of powerful figures are chasing and intercepting it. Without a doubt, it is a treasure. Yensen acted swiftly, seizing the streak of light first. The moment you grasp it, a burning sensation surges through you. It is an extremely pure ball of fire attribute energy. They have even developed intelligence and know how to evade pursuit.
This is the origin of the world.
The origin realm, as its name suggests, is a place where a large amount of the world's origin is gathered. The ball of energy in Yensen's hand was clearly the source of fire, which could be used to enhance natural talents. This tiny ball of energy is enough to propel a fire attribute natural talent from the early stages to the later stages, and even reaching the perfect realm is not impossible. Having already achieved perfect natural talent, they are even more likely to break through further and enter the realm of great perfection. Even great emperors find it difficult to advance to this level easily. Once a domain reaches its ultimate perfection, it can become a small world of its own, containing the power of the heavenly Tao. If the power of the domain is inferior to that of the enemy who enters it, even if the opponent is of a higher realm, the only outcome is death.
The realm of the great perfection can continuously draw power from the void, endlessly and inexhaustibly. This top-level power can only be generally mastered by saint-level experts. This is a good item. It's mine now.
Yensen grinned, and dozens of powerful figures nearby quickly arrived and surrounded him.
What are you daring to?
Just as an emperor was about to rebuke someone, he was interrupted by his companion.
He seems to be that bandit from the Great Xia Kingdom.
Upon hearing this, everyone examined Yensen closely and discovered that his body was covered with countless auras of marks. These marks are life markers forcibly imprinted on powerful foreigners before their deaths, and they usually take a long time to dissipate.
The nation's strongest warriors can use these markings to track down enemies and ultimately kill them. Upon investigation, everyone was shocked and could not contain their astonishment.
Upon closer inspection, Yensen's body was found to be covered with countless life marks, leaving no blank spots. Roughly estimated, he killed at least 10,000 powerful figures from various countries.
Damn it, it really is that demon. Run! Ah!
A group of early-stage emperor-level and king-level powerhouses panicked and howled in terror, scattering in all directions.
Stop running. Instead of fleeing, unite and fight him. Do you think you can outrun him? If you want to fight, then stay here.
I don't need to outrun him, I just need to outrun you guys. Yensen glanced at the group of powerful individuals from a small country but had no intention of bullying them. At this moment, all he wanted to do was refine the source of fire and see how effective the amplification would be.
Just then, more than a dozen figures flew in from the sky, their eerie aura spreading like dark clouds. Ah, it's the 10 demon kings, they've finally arrived.
Haha, with the 10 ghost kings taking action, they will surely slay this damned Chinese pig.
Damn it, he killed thousands of my Japanese people, he deserves to be torn to pieces.
A group of Japanese people who had been hiding in the mountains revealed themselves and angrily cursed Yensen in the sky. Before he could finish speaking, hundreds of dragon-shaped spear beams swept down, shattering the surrounding mountains into dust.
You bastard, how dare you kill my Japanese people in public? A monk, his entire body bluish-black, roared angrily. So what if I kill you? If you're not happy, come and kill me.
Yensen put away the source of fire and stared coldly at the ghost emperors. These were the 10 most famous demon kings of Japan.
He recognized several of them, such as Aobozu, Yukiyana, and Shitondoji.
Each ghost emperor's cultivation level is above the 7th level of the emperor level, and some are even at the 10th level of the emperor level. The 10 ghost kings joined forces, and even a typical early-stage monarch-level cultivator could contend with them. Yensen is currently only at the 3rd level of the emperor rank, so he inevitably has some difficulty facing this group of veteran ghost emperors.
How arrogant. I like it. Shitondoji grinned wickedly. Since he's so confident, let's join forces and not give him a chance to breathe. Not at all. Dealing with a mere 3rd-level emperor is more than enough for me.
The Azumi responded coldly.
Idiot, we agreed to team up. Don't waste time.
The leading ghost king Chongda shouted a stern rebuke while the other ghost kings remained silent. If he goes all out and the emperors of the 5 great families of the Great Xia Kingdom arrive, this kid will probably not escape his fate. Upon hearing this, the ghost kings became more cautious and unleashed their domains. In an instant, the vast void was covered in darkness, filled with countless ghostly shadows and echoing roars.
The land and mountains were corrupted by the power of darkness, turning into a gloomy and eerie ghost realm. Yensen felt intense pressure and immediately activated 8 domains. This time, however, the domain did not burst the enemy's domain as it had before.
Instead, the force was strongly blocked only from his body for hundreds of miles around.
I've never seen a genius who's mastered so many fields before. TSK TSK TSK.
Unfortunately, there's an old saying in the Great Xia Kingdom, don't bite off more than you can chew, and quality is more important than quantity.
Having many domains may not necessarily be a good thing.
The ghost kings all offered their opinions, and once their domains were expanded, Yensen was like a turtle trapped in a jar, with no way out. Yensen didn't say much, and directly unleashed a perfect S-rank martial art, then slapped out. The Yin-Yang twin dragons, carrying energies of various attributes, surged forth and charged towards the 10 ghost kings. However, their bodies instantly expanded to tens of thousands of meters in length.
The Yin-Yang twin dragons, thousands of feet long, were reduced to tiny snakes and smashed to pieces. The 10 evil spirits surrounded Yensen, making his body appear incredibly small. Heh, despair now, you damned brat. This is the price you pay for slaughtering my Japanese people.
A ghost king roared and lunged at him, unleashing a torrent of chilling energy.
Hee, I haven't reached my limit yet.
Yensen let out a low shout, and his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant dragon 10,000 meters long, its scales radiating multicolored light.
One by one, pieces of beast soul equipment merged into his limbs, strengthening his muscles, bones, and flesh. Dragon's tail swing. The dragon soars in the sky. The dragon that soars too high will regret it. The dragon appears in the field.
One after another, perfect level S-rank martial arts techniques were unleashed from the dragon's body, with overwhelming momentum and earth-shattering power, causing the 10,000-meter-tall ghost emperor's body to be repeatedly repelled. The mountains beneath their feet were crushed one by one, and many powerful individuals who failed to escape the domain were instantly reduced to ashes.
Damn kid, he's so strong. The ghost king's face was full of shame.
Under the combined attack of the 10 ghost kings, he had actually been forced back by Yen Senator. He would surely be ridiculed by the other ghost kings in the future. You have indeed mastered quite a few S-rank martial arts techniques, but unfortunately, they are too scattered. A ghost king sneered, as black snow swirled around him and rolled in. The biting cold penetrated straight to the soul, leaving a trail of ice wherever it passed. This black snow contains the power of several S-level martial arts techniques, which, when combined, create an astonishing fighting force. Yensen's martial arts techniques were all broken, and the range of his domain shrank by dozens of miles in an instant.
Fused martial arts techniques?
Yensen was startled, his stored experience was greatly depleted, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He integrated all the martial arts techniques related to the dragon bloodline to create a completely new martial art. Various dragon-shaped martial arts phenomena merged into one in an instant, transforming into a 100,000-meter-long giant dragon soaring into the sky and heading straight for the 10 ghost emperors.
Damn it, enough enough with the nonsense. This kid has actually combined all his martial arts techniques into one. The Ghost Emperor Chongda was furious, and the Ghost Emperor who had mocked Yensen immediately fell silent, daring not to say another word. Only by working together, using countless martial arts techniques and combining them with the power of their domains, could they barely manage to kill the giant dragon. We can't let him live another second. This kid is just too strange. Having fought the dragon for a long time, the 10 Ghost Kings were exhausted and began to attack the area surrounding Yensen. Click, click. The light of the 8 domains gradually dimmed, and their scope shrank rapidly. Yensen narrowed his eyes, a thought emerging in his mind. Since martial arts phenomena can be merged, can my domain also be unified? He examined these Ghost Emperor domains closely and discovered that although they were all at the perfect level, they could merge with each other. This is because their Ghost domain attributes are similar, while Yensen's attributes are completely different. Such a fusion is extremely difficult, but he decided to give it a try. Having slain tens of thousands of powerful foreign warriors, accumulated hundreds of millions of years of experience, and mastered dozens of S-rank martial arts techniques, he has more than enough skill. As experience accumulates, the mind becomes clearer, leading to repeated fusions and collisions in various fields. The 10 Ghost Kings launched a joint attack, and the domain gradually shrank, from hundreds of miles to tens of miles, and then to thousands of meters. Yensen's experience also rapidly diminished, from hundreds of millions to tens of millions, then to millions, and finally ran out. At this moment, his domain was reduced to only a few dozen meters in radius, as faint as a firefly. The 10 Ghost Kings revealed ferocious smiles, knowing that Yensen was doomed to die in this battle. However, at that moment, the 8 distinct domains, as separate as ink, suddenly trembled. It was as if some mysterious force had forcibly fused them together, triggering an extremely violent reaction. The area, which was originally only a few dozen meters in size, suddenly expanded rapidly, first to tens of miles, and then to hundreds of miles. Upon seeing this scene, all 10 Ghost Kings exclaimed in surprise. This kid actually dared to forcibly merge with the domain. With so many domains merged, it's tantamount to courting death. We don't even need to do anything. It will be devoured by the domains themselves upon self-destruction. What ignorant and arrogant Chinese people. The 10 Ghost Kings kept their distance, fearing that when Yensen self-destructed, blood and gore would splatter all over them. After all, if these 8 domains were to explode, even with their strength, they would inevitably be seriously injured if they got too close. However, surprisingly, the 8 domains did not explode as expected. Instead, they began to slowly merge. The chaotic realm, a mixture of various elemental powers, gradually returned to tranquility, and the powers became orderly. No, he's about to succeed. Stop him. Chongda Ghost King shouted in a trembling voice, and the other Ghost Kings, disregarding the danger, quickly approached. Just then, a voice resounded throughout the vast wilderness. The boundary is complete, and you only have one path, death. A domain is a self-proclaimed small world, and once formed, it can draw upon the power of the chaotic void. From this point on, the domain will never perish, and the domain lord will also be immortal. This ability is usually only available to those who have reached the saint level. However, Yensen is currently only at the emperor level, yet he has managed to reach this level by fusing his 8 and 8 domains together. This made the 10 Ghost Kings feel a deep-seated fear welling up from the bottom of their hearts. The boundary has been established, their defeat is inevitable. Just as the 10 Ghost Kings were preparing to withdraw their domains and flee the scene, Yensen's 8-colored domain instantly enveloped them all. Don't even think about escaping, all of you stay here. With a wave of his hand, Yensen conjured 8-colored streams of light into 8 divine dragons, which pounced fiercely towards the 10 Ghost Kings. Within this realm, he was like a god who controlled heaven and earth. With a thought, he was omnipotent. There's no escape, we have no choice but to fight to the death. The 10 Ghost Kings roared in unison, their eyes flashing with resolute light. Sacrifice technique, king of all ghosts, manifest. They extracted all their spiritual energy and gathered it into a towering phantom of a ghost or god. The ghostly phantom was exceptionally solid and lifelike. With a wave of his hand, a cold and violent aura spread out, and the demon god bared its teeth and tore at the 8 divine dragons. The 8 divine dragons let out mournful cries as they were torn to pieces by the king of 10,000 ghosts. Hee. So what if you're a domain, kid, you? The king of 10,000 ghosts, having merged the wills of the 10 Ghost Kings, was gloating and preparing to show off when Yensen's body suddenly grew tens of thousands of feet taller. His whole body shone with golden light, as if a war god had descended. Do you think that's all the power of a realm is? Yensen sneered, brandished the true dragon spear, and slashed fiercely at the ghostly phantom. The demon was cleaved in two by a single stroke, letting out a blood-curdling wail. No, this is the Ghost King who sacrificed 10 of us. Even a monarch-level expert would find it difficult to shake him. What right do you have to kill us? They were extremely unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Yensen said no more, and swung his true dragon spear repeatedly, sweeping away the domain that enveloped the ghostly and divine phantoms. With a wave of his hand, he acquired all the beast soul equipment of the 10 Ghost Kings, as expected of a royal-level expert. So many legendary-grade top-quality equipment are enough to upgrade my true dragon dragon set to the mythical level. Yansen acted immediately and began fusing the equipment.
After a long while, the true dragon armor on his body vibrated in unison, bursting out with colorful halos that condensed into ancient patterns.
This is a mythical rune.
Jensen stared at the faintly flowing runes, which seemed to form a mysterious dragon character.
This is not the script of any known country. Although Yansen does not recognize its form, he can intuitively perceive its meaning. This is the oldest and most mysterious script in the world.
Ordinary people only need to glance at it to be overwhelmed by the information contained within, and their minds will collapse. These divine runes flow within the equipment, seemingly resonating with heaven and earth, capable of stirring up clouds and rain, and generating wind and thunder with every move.
This is a mythical level equipment, also known as a god level equipment.
Even a 10th tier monarch level powerhouse would rarely be able to assemble a complete set. Only after actually putting on this mythical level equipment did Jensen truly appreciate its immense advantages.
It seems that she clearly held back during her battle with Tushan Yoruba that day.
Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand the power of that divine script at the time.
I wonder how that woman is doing now.
He's only at the early stage of the Emperor level. In this origin realm, he's probably no match for her.
As Jensen pondered this, a series of energy fluctuations suddenly came from the distant horizon, and he frowned.
There are powerful figures engaged in battle? This energy fluctuation is estimated to be at least at the late stage of the Emperor level, or even possibly the early stage of the Monarch level.
No way! As peace-loving young people of the Great Xia Kingdom, how can we stand idly by when something like this happens?
Thinking of this, Jensen stepped on Wind and Thunder, and the original Wind and Thunder energy transformed into Wind Dragons and Thunder Dragons, carrying him all the way, and in the blink of an eye, he flew tens of thousands of miles.
TSK, those damned Great Xia people actually dare to resist the Holy Temple Royal Knights.
What kind of so-called Five Saints clan are they?
They're nothing but idiots in front of us. Within that space, domains unfolded, and a dozen powerful individuals were engaged in a fierce battle.
5 of them were clearly members of a saint-level aristocratic family from the Great Xia Kingdom, and the phantom images of 5 sacred beasts appeared behind them.
Qilin, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, White Tiger.
All 5 were at the late-stage Emperor level, and with their powerful sacred beast bloodlines, they should theoretically be invincible. However, the 9 powerful figures opposite them were more experienced Holy Temple Royal Knights, who had an overwhelming advantage in both numbers and cultivation.
5 of them were forced to retreat in defeat.
Beyond the realm, tens of thousands of powerful individuals from various countries were engaged in a chaotic battle, with king-level experts as numerous as hairs on a cow and marquis-level experts everywhere. As for marshals and generals, they basically become cannon fodder. In this secret realm teeming with powerful beings, their talents and cultivation levels, which they take pride in outside, are utterly insignificant.
The 2 sides in the battle were mainly divided into the Knights Templar and the 5 holy armies of Great Xia. Besides the Knights Templar, there are also many scattered foreign armies besieging the Great Xia army.
Jensen understood that these powerful figures never fought meaningless battles. There must be something of paramount importance that had sparked the duel between the 2 sides. He looked around and saw a towering tree, hundreds of thousands of meters tall, covered with tens of thousands of energy-rich fruits.
Shen Yuan fruit.
The Divine Essence fruit, as the name suggests, is a fruit containing divine-level elemental power. It is similar to Star Origin Stone, both of which can be used for refining and cultivation, but its conversion speed far exceeds that of Star Origin Stone. Simply take it, and your cultivation level will be greatly improved within a few hours. At the king level, a single Divine Essence fruit can raise 1 level of cultivation, which is not difficult. The value of these tens of thousands of Divine Essence fruits is at least over 100 million Star Origin Stones, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's more than double. No wonder it sparked such a fierce battle. If the stalemate continues, even more powerful figures will likely arrive. Before his thought was even finished, hundreds of streaks of light rushed towards him from the distant horizon.
Ha, with so many Divine Essence fruits, don't those guys in the Holy Temple plan to share some with us?
The 9 royal knights' expressions changed immediately upon seeing the newcomers, for these people came from the Star Palace, and the 12 leading figures were none other than the renowned 12 Star Emperors. The besieged Xia army was even more disheartened upon seeing this. The people from the temple were already troublesome enough, and now the Star Palace is here too. They're practically making it impossible for anyone to survive. The 9 royal knights exchanged glances, and the leading Lionheart royal knight addressed the 12 Star Emperors.
How about you help us kill these Great Xia people first, and then we can talk about the distribution of the Divine Essence fruit. Ha ha ha, it's a piece of cake.
These useless trash from the Great Xia Kingdom can be wiped out with a flick of our fingers. Among the 12 Star Emperors, one stepped forward, with a golden, shimmering lion phantom appearing behind him.
That is Leo, the golden sign of the zodiac.
The illusory image of a 10,000-foot-tall golden lion suddenly slammed down, crashing towards the army of the 5 Saints clan. The royal-level expert from the Qilin family swiftly made his move, and the phantom of the Qilin behind him struck the golden lion fiercely, causing it to retreat retreat repeatedly.
TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of the Qilin family, their bloodline is indeed powerful.
One of the 12-star emperors stepped forward, with a golden giant crab phantom appearing behind him. Subsequently, powerful figures such as Scorpio, Taurus, and Sagittarius stepped forward and launched successive attacks. The powerful members of the Five Saints clan were almost powerless to fight back under their siege. In terms of individual combat, none of them feared the Emperor-level experts here, but the opponents outnumbered them by a wide margin, and the situation suddenly became tricky.
What do we do? Why haven't those bastards from the 12 zodiac families come to our rescue yet?
The members of the Five Saints families gritted their teeth, and the Star Emperor of Leo suddenly spoke up.
You won't get any reinforcements.
The Emperor of the 12 zodiac families has already been intercepted by the Federation's superpowered Emperor, someone said coldly.
The Federation's superpowered Emperor. The legendary Hulk, Spider-Man, Iron Man, Batman.
These beings, considered inferior bloodlines in the Great Xia Kingdom, have inexplicably become the most powerful bloodlines in the Federation. It is said that they have mastered a special mutation technique that allows them to use ordinary people's bodies as a medium and, at the cost of many lives, give birth to many top-tier mutated bloodlines. In this world, only the Great Xia Kingdom did not join forces with other races, and therefore never mastered this secret technique. The Great Xia Kingdom has always scoffed at this secret method, as everyone understands it is like drinking poison to quench thirst, consuming the future potential of the race in exchange for short-term power. But in this day and age, this secret technique can bring formidable strength. The 5 mythical bloodlines of the Five Saints clan are exceptionally powerful, and they can stubbornly hold out for a long time even when surrounded by more than 10 emperors. Just as they were fighting with all their might, a sudden cry of surprise rang out.
Oh no! Someone is stealing the divine essence fruit.
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a person riding on wind and thunder, quickly picking the divine essence fruit. The divine essence fruit is closely connected to the divine tree, and it would take an ordinary emperor-level expert tens of seconds to pick one. But Yansen swung the true dragon spear, and the fruits fell one after another, which he then stored in his beast soul equipment. In the blink of an eye, he had harvested over 100 divine essence fruits, and he was overjoyed.
Bastard!
What country are you from, daring to steal the divine essence fruit? A powerful royal-level expert, as black as coal, transformed into a giant gorilla and roared as he rushed forward to stop Yansen. With a wave of his hand, Yansen blasted the powerful black ape from the southern continent into a cloud of blood mist. The entire room fell silent, everyone gasped in shock.
A single slap actually defeated a royal-level expert. This must be the strength of a peak-level emperor, right?
Yansen himself was somewhat surprised. He had only casually activated the power of the true dragon set, but he hadn't expected the damage to be so terrifying under the blessing of the divine runes. Although that emperor-level expert was only in the early stages, he shouldn't have been instantly killed by a single palm strike.
That guy is wearing mythical-grade equipment.
The powerful figures looked at each other in disbelief.
Mythical-grade equipment was extremely rare even among monarch-level experts. His cultivation aura is only at the mid-stage of the emperor level. Does he think he can act recklessly just because of his equipment?
You stay here, I'll deal with him. The Ares powerhouse suddenly stepped forward, unleashing his constellation domain, and countless pressures suddenly assaulted Yansen.
Are you ever going to stop? Do you have to bother me?
Yansen, who was focused on picking fruit, frowned and turned around to use his dragon soaring across the 8 desolations technique. The golden dragon, shimmering with divine light and imbued with lifelike detail, traversed thousands of miles and directly entered the domain of the Ares powerhouse, tearing it to pieces.
What? How can my domain be so fragile?
The Ares powerhouse was shocked. Fortunately, his domain had not completely shattered, and he had not yet lost his life. The moment the idea took hold, the golden dragon shook its head and wagged its tail, tearing large gashes in his domain as if ripping rags.
Boss, save me.
The Ares powerhouse was shaken to his core, death looming close. The other 11 powerful constellations looked at each other, but dared not hesitate, and rushed to support Ares. The realms of the 12 constellations converge, forming a starry sky spanning tens of thousands of miles, enveloping Yansen.
Is this never going to end?
Yansen frowned and shouted angrily at the group. The powerful figures of the 12 constellations were all shocked, wondering where this guy got his confidence from.
Kid, your strength relies entirely on your equipment. Once our Star Alliance domain is activated, even a monarch-level expert wouldn't dare to confront us head on. What do you think you are?
The Taurus Emperor sneered, then transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall golden bull and charged fiercely at Yansen. The surrounding heavens and earth roared incessantly, and every step he took caused the space to tremble.
Damn it, get out of here, don't break my divine essence fruit.
Facing the charging Taurus powerhouse, Yansen snorted coldly, stepped forward, his entire body shimmering with divine runes, transforming into a 10,000-foot-long true dragon, and slammed out with a palm. The once fierce Taurus was instantly smashed to pieces like a rat, and the Taurus powerhouse coughed up blood, retreating several steps in terror.
This guy's not right, everyone attack.
The Leo leader gave a stern command, and the leaders of all 12 zodiac zodiac signs responded in unison. The 12 illusory images of the constellations, thousands of feet tall, appeared simultaneously and bombarded Yensen.
Aquarius, bind him.
A transparent water bottle appeared out of thin air, trapping Yensen, who had transformed into a golden dragon, in the space, making it impossible for him to move an inch.
Unfortunately, the restraint only lasted for a second.
Yensen stretched slightly, and the restraint instantly shattered, turning into a sky full of energy that dissipated without a trace.
The boss is too strong. We can't control him at all.
Libra, change the spatial rules that govern him. The gravity around Yensen suddenly increased by millions of times, causing ripples to spread through the space.
Interesting. Yensen's lips curled slightly as he slowly spoke. In that case, I'll play along with you guys. Expand your domain. With a command, all the surrounding gravity was shaken off, and a dazzling domain instantly opened up. The domains of the 12 constellations were immediately suppressed, and Yensen's domain was clearly more powerful.
All the powerful figures suddenly realized that this guy had never actually unleashed his domain.
What a terrifying domain. No, this isn't a domain, it's a realm. The Leo powerhouse was shocked.
Looking at the majestic golden dragon, a strong sense of impending death welled up in his heart.
Holy Knight, ignore those guys, join forces, and suppress him. The Leo Emperor immediately called for assistance.
The 9 royal knights of the temple exchanged glances and decisively abandoned the emperors of the 5 holy families. They then gathered here, united to unleash their domain, and pressed down on Yensen. With the temple domain and the Star Palace domain combined, any early-stage monarch-level expert would likely be defeated in this situation. The emperors of the 5 great families were dumbfounded, never expecting that Yensen would bring such immense pressure to these foreign emperors.
Qilin, what should we do?
The 4 emperors looked at the leader of the Qilin family, who were accustomed to addressing each other by blood ties. The 5 sacred beasts share the same bloodline and typically select 5 juniors with similar talents to form a team for battle from a young age.
Let's make a move. What else can we do? We can't just run away, can we?
The Qilin emperor let out a low shout, and the other 4 team members nodded in agreement, flying towards Yensen to jointly unleash their domains and bombard the domains of the Star Palace and the Holy Temple.
Don't help me, you guys go and deal with the others.
Yensen said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the approaching emperors of the 5 Saints clan. I can handle this bunch of trash by myself. The emperors of the 5 holy families were stunned upon hearing this, while the emperors of the Star Palace and the Holy Temple were extremely angry.
Arrogant brat, you'll pay the price for your boastful words. Die, you bastard.
More than 20 emperors attacked simultaneously, creating an astonishing display that even caused the space itself to vibrate and crack. The 12 powerful figures of the constellations condensed into a celestial war god tens of thousands of feet tall. It was no longer just a phantom, but a lifelike and real war god. The star god of war has 12 pairs of arms on its back, wielding various weapons, spears, longbows, swords, axes, and halberds. At the same time, the 9 holy temple emperors also condensed a supreme knight riding a warhorse, holding a holy spear, with a radiant will hanging behind him, and dazzling holy light shining around him. The star god of war and the supreme knight charged towards Yensen side by side, leaving behind a long black trail, a wound where space had been torn apart.
In the name of the temple, I purify. In the name of the stars, I shall destroy.
The blazing light and the violent starstorm swept across thousands of miles of space, engulfing Yensen and lingering there for a long time.
Is he dead? Finally dead. The more than 20 emperors finally breathed a sigh of relief.
They had given their all and used secret techniques in this attack.
If this move doesn't kill that guy, they'll all probably perish here.
Just who is this kid? I've never heard of such a person in the Great Xia Kingdom.
I don't know. Could it be a secret genius hidden by the Great Xia Kingdom? Our intelligence hasn't caught a single clue. It's absurd. Thank goodness he's dead. Otherwise.
Before the words were finished, a figure suddenly appeared amidst the starstorm and blazing light. He was draped in 8-colored light, carried a long spear on his shoulder, and steadily walked through the energy turbulence that was enough to tear apart any emperor-level expert, his gaze calmly sweeping over the emperors.
Is this all the strength you have?
Yensen sighed softly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. These people merely tore apart the surface of his domain. They didn't even touch his core.
How is this possible? You're still alive. Retreat quickly.
Some people seemed to realize something and immediately retreated rapidly into the distance. However, at that moment, a dazzling dragon-shaped spear beam pierced through space and rushed straight towards them. Screams rang out as the 21 arrogant and conceited emperors were torn apart and shattered like punctured balloons, their blood mist instantly evaporating, leaving only a pile of equipment in the soul transformation state scattered about. The remaining thousands of foreign warriors looked at each other in bewilderment, then let out cries of agony and fled in all directions in panic. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they looked at Yensen as if he were a demon.
He even killed the 9 great royal knights and the 12 star emperors. In this origin realm, who else can stand against him? Perhaps only those at the monarch level could do that? Unfortunately, those powerful beings at the monarch level have already entered the divine ruins.
In other words, this guy is practically invincible in other areas.
Since you're here, don't leave. How could Yansen let these remnants go?
Although most of them were only at the king level or below, they were as insignificant as mosquito legs to him.
Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat.
With a flick of his arm, thousands of spear beams shot out, accurately locking onto the fleeing experts and killing them one by one.
In the blink of an eye, countless beast soul equipment floated in the sky,
ranging from low-grade legendary to top-grade, totaling tens of thousands of pieces.
Great! 2 more rounds and we can upgrade our equipment to mid-grade mythic.
Yansen was secretly excited.
He quickly packed up his equipment and continued picking divine essence fruits.
As for the remaining powerful figures of the Great Xia Kingdom, no one dared to say anything, let alone try to seize those fruits.
The reason is obvious.
Many people have heard rumors about Yansen.
Is this the bandit? No, that strange powerhouse?
I heard he's robbed countless people, not even sparing the people of our Great Xia Kingdom.
What if he tries to steal our equipment?
As soon as he finished speaking, Yansen, having finished picking the divine essence fruit, turned to look at everyone and said calmly,
"Gentlemen, I did save your lives, so it's not unreasonable for me to ask for some protection money, is it?"
Everyone looked troubled, and no one dared to argue.
"Thank you for your help, brother. Our 5 Saints family will always remember it."
The emperor of the Qilin family clasped his hands in thanks.
"Stop with the formalities. Learn from your family's younger generation.
Those who have star origin stones, hand them over.
Those who don't, an IOU will suffice."
Upon hearing Yansen's words, the experts from the 5 great families were all stunned, not understanding why he knew their family's junior. Logically speaking, although Yansen is young and beautiful, she is very likely a senior emperor-level expert. Once one reaches the marquis level, lifespan increases significantly, and it becomes difficult to determine one's true age based solely on appearance. After some probing questions, Yansen revealed the truth, shocking the 5 men.
"Brother, you said you're a student at the Chosen Academy? You just enrolled this year?" "To be precise, I just enrolled a few days ago, so it's only been about a month."
These words struck all the powerful figures as if they had been struck by lightning.
Isn't this a bit too exaggerated?
He's only been enrolled for a short time, yet he can easily kill more than a dozen veteran emperors. How can these so-called geniuses who have cultivated for decades still have the face to call themselves masters?
These 5 emperors, weren't they all renowned prodigies in their 20s and 30s?
But compared to this young man before them, they're not even worth as much as dogs.
Alright, I'm pretty busy. Whoever wants to write an IOU, hurry up.
In the Boundary Origin secret realm, every minute and second is precious, and money is everywhere, so Yansen naturally doesn't want to waste any time. The powerful members of the 5 Saints clan dared not be negligent and all gave Yansen IOUs. The 5 great emperors each owe 1 million star source stones, the other ordinary emperors each owe 100,000, and the king-level experts owe 1,000. In total, Yansen had accumulated tens of millions of star origin stones in his hands. It wasn't a huge amount, but it was definitely not small. Compared to the divine essence fruit he had just acquired, which was worth hundreds of millions of star origin stones, this amount was indeed nothing. But for these powerful figures of the Great Xia Kingdom, issuing such an IOU was tantamount to cutting off a piece of their own flesh.
What a disaster. If we enter the Origin realm, won't we just end up working for this guy? You can't think like that.
Given his style, once all the foreign enemies are wiped out, we'll have nothing to worry about, and we'll only gain more here. Yes, he has probably killed tens of thousands of powerful foreigners. If things continue like this, there will be fewer and fewer competitors, and our profits will only double.
Thinking about it this way, it's actually not a bad deal, and we might even make a small profit.
The Boundary Origin secret realm is rich in rare resources and has few monsters. The main competition is between people.
Brother, are you going to the Divine Ruins?
Just as Yansen was about to leave, the emperor of the Qilin family suddenly spoke.
Divine Ruins? What are those?
Yansen didn't know much about this origin realm, as he had entered in a great hurry. He had been recklessly advancing along the way, not caring about where it was dangerous or safe. In any case, the place is the most dangerous because he's there. Other powerful individuals should try to avoid it. Having cheated, one naturally has to be a little arrogant. The powerful figure from the Qilin family smiled helplessly and explained it to him, and Yansen finally understood. So it turns out that the Divine Ruins is the most precious and also the most dangerous place in the origin realm. Every demon beast inside has the strength of a peak emperor, and usually only monarch-level experts dare to enter.
I have to go and see.
The equipment of a monarch-level expert is much better, and the rewards are much greater.
With that in mind, Yansen asked for directions and then drove straight in.
He encountered several groups of powerful foreigners along the way, and he exploited them all thoroughly. The Divine Ruins are located on the edge of the Boundary Origin secret realm, and even at Yansen's speed, it would take him more than 10 days to travel there. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. The closer you get to the Divine Ruins, the richer the harvest and the more powerful individuals gather there. Yansen swept through the land, killing over 300,000 powerful foreign warriors and collecting hundreds of thousands of beast soul equipment. The resources, such as star origin stones, are countless. His cultivation level soared, directly breaking through to the 10th level of the Emperor rank. The equipment was built up by sheer quantity, reaching the mid-grade of the mythical level. The divine runes became increasingly solid, and the power was incomparably strong. When encountering ordinary peak-level Emperor-level experts, Yuan doesn't even need to take action himself. He only needs to throw out the True Dragon Spear, and the equipment will transform into a true dragon to kill enemies on its own, demonstrating extraordinary strength. His frenzied slaughter made everyone in the entire Boundary Origin secret realm avoid the Great Xia Kingdom like the plague, and they would even flee quickly when they saw them during resource competitions. Unfortunately, these people were traumatized by the beatings, and even if they weren't enemies of the Great Xia Kingdom, they would still be exploited and forced to sign IOUs. As for the enemy states of the Great Xia Kingdom, especially the forces led by the major empires such as Japan and the Federation, they fled in terror, not daring to show their faces at all. Their top experts were almost all slaughtered, and after leaving the secret realm, there will inevitably be a gap of 100 years in the number of experts. For these countries, the losses far exceed hundreds of millions of star origin stones. Yuan stepped into the divine ruins and immediately felt a distortion of time and space, with towering ruins all around him. The so-called divine ruins are the ruins of the gods. Even though the buildings here are dilapidated, they are still thousands of meters high, which are like towering mountains in the mortal world and are hard to imagine. The gods who once lived here were thousands of meters tall, even in their normal state, and could crush countless people with a single step. No wonder some people say that under the gods, all living beings are like ants, and the sheer size of this normal-sized body is enough to be awe-inspiring. It's like looking at ants, they're on completely different levels of life. Upon entering this place, Yuan felt his internal power being strongly suppressed, as if a higher level of energy existed within him. It's somewhat like the energy in the divine essence fruit. Could this be the legendary divine power? He wondered. Without a doubt, divine power is far more powerful than spiritual energy, otherwise, these structures could not have stood for tens of thousands of years and remained immortal. However, those powerful gods eventually died in the long river of time, and how terrifying must the being that could destroy them be? Yuan was shaken, realizing how extremely weak he was, and an indescribable sense of crisis arose within him. We must become stronger as quickly as possible, and become even stronger. He rushed forward, and after a long while, a dark shadow suddenly loomed over the sky. Yuan looked up and saw that it wasn't a shadow at all, but a huge beast that was tens of thousands of feet tall, suddenly stomping down on him. This behemoth's cultivation level was extremely terrifying, having already reached the sovereign level. Yuan stepped into the air, quickly unleashed his domain, transforming into a 10,000-foot-long true dragon, and slapped the giant beast to death. The giant beast was stunned. It had thought it was just an intruder that could be crushed with a single step. But why did this guy suddenly become so terrifying, and then slap himself to death? Yuan originally thought that killing these monsters would only yield some essence points, as usual. However, that was not the case. What he received was actually divine essence points. Yuan's eyes widened as he tried to convert his cultivation level, and he was overjoyed. This single divine essence point is equivalent to 10,000 star origin stones. Could it be that the energy within these demonic beasts is not spiritual energy, but divine power? Or perhaps it has been transformed into divine power by the environment of this place? He was stunned for a moment, and a bold idea popped into his mind. It is said that only gods can possess divine power. If I could convert all my spiritual energy into divine power, my combat strength would be unimaginable. So Yuan began to travel around, researching the reasons for the mutation of spiritual energy within these demonic beasts. After a long time, he saw a huge sculpture that was over 100,000 feet tall, standing like a mountain. Most shockingly, the sculpture is incomplete, with only half of its body remaining, and large sections of its head and shoulders cut off. A dense divine power flowed across the sculpture, and a glint flashed in Yuan's eyes as he prepared to investigate. Just then, a sword aura that pierced through space came from tens of thousands of miles away, tearing through space and heading straight for Yuan. This sword god Dao fruit is mine, he roared in his heart. Yuan turned around, swung his spear horizontally, sweeping across thousands of miles, and directly shattered the sword energy. Following the direction of the sword energy, a fully armed swordsman came into view. He was wearing a helmet and mask and holding a long, thin sword with a handguard. Clearly, this was a swordsman from the western continent. As for whether he came from an enemy country of the Great Xia, Yuan did not care. Since the other side attacked first, they are the enemy. Without saying a word, he turned and left, his feet churning with wind and thunder as he charged straight at the powerful sovereign-level expert. Wow, how can you be so strong? The powerful expert was shocked. Although Yuan's spiritual energy aura was only at the emperor level, his attack was extremely powerful, making it difficult for him, a powerful expert at the third level of the monarch level, to withstand. Both sides deployed their respective domains and clashed repeatedly, with spear light and sword energy crisscrossing the surrounding area, constantly tearing countless cracks in the space around them. As Yuan's strength became increasingly astonishing, the monarch level expert grew even more shocked. 8 domains. A mid-grade mythical set. What
What kind of monster are you? How could the Great Xia Kingdom have someone like you? Stop talking nonsense and die. Without hesitation, Yansen merged the 8 domains once again, forming a brand new realm.
The domain spread for 100,000 miles, directly engulfing the domain of the monarch-level expert, causing him to tremble violently. Upon seeing this realm, he realized that with his strength he was no match for Yansen.
You can't kill me. We are a neutral country. Is your Great Xia Kingdom establishing diplomatic relations with us? Moreover, we possess a complete mythological heritage.
Once we successfully acquire it, our ancient Greek empire will undoubtedly become the most powerful nation. I don't care what nonsense you're spouting, just attack.
I can retaliate indefinitely, understand?
As soon as Yansen finished speaking, the spear shot out like a dragon, tearing through tens of thousands of miles of space and shattering the domain bit by bit. Even if you kill me, you won't get the sword god's inheritance. But if Yansen completely ignored his threat and unleashed countless spear beams once more, instantly killing the monarch-level expert, who was reduced to dust and annihilated. After collecting the man's belongings, Yansen turned his gaze to the statue of the sword god. This guy is from the ancient Greek empire, and he's so eager for the inheritance of this statue, which means this statue is the inheritance of the ancient Greek empire's sword god, right? The ancient Greek empire is one of the 4 ancient kingdoms, and its myths are widely circulated, but I don't really know what their sword god looks like.
Maybe I can get something out of it, so I might as well give it a try.
Yansen approached the statue, and as he got closer, the aura of swordsmanship became increasingly intense. From afar, he saw a milky white, sword-shaped beam of light suspended in the center of the statue, radiating an exceptionally strong divine aura. Just as Yansen was about to approach, a sharp shout suddenly came from within the light.
You wretched ant, how dare you covet my divine inheritance? Get lost!
A powerful divine might suddenly struck, and Yansen felt his spiritual energy collapse violently, as if he had been attacked by a superior power, leaving him completely powerless to resist. He retreated tens of thousands of miles, and only after leaving the radiance of the divine light did he begin to recover.
Glancing at his shattered body, Yansen secretly rejoiced.
If he hadn't undergone the tempering of the 9 dragon gates, making his physique incredibly strong, he would have been torn to shreds by any other expert of the same level.
Damn it, you deserve to die. Anger ignited in Yansen's eyes.
If you won't let me inherit this legacy, I'll take it by force and then crush your dignity. With these thoughts in mind, after his body recovered, he began to circle around the statue, waving his spear repeatedly.
Countless dragon-shaped spear beams bombarded the statue. Click, click. The outer statue gradually crumbled, revealing the divine essence within. Damn ant, are you courting death?
If I weren't immobile, you would have died countless times over.
Of course, if you could move, I would have run away long ago. Yansen remained silent, mocking the god's lack of intelligence, and continued his relentless attack. You think your attack will work on me? You dare to attempt to kill a god with your inferior power?
Gods are immortal, only divine power can attack divine power, you foolish mortals. A mocking voice came from within the divine spark. Yansen's eyes narrowed, and he began to carefully observe the divine spark. The divine power surged, its complexity far exceeding that of the divine runes in mythical level equipment, containing the most profound and mysterious truths. Yansen's experience continued to diminish, but it also brought him more insights, and the understanding he gained from the divine status gradually became richer.
So-called divine power is simply the power extracted and evolved from natural endowments? Each different natural talent can be refined into divine power of different attributes.
Natural talents are the great Tao of nature, and each kind of divine power contains the power of the great Tao. A surge of thought welled up in Yansen's mind, and he expanded his domain, filling the surrounding space. He then carefully sensed the 8 talents he had mastered. As the insights brought by the divine status increased, he compared the two and found that each of his talents was growing rapidly. Originally, he barely managed to form a domain through the collision of 8 talents, but each talent only remained at the perfect level and did not reach the great perfection.
Once you break through to the great perfection, every talent will become the ultimate realm.
Now, every one of his talents is moving towards its ultimate limit.
What? You ant, you've grown so fast.
The deity sensed the changes around him and was utterly shocked.
If he had a physical body, he would probably be trembling with fear. Damn it, how come he looks so much like that guy from back then? Didn't those guys leave this universe a long time ago? Could this guy be one of the seeds they left behind?
As an immortal god, he has lived in this universe for countless millennia, watching the universe be destroyed and restarted repeatedly. Every tens of thousands of years, he would witness the birth of some monsters, and these gods would be slaughtered by these monsters time and time again. These prodigies are like chosen ones, initially unremarkable, and their advancement seems ordinary and unremarkable. However, one day, they suddenly seemed to awaken, their speed of improvement skyrocketed, and they became extremely strange.
This is unbelievable. The chosen ones keep taking turns appearing. Are we gods just unchanging NPCs? Do we have to be reshuffled by these guys every few years?
The deity seemed to recall some distressing past and was on the verge of tears. Sensing the aura of the young man before him, he was absolutely certain that this aura truly
truly belonged to the Eastern Camp. The destiny of this universe has long been firmly controlled by the Eastern Camp. It seems this young man is the chosen one of this year. Alas, it's been wiped out again. This time, it will probably take countless millennia for it to regain its senses. This unknown god completely gave up resistance and chose to give up. When Yensen raised the 8 Gates domain to the Great Perfection realm, he felt a strong resistance, clearly indicating that extracting divine power from it was not an easy task. After all, the divine nature he observed seemed to be related to swordsmanship, while his 8 talents had nothing to do with it. Although he managed to glimpse the path to advancement in the realm through his ability to draw inferences from one instance to another, to truly refine divine power, he still needed to find a deity whose attributes matched his. "I'll deal with you later," Yensen said coldly, and was about to leave when the god suddenly spoke. "Hey bro, don't rush off. There's an old saying in the East, it's better to resolve a feud than to let it fester. I don't think we need to fight to the bitter end. How about I give you the entire swordcraft heritage?" Yensen frowned slightly, feeling that the god's attitude had changed too much. Just a moment ago he was arrogant and looked down on all living beings, but now he had suddenly become humble. "I don't have the talent for swordsmanship, I can't learn it. It's alright, I have a sword Dao fruit here. Eat it and you'll be able to comprehend the talent of swordsmanship." Yensen looked in the direction of the deity's voice and indeed saw that the milky white divine light seemed to contain a small world where countless rare and precious materials grew. "I never expected that this divine essence would come with its own small world. Truly, this god is extraordinary." Yensen sighed inwardly, and was also quite surprised. "You're not going to scam us, are you? You don't seem like a benevolent god." The deity paused for a moment, then without saying much, opened the small world, and dozens of fruits flew out. The primal power contained in each fruit is in no way inferior to the source of fire that Yensen obtained before. After carefully examining it and confirming that there was nothing wrong, Yensen tried eating one. Upon consuming the first pill, he gained swordsmanship talent. He then ate more than a dozen pills in a row, and his talent rapidly rose to the perfect level. "Young brother, I must remind you that mastering more of the power of the great Tao is not necessarily better. If your ability is insufficient, having too much power will only hinder you and may even backfire. But you should be fine. Our business is settled. Don't come looking for revenge." Yensen was taken aback, not understanding why this guy's attitude had changed so drastically. "What's wrong with you? Weren't you just acting so arrogant a moment ago?" "Never mind all that, just pretend I was scared by your strength. This is my swordsmanship inheritance. Take it back and study it slowly. The swordsmanship power within is only at the 5th tier divine venerable level, which was my original realm. Don't be disgusted by it." The voice of the deity was so frank that it was almost overwhelming. "Alright, but you have quite a lot of stuff in your little world. How about giving me some more?" Fine. I knew you protagonists would like to drain us villains dry. If you like, you can have it all." The voice was full of a sense of resignation, and the small world opened up, pouring massive resources into Yensen. "Now that you mention it, I do feel a little guilty." Yensen felt a little embarrassed. After all, there were just too many things, and even the mythical level storage equipment was almost full. "How about this? I'll take some of the good stuff first, worth no less than a divine essence fruit, and return the rest to you. Here's the rest for you." Without saying anything more, Yensen left directly. After walking for a long time, he suddenly realized something. All the resources he had chosen were filled with rich divine power. However, this divine power is not as pure as that of the divine essence fruit. In addition to divine power, the divine essence fruit also contains other gentler powers. Even if someone below the level of a god takes it, there won't be any problems. However, the resources bestowed by these gods were pure and immense divine power, although their value far exceeded that of the divine essence fruit. Even with the power of the system, Yensen found it difficult to absorb it quickly, because the level at which the system transforms resources cannot exceed that level by too much. He can absorb resources at the demigod level, but he can probably only quickly convert pure divine power when he reaches the god level. "I was careless. I should have chosen some lower level resources earlier," Yensen thought to himself as he continued to wander through the divine ruins, trying to find the next place where a god's legacy would be passed down. It is worth mentioning that as he went deeper and deeper, he found that the surrounding space began to distort, and even if he wanted to return the way he came, he could not get back to the original position. In other words, it's easy to lose your way if you stay here too long. Without a specific point of reference, one can only wander aimlessly like a headless fly. The guy who was killed before should have had a way to track the aura of that god. Yensen searched through the deceased's belongings and found a divine tablet with the name of a god engraved on it, Hepar. Yensen had no recollection of this name and guessed it was some unknown minor deity. He infused the talisman with spiritual energy, and the talisman guided him forward. It took him longer than when he left to finally find where Hepar was. At this moment, he also understood why he found the sword god's inheritance faster than that powerful figure from the ancient Greek Empire. It turned out that his adventures here were almost entirely based on luck. Even if you have the location information, someone else might be luckier and find it faster than you. "Why are you here again?" Sensing Yensen's familiar
familiar aura. The godhood trembled.
You've taken all the good stuff. I don't have anything good left. You misunderstood. I just wanted to ask if there's anything that can locate other gods? Otherwise, wandering around in this divine ruins, it's really easy to get lost. I only have the spot for Hephaestus. You can have it if you want.
A stone that shimmered with fire was thrown out of the divine token.
Like the divine tablet, it could be used to locate the corresponding deity by following the aura. This guy looks like Vulcan, right? Jensen asked, taking the stone.
He has mastered many great powers, but the power of fire is the most powerful.
Go find him, but don't tell anyone I told you. Okay, thanks. Jensen agreed and laughed. Hepar burst into laughter.
That guy has always had a short temper. He'll probably fight with this kid, and he'll definitely come out worse. Ha ha ha. After a long while, Jensen arrived at an area filled with flames. Here, besides a tall statue of a god, several people were engaged in fierce combat. Loves, you have already obtained Loki's legacy of fire.
Let me take the legacy of Hephaestus. Damn it, I want both copies of the divine inheritance. Alright, let's deal with this guy from the Great Xia Kingdom first, then we'll fight for the inheritance of the god of fire.
In the sky, 3 fiery red figures fought each other, flames filling the air. One inherits the power of Loki, the god of evil and fire in Norse mythology. The other possesses the bloodline of the red dragon of fire among the 5 dragon bloodlines. The other is the vermilion bird bloodline, one of the 5 sacred families of the Great Xia dynasty. The 3 extremely powerful flames collided with each other, creating a deafening roar. Hephaestus, however, within the statue, watched all of this with great interest.
Just then, a figure flew in from a distance. Stop fighting.
As a model youth, Jensen naturally stepped forward to break up the fight when he saw people fighting.
Get lost. How dare a mere emperor-level expert interfere?
Before the red dragon bloodline expert could finish speaking, a dragon-shaped spear beam pierced through thousands of miles, directly breaking through his domain.
Everyone gasped in surprise, staring at the newcomer with expressions of shock.
None of the 3 monarch-level experts present expected that the suddenly appearing emperor-level expert would be so powerful, especially the powerful figure with the bloodline of the red dragon. His scalp tingled as he looked at his domain that had been pierced through the sky.
Even the other 2 monarch-level powerhouses couldn't achieve this level.
He looked again at the boy who had suddenly appeared, and saw that his body was covered in mythical-grade mid-level equipment that was shining with divine runes. Then he looked at the 8 great perfection domains that had been unfolded, and his heart became even more flustered.
Domains, and 8 of them at that. You're telling me this guy is just a king-level cultivator? This powerful figure with the red dragon bloodline finally understood why his domain was as fragile as paper in front of his opponent. 8 realms.
Not to mention that these few monarch-level experts couldn't do it. Even among emperor-level experts, it would be difficult to reach their level. A royal-level being has actually comprehended a great perfection realm that even a great emperor might not be able to comprehend. The red dragon warrior was filled with endless horror. Before he could even beg for mercy, he was pierced through along with his domain and was eventually reduced to dust. On the other side, Love swallowed hard, looked at Jensen who was turning his gaze to him, and couldn't help but shiver.
I don't want this god of fire inheritance.
He blurted it out and turned to run away, but was blocked by the 8 domains that Jensen had unleashed.
Don't think I'm afraid of you. Loves gritted his teeth and unleashed his fiery domain.
Having received the inheritance of the fire god, his domain had also been enhanced. His divine power surged, and once he engaged in battle, his power was extraordinary.
It's not that I'm afraid of you, I just don't want to fight you to the death.
The origin realm still has some time before it closes. There's no need to risk our lives like this.
You don't want to lose more benefits because of an injury, do you?
Love said in a deep voice, his words carrying an air of dominance.
Don't worry about me, just go for it.
Jensen grinned, and Love's face twitched as he cursed inwardly.
This guy doesn't understand nice things at all.
I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about myself. I will finish this battle as quickly as possible, without any delays.
Jensen continued, Loves is furious. You really think I'm easy to bully? Then let me show you what divine inheritance is all about. In the midst of his outburst of anger, Loves gained a deeper understanding of the Vulcan legacy.
A large amount of special energy suddenly surged from the raging flames, its power terrifying beyond measure.
Is this the power of the flame god? Jensen stared at Loves' firepower with great interest.
Seeing that the other party had displayed his strength, he sneered, Kid, it's not too late to back down now. If we really fight, you'll die a horrible death.
Bring it on.
The 2 collided in the blink of an eye. The 8 realms and the fire realm crashed together, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently and cracks to appear everywhere. The scene was extremely terrifying. Initially, Loves relied on divine power and was confident that he could suppress Jensen, but he gradually discovered during the battle that, despite having a higher cultivation level and stronger divine power, he was still firmly controlled by Jensen under the suppression of those 8 realms. The fight became increasingly alarming, as the opponent seemed to be getting stronger and stronger.
Damn it, this guy is using me as a guinea pig. He's secretly learning how to refine divine power.
Loves gritted his teeth and noticed that Jensen was wide open with his big, bright eyes, which were flashing with a mysterious light, as if they contained a special power. The method by which he extracted divine power from the flame realm to fight was being imitated by his opponent, who was copying his method exactly. At first, he was clumsy and couldn't extract any spiritual energy at all, but he became more and more skilled later on. The flame domain among the opponent's 8 domains gradually emitted a blazing light, with a faint trace of divine power flowing through it. So-called divine power is the most primal energy state of a world, possessing the power to destroy space and collapse the world. The higher the level of divine power, the more wonderful applications it has. When one reaches the 6th order creation god realm, one can even create heaven and earth and reshape a completely new world. Although Love's divine power wasn't particularly strong, it was still far superior to psychic power. With just a small amount of divine power mixed with spiritual energy, the power of martial arts can be multiplied. As the battle between the two continued, Yen Sen's flame domain gradually began to emit wisps of divine power. This instantly wiped out Love's only advantage, and the calm and anger on his face were gradually replaced by fear. He knew that once Yen Sen completely mastered the secret to refining the divine power of fire, his life would come to an end. It's over, it's over. Loves cried out in panic. Brother, stop fighting, I give up. If you admit defeat, you'll die immediately. If you don't admit defeat, you'll die a little slower. Yen Sen was somewhat dissatisfied. He was trying to learn from the master, but he didn't expect this kid to give up. Love's face twitched, and he could only grit his teeth and fight while searching for a way out. Just then, he saw the statue of Hephaestus, the god of fire, next to him and immediately shouted loudly, "Great god Hephaestus, please save my life. I am willing to renounce the legacy of Loki, the god of fire, and instead become your disciple." A moment later, a mocking voice drifted out from the statue. "Who do you think you are, to dare to join my ranks and receive my divine inheritance?" Upon hearing this, Love's face twitched. Sure enough, these gods were all more troublesome than the last. "However, since you have begged me to save your life, I will grant you this request." Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Love's eyes. "That mortal brat over there, for my sake, let him go. Who do you think you are, letting me go just like that? Do you think I have no shame?" Yen Sen sneered, increasing the speed at which he swung the true dragon spear. Upon hearing this, Loves couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking to himself that this guy was indeed ruthless, not even putting the gods in his eyes. Since the other party had offended the gods, he now had a chance to escape. "You bastard, how dare you defy me? Don't you know who I am?" "Of course I know. I'll deal with this guy first, then I'll take care of you," Yen Sen replied calmly. He had absolutely no reverence for these gods. In his eyes, they were nothing more than walking ATMs and cultivation resources. "Damn it, you're asking for death." Suddenly, a divine flame surged from the statue, transforming into a fire dragon that lunged at Yen Sen. "Are you fucking not done yet?" Yen Sen mobilized the power of the 8 realms, instantly devouring the divine flames. These gods now only retain their divine essence, without even a physical form, yet they are still so arrogant. If they still had their original forms, they would probably be even more arrogant. As a young man of the new era, how could Yen Sen tolerate anyone being more arrogant than himself? He shattered the divine flames and immediately intensified his attack, launching a fierce assault on Loves. "Brother, don't hit me. Go fight Hephaestus." Loves thought he could use one tiger to devour another, but he didn't expect that the wolf would not deal with the tiger first, but instead bite him first. "Stop messing around. I already said I'll send you away first. That guy's in line later," Yen Sen replied calmly. Loves groaned inwardly, thinking, "I don't want to cut in line either." Soon after, Yen Sen shattered Loves' fiery domain, then turned to stare at the statue of the fire god. "Vulcan, is it your turn?" For some reason, Hephaestus, the god of fire, felt a slight tremor in his soul. "Mortal, don't be so arrogant. Even if I don't have a physical body now, don't even think about blaspheming the gods with your mere mortal form." Hephaestus remained unfazed by Yen Sen's provocation. Although his attack range was limited and he couldn't punish Yen Sen, he would never allow him to harm him. Even if they fall, gods are still gods. As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Sen condensed all his fiery divine power into a palm print and slammed it down on the statue with great force. The divine spark that was shining with red light immediately trembled violently, as if a crack had appeared in it. "Heh, nothing special." Yen Sen sneered, then unleashed another palm strike, this time with even more concentrated divine power. "Damn it, this guy is actually imitating my godhood." Hephaestus cursed, utterly shocked. He could accept Yen Sen's method of refining divine power, which he had just imitated Loves's, but now this guy can even imitate himself, which is simply unbelievable. Yen Sen's imitation speed increased faster and faster, and his efficiency in refining divine power also improved accordingly. Gradually, Hephaestus began to feel afraid. If things continued like this guy might really cause him a lot of trouble. After all these years of recovery, he can solidify into a physical form once the right opportunity arises. If Yen Sen were to reduce me to ashes, it would take countless millennia for me to slowly recover. There seems to be a special aura about you, somewhat like Hepar's sword aura. Hephaestus stared at Yen Sen, keenly sensing this familiar scent. Yen Sen now possesses an additional talent in swordsmanship. Although he has only reached the perfection level, he still needs to hone his skills before he can enter the great Great Perfection realm. Therefore, he did not deliberately reveal his abilities, since he did not use a sword.
However, Hephaestus could still sense that familiar scent from his concealed aura.
Yes, it was he who showed me the way, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find you,
Yen-sen confessed.
Upon hearing this, Hephaestus immediately flew into a rage.
Hepar, are you fucking trying to screw me over?
I used my primordial divine fire to forge you, and now you're betraying me.
Hephaestus gritted his teeth.
Hepar was the divine consciousness born from the divine sword, through which he cultivated and attained godhood. One of the gods who forged this divine sword was him, who could almost be called Herpel's father.
But now, he's actually betraying his own father.
I've brought such a jinx upon myself. So angry that his teeth were grinding, Hephaestus quickly tried to persuade him.
Young man, stop fighting. We have no grudge against each other. Why fight to the death? Besides, you're wasting your time.
How about this? Whatever benefits that guy Hepar gave you, I'll give you back, okay?
Seeing Yen-sen's rapid growth, Hephaestus dared not argue with the guy anymore.
It's better to be patient for now and wait until I've solidified my physical form before settling scores with him. Yen-sen estimated that it would take a lot of time to completely break through the defenses of this divine core, which was really not worthwhile. Instead of wasting time, it's better to plunder more gods. His arrogant demeanor was merely meant to instill fear in these gods. He knew the nature of these gods well. The more arrogant you were, the more afraid and respectful they became. The more arrogant they were, the more cautious you had to be. Hephaestus looked pained but had no choice but to open the small world within his divine core and throw a lot of resources into Yen-sen's hands. These are all divine resources of the fire attribute. Yen-sen has mastered the method of extracting fire attribute divine power, and by relying on the system to digest them, the speed has also increased considerably. Since the beast soul equipment had reached its limit in terms of withstanding divine level resources, Yen-sen stayed put and began to absorb and transform them.
Resources were quickly absorbed and transformed into cultivation points.
With ease, Yen-sen broke through to the monarch level and then soared all the way up.
The divine level resources were incredibly powerful. Although the essence points consumed by the monarch level were enormous, they still rapidly boosted his cultivation level considerably.
After absorbing the resources given to him by Hephaestus, he had reached the 10th level of the monarch level, just one step away from the emperor level. The Vermilion Bird clan expert, who had been frozen in shock, was completely dumbfounded. From Yen-sen's appearance and brutal beating of two foreign powerhouses, to his crushing defeat of Vulcan, and then to his bargaining with Vulcan. With the final burst of speed, the level jumped 10 points, and his eyes widened in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. Yen-sen then noticed that the petrified expert beside him seemed to have snapped out of his daze.
Young brother, did I enter the illusionary divine ruins?
I feel like I just went crazy and saw an illusion, said the powerful man in fiery red armor. Helpless, Yen-sen had no choice but to ignore him and turn to look at Hephaestus, the god of fire.
Do you have any other divine guides?
Yes, I have several.
Which one do you want?
Hephaestus seemed unusually excited. I have Aenei, the wind god, Poseidon, the sea god, and Talos, the metal giant god.
Which one do you want? Of course I want them all, Yen-sen answered without hesitation.
Hephaestus generously tossed out 3 guiding objects, displaying great magnanimity. Having been through the rain himself, he couldn't let others have peace and quiet. If only you get robbed while everyone else is safe and sound, wouldn't that be a joke? He believed that Herpal thought the same way, that he couldn't let himself suffer alone. Yen-sen took the 3 guiding items and immediately began to move forward. His target was Poseidon, the god of the sea, for a simple reason: his senses indicated that the guy was closer to him. After a long time, he arrived at a special sea area where the waves were surging and the storms were constant, and countless powerful people were fiercely competing for the inheritance. The statue of Poseidon, the god of the sea, stands firmly in the middle of the ocean, like an observer, watching with indifference as these mortals fight tooth and nail for his legacy. These mortals are utterly boring and too weak.
Poseidon's divine nature felt incredibly bored.
Stop fighting. Just then, a voice came from afar. Everyone looked and saw a young man riding on rolling wind and thunder. Before any of the powerful figures could react, his domain, radiating multicolored light, enveloped them. Immediately, a dragon-shaped spear tore through 100,000 miles of space, shattering the sea god statue in the process. Poseidon and the powerful figures from various countries exclaimed in surprise, as if they were beginning to doubt their own existence. No, his spiritual energy aura is only at the 10th level of the monarch rank, but his combat strength has clearly reached the emperor rank.
You call that psionic energy?
Look at the divine power he controls. It's more than all of ours combined.
So many natural talents have reached the Great Perfection realm. When has such a monster ever appeared on Earth?
These powerful beings at the monarch level, who were vying for the inheritance of Poseidon, the god of the sea, were all stunned.
Regardless of any past grievances between them, they now united to resist Yen-sen's attack. Young man, are you here to break up this fight?
Judging from your posture, you seem ready to wipe us all out. We have no grudge against you. There's no need for us to fight to the death, is there?
Brother, do you recognize me?
Our Ba kingdom and your great Xia kingdom are allies. Don't hit me. Yen-sen carefully examined the group and found that none of them were enemies of the Great Xia. They were almost all neutral countries.
As a peace-loving citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, I am simply here to mediate the fight. Your fighting is likely to cause trouble. Alright then, for your safety, you can leave all your equipment to me for safekeeping.
Yansen put away his weapon and spoke to the group. The powerful figures looked at each other, bewildered.
He thought to himself, isn't this robbery? Should we give it or not?
If they don't give it to him, even if all these people combined, they might not be able to beat him.
Young brother, I can give you my equipment, but could you write me an IOU? I know you really like writing IOUs, the old Bagua expert said.
After entering the divine ruins, he heard several powerful figures mention this matter. Those people were powerful figures from enemy states of the Great Xia, all of whom had been wiped out by Yen Senator if they hadn't wanted to enter the divine ruins as soon as possible and didn't have time to hunt down Yensen. They probably would have already made their move. However, they agreed that when the secret realm was about to close, they would leave the divine ruins and go to besiege the beastmen of the Great Xia Kingdom. In order to win over the powerful figures of the Old Ba Kingdom, Yensen told him about this during a casual conversation. The Old Ba Kingdom expert thought for a long time and felt that the style of those powerful people was very similar to that of the young man in front of him. The only difference is that Yensen's strength far exceeds what those people said. He is not just at the Emperor level, but at the 10th level of the Monarch level. He certainly didn't doubt the intelligence of those Monarch level experts. The only possibility was that this young man was previously at the Emperor level and had rapidly advanced to the 10th level of Monarch level in a short period of time. Originally, due to the recent international situation, there were voices in the old Pakistan kingdom calling for the dissolution of the alliance with the Great Xia Kingdom, but upon seeing this young man, he decided to wait and see for a while longer.
Have you heard my story? Yensen asked.
The Old Ba Kingdom expert revealed a simple and honest smile. I've heard some things. By the way, there's a group of people who want to ambush and kill your Great Xia cultivators before the secret realm closes. Young brother, you'd better be careful. Those guys are very strong. All of them are at the Monarch level. There's the Federation's Superpower Alliance, the 12 constellations of the Star Palace, and the 9 Knights of the Holy Temple. Yensen had encountered many of the strongmen from the Old Ba Kingdom, but their strength was still at the Emperor level. The lineages of those powers are like the bloodlines of the saint-level aristocratic families in the Great Xia Kingdom. Each lineage has numerous members. The higher the level, the stronger their combined combat power.
Thanks for the reminder,
Yensen said, then decided not to rob the old Pakistani guy anymore. The remaining powerful individuals opted to sign IOUs. Yensen was naturally not worried that they would default on their debts. If all else failed, he would simply go to their country to collect the debt. However, given Yensen's style, the amount on the IOU will definitely not be the face value. It will be at least 1,000 or 800 times greater. In reality, these powerful figures did intend to renege on their debt. After all, they had returned to their respective countries, where emperors and saint-level experts were stationed. Even if Yensen was incredibly powerful, he would find it difficult to disregard international repercussions, let alone get the debt back from emperor-level and saint-level experts. These thoughts were extinguished the moment they arose,
because Yensen actually asked Poseidon, the god of the sea, for resources.
Good heavens, they even dare to plunder the gods. Within the divine image of Poseidon, a small blue figure wielding a trident reveals a mocking smile, scoffing at Yensen's words. Insects, don't think that just because you're a mere monarch-level being, you can be anything, even an emperor-level or a saint-level being.
Below the gods, we are but ants.
If my true form weren't still in the process of being fully formed, I would have slapped you to death long ago. Yensen didn't waste any more words, knowing that these gods were used to being stubborn. He skillfully channeled his divine power and began a fierce attack on Poseidon's divine nature. The divine essence trembled violently, and Poseidon's blue figure gritted its teeth in anger.
If its true form were not yet fully formed, and it could only retaliate with the meager power of its divine essence, how could it allow this mortal to be so disrespectful? He was of course not afraid of Yensen. After all, he was a powerful god, and although his physical body had not yet solidified, his divine essence was immortal. Given Yensen's strength, it would probably take 10 days to half a month before he could break through his defenses. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Poseidon froze. He discovered that within Yensen's domain, a trace of water attribute divine power had actually condensed. What? This kid actually imitated my godhood when he attacked.
Seeing the speed at which Yensen's divine power was growing, Poseidon trembled involuntarily. Judging from this situation, although Yensen will need to spend a lot of time, the result will be unbearable for him. The damage inflicted on one's own divinity would likely take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to repair. If this universe undergoes a rebirth during this period, even if he reassembles his physical body, he will find it difficult to regain his peak strength.
Damn it, what kind of monster is this kid?
He wasn't afraid of Yensen's current strength, but rather of the potential he was revealing. This rate of growth is what truly terrifies him. Otherwise, even if Yensen were an emperor or a saint, he wouldn't be afraid.
This mortal brother, how about we discuss this?
Poseidon hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke softly.
quietly. I preferred your arrogant attitude just now. Calm down.
Yensen wielded the true dragon spear continuously, unleashing beams of light upon Poseidon's divine essence, while the opponent automatically defended itself.
He extracted strands of divine power from the surrounding world to resist Yensen's attack.
As his experience grew, Yensen's comprehension improved significantly, and he began to dissect and evolve the entire process. Having finally imitated Poseidon's method of refining divine power, he now only needs time to convert the spiritual energy within his body into divine power. The constant attacks on Poseidon actually accelerated the conversion of water attribute divine power. This is precisely why Poseidon was so flustered. Yensen's goal was certainly not to completely destroy Poseidon's divine status. For him, doing so would not be worthwhile. Instead of wasting time killing Poseidon, it would be better to use that time to fleece a few more gods. So he was just trying to intimidate Poseidon.
After a brief discussion, the meeting ended with Poseidon giving in.
Poseidon opened the small world, and Yensen selected a large number of god-level resources, which would greatly benefit his advancement after he reached godhood. A mythical-level storage device was filled, but that didn't matter, as the storage devices left behind by the powerful figures he had killed earlier had not yet been fused. Of course, he didn't just fleece Poseidon, he merely filled his inventory with a single mythical-level item. The storage space of the mythical-level equipment is extremely large. Even the powerful monarchs present probably couldn't imagine that one person could fill it up. Any one of the resources inside is a treasure they've always dreamed of. As items floated into Yensen's storage equipment, the crowd, like onlookers watching a melon, exclaimed in surprise. Starstones. One is worth the equivalent of 10,000 star origin stones. Throwing it out will turn it into a star, enough to annihilate a large group of emperor-level experts. The key is that this thing is used for cultivation. Most importantly, he has acquired at least tens of thousands of starstones. Even if he needs to refine them little by little with divine power, just one stone can allow his cultivation to leap forward. Damn it, starstones are the cheapest. Look over there, dragon god bone, true god flower, these are all legendary treasures. If these things were outside, even saint-level experts would fight tooth and nail to snatch them. That's terrifying. If others find out, this kid will definitely become the target of everyone's ire. These powerful figures exchanged glances. Regardless of the reason, they all had to relay this news to the saint-level experts back home after they left. As for what decisions they will make, that's their business and has nothing to do with me. Yensen had no intention of killing him to silence him. If they knew, so be it. If they wanted to rob him, that was fine, it would save him trouble. In this matter, he was completely entrapping the suspect. When the time comes, we can launch an endless counterattack, uprooting those people's countries, and no one will dare to say anything.
Thanks, bro.
Yensen waved to Poseidon, who sneered inwardly but could only respond gently.
Young man, where are you headed? Let me see.
The next one is the metal giant Talos. He's the closest from here.
Who gave you this thing in your hand?
Poseidon noticed something amiss. The guide in Yensen's hand was clearly not of ordinary people, but rather a token used by gods to communicate. Is there a problem with what Hephaestus, the god of fire, gave it to me? Yensen made no attempt to keep it a secret. The alliance of these foreign deities was certainly not a good omen.
Well, so it's you, kid. Poseidon was so angry that his divine power almost exploded.
Water and fire have been at odds since ancient times, and even those belonging to the same camp still harbor a lot of resentment towards each other.
Do you have any other divine guides?
Yensen looked at Poseidon, who was about to refuse, but suddenly had a brilliant idea.
I only have Athena's guide, here you go.
That's right, Poseidon and Athena had a grudge, otherwise he wouldn't have given it to Yensen. Yensen didn't care about these things, getting a guide was a win.
Holding the signpost, he left directly.
Time is of the essence, we must hurry.
This world is probably going to be in chaos. I have a feeling this kid is no pushover.
Watching his departing figure, the group of powerful figures exchanged glances. Forget it, let's mind our own business.
Lord Poseidon, can we still compete for your inheritance?
Poseidon, already in a bad mood after being robbed, had no intention of passing on his legacy to these guys. Even for him, this loss was insignificant.
But if this kid can help me deal with Athena, that would be a good thing.
The thought that his enemy was about to be tortured brought Poseidon a slight sense of comfort. He also understood why the damned Hephaestus had given his guide to Yensen. He didn't care about his own suffering, as long as his brothers and gods were safe and sound, which made him unhappy. With the guide, Yensen quickly traversed countless distorted spaces and found the location of the metal god Talos. Faced with this deity, Yensen was already familiar with the routine. The other party was initially unconvinced, but after seeing his rapid growth, he could only submit for the sake of profit, and in the end, he would pluck all the deity's hair out of him. Along the way, he also robbed several powerful foreigners. As long as they were from enemy countries, he didn't ask any questions and directly annihilated them. This was his respect for the enemy. As for neutral countries, out of humanitarian considerations, he first asked if they could issue an IOU.
If not, then wipe them out directly.
After robbing the metal god Talos, the next target was the wind god Anemii, and so on. Yensen not only only mastered the method of refining the power of the wind god but also gained a large amount of god-level resources with wind attributes. Yensin had no time to improve his cultivation, he was either searching for gods or on his way to where the gods were.
Next, his target is the goddess Athena.
This goddess is a famous virgin goddess in ancient Greek mythology who controls the great powers of wisdom and war. Yensin thought it would just be a formality, but unexpectedly a gentle female voice suddenly came from inside the statue. I see boundless potential in your divine power.
Tell me what you need. Yensen's true dragon spear trembled slightly, and he awkwardly withdrew it.
One shouldn't hit a smiling face, and since the other party was being so cooperative, he couldn't be too forceful. You have already mastered the methods for refining the 4 divine powers of wind, water, fire, and metal.
As for the great path of divine power that I possess, you are probably only interested in war and wisdom, right? However, you haven't mastered the talent of wisdom yet.
This is the fruit of wisdom that grows on the tree of wisdom.
Eat it, and you will gain the corresponding natural talent.
Several mysterious and enigmatic fruits flew out of Athena's little world. Yensin examined it briefly, then swallowed it, and his mind immediately became exceptionally clear. His intellectual talent quickly reached a state of perfection, and he discovered that this state was equivalent to using the system to consume experience to improve his comprehension. The only difference is that you can use the system to consume experience points to improve your comprehension at different levels. The level of perfect wisdom talent is roughly equivalent to consuming tens of thousands of experience points per second. The situation is not ideal, because once Yensin enters the consumption state, it consumes tens of millions of experience points per second, but its advantage lies in its ability to maintain it for a long time.
Yensen's innate intelligence allows him to perceive many details of nature and things, and also gives him a deeper understanding of his other talents. Next is war talent.
I see you already possess a similar great Tao, but that's alright, 2 similar great Taos can enhance each other. As Athena spoke, she handed Yensin her weapons, a divine spear and a divine shield.
Yensin sensed the intense battle aura above.
It lacked the ferocity of his own blood Tao, but possessed a domineering and heavy presence. To sense their presence and comprehend the way of war, but that's quite difficult and will probably take a considerable amount of time. Before Athena could finish speaking, Yensin already exuded a strong aura of war talent.
Yensen's understanding of the way of war rose rapidly, reaching perfection in the blink of an eye.
He then advanced further, heading straight for the great perfection. All that remained was to figure out how to refine the divine power of war.
Excuse me, beautiful lady, could I see your divine essence?
Generally, gods use overwhelming divine power to envelop their divine essence.
Yensin cannot observe the core divine essence without destroying this divine power.
When faced with those gods who stubbornly refuse to let others see, Yensin always takes the initiative to act first. But since Athena was so cooperative, he couldn't be too domineering. After all, one shouldn't be too forceful when asking for a favor. He always repays kindness with kindness and justice, so this situation naturally cannot be taken too far. Although Athena had already sensed the terrifying potential of Yensin through her innate wisdom, she still felt fortunate to have witnessed it firsthand.
It seems this guy truly is a once-in-a-millennium chosen one.
Thinking to herself, she pushed aside the divine power that concealed her and readily allowed Yensin to observe her divine essence.
Yensen's eyes widened.
As his experience continued to diminish, his comprehension rapidly increased thanks to his innate wisdom. The structure of a god is extremely complex. Even if an ordinary person were to observe it for 100 years, they would hardly gain anything. However, with his greatly enhanced comprehension, Yensin figured out that the method for extracting the opponent's war god power was not difficult. There's no way around it. When you're cheating, things just get this unreasonable. In this way, he successfully extracted the power of war, but his wisdom and talent were too profound. His current experience and reserves are simply not enough to support such a drain, so he decided to put it aside for the time being and first figure out how to extract the divine power of the other talents. Yensin obtained 2 more divine guides from Athena, and also took some feathers as a bonus, before leaving. Next, his targets were the sun god Apollo and his son Asclepius. The former mastered the way of fire and light, while the latter mastered the way of medicine and hunting. There is no doubt that these 2 people must have some kind of grudge against Athena, otherwise she would not have given him these 2 divine guides.
These should be the last 2 gods. The time is almost up, the origin realm is about to close.
Yensin muttered to himself, then followed the guide to find the 2 gods. Compared to Athena, these 2 seemed less intelligent.
So Yensin went through the process again and gained 3 new talents: light, medicine, and hunting.
His medical skills allowed Yensin to master the uses of many rare and precious herbs, as well as to repair his divine body and dispel the effects of talents such as poison. Hunting leans towards arrow-based attack talents, but what's more complex is that it incorporates knowledge of hunting divine beasts from all over the world. Looking at the desolate and ruined ruins of the gods before him, Yensin could vaguely sense from this knowledge how vast the divine realm had once been, and how rich and colorful the lives of the gods had been. Today, he possesses many diverse talents, some of which he rarely uses, but having many skills is never a bad thing. He relies on this versatility to navigate the the world. He calculated the time and glanced at the dozen or so divine guides he still had in his hand, which he had obtained from different gods. Looking at the dozen or so lucky children who had not yet been taken care of by him, Yensen couldn't help but show a hint of regret.
If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely make it up to you.
Thinking about it, he began to leave the divine ruins. Meanwhile, outside the divine ruins, a foreign army of 100,000 is besieging the bloodline of the Great Xia Kingdom. In contrast, the Great Xia Kingdom had a very small population, only a little over 10,000 people. Among the foreign army, there were over 1,000 emperor-level experts and nearly 100 monarch-level experts. Compared to before entering the divine ruins, these powerful individuals have all experienced varying degrees of improvement, with their strength increasing dramatically.
Damn the Great Xia people. They actually slaughtered my Federation's citizens while we were entering the divine ruins.
You must bear our wrath.
A gigantic,
1,000-foot-tall, Mabu-like monarch-level green giant roared, and with a wave of his hand, he sent dozens of Great Xia emperors spitting blood and staggering back. I've heard that your Great Xia Kingdom has a bloodline of divine beasts with the attribute of thunder.
I'd like to see if my thunder god bloodline is stronger, or yours is more powerful.
A middle-aged man with a stubble beard swung a heavy hammer wreathed in lightning, challenging the group of powerful figures from the Great Xia Kingdom. A powerful expert at the sovereign level activated the bloodline of the divine beast Kuei Nyo and clashed fiercely with the superhuman who possessed the legacy of the thunder god.
Stop wasting time.
Close the boundary origin secret realm immediately and slaughter all these Great Xia people. Their strong warriors will be cut off for at least 100 years. Upon hearing this, the foreign monarch-level experts all took action. The 12 constellations of the Star Palace shone with dazzling light, like 12 unparalleled stars, rushing towards the powerful figures of the Great Xia Kingdom. Under the combined pressure of their domain, even the domains of the 5 saints were on the verge of collapse.
Let's go!
The powerful figures of the 12 zodiac signs of the Great Xia Kingdom all made their moves to meet the powerful figures of the 12 constellations. Although the Great Xia Kingdom had many powerful figures, they appeared somewhat weak under the siege of more than a dozen powerful figures from enemy countries, and were gradually forced to retreat. After all, in terms of numbers and overall strength, they are more like lone wolves fighting against a pack of wolves, making them difficult to match.
Hey, if you're so capable, let's have a one-on-one fight.
What kind of skill is a group brawl?
Just then, a woman's voice came from afar, and she transformed into a 9-tailed celestial fox, rushing towards several monarch-level experts.
Each of her tails exuded a rich aura of the Great Tao. This is the genius girl from the 9-tailed fox family. Upon seeing this, all the powerful figures at the monarch level were shocked. It's unbelievable that she has mastered so many talents, and her cultivation has already broken through to the monarch level. Although she is only at the early stage of the monarch level, with her strength, she can at least contend with 10 experts of the same level. Our pressure is greatly reduced, and we should be able to hold out until the secret realm closes.
Truly worthy of being the #1 genius in the Great Xia Kingdom for the past century.
If given more time, she will probably advance directly to the Great Emperor realm. Ignoring the astonishment of the assembled monarch-level experts, Tushan Yorua, along with more than 10 monarch-level powerhouses, launched a fierce attack. 9 talent domains unfolded simultaneously, resulting in a fierce and evenly matched battle with the opponent.
How's that guy doing?
Hehe, my cultivation has improved so quickly, I'm sure I can give him a shock. Now that I have mastered 9 talents, let's see if he still dares to be arrogant. Tushan Yorua thought to herself with secret delight. On the other side, the powerful figures of the Japanese monarch level exchanged glances. We absolutely cannot let this genius leave the boundary origin secret realm alive, otherwise he will become a huge threat to our eastern Japan. After discussing with the Templar Knights, more than a dozen powerful experts at the mid to late stage of the monarch level swarmed over and bombarded Tushan Yorua continuously.
That's not martial ethics.
10 people ganging up on one person wasn't enough, but now 20 people are ganging up on one person.
It's utterly shameless.
No matter how talented Tushan Yorua was, she was powerless against the siege of so many powerful individuals, and her domain was constantly being bombarded and shattered. As time went on, the situation of the Great Xia Kingdom became increasingly dangerous, and many injured beastmen retreated into the domains of powerful individuals. Without the protection of these areas, they would probably have been completely wiped out long ago.
Just a little longer, and you'll succeed.
As they gazed at the blazing sun gradually disappearing in the sky, everyone understood that the origin realm would close when the sun was completely gone.
We can't fight anymore.
Everyone retreat, open up your domains, and hold out until the secret realm closes. A powerful figure shouted, and the experts of the Great Xia Kingdom immediately retreated, opening up their respective domains and overlapping them to resist external attacks. All the beastmen of the Great Xia Kingdom bore scars of varying degrees. This battle had been far too brutal for them.
A futile struggle. It's completely useless.
The powerful figures of the Great Xia Kingdom can unite to defend, and powerful figures from other countries can naturally join forces to attack. As countless realms collided, the territory of the Great Xia Xia kingdom began to shrink continuously and the situation became increasingly dire.
Just hold on for another half hour and we'll be able to escape.
The blazing sun in the sky gradually died down, but the world did not fall into darkness. Countless natural treasures, mountains and rivers around us still shone with dazzling spiritual light. Although it wasn't as bright as before, I could still see everything clearly. Use the secret technique. Hold on a little longer. One by one, powerful individuals coughed up blood as they used secret techniques to strengthen their domains. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Under the siege of more than 100,000 powerful warriors, the domain continued to crumble.
Are we really going to perish here? The crowd was filled with resentment.
They came from all over the Great Xia Kingdom and were all geniuses with bright futures.
How could they be willing to die here? If Yensen were here, maybe he could turn the tide of the battle.
A student from the God's Chosen Academy spoke up, saying that he had personally witnessed Yensen leaping 10 realms in a single day.
That was outside.
If it were in the Boundary Origin secret realm, the other party's improvement would probably be even faster. Sigh. No matter how powerful Yensen is, he's only a monarch-level expert at most.
He can hardly handle so many veteran monarch-level experts here. Is the Yensen you're talking about the guy who made us sign IOUs?
It's better that he's dead. He doesn't have to pay off his debts.
I still owe him a huge amount of resources.
Some complained, while many more were filled with discontent.
Do you think these guys attacked us because Yensen killed so many of their people? Don't be ridiculous.
These are all enemy countries of my Great Xia Kingdom. They have attacked us every time the Boundary Origin secret realm opened. Whether Yensen kills them or not, they will still do the same.
Yes, thankfully Yensen killed so many enemy people, otherwise the pressure on us would be even greater.
The reason this generation is so fierce is because those guys from the enemy country, for some reason, obtained a large amount of divine inheritance in the divine ruins, making them far stronger than before.
There's no other way.
The pantheons of those foreigners are all in the divine ruins, while the gods of our Great Xia Kingdom are not. If we could obtain the inheritance of a god, even just one, it would be far superior to those enemies. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. The blessing is that it proves that the gods of our Great Xia Kingdom still exist, and the curse is that we will not be able to inherit their legacy. The group of injured warriors discussed among themselves, chatting before their deaths to alleviate some of the despair of impending doom. Just as everyone was talking, a voice drifted from the horizon.
What are you all doing? You're having such a heated argument. Why didn't you call me? Those guys inside still owe me money, so stop hitting them and give me some face.
Her voice had a touch of mischief, but to many people it sounded like heavenly music.
It's Yensen. Yensen is here. Are we saved?
During this period, Yensen's reputation was far more renowned among these powerful figures than that of those at the monarch level. The reason is simple. Yensen killed many low to mid-level powerhouses from enemy countries, greatly enhancing the reputation of the Great Xia Kingdom. When the people of the Great Xia Kingdom were exploring the Boundary Origin secret realm, people from other countries gave them extra respect, and almost no one dared to compete with the people of the Great Xia Kingdom for the good stuff. This also brought great benefits to many people in the Great Xia Kingdom, significantly increasing their strength. Therefore, many people still hold Yensen in high regard. Although they still owe him money, they have already recouped their costs through these past few days of training in the Boundary Origin secret realm, which is full of rare and precious materials.
Are you that guy named Yensen?
Several powerful figures of the Japanese monarch level spoke, their bodies shrouded in a chilling aura.
My lord, it's him.
This guy has killed at least several thousand geniuses from our Japan, forcing us to live like rats in the street.
It's so humiliating.
Those who had witnessed Yensen slaughtering powerful figures from Japan tearfully recounted how they had indeed suffered greatly these past few days. Other powerful figures from enemy countries also began to denounce Yensen, their resentment almost visible to the naked eye.
You hold such a deep grudge against me?
Yensen was somewhat surprised, as he had only killed tens of thousands of enemy experts and seized some resources.
Why are these guys so vengeful? They're so petty.
Stop talking nonsense, kill him.
On the other side, dozens of monarch-level powerhouses were still bombarding the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom, issuing orders to the Japanese powerhouses.
Several powerful figures from Japan quickly deployed their domains, enveloping Yensen.
Darkness descended, and countless vengeful spirits howled, but Yensen remained unmoved, not even unleashing his domain.
Ha ha ha, you fool, you actually didn't. The powerful figure from Japan wanted to mock Yensen for not unleashing his domain, saying he would only face certain death. But the next moment, a true dragon spear pierced through space. The domains of several powerful Japanese warriors shattered like rags, and they were pierced through, strung together like candied hawthorns.
Impossible, you haven't even activated your domain. Why?
Several powerful figures from Japan were shocked, as their domains had not yet been completely shattered, and they were not yet dead.
You want me to expand my domain? You're not worthy,
Yensen said calmly, as the true dragon spear stirred, tearing the indestructible domain into countless energy fragments. As for those powerful figures from Japan, they are all dead and cannot be brought back to life. This scene shocked tens of thousands of people at the scene, and those who had just been denouncing Yansen were all silenced. The dozens of monarch-level powerhouses who were besieging the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom also turned their heads and stared at Yansen in horror.
The ability to kill several monarch-level experts without using a domain is truly terrifying.
Stop just looking, all of you come together, so I don't waste my time.
Yansen stared calmly at the dozens of monarch-level experts, his tone indifferent, as if he were talking about a trivial matter.
But the domineering and arrogant tone in his words was extremely obvious.
Damn it, how dare he be so arrogant? Who do we think we are?
Damn it, I'll kill him even if it costs me my life.
This kid is growing too fast.
Ignore everyone else, surround and kill him with all your might. Show no mercy. Enraged, the dozens of powerful figures at the monarch level immediately ceased their attacks and surrounded Yansen. One domain after another unfolded, and several veteran monarch-level powerhouses among them reached the Great Perfection Realm, their domains advancing to the level of realms.
With so many fields surging in like a tide, even an early-stage 11th tier Great Emperor had to avoid their sharp edge.
All the powerful figures of the Great Xia Kingdom were worried for Yen Senator. The experts from the Saint-level families were even prepared to withdraw their domains and lend a helping hand. In their view, with so many powerful monarchs joining forces, Yensen's situation was extremely difficult.
Yansen snorted coldly, and then also activated his own domain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
The dazzling array of lights was so intense that everyone gasped in shock.
With so many fields, how much talent has he actually mastered?
Even more terrifying is that all of these areas have been upgraded to realms. While others spend decades advancing a single talent to the Great Perfection Realm, he possesses so many, all of which have been transformed into realms. What is most terrifying is not only the current situation, but also the divine power that is gradually emerging in that realm. Once all spiritual energy is converted into divine power, this realm will be upgraded again and transformed into the divine realm. Everyone's breath hitched, especially those monarch-level experts who rushed towards Yansen, who involuntarily trembled a few times. The domains of dozens of people overlapped one after another, like a continuous mountain range pressing down, but the moment they touched Yansen's divine power domain, they were instantly frozen in place, as if ice and snow had met a raging fire and began to crumble inch by inch. Dozens of powerful figures spoke in trembling voices, their grips on their weapons gradually slipping. The clash of domains should have been the sounding of a battle horn, but the moment they touched, the horn was extinguished.
How can we fight like this? Run, run! This kid is too monstrous.
None of the powerful beings at the monarch level were fools. Upon seeing the crisis before them, they immediately fled in all directions, even in the sky and on the ground. Everyone was stunned, completely unprepared for the battle to have only been going on for less than a minute. Those arrogant and powerful monarch-level experts actually fled in all directions without any scruples.
The crucial point is, we haven't even boarded the bus yet.
Those foreign powerhouses below the sovereign level were devastated. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. Yansen casually swung the true dragon spear in his hand, and countless spear beams roared, shaking the space and causing it to vibrate.
Those experts below the monarch level exploded into clouds of blood mist, like fireworks blooming continuously.
Even if those powerful beings at the monarch level wanted to escape, they simply couldn't, because the speed at which Yansen's domain spread far exceeded their escape speed. In the blink of an eye, a million-mile-long space was enveloped by a multicolored divine power domain, like a cage. Without Yansen's permission, no one could enter or leave unless the domain was broken.
Damn it, does he have to fight to the death?
One after another, powerful beings at the monarch level bombarded that realm, but as their divine power flowed, the realm remained completely unmoved. No, his domain has been reinforced by divine power. Only those who possess divine power have a chance to tear open a gap. One of the powerful figures at the monarch level said that several powerful individuals with divine inheritances immediately took action, causing the realm to tremble a few times before returning to calm.
No, his divine power is too vast and too overwhelming. Our divine power simply cannot shake it. Only now did these powerful figures at the monarch level fully realize just how vast the gap was between them and Yansen. It's no exaggeration to say that with his current strength, killing a great emperor, no, even several great emperors, would be as easy as killing a chicken. The despair of death surged into their hearts like a tide. Their situation was exactly the same as that of the powerful figures of the Great Xia Kingdom before, except that the protagonists had changed. Damn it, if I had known there was such a pervert, I wouldn't have come.
The faces of the group of powerful figures at the monarch level were filled with regret. Rather than sit and wait to die, we'd rather fight to the death. Dozens of powerful individuals gathered again, mustered their strength, and launched a desperate attack against Yansen. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all struggles are in vain. Gentlemen, remember this in your next life. Never offend the Great Xia Kingdom.
As countless dragon-shaped spear beams tore through his domain, a powerful expert at the monarch level sighed. No, it's about not provoking this kind of pervert.
Before the words were even finished, these powerful beings at the monarch level fell one after another like raindrops, leaving behind only beast soul equipment scattered all over the ground. Amidst the countless points of light. There were at least several million pieces of beast soul equipment, ranging from legendary to mythical grade.
Yensen couldn't help but smile as he looked at these high-quality beast soul equipment.
If they could all be upgraded into true dragon sets, they could probably all be directly upgraded to mythical grade superior.
At that time, even some saint-level powerhouses will be envious of him.
Looking at the boy standing high in the sky, the foreign powerhouses lurking in the mountains exchanged bewildered glances. Many powerful figures from neutral countries sighed with regret, secretly glad that they hadn't agreed to those guys' request to besiege the powerful figures of the Great Xia Kingdom. We must report this to the saint level and raise this guy's danger level to the highest level. If he were to go out, who knows what chaos the world would descend into. After their initial shock, the powerful figures of the Great Xia Kingdom began to shout loudly,
Yensen! Yensen! Yensen is invincible! Boss Yensen, you might as well change your name to Yama. It's both domineering and majestic.
In their eyes, Yensen was undoubtedly a savior, but in the eyes of the enemy, he was simply a vengeful Yama. In the blink of an eye, he slaughtered over 100,000 enemies, each one a powerful figure from various countries under the age of 100. Such a feat would earn the admiration of even the notoriously ruthless slaughtering saint. As everyone was filled with mixed emotions, the blazing sun in the sky gradually died down, darkness instantly enveloped them, and then everyone was teleported out of the Boundary Origin secret realm. The moment they returned to the Chosen Academy, the entire world trembled.
The returning trainees looked at Yensen with eyes full of awe.
They understood that from this moment on, Yensen was no longer their opponent on the same stage. Instead, they wanted to stand on the same level as those old monsters who had cultivated for hundreds of years.
Ha! The survival rate of this year's trainees is so high?
No, their strength has also improved so quickly.
There are quite a few more Emperor-level trainees, and 2 Monarch-level trainees?
The Saint level will surrounding the Chosen Academy was shocked and immediately entered the temple space to contact other Saint-level wills and compile statistics on all the powerful individuals who had entered the Origin realm. At this moment, all the Saint-level experts of the Great Xia Kingdom were stunned. The reason is simple. In previous attempts to enter the Boundary Origin secret realm, the mortality rate for the Great Xia Kingdom was as high as over 70%. Other countries also have percentages of no less than 50%. But this time, the survival rate soared to over 90%.
After some questioning, they immediately understood the reason. All of this is thanks to Yensen.
He first slaughtered several countries that were hostile to the Great Xia, leaving ample living space for the powerful outside the divine ruins. When the many kings surrounded him, he slaughtered them all.
The death rate of these enemy countries was almost 99.9%, with the rest being cowardly survivors who tried to avoid the fighting.
No wonder the mortality rate was so low this time. It turns out that Yensen had eliminated all the dangers in advance. All the saint-level wills were speechless and could only look at the man whose entire body was covered in blood. Slaughter Saint, you used to improve your power through killing, but you weren't this terrifying before, were you? Tu Sheng is the one who has improved the fastest among the saint-level beings because he has continuously increased his strength through killing. He will only become stronger if he is not killed. In that turbulent era, he had become a god of death. He became a saint through killing over 10 years.
This kid is far more capable than me.
He has the potential to usher in a new era.
The new era? You speak so highly of him? Isn't that something only a legendary chosen one could achieve?
Of course, you've forgotten, he's only been awakened for less than 2 years. Everyone's eyes widened, and they suddenly realized what was happening. That's right, he only awakened his powers 2 years ago.
Becoming a saint in 10 years is already a pipe dream. No matter how monstrous these saints were, they still took decades. If he can really usher in a new era, then we might be able to benefit from it. The new era means that the constraints on them will be lifted, and their cultivation will be able to surge once again.
In this era where gods are not prominent, 1,000 years is simply not enough to become a god through one's own efforts. I heard he made a deal with the Beast God Church to kill that brat from the Long family.
Let him handle this himself. Lao Long, you don't have any objections, do you?
Sigh, I haven't been involved in family affairs for many years.
Let them settle their own karma.
At the Chosen Academy, Yensen bid farewell to everyone, having just received a notification from a saint-level will that he could graduate.
Graduating in less than a month after enrollment is unprecedented globally.
There was no way around it. His level of cultivation had already far surpassed that of this place, and staying at the God-chosen Academy was completely meaningless. Along with him, several senior students who had advanced to the Emperor level and Tu Shan Yoru also graduated. The group left together and returned to Zhongzhou City.
Wow, I'm finally out.
Damn it, I've been in jail for almost 10 years. I was so frustrated. When I entered the God's Chosen Academy, everyone envied me, but I only realized how much suffering I endured once I got there. Several students were so moved that they shed tears. After all, they had endured several years of hardship at the God's Chosen Academy.
Aside from cultivation and battles, they had absolutely no entertainment.
They were only in their early 20s, the age when they love to play and have fun, so how could they sit still? The improvement in strength gained through 10 years of arduous training training is incomparable to that of outsiders. These emperor-level powerhouses, all under 30 years old, are among the most outstanding geniuses in the world.
He will surely become a great emperor in the future.
Their chances of becoming saints are also far higher than those of beastmen of the same level.
Brother Sen, where are you going? Someone saw Jensen walk out and couldn't help but ask. Let's go to the dragon's house. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Why go to the Long family? Someone asked me to kill a guy called the evil dragon emperor. Jensen spoke with exceptional frankness.
The trainees looked at each other, swallowing hard.
You've just come out and you're already going to kill a great emperor?
Brother, you're incredibly audacious.
The group exchanged glances and quietly followed.
They also sent messages to their elders, asking them to come and help, and to make sure to help Jensen if anything unexpected happens.
The evil dragon emperor is no ordinary emperor.
Even if Jensen is incredibly powerful, killing him would be no easy task. After a few missteps, Jensen arrived at the home of the dragon in the blink of an eye.
The Long family is located in Zhengzhou City, where land is extremely valuable.
They wield immense power, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles, and their spiritual energy is hundreds of times richer than that of the outside world. Even though the Earth's surface area has expanded by tens of thousands of times compared to 1,000 years ago, the treasure land occupied by the Long family is still the envy of many.
Who goes there? Why do you trespass on my Long family's property? A powerful expert at the monarch level roared angrily. My name is Jensen, and I've come to kill the evil dragon emperor. Upon hearing this name, the powerful expert at the monarch level immediately raised an eyebrow.
Many geniuses from the Long family entered the Boundary Origin secret realm this time, and naturally they knew of Jensen's reputation. From the moment they set off, the saint-level families used their connections to thoroughly investigate Jensen's past. He had only been awakened for less than 2 years, yet he had already reached the 10th level of the monarch rank. He swept through the enemy forces in the Boundary Origin secret realm, slaughtering more than 100,000 alien powerhouses.
All the saint-level aristocratic families have long regarded Jensen as a first-tier figure who cannot be underestimated.
Even several saint-level families who had grudges against him were trying to mend their relationships. Given their strength, they naturally knew about the deal between Jensen and the Beast God Church, since the 3 Tiger Generals and several others were present at the time. Even without intentional leaks, saint-level families can still steal intelligence through various means. I must report this matter to the head of the family. The powerful expert, a monarch-level expert, was not angered by Jensen's words and turned back to his clan. Jensen's words spread far and wide, and many members of the Long family were furious upon hearing them.
Who is this bastard? How dare he try to kill the evil dragon emperor?
He's merely a monarch-level being, yet he dares to dream of killing an emperor. A voice resounded throughout the entire clan, instantly silencing the dragon clan members who were discussing amongst themselves.
It was the clan leader's voice. He is the #1 person in the Long family below the saint level.
Young friend Jensen, we already know about your grievances with the Beast God Church. That kid Long Xia did make a mistake, but he has been punished and is currently being judged in the blood demon world. If you insist on killing him, go find him. The patriarch spoke calmly, but the members of the dragon clan were all astonished. Even if they knew nothing about him, they could tell from his attitude how terrifying this guy was. The fact that the clan leader was neither angry nor annoyed when the other party tried to kill his own genius shows that this person has terrifying potential and has reached an unimaginable level.
With veteran saint-level guardians, the Long family has no fear of saint-level geniuses whose potential has not yet been fully realized. This shows that Jensen's strength is very likely to reach the god level in the future.
After learning the location of the evil dragon emperor, Jensen left without saying a word.
The blood demon world?
He took out his communicator, asked several family members he knew for directions, and then headed straight there. The evil dragon emperor was accused of raping multiple civilian girls because he could not control the evil dragon energy within him.
Opinions differ among people of different strengths and social classes regarding whether the evil dragon emperor should die.
Some say that with the potential and strength of the evil dragon emperor, he could save tens of thousands of civilians in the future, and that he only raped a few dozen girls, so he doesn't deserve severe punishment. But the common people at the bottom of society, as well as the girl and her family who were humiliated by the evil dragon emperor, hated him so much that they wanted to tear him to pieces. Shi Lianqing was one of them. His girlfriend committed suicide after being defiled by the evil dragon emperor.
From Jensen's perspective, the evil dragon emperor certainly deserved to die.
The premise of offsetting merits and demerits is that mistakes must not cross the bottom line, and this evil dragon emperor has clearly crossed the moral bottom line. As for whether he could control himself, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that those excuses about his blood going berserk are just a cover-up. Otherwise, why did he only rape girls around 17 or 18 years old? If things were truly out of control, wouldn't even adult women be unable to escape his clutches?
If it were an ordinary SSS-level bloodline user, they would probably have been executed long ago for breaking the law.
But this guy has the backing of a saint-level family, which is why he can get away with it and live so long unscathed. On his way there, Yensen received a message in the Blood Demon world. A young man clad in black armor frowned as he stared at the message, a mocking smile playing on his lips.
You actually want to come to the Blood Demon world to kill me? Ha ha. So what if you are a top genius? I have already reached the peak of the Emperor level, while you are only at the 10th level of the Monarch level. No matter how strong you are, you can't possibly fight across so many levels, right? The evil dragon Emperor grinned maliciously, showing utter disdain for the boy named Yensen. Lan Shoa tossed aside the communicator and turned his gaze to several humanoid alien girls with blood-red skin and bewitching faces, who were tied to the pillar in front of him. This other world is so much better. With strength, you can do whatever you want. As he spoke, his equipment transformed into a soul and returned to his body. He then transformed into a dragon human form and began to frantically possess the blood demon girls. These girls had bright red skin, long, pointed ears, and crimson hair. Their eyes glowed with an eerie red light. Apart from these features, they were no different from humans. After passing through numerous obstacles, Yensen finally entered the Stargate and stepped into the blood demon world. What came into view was a blood-red scene. The sun in the sky was also a deep red, and the surrounding plants were all in shades of red. The entrance to the Stargate is a magnificent pass, guarding the barrier between the outside world and the blood demon world. Within the pass, beastmen of various levels walked about, and today it seemed unusually calm, as if no battle had broken out. Among these beastmen are official soldiers as well as mercenaries who have come to fight on missions. To be on the safe side, let's improve our cultivation first. After Yensen emerged from the Boundary Origin secret realm, he killed powerful figures from other countries and obtained a considerable amount of low-level resources, which he could now use up. He randomly found a cultivation room and spent a long time using up all the low-level resources. Subsequently, his cultivation level soared, breaking through to the 10th level of the Emperor rank. This strength should be sufficient. Yensen thought to himself that the reason he didn't directly break through to the Saint level was because breaking through to the Saint level would trigger too many strange phenomena in the world, which he couldn't suppress. He didn't want to attract too much attention for the time being and only planned to kill one person and then leave. The reason is that breaking through to the Saint level requires a huge amount of resources, and even with the help of the system, it still takes a lot of time. He plans to wait until he has free time to slowly make a breakthrough. Hey bro, do you know where the evil dragon emperor lives? It's over there in the evil dragon palace. Why are you asking about that? It's alright, thank you. Yensen blinked and instantly disappeared from the man's sight. The latter rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. Yensen had already arrived at a pass tens of thousands of miles away, where a magnificent palace stood. This is the evil dragon palace? The blood demon world is guarded by 4 great emperors, each guarding one of the 4 directions. The evil dragon emperor is considered the strongest among them. Who goes there? No passage allowed. Outside the evil dragon palace, a group of soldiers shouted at Yensen to stop. Dragon demon, come out now, I'm here to kill you. Inside the main hall, Lan Shoa, who was immersed in earthly bliss, was suddenly jolted, and his anger surged forth. Damn brat, how dare you ruin my plans? I'll cripple you. He rushed out of the main hall, flew into the sky, and looked down at Yensen. If you come to kill me, according to the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom, I will not be punished for killing you, understand? Of course, if I kill you, you also have the right to kill me. Yensen spoke calmly, while Lan Shoa carefully sensed this world and, not sensing any saint-level will, breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even have a saint-level will protecting him. Haha, it seems the Patriarch's claim of how important he is isn't necessarily true. Lan Shoa thought to himself, if Yensen was truly as exceptionally talented as the Patriarch claimed in his message, how could the saint-level beings have allowed him to enter the blood demon world, much less let him kill them? Thinking about it this way, there's only one conclusion: the saint-level beings don't value Yensen that much. Even if I kill him, with the protection of the ancestor, I won't be affected in any way. Haha. Lan Shoa revealed a ferocious smile, then activated his Emperor's domain, which enveloped the surrounding space. In an instant, the entire crimson world dimmed, transforming into a dark realm. The dragon demon exuded an aura of annihilation, attracting the attention of countless powerful figures throughout the world. Is a great war about to break out on the human side? That evil dragon emperor has actually unleashed his domain. Several blood demon emperors looked at the pass with puzzlement, as did the other 3 human emperors. What exactly is Lan Shoa doing? The group immediately flew into the sky and looked in the other direction. Is that all the strength you have? Yensen spoke calmly, while Lan Shoa let out a cold laugh. Arrogant brat, you. Forget it, I'm not wasting my time. Just go die. Yensen activated the mythical grade top grade true dragon set, and without even unfolding his domain, he directly unleashed his martial arts, thrusting out with a thunderous roar. Countless golden dragons transformed into spear beams, violently tearing apart the evil dragon's domain. No, you're this strong. The evil dragon emperor was filled with horror and began to question the meaning of life. He sensed the aura emanating from Yensen and couldn't help but wail. You're not at the 10th level of the monarch rank, you're at the 10th level of the emperor rank. Patriarch, you've misled me. If he had known earlier that
Yensen was also at the 10th level of the Emperor rank, he probably would have chosen to temporarily avoid him, find a place to hide, and avoid his sharp edge so that the other party would not discover him. However, the head of the Long family probably didn't expect that Yensen would soar 10 levels in such a short time. The intelligence was useless against him. "Don't kill me," the evil Dragon Emperor tried to beg for mercy, but it was too late. Yensen pierced his body with a spear, and with the force of the thrust, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Only the mythical grade set remained, which Yensen then acquired.
What? This guy killed the evil Dragon Emperor without even unleashing his domain. The 3 Emperor-level experts from the Great Xia Kingdom were utterly shocked, wondering if they had seen things wrong. Could this be an avatar of a Saint-level expert? No, why would he want to kill the evil Dragon Emperor? Could he be a member of the Church of the Beast God? We're doomed. Alright, don't be nervous. I just received a message from the family. This guy is a genius of our Great Xia Kingdom. As for why he killed the evil Dragon Emperor, the emperors discussed amongst themselves as Yensen, having finished his killings, prepared to leave. At this moment, 3 great emperors flew over. "Brother Yensen, you can't leave."
Yensen frowned, looking at them with confusion.
Brother Yen, don't misunderstand. You killed the evil Dragon Emperor. There are only 3 of us. We can't possibly protect this blood demon world.
So, why don't you stay here for a few months and wait for them to send a new emperor over before you leave? However, other places are also lacking emperor-level officials to oversee things, so it's estimated that it will be difficult to spare manpower.
How many months? Yensen answered without hesitation. "I'm quite busy, so I'm afraid I can't stay."
The emperors were stunned and looked helpless. Yensen refused, and they dared not force him to stay. However, if Yensen leaves, and the Blood Demon clan launches a counterattack, the situation will be extremely dangerous without a great emperor to oversee it.
Even this pass might fall.
How about this? You tell me about the Blood Demon clan's combat strength first.
Do you have any Saint-level warriors? If not, I'll just wipe them all out, okay?
This way I'll save time, and you can solve the problem once and for all.
Upon hearing Yensen's words, the 3 emperors exchanged bewildered glances. What exactly are you talking about? To save time, they actually wanted to wipe them all out? Do you really think wiping out a world-class race is faster than staying here and guarding the pass?
Brother Yen, the Blood Demon clan has a total of 10 emperor-level experts.
If they are truly united and attack the city at any cost, we actually won't be able to hold it. 3 emperor-level beings are guarding this pass. With the 4 of us, even though they are fighting desperately, they will lose at least half of their emperor-level beings.
So they can only keep sending out soldiers to wear down the Saint level will behind this pass. It's too difficult to wipe out the Blood Demon clan. The Blood Demon clan also has Saint level power protecting them, but they just can't migrate. After listening to the analyses of the 3 emperors, Yensen didn't say much, but simply said,
"You all stay here and hold the line. I'll be right back."
As soon as he finished speaking, Yensen stepped on wind and thunder, and in the blink of an eye, he traveled hundreds of thousands of miles away.
An aura of imperial power is flying this way.
In the central tribe of the Blood Demon clan, several great emperors immediately took to the air, their gazes fixed on that direction.
Which human emperor-level being is so arrogant as to dare to come alone? They must have a death wish. Even a saint-level avatar wouldn't dare to come rashly.
This guy must have lost his mind. Those despicable humans. We'll make sure they never leave alive. A young figure appeared in the void, and 10 Blood Demon emperors unleashed their combined domain, transforming into a surging sea of blood that swept towards Yensen.
They didn't even give Yensen a chance to react, and this decisiveness showed their determination. Unfortunately, Yensen was not completely immobilized after entering the domain.
He didn't open his domain, but instead activated his beast soul equipment. Combined with his strong body, which had been enhanced multiple times in Longmen, he actually made the opponent's combined domain vibrate loudly.
Oh dear, isn't your Blood Demon clan's welcome a bit too unfriendly?
Seeing that Yensen was unharmed, all the great emperors of the Blood Demon clan were stunned.
Alright, I'll give you a choice, either die or submit. To be honest, I'm quite fond of nuclear peace and dislike pointless fighting.
Before the words were finished, a Blood Demon emperor roared, "Human, enough nonsense, die." The next moment, Yensen's spear tip pierced through space, directly blasting the emperor to pieces. With the support of the domain's power, the emperor slowly recovered after a long while.
Don't interrupt me.
Just as Yensen was about to continue, several emperors attacked simultaneously.
Attack together, kill him. I already said, don't interrupt me. Do you all want to die?
Yensen snorted coldly, and more than a dozen realms were simultaneously activated. The elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, along with his recent advancements in swordsmanship, war, and blood, directly overwhelmed the combined domain of the 10 great emperors, turning the tables and engulfing them completely. Generally, only a more powerful realm can encompass a weaker realm. The Blood Demon clan's emperors immediately shut their mouths, stood still, and dared not move.
This talent is terrifying. He actually possesses so many realms. Is he even human?
Quickly, activate the Blood Demon Great Sage's protection. As soon as he finished speaking, a saint-level phantom appeared on a blood demon clan statue that stood as tall as a mountain in the center of the tribe.
Great sage, save us. You dare to call people over? Yen-sen sighed.
He had been hesitant and unwilling to cause more bloodshed, but now it seemed that there was no way out.
I gave you all a chance, but you really let me down. Fine, then all of you, die. Yen-sen unleashed his full combat power, gathering countless realm talents and unleashing divine power that transformed into divine dragons of various attributes. Bagua swimming dragon palm.
The divine dragon formed by the combined power of the two martial arts techniques, activated by the dragon soaring through the 8 desolations, instantly broke through space and rushed straight towards the saint-level phantom. In an instant, the blood demon clan's saint-level will, which had just appeared, collapsed, and the 1,000-foot-tall statue was instantly shattered into dust. Only the numerous blood demon emperors and billions of their people remained, staring blankly at the tragic scene before them. Immediately afterwards, a dark cloud of death enveloped the entire area, and the dozen or so dragons of different attributes began their frenzied slaughter.
No, we are willing.
Before the words of submission could be uttered, one emperor after another was torn to shreds by the divine dragon, which then roamed the surrounding wilderness. Countless blood demons perished, their corpses littering the earth, and the stench of blood permeated the mountains, creating a scene resembling a sea of corpses and a mountain of blood.
Faced with this tragic scene, Yen-sen could only sigh.
The clash between the two tribes was merely a struggle for survival, and had nothing to do with right or wrong. The greatest respect can be shown by giving it your all and completely annihilating the opponent. If Yen-sen lets them go, these alien races will surely slaughter hundreds of millions of Great Xia people once they reach the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom.
Such tragedies have been commonplace for thousands of years.
Inside the Great Xia Pass, where the Blood Demon clan was resisting, the three great emperors watched Yen-sen disappear in the direction he had vanished, appearing somewhat hesitant.
Should we stop him?
Even those peak emperors wouldn't dare underestimate the saint-level will of the Blood Demon clan.
Look at his speed, we can't catch up at all. As far as I know, Yen-sen doesn't seem like the type to act rashly.
I think he should have the ability to protect himself.
Yes, he single-handedly killed the evil dragon emperor.
Facing the Blood Demon clan emperor's siege, he should be able to escape smoothly. Just as the three were discussing, a boy flew down from the sky.
I'm back. They're back so quickly.
It seems they've realized the strength of the Blood Demon clan and backed down. As the three emperors fought this, Yen-sen had already arrived.
Gentlemen, I'll leave the rest to you.
I'll go ahead first. The three of them were stunned, not understanding Yen-sen's meaning. The Blood Demon clan's high-end combat force has been completely wiped out, and the Blood Demon clan members in the central tribe have also been almost completely eliminated. What's left are just some small fry, which you should be able to handle. Upon hearing this, the group was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Yen-sen's tone of voice didn't sound like he was joking at all.
Bro, you're absolutely amazing.
Several emperors, some over 100 years old, finally changed their way of addressing each other.
With the ability to destroy a small world single-handedly, Yen-sen's strength would be so great that even a saint-level avatar would be blasted into dust.
Okay,
I'm going now.
Yen-sen said nothing more and left the Blood Demon world directly. The evil dragon emperor is dead. That guy should contact me, right? As Yen-sen was thinking this, he suddenly saw his communicator light up, and a message came from Qin Feihu in Anyang Base City. Only those at the level of a garrison commander can transmit messages over long distances via communicators.
Qilianqing wants to see me?
Yen-sen narrowed his eyes slightly, then arrived at the teleportation array in Zhengzhou City. This place has a strategic teleportation space, but it can only be used by those at the emperor level and above.
A moment later, he teleported to Nanzhou City and then quickly headed to Anyang Base City.
Looking at this familiar city that he hadn't seen in a long time, Yen-sen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. When he left, he was just a boy in his early 18s. Now that he has returned, he is still a young man not yet 20. However, his cultivation level has undergone earth-shattering changes, which were unimaginable to him back then. With one step, his figure vanished, and he had already arrived at the city lord's mansion. Qin Feihu, who was busy handling affairs, was shocked when he sensed Yen-sen's aura, and a look of emotion appeared on his face.
I never imagined that you would actually become an emperor.
I never even dared to dream of such a thing. Qin Feihu admitted that he had underestimated Yen-sen's terrifying power. This kind of superhuman growth rate had only been seen a few times before during the Great Chaos Era 1,000 years ago. However, as time passed, those became unverifiable legends. What we are facing now is the real reality. The news of your killing of the evil dragon emperor has spread like wildfire within the aristocratic families, and the Beast God Church also knows about it. So, they controlled the bargaining chip that Qilianqing used to trade with you, which was that little girl. You should ask him for details. As soon as Qin Feihu finished speaking, a middle-aged man stepped out. It was none other than Qilianqing.
Yen-sen, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to grow so quickly.
Several high-ranking members of the Beast God Church have already put you on their kill list, but because of Lu Yuezhu, they want to use this to control you even more.
So I've asked you to tell you that if you want to save her, you must come with me to a certain place outside of the Great Xia Kingdom.
Before Qi Lianqing could finish speaking, an invisible wave of energy suddenly blew him away, sending him crashing heavily into the stone wall. Yan Sen's face was gloomy, and he could hardly hide his anger. I'm sorry, I know it was my mistake, but I advise you, whatever you do, don't go there. Because if they can't control you, they will definitely kill you. They are all beast god envoys, each and every one of them a saint-level expert.
You don't need to fight them head-on.
Blood trickled from the corner of Qi Lianqing's mouth, but Yan Sen grabbed him and coldly ordered, lead the way.
Qi Lianqing was slightly taken aback, but in the end he could only nod.
The saint level will injected into his body made him realize that if he didn't take Yan Sen with him, he would only face death. Martial Flying Tiger, please exchange these items for Great Xia currency and give them to my parents for me.
Thank you.
Yan Sen casually tossed out a few star origin stones and some resources. Xin Feihu looked at those precious items and couldn't help but swallow hard.
Yan Sen, these things are too valuable. Our base city simply can't mobilize that many. Nonsense, the value of a single star origin stone is simply unimaginable. Take as much as you can, and you can use the rest yourself.
Anyway, I guarantee my parents will have no worries about their lives. I'm quite busy right now and don't have time to go home. I'd like to trouble you for a favor, Marshal. After a brief conversation between Qin Feihu and Yan Sen took Qi Lianqing and left. Looking at those resources, Qin Feihu was filled with emotion. These scraps that Yan Sen casually tossed out were enough to make his parents the undisputed richest people in the base city. After several twists and turns, Yan Sen and Qi Lianqing prepared to leave the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom.
Yan Sen, are you aware of how dangerous this operation is?
Just as he stepped out of the border of the Great Xia Kingdom, a voice rang in his ears.
I understand. Yan Sen nodded.
He knew that the voice came from a saint-level expert from the Great Xia Kingdom and was reminding him.
Alright, everyone has their own path to walk, I won't stop you. The saint-level expert said no more.
Yan Sen nodded in response, converting the resources in his storage equipment into essence points while leading Qi Lianqing to quicken their pace. A few days later, they crossed the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom and arrived at a region filled with miasma. This is the Black Triangle, which is shrouded in special energy all year round.
Even if a saint-level expert enters, he will be greatly disturbed and his strength will be greatly weakened.
Our Beast God Church's headquarters is hidden right here.
Even saint-level beings would have a hard time finding it.
Qi Lianqing spoke slowly, and Yan Sen nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that he should continue leading the way. Guided by the holy will within him, Qi Lianqing brought Yan Sen to the headquarters of the Beast God Church. Towering, gloomy hall stood, surrounded by statues of ferocious beasts in various shapes, creating a somber atmosphere. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Yan Senator joined the Church of the Beast God and received the baptism of the Beast God. Under the influence of the Beast God, you will surely become the first true god to lead a new era. More than a dozen saint-level experts from the Beast God Church stood in mid-air, their faces full of enthusiasm. Yan Sen smiled faintly, but a strong killing intent surged in his heart.
Where is Lu Yuezhu? Yan Sen's gaze swept over those saint-level experts.
Kid, how dare you talk to us like that? A Beast God envoy was giving an excited speech when Yan Sen interrupted him, his face darkening. Hand over Lu Yuezhu, and I will join the Beast God Church. Upon hearing this, one of the saint-level experts slowly said, give it to him, he can't escape anyway.
With a wave of their hands, a figure flew out swiftly. It was Lu Yuezhu.
However, Lu Yuezhu was no longer the weak little girl she once was. Her upper body was still human, but her lower body had turned into a snake tail, swaying slightly, making her exceptionally alluring. What did you do to her? Yan Sen frowned, his anger surging.
Ha ha ha.
Kid, this woman is a demon spirit. This is her natural growth trajectory. She will eventually transform into a half-human, half-demon.
Is it true? Yan Sen stared at Lu Yuezhu, whose cold little face now showed a pleased smile when she saw him.
They put a seal on me, and my strength is suppressed. Lu Yuezhu spoke clearly and slowly. Yan Sen carefully examined her body and indeed discovered that Lu Yuezhu's body was sealed with more than 10 saint-level restrictions. If it weren't for these seals, her strength would probably have already reached the emperor level.
This demonic spirit is actually so terrifying? Yan Sen couldn't help but feel a little suppressed.
At this moment, several saint-level experts from the Beast God Church spoke up. This woman has already inherited the Serpent God's legacy. If she hadn't refused to join our Beast God Church, we wouldn't have sealed her power at all.
Boy, you'd better obediently submit to the great Beast God, otherwise not only will you die, but she will die with you.
A saint-level expert with fangs on his lips, half-human and half-demon, threatened coldly.
He looked just like a werewolf.
Every saint-level member of the Beast God Church is in a state of being half-human and half-demon. This is not a change due to the awakening of their bloodline, but rather their normal state. Yan Sen observed that these guys were filled with burgeoning desires and were brimming with brutal bestiality. No wonder they spoke so arrogantly, they've lost all sense of reason. Even saint-level beings are nothing more than more powerful beasts in their eyes. Several saint-level beings stared at Lu Yuezhu and Yan Sen with greedy eyes, as if waiting for the moment when the other party would refuse.
What if I don't agree? Yan Sen asked coldly. Ha ha ha, are you sure?
Several
Several saint-level beings laughed excitedly, clearly hoping he would refuse. If it weren't for their fear of the beast god's oppressive power, they would have preferred to devour Yensen rather than subdue him. What exactly is this so-called beast god? Yensen narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on the strangely shaped statue in the very center. The statue was a composite of various animals, twisted and deformed, with countless octopus tentacles wrapped around its outer layer, its body covered with various beast faces, and even something resembling intestines wrapped around it. The moment Yensen stared at the statue, he felt a chaotic, frenzied, and destructive aura strike deep into his soul. How dare you defy the beast god? Do you want to die? The werewolf saint-level roared. Yensen smiled coldly, suddenly drew his true dragon spear, and thrust it straight at the head of the saint-level expert. Damn it, how dare you make a move? It seems you really have no intention of submitting. Kill him. The werewolf saint-level being was not dead. In the nick of time, he quickly deployed his domain, and the distorted divine power surged out like a torrent, repairing his wounds. Stop wasting time, attack together. You all have to die. Yensen sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You, a great emperor, dare to challenge all of us. Even the top 10 saint-level beings in the Great Xia Kingdom wouldn't dare to utter such arrogant words. The saint-level being from the Beast God Church sneered. We'll only know if we try. Yensen was not to be outdone. He circulated his accumulated essence points, and his cultivation level rose rapidly. Swish swish swish. His cultivation broke through to the saint level, and then, with unstoppable momentum, he rushed straight to the 10th level of the saint level. Along the way, he continuously converted resources into essence points, all for this moment of explosive growth. What? How did your cultivation level improve so quickly? The saint level expert from the Beast God Church was shocked. This is completely unreasonable. They knew Yensen leveled up quickly, but they never expected him to level up 10 times in front of everyone. You can't be this ridiculously overpowered when you're cheating. Several saint level beings instantly questioned their existence, while Yensen had already unleashed more than 10 realms, with countless divine powers surging forth and transforming into divine dragons that roamed between heaven and earth. Today, the Church of the Beast God will be completely wiped out from this world. Yensen shouted, and more than 10 divine dragons swam swiftly around him. A yin-yang diagram appeared beneath his feet, and he seemed to control the heavens and earth, with endless pressure sweeping across all directions. In the Black Triangle area, the mountains collapsed, and the miasma that had accumulated for hundreds of years was swept away. The dragon roared, tearing apart the holy level domain of the Beast God Church, leaving them only to wail in agony. Why is he so strong? The saint-level experts were extremely shocked. They thought they were being lured into a trap, with themselves as the hunters, but instead, they were led in like wolves, and their base was wiped out. Beast God, save us. A group of saint-level beings cried out for help as the central statue continued to crumble, revealing a distorted divine core that radiated a rich divine light. This thing is actually considered a god? No wonder the Beast God Church has never been eradicated. It turns out they have such a powerful divine legacy behind them. Since that's the case, then let's wipe you all out today. Yensen waved his hand, and more than a dozen divine dragons, each carrying powerful S-level martial arts energy, continuously bombarded the remaining will within the statues. One by one, the holy level wills collapsed, and the distorted divine core at the very center emitted a trembling buzzing sound. Human, if you do not submit, you will surely die. The moment you become a true god and usher in a new era will be the beginning of this world's demise. The twisted divine core uttered harsh words, but Yensen shattered it inch by inch. Even the ancient gods in the divine ruins were wary of Yensen, let alone the fact that this guy didn't seem like a proper god at all. After a long time, the surrounding area was reduced to ruins. All the powerful members and followers of the Beast God Church were reduced to dust, leaving only countless soul-shaped beast soul equipment scattered around. The small fry of the Beast God Church lurking in the mountains were terrified and fled in panic. The news sent shockwaves around the world. A saint-level expert single-handedly stormed into the Black Triangle and annihilated the Beast God Church in one fell swoop. All powerful individuals are aware of the terror of the Black Triangle and the ferocity of the Beast God Church. They had a vague feeling that the legendary new era might really be coming soon. After annihilating the Church of the Beast God, Yensen pondered for a long time, unable to let go of the words of the twisted god before his death. The moment I usher in a new era will be the moment this world is destroyed. Could it be that when I become a true god and break the shackles of this world, it will trigger some uncontrollable changes? Looking at his vast amount of god-level resources, Yensen narrowed his eyes, but did not rashly choose to break through to the god level. There are two major limitations to breaking through to the god level. One is that one must convert all spiritual energy in one's body into divine power, a process that takes even an SSS-level genius thousands of years. However, some saint-level experts speculate that, for some reason, the lifespan of saint-level beings in this era is at most 3,000 years. In other words, even top geniuses would find it difficult to complete this transformation in a lifetime. The second limitation is the use of divine power to condense an immortal divine essence. This process is even more difficult than the first one. It is estimated that it would take an ordinary SSS-level genius tens of thousands of years to complete.
In ancient times, mortals could live for hundreds of years, and saint-level experts could live for tens of thousands of years.
Back then, gods were everywhere, but now we've entered the semi-end of the Dharma era.
Although there are signs of recovery in the world, returning to its former prosperity will not happen overnight. This means that if a god were to be born naturally, it would probably be at least several thousand or even tens of thousands of years later.
Of course, Yuan had a cheat code, so it didn't take that long.
10,000 years is too long. He seizes every moment. The commotion of becoming a god will definitely be quite significant, so finding an open space would be more suitable. Yuan arrived at the sea area in the center of several continents, sat cross-legged in the sky, and unfolded several realms. In an instant, wind and thunder swept across thousands of miles, and water and fire swept across the heavens and earth. Sword energy crisscrossed, and the flashes of blades and shadows were rampant. Countless sacred realms enveloped a vast sea area, and even powerful figures from various countries on the continent felt this terrifying aura.
The divine power is incredibly concentrated. Could it be a battle between saint-level experts?
No, this level of divine power would require at least 100 saint-level experts to barely match. And there aren't any saint-level treasures to fight over right now, so it's unreasonable for so many saint-level experts to appear at the same time. If you sense it carefully, you will find that although these divine powers are of many kinds, they do not contradict each other. On the contrary, they are unusually integrated, as if they come from the same whole.
Impossible. If so many great Das were to be converted into divine power, it would take at least hundreds of thousands of years, right? The longest lived
saint-level beings in the world are only a little over 1,000 years old.
Even those few anomalies in the Great Xia Kingdom couldn't do it.
Wait, have you all forgotten? That monstrous young man who appeared in the Great Xia Kingdom a while ago mastered multiple great Das and also the secret of divine power transformation.
Even so, it's impossible for him to fully transform so quickly, right?
Let alone 1,000 years, it would take at least 100 years, wouldn't it?
Why don't you go and see for yourself?
Saint-level experts from all over the world sensed that powerful divine force and flew into the sky, heading in that direction. After a long time, the group of saint-level beings finally arrived at that sea area, where Yuan was located in the center, tightly enveloped by various divine powers.
All the saint-level beings were immediately shocked. What is he doing? Is he trying to break through to the god level right there?
His speed in converting divine power is too fast. At this rate, all of his dozen or so great Dao domains will be converted into divine domains within a few days.
Damn it!
It took me over 100 years to barely convert a realm into divine power, and this kid did it in just a few days.
What kind of monster is he?
This is the genius of the Great Xia Kingdom. If he becomes a true god, the whole world will belong to the Great Xia Kingdom. Witnessing this scene, the saint-level beings from different countries had varying thoughts. Neutral countries, on the other hand, wanted to form an alliance with the Great Xia Kingdom to avoid getting involved in trouble.
Meanwhile, those long-standing enemy nations secretly plotted how to block Yuan's path to godhood.
Foolish boy, how dare you choose such a place to become a god?
You're courting death.
A saint-level expert from the Federation laughed loudly, transforming into a colossal hulk, standing on the sea, swinging his fist, and fiercely blasting towards the boundary surrounding Yuan. The moment the fist made contact, it was struck by the immense divine power, sending the Hulk flying tens of thousands of meters.
Damn it! The defense is too strong.
The Hulk, enraged, strode back.
What are you all standing there for? If this guy becomes a god, we'll all die. That's right. This guy is brutal and cruel.
He once slaughtered more than 100,000 geniuses like us in the Origin realm.
If he becomes a god, he will wipe out hundreds of billions of people in our country.
His killing intent is 1,000,000 times more terrifying than that of the Saint Slayer. He must be killed on the spot.
Anyone can attain godhood, but he is absolutely not one of them.
Saint-level beings from more than a dozen enemy countries and numerous vassal states, along with many alien saint-level beings residing on Earth, exchanged glances and began to join forces to launch a fierce bombardment on Yuan's territory. The number of saint-level participants exceeded 1,000, and their combined power was immense. After all, their realms all contained different degrees of divine power. Only divine power can defeat divine power.
With their combined strength, Yuan's domain began to tremble violently. Damn it, these guys are asking for it.
Yuan, who was busy with the transformation, slightly opened his eyes. He didn't understand what these people were thinking.
Did they think he couldn't move? What a joke. He can take action at any time and wipe them all out.
He was currently focused on converting divine power and continuously converting the accumulated divine resources into divine essence points, so he had no intention of wasting time with them.
If you insist on courting death, then it's not my fault. On the contrary, it's good that you're all together, saving me the trouble of killing you one by one.
Just as Yuan was about to get up and deal with these troubles, hundreds of figures suddenly appeared in the distance and flew over. Anyone who dares to harm the pride of my Great Xia Kingdom will first have to pass through the blade of this saint. A saint-level expert, exuding murderous intent, roared, and the domain suddenly expanded, revealing countless mountains mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The entire realm was filled with divine power, which even condensed into half a statue of the god of slaughter. This person is none other than the saint with the strongest combat power in the Great Xia Kingdom today, the Saint Slaughter. His strength has surpassed the saint level and reached the demigod level. Perhaps in just a few hundred years, he will be able to become a true god.
The dozens of saint-level beings following behind were equally powerful, ranking in the upper middle range of Earth's saint level in terms of combat strength alone.
Ha ha ha,
100 or so saint-level beings think they can stop us? If you're not afraid of dying, then all of you come at me. Oh, you think the Great Xia Kingdom has too few saint-level beings? Then our divine dragon clan is here.
In the ocean, several holy-level true dragons emerged, each tens of thousands of feet long, their movements stirring up towering waves.
Dragon clan, protect my dragon clan's holy lord.
The leading dragon saint spoke in a cold voice, followed by nearly 100 saint-level dragons behind him who let out a loud roar.
What? The dragon clan has arrived too.
The Great Xia Kingdom clearly intends to wage a bloody war with other countries.
The divine dragon clan is actually willing to stake the fate of its own race and live and die with them?
Although the two clans have a good relationship, it can't be that good, can it? I heard that the genius of the Great Xia Kingdom seems to have leaped over the 9 dragon gates and obtained a supreme title of the Divine Dragon Clan.
I'm afraid that's why. I think it's not just that reason.
Those old guys from the Dragon Clan have been asleep for tens of thousands of years before they awoke. Each of them is extremely shrewd and would never make such a decision so hastily. Regardless of the reasons behind it, the disparity in numbers between the two sides is enormous, and the Great Xia Kingdom will most likely end in defeat. Today is the perfect opportunity to wipe out the entire Great Xia Kingdom in one fell swoop. Those sages from enemy countries who harbored deep hatred for the Great Xia Kingdom were all extremely excited. In the past, due to various reasons, they had found it difficult to unite as one to deal with the Great Xia Kingdom. However, now, the common goal of preventing the Great Xia prodigies from becoming gods has finally brought these powerful figures together. From this day forward, the Great Xia dynasty will cease to exist on Earth.
Dragon Clan, if you leave now, you still have room to maneuver.
If they continue to be so stubborn, the Dragon Clan will also perish. The thousands of saint-level experts no longer besieged Yansen's domain, but instead launched a unified attack on the more than 200 saint-level experts from the Great Xia Kingdom and the Divine Dragon Clan. Faced with an enemy that outnumbered them by 5 to 1, even the strongest warriors of both races gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Their domains are being destroyed one after another, and many saint-level experts are seriously injured. If this continues, they may be completely wiped out.
Shouldn't this farce be coming to an end by now?
Just then, a voice rang out, instantly silencing the entire room. All the saint-level experts turned their heads and focused their gazes on Yen Senator at this moment. All of his realms had completed the conversion of divine power. The divine essence in the center also began to slowly condense. The so-called divine essence is a complex combination of divine will and cultivation of the great Tao. Once a divine essence is formed, the deity becomes part of the rules of heaven and immortalizes the universe. Even if the physical body is destroyed, it can hide in the river of time, hibernate for many years, and then be reborn when the opportunity arises. The moment Jensen condensed his divine spark, he sensed that his domain was slowly merging with the great Tao laws permeating the world, like a drop of water merging into the ocean.
This is bad. He's condensing a divine core.
Stop him. Countless saint-level experts exclaimed in surprise, then turned their heads in unison, unleashing a torrent of divine power towards Jensen's divine power domain.
You think you can stop me? You're not worthy.
Jensen sneered and waved his hand to unleash the Bagua swimming dragon palm, carrying countless S-level martial arts techniques.
A Yin-Yang.
Fish appeared in the sky, and giant dragons of different elements roamed the 8 wastelands, tearing space into countless fragments.
Those holy-level attacks were shattered one by the dragon.
Although they were all formed from divine power, they were extremely fragile in front of Jensen.
How is that possible? Countless saint-level beings stared wide-eyed.
They had long known that Jensen was powerful, but they never expected him to be so monstrous. Among these powerful individuals were many at the half-step god level, but their attacks were as fragile as paper in front of Jensen.
Look, his divine status is not ordinary,
but a divine status of the 5th rank or higher.
Impossible.
A 5th-order god is at the level of a god venerable.
How can someone become a god venerable the moment they enter the god level?
A 5th-tier divine venerable, even in ancient times, would be in existence above all gods. Absolutely impossible.
I've already said it. You're not worthy, and you can't stop me. Jensen sneered repeatedly.
Instead of following the proper procedures to condense a divine spark, he imitated the forms of divine sparks of those gods and directly forged the highest divine spark. It should be noted that almost all the gods in the divine ruins are at or above the 5th rank. Godhood is divided into several classes. 0-level true god, also known as god people, is the weakest god in ancient times. But in this day and age, as long as one becomes a true god, one can break the shackles of the world and become the first person to create the world. Next came the 1st-tier divine messengers, the 2nd-tier divine guards, the 3rd third-tier divine generals, the fourth-tier divine lords, the fifth-tier divine venerables, the sixth-tier creator gods, the seventh-tier chaos gods, the eighth-tier cosmic gods. Reaching the sixth rank allows one to create a small world within the universe, the seventh rank allows one to create chaos and an endless vast world, and the eighth rank allows one to control the entire universe. As for higher levels, that's simply unimaginable. It is said that beyond that universe, there exists an even more vast and boundless world, one that even the creator gods could hardly reach. The moment Yuan condensed his divine spark, the world around him began to tremble violently. In the distant divine ruins, one by one, the ancient gods who had been sleeping for a long time opened their eyes.
Is a new era about to begin? Are we finally able to recover? Damn the universe master, in order to cultivate generation after generation of destiny, he has repeatedly destroyed and restarted, treating us like fixed NPCs? Ha! But if we can defeat this new generation of destiny, perhaps we can escape our fate of destruction. That person has just become a god, so his level must not be high. If we join forces, he will definitely be powerless to fight back. On Yuan's side, more than 1,000 saint-level experts were intimidated by his power and stared at each other. He must be killed, he's terrifying. Kill, kill, kill. After the initial fear, the saint-level beings were consumed by boundless rage. They knew that Yuan was now unimaginably powerful. Once he successfully achieves godhood, their fate will be unimaginable. Thousands of saint-level warriors fought to the death, employing countless secret techniques that burned away their lifespans. Even ordinary saint-level warriors could unleash the power of a peak saint-level warrior. Peak saint-level beings can unleash demigod power, while half-step god-level beings can condense a complete divine spark in a short period of time and ascend to godhood in one fell swoop. Perhaps it was because Yuan had condensed a fifth-order divine spark that the shackles on this world loosened slightly, and the power they gained when burning their lifespan was even more considerable. The power unleashed by more than 1,000 saint-level beings at any cost was earth-shattering, causing this world to crumble inch by inch. The sky shattered, and the seawater overflowed, resembling an apocalyptic scene. If it were in a small world, it would have already completely collapsed into nothingness. The earth is no longer fragile after its recovery, but their fierce battle still shatters the sky, stirs up spatial turbulence, and turns matter into nothingness and chaos. Even ordinary gods who step into this chaos will feel their souls suffocating, just like mortals falling into the deep sea. The saint-level spectators fled in panic, their faces filled with horror as they watched the terrifying scene. The power to destroy the world, the ability of a god. Under such pressure, can he really succeed in achieving godhood? The answer is yes. In that shattered chaos, Yuan's figure remained as steady as a rock. With a wave of his hand, the destroyed space began to rapidly repair itself. All the saint-level beings trembled upon seeing this. He became the creator god? Destroying the world is easy, but repairing it is incredibly difficult. The ability to repair a shattered world with a wave of the hand is undoubtedly a power possessed only by a creator god. Compared to the possibility of Yuan becoming a god, directly becoming a sixth-order creator god is something they would find hard to believe, even if they killed all these saint-level powerhouses. This is absolutely outrageous. Even cheating shouldn't be this exaggerated. Even Yuan himself felt that something was wrong. It felt as if an invisible hand was pushing me forward, and the whole process was exceptionally smooth. No matter what, let's uncover the truth behind this world. As Yuan thought this, he glanced indifferently at the 1,000-plus saint-level experts, which immediately made their souls tremble. Before Yuan at this moment, they seemed like ants, looking up at the sky and feeling an immense pressure. Is this really a god? No. He is a creator god who is billions of times more terrifying than the gods. Even in the earliest era of this universe, he would belong to the highest tier. The so-called creator god is a deity who can create a world, and its power is beyond description. We have ultimately lost. The powerful figures sighed helplessly. Yuan glanced at them, and their saint-level bodies began to disintegrate, shattering like bubbles and eventually merging into the world. The world is so vast, I want to go and see it. Yuan took a step, leaving Earth behind and stepping into a wider world. With another step, the Earth, which had expanded to an uncountable size, has now shrunk to the size of a glass ball. In the vast universe, there are countless stars, but worlds like Earth that can nurture life are extremely rare. Without the rules set by a creator god to create an environment suitable for life, the natural birth of life would depend on the random mutations of the universe. No one could predict how many billions of years it would take to usher in a world of life. Now that Yuan has become the creator god, he can easily perceive that there are still many worlds with life in the universe. These worlds float in the void, and many have even established spatial connections with Earth. These are probably the so-called secret realms, but compared to the well-established rules of Earth, the laws governing these worlds have already collapsed, and they are on the verge of destruction. Yuan traversed the starry sky at an astonishing speed, passing through countless starseeds in the blink of an eye. Those enormous stars, in his eyes, were nothing more than colorful bubbles floating in the ocean of the universe, radiating intense light. He casually plucked a few stars, channeled his creative power, and the stars rapidly shrank, transforming into starstones filled with with rich energy. Like eating candy, Yensin grabbed these lifeless stars and stuffed them into his stomach.
In the blink of an eye, he had devoured hundreds of millions of them, and his divine power continued to increase. Having reached his current level, he looked at the system in his mind and casually took out a soul-shaped object. So this so-called system is also a piece of equipment, only its level is far superior to ordinary beast soul equipment. Judging from its structure and aura, it has clearly reached the level of a creation artifact. Its main function is to absorb the essence, energy, and spirit of all things in heaven and earth. Among them, the essence and energy can enhance the cultivation of the physical body and spiritual energy, while the experience that represents the spirit can enhance my comprehension. It's a pretty good artifact, but even with this aid, I should still need at least several thousand years to become a creator god, right? Yensin was even more puzzled. He had previously seized and absorbed all the divine resources from those ancient gods, but these resources were clearly insufficient for him to become a true creator god. When he condensed his divine essence, he deeply felt this inadequacy. However, when his divine essence was insufficient, an invisible energy from the universe quietly merged into his divine personality. This energy came from an extremely strange source. Yensin didn't even know where it came from. If someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes, then that person is absolutely incredibly powerful. With this thought in mind, Yensin continued flying towards the edge of the universe, vaguely sensing that the secret to unraveling all mysteries was hidden there. During the journey, he sensed a space where divine power was extremely concentrated. Yensin narrowed his eyes and flew in that direction. Just as he was about to enter the divine ruins, he felt a strong sense of rejection. This is the resistance of the remnant will of the divine ruins world. Outside beings cannot enter without the permission of the world lord. Of course, if one is strong enough, it is not impossible to force one's way in. Within the divine ruins, countless cheers echoed in all directions, their sounds drifting and lingering as space distorted. A new era has begun. The shackles of the universe have been broken. Ha! After sleeping for 10,000 years, we have finally been able to return to the world of men. All the gods were extremely excited, their divine essence trembled, and their bodies continued to regenerate. It was as if some of the rules that restricted them in the universe had been lifted. These gods come from countless pantheons. Among them, the most famous pantheons have countless gods who were once fifth-order god kings, or even sixth-order creator gods. Now that he has just been freed from his shackles, his cultivation level is constantly recovering, and he will soon reach the level of a second-tier divine envoy, or even a third-tier divine general. Such combat power is unimaginable in the modern era. After all, the first person to break the shackles and usher in a new era is at most a true god. Chaos, the creator god of the ancient Greek pantheon, Gaia, the mother of the earth, and Zeus, the king of the gods, all came into being. Norse gods such as Odin, Thor, and Loki also made appearances. Subsequently, top deities from numerous other pantheons, including the Slavic, ancient Egyptian, and Indian pantheons, also appeared. The gods that Yensin had explored were merely the tip of the iceberg in this abandoned divine ruins. The only regret is that none of the most powerful pantheons of the Great Xia dynasty appeared here. Yensin had already scanned the will of the divine ruins from beginning to end and saw it clearly. The Lord of the Universe once said that whoever can kill the Chosen One will be able to leave this universe and go to a wider world. Then what are we waiting for? The current heavenly mandate is only at the true God level. Is there anything simpler than this? After the gods had condensed their bodies, they prepared to leave the divine ruins. Just then, a pair of giant hands tore apart the will of the divine ruins and looked down at them from above. If I'm not mistaken, you're looking for me, right? As soon as the words were spoken, all the gods were startled, realizing that the situation was somewhat different from what they had imagined. All the gods looked up and were shocked when they sensed that aura. Their newly formed bodies were on the verge of collapse. This is the aura of the creator god. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone reach the 6th level immediately after becoming a god? Nothing is impossible. Weren't the first gods in this universe all born creators? That's a primordial deity, but this guy clearly cultivated after birth. How could he leap to the 6th rank in one leap? This isn't ancient times. The ancient deities discussed among themselves, expressing their incomprehension. Several of the gods who knew Yensin well felt that familiar aura and sighed inwardly. I knew all along that every generation of destiny is not to be trifled with. We're always just NPCs who are there to make up the numbers. That's fucking outrageous. I was planning to settle accounts with him, but he came to my door himself. I've just solidified into a physical form, and now I have to be destroyed and reborn again? Damn Universe Master, are you playing us again? Yensin glanced at the gods and laughed. It seems you know something. Tell me. Heh, telling you is useless. In every battle for destiny, it's either you die or I die. If you want to know the truth, go find it at the edge of the universe yourself. As a god who was once the creator god spoke, he suddenly self-destructed, his divine essence disappearing into the void, and he fell into a deep sleep. That's ruthless. He just self-destructed without saying a word. Is he just giving up? One person offered a god-level critique. Sigh, why were you so impulsive? I didn't want to kill you. Fighting and killing is so boring.
boring. I've always loved peace.
Yensen waved his hand, grabbed the divine spark that was about to dive into the void, and forcefully pried open his divine realm world. He extracted a large amount of divine resources from it and stored them in his own divine realm.
After achieving godhood, each time a great path is mastered, an inner miniature world will be generated. Yensen now has more than a dozen such internal microworlds within his body, enough to contain endless resources. Damn it, you still won't let me go, you bastard.
A furious curse came from within the divine core. Yensen grinned and crushed the divine core. Even though the divine essence is shattered and there are still remnants of divine consciousness that can be used to rebuild it, it will take many more years, probably countless tens of thousands of years. The remaining gods felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing this.
Everyone, let's talk about it.
Yensen glanced at them, but they looked at each other and then self-destructed, disappearing into the void.
Yensen was stunned. Wow, these gods are ruthless.
He sighed helplessly, not understanding why they would rather expose themselves than reveal any information. But at this moment he could only put all that aside and continue to act, pulling back these divine sparks one by one. In the end, a few dozen managed to escape, but there were simply too many gods. Like fish escaping into the sea, though each one is no match for the others, their sheer number makes them difficult to catch. He was powerless to stop the god from self-destructing. After collecting their reserves accumulated over tens of thousands of years, he set off towards the edge of the universe. As they traveled, they used the creation artifact to absorb resources and improve their cultivation.
After reaching the 6th rank, leveling up becomes extremely difficult.
Despite consuming so many resources, there is still a huge gap between him and the 7th rank Chaos God. Yensen continued to traverse space, each step crossing a sea of stars. The closer he got to the edge of the universe, the stronger the aura of death became. After a long time, he finally saw a barrier of divine light filled with a thick divine aura.
There are so many gods.
Yensen gazed at the barrier of divine light, where countless gods sat cross-legged, their divine power surging and supporting the barrier from destruction. After achieving godhood, gods can continuously absorb energy from the chaotic void. The higher the level, the stronger the absorption efficiency. Yensen discovered that these deities were like plant roots deeply embedded in the chaotic void, continuously absorbing cosmic energy and transforming it into divine power to maintain the integrity of that barrier. Beyond the barrier lay an endless, distorted, and indescribable existence. Just a glance at it caused Yensen immense pain. This feeling, it's so similar to those beast gods. He examined the deities closely and was immediately shocked. There was a god with 3 eyes, a giant dog lying beside him, there was a crimson-red boy riding on wheels of fire, and there was a monkey gripping a colossal pillar reaching to the heavens.
Aren't these the gods from the legends of the Great Xia Kingdom? How come they're all here? You finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for so long. Destiny.
The gods spoke in unison, and Yensen was immediately stunned.
Let's get rid of this guy quickly. We've waited so many years, we're exhausted, and we want to rest.
As soon as he finished speaking, phantom images of gods merged into Yensen's body, and his aura began to rise rapidly. His cultivation level improved rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he reached the 7th order Chaos God, and then he even broke through to the 8th order Universe God. Of course, this was only a temporary breakthrough, because the divine power within him all came from the blessings of these ancient gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. With the help of so many powerful gods, he was able to reach the current 8th order realm, which shows how powerful this cosmic god is. Yensen felt his body filled with boundless power. With a gentle wave of his hand, the space around him, spanning billions of miles, began to change, as if the entire universe was under his control. The barrier of divine power was shattered, and the indescribable, twisted thing surged forth. With a wave of his hand, Yensen unleashed a torrent of divine power that ripped it to shreds. However, in an instant, that indescribable entity quickly coalesced into shape again.
You can't just attack like this. You need to find the root of this thing before you take action, otherwise it's completely useless.
In my mind, the voices of countless gods resounded. Following the guidance, Yensen rushed into the twisted object and began to trace its source. After a long time, he finally discovered a constantly rotating black hole vortex, like a parasite clinging to the universe. He grabbed the thing and pulled hard, causing the entire universe to tremble violently.
It's finally over. All the gods left Yensen's body. It's so boring that only the chosen ones can defeat this thing every time.
Just as Yensen was about to ask a question, the chaotic void was suddenly torn apart, and a figure walked in.
Sorry, something unexpected happened, and I've messed up the world again.
When the gods saw the man, they immediately rushed over and gave him a good beating. You bastard, can't you just build a proper universe?
This is so boring.
I'm so sorry, this is my first time hosting the Destiny battle, I have no experience. I'll definitely structure it better next time and try not to let it fall apart.
Do you think we'll believe you? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Wait a minute, let me ask this year's Destiny first.
After saying that, the man turned to Yensen.
Brother, my name is Emosia Haishi. I am appointed by the Lord of the Universe as his agent in this universe.
Because of me, the structure of this universe has developed major problems and many loopholes, which has caused caused many hidden dangers on your path of cultivation. So now you have two choices. First, leave this universe and join the power of the Universe Master to continue your cultivation, but you may not be able to break through to a higher realm. The second option is for you to choose to restart this universe, for me to restructure it, and then for you to become the chosen one again and begin your cultivation anew. Hearing this, Yensin was a little stunned, but thinking about his incredible growth rate, he did feel that something was missing. After all, he is not even 20 years old yet, and he has already become a sixth-order god. Although he possessed formidable strength, he knew in his heart that most of his power did not originate from himself. It's likely that bastard architect named Emosia Haishi secretly pushed him with his authority, leaving a fatal flaw in his career path. No wonder so many people want to beat this guy up. He also wishes he could teach him a lesson himself. Tell me, what exactly is this so-called destiny? Take a look for yourself. These are some of my destiny biographies that I published on the Cosmic Tomato website. Yensin took the tablet-like object from Emosia Haishi's hand, opened it, and found many books inside, recording biographies of various people. The first book is Uncle 9, From Zombie General to Lord of All Demons. The second book is titled Everyone Tames Beasts, 10,000 Times the Cultivation Power, From Green Snake to Divine Dragon. The third book is titled So What If I'm an Awakened Scholar? I'll directly become a Confucian sword immortal. There was also a book that turned out to be his own biography, which was written so poorly that it was impossible to read. Upon seeing this, Yensin immediately understood. So you're a fucking novelist. Ahem, keep it down, keep it down. You wrote such a terrible biography of me? Ahem, my bad, my bad. I'll definitely make sure you have a perfect time next time, a truly amazing life. I don't believe your nonsense. Then let's restart it?